Hello everyone and welcome back to a brand new video and welcome to the final season of our F124 Haas Driver Career Mode. Yes, we're back for Season 7. If you missed out on pre-season testing, the video that went live a few days ago earlier on in the week, I would highly recommend going back and checking it out. But yeah, this season though will be our last of F124 Driver Career Mode. Quickly though, I just want to say a massive thank you as well to everybody for the support on the Salvaging Sauber video that went live a few days ago as well. Obviously, that series will be running over on Matt 2 and 2 Gameplay right the way up until F125 as well then. But we return to the full 24 race schedule, obviously, plus the 6 sprint races. So we're going to have 30 races to try and navigate throughout this final season. Of course, after that dramatic end to Season 6 with Oscar Piastri claiming the crown in a tie for the World Championship between myself and the Australian. 3 drivers covered by just 3 points at the end of last campaign. It was certainly a wild, wild way to finish off Season 6. And I'm hoping that this season as well, we can have some good, big results, fun races, and hopefully a few upsets as well there. Of course, if you're new, please do make sure you hit the sub button as well. And of course, if you want to help us out just a little bit more, you can click the join button as well. You'll probably get provided with early access to all the videos from this final season of Career Mode for just £1 a month, as well as a few other little perks and things as well there. But yeah, let's head out then back to Bahrain. The format stays the same as it has done in most recent years. One-shot qualifying, 50% races. Let's do this thing.
Under the bright lights of Bahrain, it is time for qualifying. Grid position up in the air. Who is going to seize the moment?
Well, every single season we've done on F124 has started here in Bahrain. As much as I'm looking forward to Albert Park being the season opener in just a few weeks' time, this place here I think does work pretty well as the championship opener inside F124. Either way there, but it's not often been a good track for me, especially over one lap. I think one of the only really good races we've had here was actually last season, where of course the Haas car that was not very competitive early on, we were able to bring home a podium after basically everything worked out perfectly for me throughout the course of that weekend. But obviously it was Russell and McLaren that made an impact in round 1 of the season last year. Of course, George really did spend a lot of time over the winter trying to refocus and regroup and trying to make sure that he doesn't make the same mistakes this year as he did throughout the last campaign as well. There's a couple of little errors then creeping into our lap so far, just lacking the out-and-out confidence to really try and push this car right towards the limit as we make our way up the hill in towards Sector 3. These cars, though, getting very, very quick inside F124. A little bit away from the apex. Through the final corner there, we're still floating around right towards the bottom of the top 10. We're going to really need to nail the line through this final turn. Clip the apex as best as we can. Get the power down though on the exit of the corner. We're going to just run out of battery on the run towards the line. We go P11 in the end, so my bad qualifying efforts at the end of last season seem to be sticking around. Well, there we go. George Russell will claim pole position there by 0.3 of a second over his teammate, but the Aston Martins locking out the second row as well. Obviously, Alonso alongside his new teammate in Théo Pourchaire. Charles Leclerc beats out both Ferraris. We get out qualified by our teammate Pierre Gasly, and probably more alarmingly than that, in his return to Formula 1, I've been out qualified by Logan Sargent. So I think the less said about that, the better. To be completely honest, Lance Stroll in his return to Williams will split the Saubers right at the rear of the field. But I think it's safe to say that Red Bull now are probably a proper backmarker inside this game. Perez, P16 on the grid.
No more testing, no more practice. This is the real deal. And it's make or break here at round 1 of this year's Formula 1 World Championship. Formula 1 returns to the desert today and this exceptional 3.36 mile circuit. 15 corners provide plenty of overtaking opportunities, and it could be a strategic race, this one, with Sakir notorious for eating up the rear tyres. Watch out for drivers managing their rubber at some point during the Grand Prix. So with the race not far away from starting, here's what today's grid rundown looks like. George Russell will begin today's event in pole position. edging out Lando Norris, who'll start from P2. Considering the rest of the grid we have Fernando Alonso, Teo Porcher, Leclerc, Fittipaldi, Oscar Piastri, Gasly, Hamilton, Sargent, Firestarter, Tsunoda, Iwasa, Ocon, Behrman, Perez, Ricciardo, Vesti, Stroll and Zhou Guanyu. It's almost time for those 5 red lights to go out then. Let's see who can prevail today.
Well, here we are then, down on the grid, ready for the season opener here in Bahrain. 29 laps ahead of us, and of course, obviously, secure on this game is always a bit of a tyre killer. So I tend to opt to be kind of anti-risk in this first round of the year. We go medium to hard just to make sure we've got a good idea of what the car is like, and especially how the tyres handle, especially in a Haas. Because obviously this team struggled for so many years with tyre wear and tyre management as well. But looks like a lot of cars around us on the soft compound. Sargent in a Red Bull is extremely cursed. It's 5 red lights though, and it's going to be lights out and away we go for the Bahrain Grand Prix. Not the best start in the world. A little bit of wheel spin as we make our way in towards turn 1. Reigning champion Oscar Piastri as well doesn't get a particularly good getaway in towards that first corner as we will go 3 wide through the first turn. Just trying to recover a couple of places. And I've done a Nikita Mazepin almost, just dropping the throttle down. Whoa, on the exit of the corner. Throttle seems to be incredibly sensitive at the start of the Grand Prix, so no idea what was going on with the car there, but luckily we avoided picking up any damage or anything else there. But yeah, just off of the exit of turn 1, absolutely lit up the rear tyres there. I don't know if we just got a little bit of a wobble out over the curbing, but immediately we are having to try and push just to close back up to the rear of the field then. I mean, if you're going to have an off, lap 1 is certainly the time when you want to do it, but to kickstart the new year like that, not exactly what I had in mind. What is a 2-time Formula 1 world champion inside this game? Even when you do make errors, you can't kind of dwell on them. You've just got to be able to try and move forward once again. And rather unsurprisingly, yeah, those Sauber cars at the rear of the field. I'm so sorry, Fred Vesti. That was not my intention. I guess we'll accidentally get past the pair of them down at turn 1. That was not exactly what I had in mind there. But there was minimal contact with Fred. He did jump out of the way just about. Round 1 of the year, everybody is trying to get used to their new machines, so you've got to cut me a bit of slack. Well, here's a bit of a fun fact for you all then. Williams is actually the last team that Lance Stroll drove for that his dad didn't actually own. Of course, he's only actually driven for one team since then anyway, but you know, obviously quite weird to see Lance back in a Williams car inside this game, but hopefully we're going to be able to move past him nice and early on in this GP. You can already see starting to lose touch with those cars just up in front, so he wanted to squeeze me out. But we will get to the outside down to that first corner. Behrman going side by side with Esteban Ocon a little way up the road. And yeah, I think what we were just struggling with early on was tyre temperature actually off of the launch, because now the car seems to be a little bit more planted through those first couple of corners here, as Ocon and Behrman still side by side at the top of the hill. And Behrman has swept through then and back up into P14. So although it's still very early doors, I think I know who is going to be flying the Williams flag this season. Didn't expect it to be Sargent though flying the Red Bull flag, as we relegate Perez to 17th. We've got yellows out early on. I think that's a McLaren. I think that might be Lando Norris then, that becomes our first retirement of the all-new season, and that's going to promote Fernando even, into the lead of the Grand Prix. So certainly not the ideal start to the year for McLaren. I don't believe that's the first time in this game that we've seen Lando Norris retire from the opening race of the year. It's normally either him or, more alarmingly, me that ends up with a mechanical failure at the start of an all-new season there. But Fernando Alonso, I believe in this alternate timeline, he turns 50 this season. So the fact that he's still got what it takes in Formula 1, well, never mind got what it takes, he's leading now the Bahrain Grand Prix there, at least temporarily, wheel to wheel with George Russell down at those first couple of corners. The fact that Fernando is still right at the top of his game is certainly a very impressive feat as well. One of his former teammates, Esteban Ocon, he's not fighting for the lead.
position on Tsunoda for you. Okay, they're slowing down. It seems like there's some kind of problem with their car.
Ah, no, Yuki Tsunoda then, early on here. You know, I hyped him up in pre-season testing. I've often hyped him up inside this game. You can see Ricciardo almost immediately then is going to try and capitalise there. The Alpine driver, not really much of a shock, is it, that Alpine are struggling with reliability issues, but as we try and go past Ollie Behrman then, there's going to be an opportunity here. We're almost going to make it 4 wide. I'll give Ollie the room in towards turn 1 there. I think temporarily we were 4 wide at the first corner. Still struggling with the brakes though on this car, so we run a little bit wide through turn 1. Try and get the power down through the exit of turn 2 and into turn 3. We're 3 wide again as we make our way up towards the top of the hill. Send it in, and we are finally up then into P12. You can see though Ricciardo and Hamilton, 2 of the most experienced drivers on the grid, next up ahead of me, but neither of them, I'm sure, fighting where they want to be. Oh, there we go. We'll start seeing our first cars into the pit lane then. Charles Leclerc going to be one of the first to blink of the all-new season. Yeah, Gasly as well. He's having a pretty good season opener here in Bahrain. You can see as well, I hadn't even noticed Imola Qualifying have been fighting up in the points early on in this GP. So, yeah, we're going to start seeing all of our soft compound runners in pretty soon. Although we're struggling on the mediums, they don't feel like they're wearing out too badly. So, again, we just get a bit of a wobble. I'm just trying to claim the DRS off cars where I can. There we go, our top 2 then into the pit lane as well. George Russell, Fernando Alonso both peeling in. Ferrari, I think that's Enzo Fittipaldi also in. So Oscar Piastri, our reigning world champion, is going to take the lead at the front of the order. There's Hamilton, Sargent as well, all in. So we are now. There weren't many of us actually that were running the medium compounded tyre at the start of this Grand Prix. Looks like everybody now has made the switch to hards. But we need to try and take this set a couple of laps longer here, just to kind of have the advantage in the second half of the race. Well, as Oscar Piastri then, our race leader, into the pit lane. I think it's just Perez, Ocon, and the Sauber, I believe, that is still yet to dive in. So we are going to now take the lead of the Grand Prix. I think it should say how bad the tyre wear is. We'll just confirming then with the team. We are going to dive in at the end of lap 12. The hard compound should be able to get us to the end. It's not uncommon though. I mean, Gasly's trying it. He's opting for a one-stop strategy then in this race, which, like I said, yeah, it isn't uncommon around this circuit. It looks like our top 3 though, Russell, Alonso, Leclerc, all opting for a more kind of normal strategy inside this race. But yeah, Gasly could make that work with a well-timed safety car or red flag later on. Logan Sargent on his return to Formula 1, having a really good race out at the moment inside the top 5. But as we come out then just behind Teo Pourchaire and Oscar Piastri. Oh, here we go. Hamilton trying to defend from Ricciardo in towards turn 1. Little bit of wheel bang in there between the pair of them as Ollie Behrman tries to close up to me. But we just need to get heat into the tyres nice and efficiently here. We can definitely still get a decent points result. Well, I gave V-Cars some stick in the pre-season, kind of just following Red Bull in a race to the bottom inside this game. But I say that, both V-Cars are. One of them's inside the points, the other one, Daniel Ricciardo, fighting for that final points-paying position right now in the Grand Prix with Lewis Hamilton there as they'll trip each other up out of turn 1. Ricciardo again. Oh, no! Ricciardo, I thought he was going to go the other way there. I tried to guess in which way it would go, and in shades similar to the season finale last season in Las Vegas, of course, where we lost the wing on the last lap on the rear end of Oscar Piastri. We're going to start the next season by going into the back of another Italian car with an Australian behind the wheel. That is not what we needed early on, and well, we might now be praying for a safety car or something, because that front wing damage is going to cost us. Oh, here we go again. Hamilton trying to look to the inside of Ricciardo in towards turn 1 as we get to half distance then. These two really are putting on a show right now as the Australian will keep the place down at turn 1 there. We almost went into the back of Lewis off of that first corner as again he will have a look to the inside line. We're almost 3 wide up at the top of the hill, but at the moment I'm just struggling. I'm trying to learn how the car handles, missing what a big part of our front wing here. If we can just stay with these two whilst they battle for DRS, that would be quite handy. But Ollie Behrman is getting impatient behind. No, no. Oh, man, this is going from bad to worse.
Damage to your front wing, damage to your front wing. Suggest we box to change it.
Just trying to roll the car back into that first corner there, and Hamilton just a tiny bit slower than I would expected him to be through that first corner. I mean, luckily, that damage hopefully won't have made much more difference, but you just see through the S's. Oh, we're going to have to definitely box now. We are all over the place. It's something I've really struggled with throughout the entirety of F1 24. But just, yeah, the cars in front really slow down a little bit more than I expect them to at an apex. I mean, look at everywhere we're going now. We're just trying to keep the car kind of rolling at the moment as we get a warning for exceeding track limits and getting a legal overtake on Ollie Behrman. I'm trying to give up the spot anyway without holding him up too much, but oh, this race is just turning into a disaster. Well, the really annoying bit about all this is that the hard compound tyre actually felt pretty good. I don't think I've got another one to the end of the afternoon, so I'm going to have to bolt on another medium, see us through to the checkered flag, but yeah, new wing set to go on. Just really, really annoyed there. Well, one of them, you know, was racing, kind of. I had to try and guess where Ricciardo was going to go. Just misjudged it. The other one, yeah, was a bit more of a stupid misjudgment that was completely my own doing. So I think we're going to be behind Yuki Tsunoda then in this Grand Prix. And I believe with Gasly needing to pit as well pretty soon. Really not looking good for Haas right now. We've got 12 laps or 13 laps to try and recover. But boy oh boy can we do with a safety car or a red flag. I mean, what is that? Trying to come out the pit lane and the car's breaking free on me. How bad are the rear brakes right now?
Whoa! What do I do?
We almost made through the first corner.
Well, this race then has been going so badly up to this point that even Mark has checked out as we make it in towards the final third. I'm still watching Pierre on the minimap, just hoping that he can try and get back into the points by the end of the afternoon. But I think sensibly, all we're going to be able to do is hopefully jump both those Alpines, the Saubers and Lance Stroll. I mean, for Alpine as well, I get that Yuki's had mechanical issues, but this has been a disastrous round one for them as well. As I mean, just look at how much the car wants to break free. I didn't even feel I was that much on the throttle, but it's all those little mistakes that just keep adding up. Well, last season here, it felt like pretty much everything that can go right in a Formula 1 Grand Prix did go right. This season, and it feels like the complete contrast of that, and I mean, probably it should have been a sign that we almost looped it round on lap 1. This car this weekend has just felt completely out of control. I've not had any confidence in it for any kind of prolonged period, and it's the way it kind of lulls you in, allows you to start believing that it may be a little bit stable, that you maybe figured it out, and then all of a sudden it all just goes a little bit pear-shaped and costs you, you know, another sort of 3-4 seconds there as banging wheels with Yuki Tsunoda up at the top of the hill. At least we're not in last anymore in this race, but hopefully we can drag Yuki back to his teammate. Well, oh no, we've got yellows towards the front of the order. I think, is that Fernando Alonso? Fernando Alonso late on in the day with less than 2 laps to go. I think his Aston Martin has failed him here, and Fernando Alonso, he was in the fight for the win here in Bahrain. What a heartbreaking end to the first race of the season for the Spaniard there. I was just about to start talking about both Haas cars trying to move back through the order, but I cannot believe Alonso, what I thought might be a fairy tale start to the new season, is going to turn in a nightmare when all is said and done. I'm not even trying to get the jump on Esteban Ocon, he's just defending from me. Oh, in towards turn 1. But Fernando Alonso and Lando Norris, 2 of our top drivers early on today, that will surely raise questions about the power unit that Mercedes have brought ready for the new season there, with 2 of their customer teams suffering from mechanical failures to kickstart the year. But Fernando Alonso, 25 points here in Bahrain, is certainly going to deny him. So we will get down the inside of his former teammate in Esteban Ocon, almost running to the back of Lance Stroll. off the exit of the corner as well then. But that means with just 1 lap to go, Charles Leclerc now seems to have built up a little bit of a lead at the front of the order. He's got his former rival in George Russell and both cars of his former team in Ferrari trying to close up on him. But I think he's just been able to give himself a little bit of breathing room towards the end of the GP. No idea what's happening to Ollie Bearman as well. He seems to be struggling with reliability towards the end of the afternoon. So I think every Mercedes-powered team, apart from Mercedes, seemingly struggling here towards the end of the afternoon. But 1 lap to go then. We try and have a look around the outside of Lance Stroll there. Of course, as always, won't be aware that there's another car trying to battle with him around the outside of one of the Williams. We will go, and we could almost recover back to the points here, as I think Gasly is now inside that top 10. There goes Zhou Guanyu to the inside. Sorry, it's a Wasser even that's struggling towards the end of this one, not Ollie Bearman. So I think Bearman, yeah, he's got to be right up towards the points-paying positions as well then. But can we try and just claim a couple more spots here? Kind of, you know, make this hammer blow of a result feel slightly less bad on the final lap there. Charles Leclerc up the front of the order though. After a disappointing end to last season in Vegas, he is going to kickstart this season in the perfect possible way as he makes his way out of the final couple of corners. Charles Leclerc looks set to take victory in Sakir. We're just trying to make moves anywhere we can on this final lap there, as down the inside of a Wasser as well. We've definitely still got a bit of a tyre advantage over a lot of these cars there. But Charles Leclerc, he will win the season opening Bahrain Grand Prix and kickstart his World Championship hopes in style. I believe it has to be George Russell in P2. I would assume reigning World Champion Oscar Piastri in P3 there. Ferrari once again showcasing that they might not have the pace on Saturday, but they certainly do come Sunday afternoon. Both Haas cars, though, on a 2-stop strategy was not the way to go. A terrible start to the new year for us. We didn't even score any points. We come through to finish unlucky P13.
What a drive! What a driver! Charles Leclerc takes the victory!
Well, you're always unsure of the competition and what your opponents have been able to do in the off-season, but they've come here today, they've delivered the performance that you dream about, and wow, did they make that car sing today. Really impressive stuff.
After an excellent performance at the Grand Prix, I'm sure there'll be plenty of celebrations tonight amongst the Mercedes team, and they certainly deserve it.
Well, there we are then. Charles Leclerc will take victory here in Bahrain ahead of George Russell, but it's actually Enzo Fittipaldi that joins them both on the podium when all is said and done. So the Brazilian, we said obviously, you know, Season 5 was about him learning in Formula 1. Last year he was able to chalk up his first victories. This year, could we see the Brazilian fight for the world title there? Oscar Piastri in 4th ahead of Théo Pourchaire. Logan Sargent on his return to Formula 1 in P6. But can we say Théo Pourchaire for a debut drive? That was very good going. Ricciardo beats out Gasly with Hamilton and Perez rounding out our top 10 then. So a lot of drivers that probably didn't deserve to score points today just are able to get into the top 10 there. Ollie Bearman will narrowly miss out for Williams, just ahead of both Saubers and myself there, with a Wasser, Stroll and both Alpines, your final finishes there. Alonso does get classified, but what a disappointing end for him. But yeah, Haas, we need to go back to the drawing board, because the car at the moment, it felt completely undrivable through separate sections in that race today. Championship-wise, of course, exactly the same as the race results there, but Constructors, Mercedes and Ferrari then. What year is this? Tied at the top of the table there. Only Williams, Sauber and Alpine yet to get points on the board after round 1, but I certainly think there's a bit of promise there that each of those teams can be competitive on circuits that suit their cars. Thank you all so much for watching. Like I said, we're going to have to go back to the drawing board, try and fix up a few things with this Haas in the next few rounds. If you have enjoyed though, please do make sure to leave a like, get yourself subscribed to the channel. We'll be back ready from Jeddah in just a few days' time. But yeah, we'll be back very soon with more Formula 1 content. Hello everyone and welcome back to a brand new video and welcome back to round 2 of season 7 of our F1 24 Haas driver career mode. Yes, we're back this weekend here for the Saudi Arabian Grand Prix. Of course, if you missed out on the video that went live at the end of last week from Bahrain, I would highly recommend going back and checking it out. Round 1 of the new season is always quite an exciting time. You get to learn which teams have done well over the winter and which teams maybe haven't done so well over the winter. And sadly for us, it was a pretty bad weekend. Charles Leclerc took the victory, you know, kind of kick-starting Mercedes on, well, Mercedes and Charles on a bit of a redemption tour to kickstart the year. George Russell came through for P2 ahead of Enzo Fittipaldi and Oscar Piastri there, leaving Mercedes and Ferrari tied at the top of the Constructors' Championship. Leclerc did get a little bit lucky though. Both Lando Norris and Fernando Alonso separately retired from the lead of the Grand Prix with mechanical issues, so it was a bit of a horrid time for those two drivers. We came through for P13 after I made a couple of errors later on in the afternoon, just trying to work out a few things with the car. Definitely didn't take the setup in the right direction in round 1. But yeah, Jeddah though we return to this weekend. It's often been a good track for me inside the F1 game. Mainly because the AI are a little bit easy around this venue as well then. But of course, if you're new, please do make sure you leave a like, get yourself subscribed to the channel, of course. This is the last season of F1 24 driver career mode we're going to be doing. Hopefully F1 25 is going to be announced quite soon. And if you want to get early access to all the videos as well on the channel, for just £1 a month, you can hit that join button as well. Like I said, you get early access to all the videos, you get your name mentioned at the start, and a couple of other little perks for £12 a year. I hope it's worth it to some of you guys, and it does massively help support the channel as well. But without further ado then, let's head out onto the Jeddah Corniche, and hopefully we can get our first points of the year.
Welcome to Jeddah Corniche, one of the fastest circuits on the calendar, but let's see who will be the fastest of them all. It's time to set the grid for the Saudi Arabian Grand Prix. Yes, it's time for qualifying.
Well, here we are then, ready for one-shot qualifying here in Jeddah. And after last weekend where we really struggled with the brakes, I've really spent a lot of time in free practice trying to just fine-tune it. So hopefully we're going to have less problems this weekend. It'll allow us to brake later into the corners and try and be a little bit more aggressive. Of course, we've only still taken 1 pole in our return to Haas inside this game. I would love to get another one tonight. This should be a good track for us. Obviously, again, a very, very high-power circuit. Very, very dependent on that. I mean, look at that. Nearly the entire S section was completely flat out there. Only a small blend in the transition right towards the end there. That first sector has been really, really good. Of course, these cars now with so much downforce inside this game, so you really are just chucking them around and hoping that obviously they're going to stick, because you can get away with running so much less wing in certain places as well. There is trying to use a bit of DRS down the back straight that really isn't a straight. Of course, winding our way through in towards Sector 3. This one of the most tricky corners of the lap. Just horrible to try and tip it in and get the line right there. But as we open up the DRS then for the second time, I can't remember. There's a lot of DRS zones around this venue. Whoa! Huge moment there through the final corner, and a bit like Max Verstappen back in 2021 then, we're going to bottle it through that final turn there. Huge rear locking, and what could have been pole ends up as 9th. Well, there we go. McLaren will lock out the front row here. George Russell ahead of Lando Norris on the grid. Last weekend's winner, Charles Leclerc, will only line up in P4. It's Théo Pourchaire there, a 10th of a second quicker than Fernando Alonso. That's quite an impressive one for the young Frenchman. Gutted though for us, because I think we would have at the very least kind of been in with those McLarens fighting on the front row of the grid. We will instead line up P9, but if you watched our Sauber career mode video last week, you'll know we can make progress here.
So here we are then, welcoming you today to one of the jewels of the Arab world. Jeddah, one of the biggest cities in Saudi Arabia, second only to Riyadh, gateway to Mecca, one of the biggest ports in the region and now host to the Saudi Arabian Grand Prix. So let's take a look at a topographical map of the Jeddah Street circuit. As you can see, a number of challenging corners for the drivers to master here. We'll see just how much the teams have benefited from their time spent in practice this weekend. And like many street circuits, this track has the potential to punish drivers that get it wrong. Let's hope we avoid any safety cars today. Before we begin, let's take a quick look at the grid lineup for today's race. George Russell will begin today's event in pole position, edging out Lando Norris, who'll start from P2. Looking at the rest of today's grid, we have Oscar Piastri, Leclerc, Teo Porcher, Hamilton, Fernando Alonso, Firestarter, Sargent, Perez, Gasly, Tsunoda, Iwasa, Stroll, Ricciardo, Fittipaldi, Behrman, Vesti, Ocon, and Zhou Guanyu. It's almost time for those 5 red lights to go out then. Let's see who can prevail today.
Well, here we are then down on the grid, ready for the Saudi Arabian Grand Prix. 25 laps ahead of us here. But yeah, ultimately, I'm not sure how Enzo Fittipaldi's ended up with a grid penalty for the start of this one. It's only round 2 of the year, and already problems coming in for the Brazilian. He didn't even have a mechanical failure in Bahrain, so how Ferrari have gone through all their components, I don't know. Either that, or maybe they've tried to be strategic here. Perhaps make sure that he doesn't get grid penalties later on down the line. But yeah, lining up then P8 because of that. It is going to be an intense race here tonight, though. 5 red lights up on the grid. And it's going to be lights out on away we go there. Fernando Alonso, both Aston Martins actually not getting off to a particularly good getaway. Oh, no! How? How on earth have I been spanning all of that going on? Yeah, that seems about right.
Red flag. We'll update you in the pits.
I mean, we binned it like at turn 3 last weekend. Somehow done it even earlier this time round. Just, again, struggling with those front brakes early on here. It is going to drastically change up the strategy, though.
Got another half of this race to go, and there's still a big opportunity there.
As everybody then is surely going to go on the hard tyres. And effectively now this has become a no-stop strategy in this Grand Prix. Yep, you can see most cars have done that. 5 red lights once again then. And it's going to be lights out, and away we go. This time around, Logan Sargent perhaps struggling a little bit on the getaway. He really wants to cover me off in towards that first corner. We'll try and take it a little bit easier than we did last time round as well. I think we were 3 wide on the exit of that first turn there. So both Red Bulls we were wheel to wheel with off of turn 1. Looks like, yeah, we have just about been able to get past the pair of them there as Norris and Teo Porcher wheel to wheel. Oh, the Aston Martin making contact with the McLaren. I see Teo's first time running around here in a Formula 1 car inside this series, but it looks like George Russell then in the other McLaren has absolutely bolted off the start of this one, so a nice clean getaway for him following Oscar Piastri and both of those Mercedes. So yeah, Lewis Hamilton running up in P4, but I think that might have been the quickest ever red flag I've had inside F1 24. I'll hold up my hand, it was completely my own fault. I just misjudged the braking in towards turn 1 there, focusing too much on the Aston Martin on my outside. And that could have gone a little bit better had I wanted it to. Oh, Teo, yeah, is definitely just barely hanging on to those cars in front. For some reason, he's going to go defensive down in towards turn 12. There are slide up the racetrack on the exit. And we will try and do the old up and under then. Wheel to wheel. Oh, we go. Is again great defensive driving from Teo Porcher here, from a 2-time Formula 1 world champion. I mean, yeah, he's immediately come into the sport and is looking confident as we will get the DRS though. And around the outside. Don't often see moves through that section of the circuit.
Good job.
But we have got to try and get back in the range of Lando Norris, which we almost do instantly. So, like, how much speed has Teo Porcher got back down there then? Okay. Came past me like a missile off of that corner. So, again, we'll get the DRS back in towards turn 1. And I think if we can keep using each other like this, then it could work quite nicely short term.
Okay,
Leclerc, new fastest laps of the day. So we've kind of got our top 3 have really broken away. Sorry, top 2 even have broken away. Oscar Piastri, Hamilton and Norris there getting a little bit disconnected as we will go back around the outside of Teo at turn 1. Oh, there we go. Hamilton again to the outside of Oscar Piastri. I mean, we're just watching these guys rage war against each other at this stage of the day. I'm surprised we've struggled as much as we have for race pace so far. I just don't enjoy the hard tyres inside this game, especially around a circuit like this. As Hamilton then will get around Oscar Piastri. Oh, Lando Norris thought about it. We've just got to try and get a big run on all three of them at some point, which is much easier said than done there. It's not Lando just struggling to get the power down off of turn 1. He's going to try and swing defensive on us. Can we do the old up and under in towards the S's? No, we can't. Again, then we're just trying to force Lando off of his line there. We'll swing to the outside in towards turn 12. Similar to what we tried to do to Teo Porcher a few laps ago. But this time around, we'll carry the momentum around the outside there. And up into P5 of the GP. So we are making good, steady progress. But yeah, I'm just a little bit worried about how quickly Leclerc and Russell have ran away at the front. That is going to be a difficult gap to overhaul. There we go. Again, Oscar Piastri outside of Lewis Hamilton. Will they go wheel to wheel into the next corner? No, they won't. Hamilton there trying to play the strategic game. Of course, obviously, Fernando Alonso still in the sport. So, despite how old Hamilton is now inside this game, he is still not Formula One's most experienced driver. As he's going to try and have a look to the outside of Oscar Piastri. I thought about going to the inside down at turn 1. Oh, Hamilton gets a little bit squeezed out over the curb, so he's going to go from attacking to actually losing a place off the exit of that first corner.
Nice work, mate. That brings you up a place.
Now we get our first idea then of just the gap to those top two. It's floating at about 3 seconds. But you just see how much more confidence we've got than the AI through the S's. That's definitely where our strength seems to lie this weekend. As Oscar Piastri very, very slow off the exit of turn 12. And unlike most, he won't get baited into going defensive in towards that banking there. So Oscar Piastri, obviously reigning world champion, the #1 car back on that Ferrari yet again inside this game with yet another driver. But Oscar won't play the kind of games that you expect from a lot of other people inside this series. Very, very cool, calm and collected is the Australian, but we will get around the outside then use that DRS.
0.4 seconds.
Not a fun corner to try and commit to an overtake through, but we have done it. But will he immediately come flying back past me in towards this final corner? I think he might. It's Oscar Piastri. There he goes. We'll get the DRS once again then. So, yeah, really having to play the strategic game there. As I've said so many times, the DRS is probably a bit too powerful inside F1 24, especially when you combine it with the battery as well. So you see immediately Oscar, when he's trying to save the battery, slows down. Around the outside we will go, and up into third.
Russell has just completed a pass for the lead.
Oh, we got another red flag.
Red flag.
Oh, there's been a roadblock down at turn 1. No idea what's happened, but suddenly that works beautifully for us. 2 red flags this weekend up to this point, but that one works fantastically. I was just about to say that we were really struggling to kind of make any inroads on our top 2.
Change our strategy for the rest of the Grand Prix if we want to.
Oh, I mean, less than 10 laps to go then. We've got to go with the soft compound tyres, surely, and really just try and push towards the checkered flag there. But what a lifeline that has been. That time round, it wasn't my fault. So, you know, we'll take that one quite nicely as well then. But Russell will lead the way off of this restart. 5 red lights. And he's going to be lights out and away we go then as Charles Leclerc gets a much better getaway. So does Hamilton though, in towards turn 1 there. So both Mercedes getting off to a good start. We've got more yellow flags out further back, as I think that's a V car breaking down off of the restart there. Hamilton, I just don't have the confidence to go wheel to wheel in through turn 3 there, as that's Daniel Ricciardo immediately out of the race off of the restart, so no idea. You would assume it's just been a mechanical failure for the Australian as well there, but what chaos then. You know, just all in a moment, I thought we were going to be in for a very, very quiet final 10 laps here, but apparently not inside this game, and now Charles Leclerc has potentially got a bit of a rear gunner in Lewis Hamilton back up into the podium places. We've got to use these soft compound tyres nice and early on for this restart. You know, we've got to be able to use the grip advantage over the AI, but anything can happen now towards the end of the afternoon. Well, I think Hamilton then again, we've seen it so many times inside this series, maybe just showing his age now down at Mercedes because he has lost that DRS range to Leclerc and George Russell just in front of him. Lando Norris in a bit of no man's land just behind.
Okay,
I've got to be
so
strategic
all of our
though.
tyre pressure data
Of
is
course all our
currently
tyre
reading
pressure
zero.
data is reading
Assuming they
zero.
still look
Why
inflated
wouldn't
to you,
EA
we're
have
gonna
patched
guess
this
it's
at
just a
any
bad
point
sensor. Shouldn't be
in the
anything to
last
worry
3
about.
months? Anyway, let's try and get a run then on Lewis. Pick a lane, please, buddy. Just don't think you realised we had such a run on him.
Good. You hit that target nicely. There's a long way to go in this race, so let's keep it clean.
Well, I might have accidentally then been really strategic as well at that final corner. Nope, Lewis will get the DRS back on me. So are we going to see him get another run back in towards turn 1? There is new fastest lap of the day for ourselves. Hamilton will get really close, but not close enough there as Russell to the outside of Charles Leclerc. These two are putting on a show early on. They know they're going to be championship rivals this season. As look at that, neither of them willing to give up in towards the S's. They're still side by side as we wind our way through. This is brilliant racing. Russell will hang on to it, but very, very rarely do you see the AI manage that inside this game. Oh, there goes Lewis Hamilton back to the inside of us. 6 laps to go. As George Russell trying to make a similar move to Leclerc. Definitely, I mean, we're actually struggling already with a little bit of rear tyre temp, so we're going to have to try and just rein this back in a little bit. See that rear right there just overheating, and it's corners like this that'll really make the difference. Oh, Charles Leclerc, George Russell, neither of them are willing to give each other an inch towards the end of the afternoon. Everybody remembers back to last season how critical every single point is now in Formula 1, so it really does mean the drivers are having to battle it out for victory every single race. You've got to take the risk. You've got to try and make the moves and get yourself into prime position. But I'll be honest, yeah, the soft tyre gamble has really not worked for me. In fact, that rear is actually getting worse and worse. So I'm just trying to hang with these guys for as long as I can. And maybe we can try and make a move right at the end. But what a car Mercedes have built. Did not expect to be saying that this weekend. This has never been a track that historically has suited them. But, yeah, both drivers in the fight for the win. I'm trying to think. I genuinely don't know whether Hamilton has ever won a race in this series inside F1 24. I'm sure he has.
Okay, they're slowing down.
No way!
There's some kind of problem with their car.
Leclerc now with issues towards the end of the afternoon, so that might immediately cost him time here as Russell surely will try and have a look straight back past the Mercedes then. So just like we saw in Bahrain then, clearly still some reliability gremlins to fix on that Mercedes car, and you can see now Russell and Hamilton bunch up behind the Monegasque driver there. Lando Norris is not that far behind either at this stage of the race, but surely you've got to try and make the moves. Hamilton to the outside of George Russell. Will he be able to get to the outside of Leclerc as well? They're almost 3 wide there before Russell backs out of it. We have got the best seat in the house, but Lewis Hamilton to the lead of the Saudi Arabian Grand Prix there. Russell is going to make it by as well. We need to try and go for it there as Russell trying to get back past both Mercedes in towards someone there, and he will. Look at that, around the outside of his former teammate. He will go. We will get down the inside of our former teammate. But pretty much everybody in this group has raced alongside everybody else. But how quickly will Leclerc drop away? Because as soon as Lando Norris has got inside the range, I think he might immediately lose it again, being stuck behind Charles. Oh, through that first sector there, desperately trying to hang on and keep the car between the white lines. Through that first sector, you can see the gap already up to 3/4 of a second. Norris will get to the inside of Charles Leclerc as well. That gap now up to 9/10 of a second. But I think Oscar will just, Lando even, will just about hang in the range. Oh, here comes Lando Norris against myself. Then to the inside will go the second of the McLarens. We cannot afford to give this up though with 1 lap to go as we will try and get the power down around his outside. 4 British drivers battling for the top 4 positions towards the end of this race. But Hamilton again then to the outside of George Russell. I think that time round the McLaren just about able to squeeze him out in towards that first corner there. And is Hamilton just biding his time now? One of Formula 1's most experienced drivers, easily Formula 1's most successful driver, by wins, by pole positions, tied for world championships as well. alongside the great Michael Schumacher. So that was not the line we needed through there, a little bit wide. But again, luckily we will gather it up on the exit of the corner. I've tried to save as much DRS as I possibly can for the final run through those final couple of corners here. But Russell just looks to be in control a little bit towards the end of the race. We've got that low fuel warning light on there for just a second, but I think we're going to be good to make it back around to the start-finish line there. As you can see how much now the car is trying to break free underneath us. We just got to try and be a little bit closer to Hamilton by the time we get down in towards this final DRS zone of the lap. But he is waiting. He has positioned himself behind George Russell here. Open at the battery once again. Utilise that DRS in towards the final corner. Hamilton, he goes left, he goes right. He couldn't make anything happen with it though. Russell with a very, very aggressive block. This could be a drag race towards the start-finish line then, as we will have a look to the outside of Lewis Hamilton, who is going to win the Saudi Arabian Grand Prix there around the outside of one. Russell will take it.
George Russell has done it. George Russell is the winner.
A great display of dominance today by this driver. They led from lights out to the flag at the end, led every lap of the race. Brilliant stuff by them, and excited to see what more they can do in future races.
Our drivers are making their way out for the podium celebrations, and it's going to be McLaren picking up the winner's trophy. Congratulations to the entire team for that fantastic performance.
Well, there we are then. 4 British drivers rounding out your top 4 there. All of us covered by just 0.6 of a second. That was like Formula 1 back at Monza in the 1960s. But easily one of the most intense races I have ever had inside this game. Russell will take the win though, ahead of myself. Hamilton ahead of Norris with Charles Leclerc in P5. Oscar Piastri, Sergio Perez, Porsche, Fittipaldi and Alonso will round out our top 10. And again, Pierre Gasly just struggling to really make an impact against the big drivers there, unless he's on a bot strategy call earlier on in the race. Ricciardo and Zhou are 2 drivers that fail to see the checkered flag, and a bit gutted that Williams seemed to have the slowest car by the end of the afternoon. So yeah, not too sure what went wrong for them. Championship-wise then, Russell now with a 9-point buffer over Leclerc at the top of the table. We will move straight up into P4, just 1 point behind Oscar Piastri and Hamilton. I really did think today was going to be the day we see the Brit back on top as well there, but unfortunately it wasn't meant to be. Tied now in 5th with Enzo Fittipaldi, just ahead of Porsche, Norris, and both of those Red Bulls with points on the board already. We have already seen 13 drivers score points though from the opening 2 Grand Prix, so that's pretty good going. Leaves just both Williams, both Alpines, both Kick Saubers, and Wasser, who is yet to score there. McLaren now with a 4-point lead at the top of the constructors, ahead of Mercedes. Ferrari having a bit of a terrible weekend there, just ahead of ourselves. Aston Martin and Red Bull tied with VCarb, yeah, with points on the board. Thank you all so much for watching this video though. If you have enjoyed, please do make sure you leave a like, get yourself subscribed. That has easily got to be one of the most intense races I've ever commentated on inside F1 24. But yeah, we'll be back very soon then, ready for the Australian Grand Prix. Hello everyone and welcome back to a brand new video, and welcome to round 3 of season 7 of our F1 24 Haas Driver Career Mode. Yes, we're back this weekend here in the land down under for the Australian Grand Prix. If you missed out on the video that went live on Monday from the Jeddah Corniche, I would highly recommend going back and checking it out. 2 red flags, both of them of which were caused by Haas drivers. We got a new contract through from Netflix. Drive to Survive is returning for yet another season, so we were told that we had to make the drama in Saudi Arabia, and I think it worked quite well. We had a 4-way battle for the victory in the end as well in Jeddah, but it would be George Russell claiming his first win of the year, and in doing so now has a 9-point lead at the top of the Drivers' Championship. We move up into P4 after scoring our first points of the year with a P2 in the end, and Lewis Hamilton, his first podium. Let me just double check. Oh, he did get one last year. We got a podium at the Monaco Grand Prix of Season 7, although admittedly that wasn't actually in this championship either. So technically, actually, it's his first podium since the Spanish Grand Prix last year as well. They're obviously following home, I believe it was a Ferrari one too, wasn't it? Yeah, because obviously Enzo Fittipaldi took his first ever Formula 1 victory there. But yeah, P4 for us currently in the championship then, just ahead of Lewis and Enzo as well. But as we return to Albert Park though this weekend, hopefully we can try and continue on the good run of form. We now technically have the fastest car in the sport, because at the moment we're using the scenario that basically just removes the fastest cars upgrade for one weekend. So it's going to be us that lose that here in Australia as well. Then of course, if you're new, please do make sure you leave a like, get yourself subscribed to the channel as well. We are trying to hit 140,000 subs hopefully soon. We're going to get some news about F1 25 as well. And also, if you want to help support us just a little bit more, click that join button for just £1 a month. You get early access to all the videos on the channel, as well as a few other exclusive perks. But yeah, with all that out of the way though, let's head to Albert Park, Australia, and hopefully we can get a good qualifying.
Hello everyone, it is time for qualifying at one of our very favourite stops on the calendar. It's Albert Park, and we're about to take the cars right up to the edge.
Well, here we are then, back in Australia, and I must admit, especially in qualifying, this circuit now, one of the wildest on the F1 calendar. It's just so ridiculously fast, and it's so weird, of course, when I go back to the F1 Ultimate Career Mode with our 1998 to 2007 series, kind of just how different the Australian Grand Prix is now. I like the track changes, but I still kind of miss the nostalgia of the old circuit. Of course, not long now before F1 is going to be back racing here for the season opener in 2025 then. But qualifying has never particularly been a strong point for me around this venue, so we need to make sure that we get a good lap under our belt here today. Of course, it was where George Russell's championship hopes started to get undone last season, so I'll try and attack the curbs as best as we can through the chicane there. We did a pretty good line though, right the way through, and carry a decent amount of speed on the exits. We make our way then in towards the final sector, completely flat, or just a tiny blend of throttle through that third last corner there. A little bit of a lock-up through the penultimate corners.
It was at this moment that he knew. He f***ed up.
Well, and just nudging the grass. And this is the problem with one-shot qualifying. You're absolutely on the limit, but I'm a bottle job as always. Just letting the back end get away from me. Similar to what Julian Palmer did, I believe, here quite a few years ago. But we are going to be lining up last on the grid then. At least I guess it means we get to put some new components in the car. Well, there we are. George Russell will line up on pole position then, ready for the Australian Grand Prix, dipping into the 1:13s here. That is a ridiculous lap time. Oscar Piastri P2 ahead of Lando Norris there, so had we not got pole, I think we could have found ourselves somewhere inside that top three anyway. Leclerc beats out Porsche, who once again gets the better of Fernando Alonso by 1/10 of a second. Fittipaldi just ahead of both those Red Bulls. Hamilton ahead of Alonso, but 17 seconds off the pace there. We were fighting for P1. I took the risk, it didn't pay off, and now we have got a lot of work to do.
Welcome to magnificent Melbourne in the Australian sun. This is a fantastic city, and it's a fantastic and slightly revised racetrack. We first raced here in Albert Park back in 1996. It's 3.2 miles, 14 turns now instead of the original 16, part of a larger redevelopment to encourage overtaking. The drivers enjoyed it in 2022. It retains the landmarks, the bumps, the challenge, but there's more opportunity to attack with those 5 corners to the left and the 9 to the right. So with the race not far away from starting, here's what today's grid rundown looks like. George Russell will begin today's event in pole position, and Oscar Piastri completes the front row. Looking down the rest of the grid, we have Norris, Leclerc, Teo Porcher, Fittipaldi, Perez, Sargent, Hamilton, Fernando Alonso, Gasly, Iwasa, Tsunoda, Vesti, Ricciardo, Ocon, Behrman, Stroll, Joe, and Firestarter. That's it then. It's time to go racing as we head down trackside for today's race.
Right, back of the grid. I mean, there is literally only one direction we can go from here, so try and move forward and see if we can get something out of it.
Right, well, here we are then, down on the grid, ready for the Australian Grand Prix. Fresh components in the back of the car, and I think we need to try and go aggressive today on the strategy. Anybody that's been watching our Sauber career mode recently will know that we actually tried to do the alternate strategy here, medium to soft, and it did work quite well. Apparently I'm going to have to tell the team anyway that I'm running hard compound tyres, so I think if we just go medium and then tell them we're going soft, hopefully that'll work, but it just won't let me get rid. We're only doing a one-stop strategy. We don't need to worry too much about that one. But yeah, the Sauber career mode we're doing on Mat 2 and 2 gameplay. We are mighty close to 6,000 subs over there, so any support would be greatly appreciated as well then. But it also goes to show just how mediocre Pierre Gasly is in this game. We've got the fastest car at the moment, and he still wasn't able to get inside the top 10. So I wish there kind of was a bit more movement with the AI inside this game. Hopefully for F1 25, we're going to see a few tweaks and changes then. But ready on the grid here in Albert Park. It's going to be 5 red lights. Mighty long hole, but it is going to be lights out, and away we go then. And let's see if we can try and get a decent run down in towards turn 1. Of course, this circuit often sees chaos in towards that first corner. As Ollie Behrman there, a little bit hesitant through that first apex. I think his teammate Lance Stroll's made up some good progress though through turn 1 and turn 2 as we will try and have a look to the inside. Oh, Behrman and Joe there just not quite confident. I don't want to lose my wing on lap 1 there. I really don't want to put ourselves more on the back foot than I need to be here, as we will try and get around the outside of Joe, dipping a wheel on the grass as we make our way through the exit of Sector 1. But this part of the lap is hopefully going to be where this Haas car is really strong. It should be pretty good though for the Williams as well. There we go, Mark. Yep, just confirming that we have made 1 place off the start as Esteban Ocon trying to look around the outside of his former teammate in Daniel Ricciardo. Couldn't quite make it happen. Just behind him though, we have made the move on Ollie Behrman then, so trying to make a little bit of progress early on. I think Charles Leclerc then has taken the lead of the Grand Prix, so he's had a really good start. From P4 there on the grid is right up to the gearbox of Ricciardo, so we try and find the confidence to get around the outside of that Alpine. We are running a fair bit of downforce here. I kind of thought we've got obviously the best power unit in the sport. We should be able to make moves anyway. As yeah, Leclerc then moving from 4th to 1st on lap 1. What a start that's been. Well, I'm sure Daniel Ricciardo would love to have a solid home Grand Prix here, but don't really have high hopes for him, to be completely honest, as we were now trying to look to the outside of the Australian. Oh, he wanted to defend from us, but we will do what Esteban Ocon couldn't 1 lap ago there, move our way around the outside and up then into P16. Fred Vesti, oh, just trying to defend. Whoa, Fred Vesti there trying to defend, did a good job initially, but locks up on the exit, and I guess we'll claim another freebie then. Making good progress early on, up into P15. Well, we've made very good progress early on then, and we've avoided taking too much risk at the start of this Grand Prix. As to the inside of Lance Stroll, ever trying to go wheel to wheel with the Canadian is always quite a big risk in Formula 1, but we will move through and pass another one there. And I mean, look how much front end bite we still had, despite obviously being on a compromised line. As to the outside of Yuki Tsunoda, oh, absolutely had to send it in on the brakes there. Cadence brake towards the apex. We will get it slowed down there, and another double overtake. So you can already see Gasly hanging on to the coattails of that top 10, but not really able to make much of an impact early on. They seem to be swapping for the lead over and over, as Théo Pourchaire there still battling with our front runners. But it already feels like then progress starting to stall out just a little bit in this Grand Prix, but that's not too much of a concern. Obviously, if we can look after the tyre, we should be able to try and look around the outside of Imola now, though, or down the end of the back straight there, and there we go, up into P12, sorry, right behind our teammate. But yeah, it just feels like everybody at the moment is just stuck in this DRS train right the way up to the front of the order, so I mean, F1 24, if they fix one thing for F1 25, I hope it is this. Modders have been able to do it with this game, but Codemasters apparently can't. But yeah, it's just... Sometimes it works quite well, other times it just doesn't work at all. Well, hopefully Pierre isn't going to put up too much of a fight either. We know, of course, which one of us has #1 status within the team. To the inside, we'll go there on a little bit early on the turn-in, but we will make it through. And now we are just outside of the top 10 then in this race. We're still a long way from P1. We've still got a lot of cars to get through. There's still Logan Sargent in a Red Bull. Just does not work. Lando Alonso then just getting disconnected from this group of cars in front. He'll try and go defensive on me, but we will roll the car into the apex nice and sensibly. Not taking too much risk there, but yeah, not too sure what was going on for Fernando. Just seemed to lose a little bit of time to that group in front. So Hamilton then, very, very early pit stop in this Grand Prix. I believe he is the first car in. So going to be interested to see how that strategy works for him. But annoyingly, that has dropped us at the DRS of Sargent in front. Oh, we've got yellows, Someone's breaking down. There you go, it's Logan Sargent. We'll gain another one then out of nowhere, but that just means we're even further away from the DRS in this race. And I mean, a safety car now, I think would just mean everybody is forced to box over onto a set of the hard compound. I don't think we're going to get it though, as Sargent, our first casualty of the afternoon. Will Alonso be able to get to me by the end of this back straight? No, he can't. There's a big wobble over the curbing that time round. Will we start to see more AI into the pit though? We need to extend this stint so much. Well, I can only assume Lewis Hamilton boxed early to try and get out of traffic in this Grand Prix, because at the moment everybody just seems to be a little bit stuck. Sadly, my plan to go to softs isn't going to work because the rear tyre is really starting to overheat now at this stage of the Grand Prix. So I'm going to dive in at the end of this lap. Just, you know, get off this set of mediums there. This Haas car, last year it was pretty good on tyres. This season seemed to really be struggling with it a whole lot more than I want to. There is on nudging the wall slightly. Hopefully that won't cost us too much. Definitely don't have time to tell the team to change the wing. So we're going to have to deal with that throughout the second half of the Grand Prix. It is only light green damage, so it really shouldn't make much of a difference to the car. As we'll bolt on a set of the hard compounded tyre then. There is Hamilton, who's set a new fast lap of the Grand Prix. But he must be two-stopping then, because I'm adamant he was on the set of mediums at the start of this Grand Prix. So I think Mercedes have kind of thrown away that strategy for him. But we will come out down in last place then. But Hamilton gained 6 seconds on me in the space of about 3 laps. So clearly the undercut's working. There we go, now we're starting to see more cars into the pit lane then. So we'll get a rough idea of where we're going to re-emerge in this Grand Prix. So brand new Fernando Alonso, Ocon, and a handful of others in. There is Sergio Perez. So I think Perez, yeah, might be a bit vulnerable on pit lane exit here, as he will obviously have to try and get some temperature into his tyres as well. But he's just outside the DRS of Russell in front of him. But I think, yeah, those cars were the ones that were fighting right at the very front, aren't they? So we might be able to make this undercut work as well. Hamilton certainly has, but he needs a red flag if he wants to be able to do anything in the second half of the Grand Prix there. There's maybe a little bit optimistic about what these Pirellis can provide as we make our way out in towards the middle sector. Huge run though on Sergio Perez there. We have got a much quicker car than that Red Bull, and we will use it. All of our front runners then peeling into the pit lane. So Lewis Hamilton, for the second week in a row, he's going to lead a Grand Prix here and really might be able to make that work for himself. So we've got more cars exiting the pit lane then. Teo Pourchaire and Lando Norris. And the pit lane exit here is so awkward, as we will try and get around the outside of the Frenchman then and move ourselves up into 6th place. Lando Norris has got no DRS either, plus some cold tyres, so we will go steamrolling in on the McLaren, man. I mean, that was quite a robust move, but we'll make it work, I guess. In the end, no warning from the FIA. I mean, that was the Max Verstappen school of driving, wasn't it? I got to the apex first, therefore he gets no room whatsoever. Well, Hamilton now does lose the place to Charles Leclerc. Oscar Piastri snuck by as well, but this might be critical for our Grand Prix, as Lewis back into the pit lane yet again then in this race. Almost hits the outside wall as he tries to make his way into pit lane. So we are up into P4 then, as here goes Teo again, trying to look for a move to the inside of turn 1, and he just has not got the confidence on the brakes to make that happen. What we have done though this time around though is claim the DRS off of George Russell. Well, everybody is going to be cheering on the hometown hero Oscar Piastri here, but he's going to lose a spot potentially to Russell. Oh, very, very congested down at turn 1, and we will be able to capitalise then to the inside of the McLaren man, and now suddenly we are up into the podium places here. Only on F1 24 could you believe that all hope is lost in one of these races, because the AI in front are just DRSing each other, and within 3 laps the race is kind of been flipped on its head once again. I think Leclerc though might just have got Oscar out of his DRS range, so I think Oscar Piastri now is going to be vulnerable as well as we make our way down the back straight. Yep, look at that, the rear wing not opening on that Ferrari car, so we'll get around the outside of him, and look at him, which we just immediately close up to Charles Leclerc as well. How quick is this Haas in a straight line? Let's not forget we started this Grand Prix in last, and on lap 20 we're going to go around the outside of Charles Leclerc then for the lead of the Australian Grand Prix. Ridiculously quick, this car, but we have still got to nurse the tyres towards the end of the afternoon. Getting to the lead is one thing inside this game. Holding on to it is a very different one. Well, Charles Leclerc then, his best opportunity definitely coming down in towards turn 1. But again, we're able just to squeeze him in towards that apex there. And again, you can see just how much the gap we're able to open up from it. That time around, Leclerc, we really did work on trying to pinch him. That's going to be our best opportunity to try and win this Grand Prix. Look at that, the gap now opening up. 1.6 seconds all of a sudden. Can we try and use this just to run away and maybe leave those cars behind to fight? Haven't had much luck here in Australia in recent seasons on this game, so to get the rub of the green today would certainly be good. Oh, look at that then again, clearly they were listening to me. 3 laps to go of this Grand Prix, and Russell now is back within the DRS range. I think we're just starting to struggle as well with these tyres towards the end of the afternoon, not providing us with the same grip as they did earlier on as Hamilton. I mean, it's been the strategy Mercedes gave him was pretty shocking anyway this afternoon, that he will join Logan Sargent on the sidelines then come the end of the Grand Prix. And well, that yellow flag will actually be in quite a nice spot for me, because it means we're not going to be vulnerable this time round to the AI trying to make a move. But George Russell was Hamilton's former teammate. He will now be trying to look for something as we make our way out to the back straight. As long as we get to those yellow flags, Russell won't be able to do anything this time around. But is he actually going to be able to make it happen beforehand? Yes, he does! Russell, there's so much straight line speed in that McLaren car, will swoop through and up into the lead of the Grand Prix. Still going to have the DRS on the exit. We're going to have to try and use the ERS, though, to pull back alongside the McLaren man, as he would just about try and squeeze me out through the next corner. Russell back into P1, and we've still got Oscar Piastri and Leclerc breathing down my neck. Well, had George Russell not made that error here in last year's Australian Grand Prix, he would have gone 3 wins from 3 to kickstart the year, and no Formula 1 driver ever has won the opening 3 Grand Prix of a year and not gone on to win the World Championship. Obviously, we know what happened. Russell certainly didn't win last year's world title, as here comes Oscar Piastri trying to have a look past the McLaren man as well. We get a huge load of wheel spin as we make our way in towards those final couple of corners, but I don't believe we've ever won the Australian Grand Prix inside this series. I know I won it back in Season 1 of my team over on Map 2 and 2 gameplay, but yeah, I don't believe we've ever won this race inside this career mode then. So 1 more lap to go here from Albert Park. Will it be us? Will it be George Russell? Could it be Oscar Piastri? That all potentially are still in the fight for the victory there, as Russell, a big send to the outside at the end of the first DRS zone of the lap there. He can't quite put the power down as we make our way in through the car park section. But as we try and, I mean, this is the big one, isn't it? Trying to get the power down out onto the back straight here, but Russell again will get a really, really nice tidy run. We're going to have to try and just make this Haas car as wide as we possibly can, but here comes George Russell. Here comes Oscar Piastri as well, though, and Charles Leclerc. 3 wide as we make our way through that section. Russell will try and squeeze us on the exit, but Oscar Piastri through and up into the lead of the Grand Prix. Russell has clearly got nothing left in that car either. No idea what's happening here. He'll try and go for a desperate dive, but Russell temporarily P1 all the way down to P4. Oscar Piastri, though, just like he did last season in the World Championship, he lets others battle, but out of the final corner, will we be able to get a run on the Australian? No, we won't. He is back on top.
He has left the field in his dust. Oscar Piastri takes the win.
And I just absolutely love the scenes of that in lap today. You could see how much this meant to the crowd, and you know that for the driver that's going to mean so much. You look up to the crowd and you know that the majority of them there are there for you today. So it was a great day to make it count.
Ferrari are at it again. An excellent performance at today's Grand Prix, and they're certainly a team that know what they're doing out there.
Well, there we are then, the end of the Australian Grand Prix, and Oscar Piastri, the hometown hero, will take victory this weekend there, but second weekend in a row, we've been drag racing, trying to catch the leader towards the checkered flag. I wonder just how many times we will finish P2 this season. Charles Leclerc third ahead of Russell, and Teo Porcher with another brilliant P5. Lando Norris, Sergio Perez, Iwasa, Fittipaldi and Alonso will round out our top 10. Gasly missing out on points by just 16 thousandths of a second come the checkered flag there. Our only 2 retirements though, Hamilton and Logan Sargent in the end. Red Bull and Mercedes. What does that do to our World Championship? Well, it means Russell now has the lead at the top again, ahead of Charles Leclerc, 7 points in it. Oscar Piastri just 12 back, and well, we're up in P4 then, 20 points away. Bahrain now seems like a little bit of a distant memory, and hopefully we can try and continue getting good results. Porsche in P5 ahead of Lando Norris there. Fittipaldi, Hamilton, Perez and Sargent still inside your top 10 with both V-carbs with points on the board, and Alonso, yeah, gets his second point of the year there. Still just leaves both Williams Alpines and the Kick Sauber cars as well. Constructors wise, McLaren with a 10-point buffer ahead of Mercedes. Ferrari just 3 points further back with Haas in a pretty comfortable P4 at the moment as well. But yeah, I mean, just trying to squeeze Russell on that last lap. I did not expect Oscar Piastri to get the run he did down that back straight when all is said and done. Thank you all so much for watching though. If you have enjoyed, please do make sure you leave a like, get yourself subscribed, and we'll be back very soon when Formula 1 returns ready for the Japanese Grand Prix. Hello everyone and welcome back to a brand new video, and welcome to round 4 of season 7 of our F1 24 Haas Driver Career Mode. Yes, we're back this weekend here for the Japanese Grand Prix at the iconic Suzuka. If you missed out on the last video that went live a couple of days ago from Albert Park, Australia, I would highly recommend going back and checking it out. We had a pretty good race once again. Kind of Bahrain is starting to feel like a bit of a distant memory, although I did bottle qualifying, so we ended up with a last question mark challenge, and well, it ended up being a P2 finish, so our second runner-up spot in a row this season. Oscar Piastri, though, took the win on the very last lap with a 3-wide daring overtake against myself and George Russell there. Even Charles Leclerc managed to sneak to P3 come the end of the race as well. It still means Russell has a 7-point lead at the top of the table ahead of Charlie Boy, with Oscar Piastri and myself there a little bit further behind. Teo Porcher having a really good consistent start to the year, up in P5 ahead of Lando Norris and Enzo Fittipaldi. Constructors-wise, we're looking a bit lonely in P4 at the moment. Pierre Gasly, I don't believe, has scored points since the opening round. Yeah, 2 11th place finishes after that 8th place in Bahrain as well. So fingers crossed he can try and pull his finger out over the next couple of races as well. Of course, if you're new, please do make sure you leave a like, get yourself subscribed to the channel. We're trying to hit 140,000 subs at the moment. And of course, obviously, if you want to help support us just a little bit more, you can click that join button down below as well. £1 a month, you get early access to all the videos here as well, which hopefully, if we start getting some F1 25 news soon, could be quite handy as well there. But we've also got a secret meeting before we come into this weekend, so I'm just intrigued to see who wants to offer us a contract, and it appears to be McLaren. Now, we're not going to do a Season 8 of this series, so it is kind of irrelevant, but very, very interesting. They've got a good lineup, double back-to-back Constructors Champions as well in this series, and they want to, obviously I beat them back in Season 5, didn't I, at the end of that campaign, so they want the one man that seemed to be able to beat them pretty damn consistently. Anyway, we'll lead them on, we'll continue talks, but let's head then out onto the circuit.
This is a circuit where sometimes you see something truly exceptional behind the wheel. We've seen it from Vettel, we've seen it from Verstappen. It is a remarkable place to watch a car at speed. Welcome to Suzuka. We're qualifying for the Japanese Grand Prix.
Well, our qualifying performances this year have not been fantastic, and honestly, Japan is not the place where I expect them to suddenly get a whole lot better. This is one of probably the AI's best circuits inside F1 24, but let's just hope we can do something here as we head into one-shot qualifying. Of course, I've tried to run with as little aerodynamics as I possibly can here. The AI runs super low aero around this venue, so I've tried to compromise our setup to be a bit more competitive with them in a straight line, but hopefully we are still going to be good through the S's as well. That was Decna 1 completely flat out. Try and use all of the track width on the exit. Must admit that the updated version of Suzuka I do really like inside the games. It is certainly a much more enjoyable venue than in, kind of a few years ago when they made the updates to it. So far this lap actually looking alright at the moment as we make our way down in towards Spoon. We are not that far behind George Russell. Nice and tidy on the curbs, both on entry and exit. The curbs there will absolutely send you spinning if you hit them wrong. As we make our way then down in towards the iconic 130R. We are 15 thousandths away from Russell at the moment, so all we really need to do is nail the line through the Casio triangle. Braking nice and early, hit the apex through the first part, attack the curbing through the second, at the final corner up towards the line. Surely, after I said all that, it's P1.
Simply lovely, huh?
Well, there we are then. McLaren came a knock-in this weekend, but we have beaten both of their cars here to take our first pole position of the season. I think we only took one pole last season, so that has been a fantastic effort in the end. Oscar Piastri will line up P4 ahead of Charles Leclerc there with Alonso just ahead of Fittipaldi and Pierre Gasly, so happy to see our teammate up inside the top 10. After we've given Théo Pourchaire a lot of praise in the early races, P10, I'm sure he will be a bit disappointed with just behind Lewis Hamilton there. Neither Red Bull inside your top 10 come the end of qualifying either, but we have got a great opportunity.
Welcome along then to the magnificent Suzuka International Circuit, a stone's throw away from Issei Bay in the beautiful Japanese countryside. What surprises lie in wait for us today in the Japanese Grand Prix? It's time to see how our drivers are stacking up after yesterday's exciting qualifying session. Firestarter lines up on pole position, just ahead of George Russell, who starts this event from P2. As we continue through the rest of the grid today, we have Norris, Oscar Piastri, Leclerc, Fernando Alonso, Fittipaldi, Gasly, Hamilton, Théo Pourchaire, Sargent, Perez, Behrman, Stroll, Ricciardo, Vesti, Tsunoda, Ocon, Joe, and Ayumu Iwasa. That's it then. It's time to go racing as we head down trackside for today's race.
Well, here we are then down on the grid, ready for the Japanese Grand Prix, and very interesting conversations there between Alex Jakes even, and Anthony Davidson. I'm not going to worry too much about, anything going on with the team anyway. We've been carrying this team for long enough now. If they want to start kind of throwing shade at me, then, they're welcome to try and see what happens then. But ready on the grid, 27 laps ahead of us here from Suzuka, and my big goal is try and hold that lead in towards turn 1. 5 red lights. Oh, mighty long hole, but it is going to be lights out, and away we go there as we will try and cover off George Russell in towards that first turn. I think everybody towards the front of the order there got a pretty even start as Lando Norris tries to go around the outside of his teammate there. If they can go wheel to wheel in towards the S's, that could give us a nice early advantage here through those first couple of corners, and that's exactly what they've done. Neither Russell or Lando are willing to give up on that one, and immediately then we've got a 1 second margin at the front of the order there. Oscar Piastri forced to watch his old team's cars battle with each other and watch me sail off into the distance early on. Well, I mean, as starts go on this game, I don't normally get many particularly good ones, but that one certainly up there as one of my best inside this title. It's just through the hairpin I really struggle with traction against the AIs. We've already got yellows out. There you go. I think it was just the concertinaing up down at that first, down at the hairpin on lap 1. Everybody, well, apart from me, apparently, is all very bunched up together. But now Norris straight up into P2 then, clearly trying to go aggressive on this opening lap. Has not had a great start to the year. He's definitely a long way further back in the championship than he would really want to be. As you can see him closing in on us then down in towards 130R. Luckily, Suzuka is one of the best tracks in this game to be leading at. There's only one DRS zone, and although DRS is technically enabled on lap 2, the AI don't get to use it until lap 3, so it works really nicely for me, but not for very long, admittedly. Lando Norris again then trying to close in on me. I mean, how has that McLaren got the straight line speed? He just showed up in my rearview mirror there, but decided he would tuck in. It's a wing mirror, but I'm going to call it a rearview mirror. But yeah, just decided to tuck back in towards 130R. Will he now be able to get a run on me, though, back in towards turn 1, as we will have to try and swing defensive from him. So everybody setting fastest laps of the Grand Prix. He would try and just hang alongside there, and again, Lando, I mean, he could try and make it work around the outside. It's certainly not an impossible move, as we've seen from a former McLaren driver. But Lando, maybe not that brave. Oh, Lando Norris again trying to make something happen, and this time around George Russell makes it 3 wide in towards 130R. That was a little bit scary. Luckily, Russell again backed out of it, but I made sure I tried to give enough room for 2 cars on the inside there. I've seen a couple of moments in Super Formula where cars have gone 3 wide through 130R. That doesn't go well for them, so I'm certainly not expecting it to work for us, especially with F124's AI. But yeah, perhaps that's given Lando Norris a little bit of a spook, or a bit of a hurry up there as well. Russell makes a bit of a mistake down towards turn 1. And Oscar Piastri, always happy just to pounce in and take opportunities, and he will move into 3rd. Oh no, Lando that time round just got the run a little bit earlier than I was expecting. And finally the McLaren, whoa, will make it through into the lead. And Oscar Piastri might be able to try and move through and up into P2 then, as Lando, when he did try and park that car rather awkwardly through turn 1. Weaving our way though into the S's though again. Oscar Piastri, he's not one to take big risk. What really worked for him last season was he didn't make any enemies, and that kind of allowed him to score big points quite frequently in the end. The only other thing I'm a little bit nervous about is Lando Norris breaking away. It's the first time in AI he's had clear air here, so he might just immediately get us out of the DRS. The car doesn't feel slow necessarily, but it definitely doesn't feel as quick as I'd like it to be. Okay, now we're in a bit of a trouble as we get to 1/3 distance here. Oscar Piastri now, we're going to have to let him by just so we can try and stay in the range of Lando here and maybe bring us both back towards him. Oscar Piastri, that gap almost a second though still, so he's going to have to really fly along. We've got the pace when we're out in front, but the AI just have more of it. But I think now then, as we get to half distance, we are going to start seeing some cars heading to the pit lane. Will we see Lando Norris in, though? Or will it be George Russell that kind of gets that priority? I guess that's the good thing for, you know, teams like Ferrari, Mercedes, and ourselves still, is we have one kind of clear #1 driver that can kind of enjoy these perks, as clearly McLaren favouring their driver leading the World Championship, as that was close on the way into the pit lane there. Nudged the grass on the way in, so locked up the front tyres there, but able to get it slowed down anyway. As Logan Sargent, he'll have a nosebleed running up in P5. He's that high up the order, but of course, why not, eh? There goes Oscar Piastri. We've come out behind George Russell as well. I mean, pretty much in his diffuser, apparently, which is something I didn't expect to be saying today.
I know it's not ideal, but let's try and put that behind us and get back into this race. Pit strategy
You don't say we had an issue, Mark. I love it when he tells you that after you've come out of the pit lane. He's like, I've just watched it all happen, and you're still giving me pain in the process there. As Oscar Piastri couldn't quite come out ahead of Iwasa then, so he might bunch back up with him. The only other issue I've realised, I'm going to struggle on fuel. So we might have to start lifting and coasting at some point this afternoon, because I think at the rate we're going, we're going to be half a lap short by the end. Well, being stuck behind a Sauber is not what anybody wants inside this game, as there we go, everybody else into the pit lane. Oscar Piastri trying to have a look for a move down the inside of Iwasa then. They make their way through 130R. Russell just waiting in the background there, and maybe waiting a bit too much, as we will get around him through the Casio Triangle. Luckily, Oscar Piastri will have some DRS then, but I think Lando Norris, yeah, he's gone now. I think Lando, it's probably safe to assume he's going to win this race, the position he's in right now, but to the inside of Oscar Piastri there, try and catch him out a little bit, and that's exactly what we've done. Here comes Oscar Piastri once again then to return the favour back towards turn 1. What is he doing? Just absolutely sits on the apex there through that first corner. So we tried to have a look down on the outside, a little bit of wheel banging, and clearly now, you know, as a world champion, he wants to try and get the elbows out a little bit more, and well, he clearly doesn't worry about making enemies this year. I mean, he is the one with the target on his back, as we've just got a quarter of a lap's worth of spare fuel in reserves. So we've got to try and sit behind him here, I think, for a few laps, and just keep the fuel flow kind of balanced. Well, 5 laps to go then from Suzuka, and I don't know what it is, but it always seems like whenever Lando Norris wins a Grand Prix on this game, he's one of the only drivers that can absolutely dominate a Grand Prix, like get away from everybody else and win by, you know, sort of 5-6 seconds, which doesn't sound like a lot, but is a huge margin inside this game. But yeah, it just seems like he never seems to win like the squeakers and things like that, the ones where he just about gets across the line. He only ever seems to win dominant races. He needs more of those, though. That's been what's really cost him the last couple of seasons, is getting those big results against other drivers. But today, yeah, nobody has been able to challenge him. I'm starting to get just a little bit more confident, though, against Oscar Piastri, especially as we're not really having to worry as much about the fuel anymore. Still got about 0.2 laps spare. We started with a lap extra in this Grand Prix, just FYI, so we've definitely got through a lot of that. So Russell there temporarily was in P3, but we will get the power down off the hairpin. But I'm just starting to try and plan an attack against Oscar towards the end of this race for what could be our 3rd second-place finish in a row. I am forever the bridesmaid. Well, step 1 then on my master plan towards the end of the afternoon is try and get both Russell and Alonso at the DRS range as well there, so we can try and close in as much as we can on Oscar Piastri. That gap to the McLaren up to over 0.8 of a second here, so this is working fairly well at the moment. He will have the DRS back in towards turn 1, and now we are definitely starting to use a little bit more fuel than I would like to. New fastest lap of the day. No idea how we've just managed that, but as we get back in towards that first corner then, all over the back of Oscar Piastri once more. In fact, just making a little bit of contact with his rear diffuser. The gap to Russell does open up to over a second temporarily, but he will immediately rein it back in. Maybe has got an idea of what I'm trying to do now, and I'll have to really push that second McLaren. Let's see if we can finally get a run then on Oscar Piastri. I've spent most of this Grand Prix staring at the rear end of that Ferrari. Are we going to be able to try and look for a move back in towards turn 1? We are going to... Oh, not quite get there. Oh, that was so close. Oscar Piastri that time around. I mean, he was perfectly within his rights to just turn in for an apex, because I certainly didn't warrant any room on the inside, but that could have been an aeroplane crash at T1. Well, I mentioned early on how weird it is around this circuit, that obviously effectively you don't get the DRS until lap 3. It's also quite weird because you basically got to try and go for a move into the last lap rather than on the final lap around this venue as well. Then, as once more we will pick up the DRS off of Oscar Piastri. Just want to make sure I got a bit more battery this time round for the run in towards someone there, is attacking those curbs through the Casio triangle for the penultimate time there. Open up the DRS. Use that ERS on the run back down towards turn 1. Oscar Piastri this time round, oh, will be aware of us. He'll try and squeeze me though, but it does not matter. Getting the run around the outside. We will way fire it in too much though, as we make our way in towards the S's on this last lap there. Oscar Piastri tried to fight back against it, but luckily we will make it through there and up then finally back into P2 of this Grand Prix. Starting to struggle a little bit with the front left tyre temperature. That might become an issue on this last lap as well, because we know the AI will still be quick around the rest of the venue there, but trying to defend from Oscar Piastri and George Russell. Lando Norris, he will have no idea what is going on behind him towards the end of the afternoon, because he has just got open road and what has been a dominant drive from the McLaren man. Didn't quite get the qualifying effort he would have wanted, but clearly focused that car setup on race pace here, and nobody has been able to challenge our fellow Brit this weekend. He will become our 4th different winner of the year after Leclerc, Russell, obviously Oscar Piastri last weekend, and now obviously Lando there is using the rest of our battery just to deny Oscar a chance down in towards 130R. Lando Norris will win the Japanese Grand Prix and remind everybody that he is still a threat for the title. At the final corner, it is our 3rd P2 in a row.
Out of the last corner for the last time, Lando Norris is victorious.
Well, it all came good in the end for them, but it wasn't an easy start. Not the most straightforward of days, but I think it shows great strength in an athlete as a driver when you can overcome a day like this and walk away still with a victory.
Our drivers are making their way out for the podium celebrations, and it's going to be McLaren picking up the winner's trophy. Congratulations to the entire team for that fantastic performance.
Well, there we are then. Lando Norris takes the victory ahead of myself and Oscar Piastri there, and I didn't realise that we'd snatched that fastest lap by just 0.02 of a second come the checkered flag there. So that bonus point, as proven last season, could be very, very helpful come the end of the year there. Russell finishes 4th ahead of Alonso and Charles Leclerc. Fittipaldi ahead of Gasly even, with Hamilton and Sargent rounding out our top 10. Happy to see Gasly getting more points on the board after a rough couple of races as well there. That's the first time this season that Haas have had both cars inside the points. Disappointment for Théo Pourchaire, but after that lap 1 to still come back and recover to 16th place, so I think he can be pretty happy with himself. And it's a learning experience for the young Frenchman as well there. Championship-wise then, Russell still holds the lead at the top there, but the gap slashed to just 9 points ahead of Oscar Piastri. A further 2 back Charles Leclerc, and a further 2 behind him is myself then. So 13 points covering your top 4 after 4 Grand Prix. Lando still ahead then of Enzo Fittipaldi, who gets the jump on Teo. Hamilton still ahead of Perez and Alonso, with Logan Sargent still just ahead of Pierre Gasly and both of those V-carbs. Constructors-wise, we do close in the gap on Mercedes as well. McLaren, though, now with a 29-point lead at the top of the table. Thank you all so much for watching. If you have enjoyed, please do make sure you leave a like, get yourself subscribed, and we'll be back very soon when Formula 1 returns, ready for the Chinese Grand Prix, and of course our first sprint weekend of the season. Hello everyone and welcome back to a brand new video and welcome to round 5 of season 7 of our F1 24 Haas driver career mode. Yes, we're back this weekend here for the first sprint of the season in Shanghai, China. Of course, if you missed out on the last video that went live from Japan over the weekend, I would highly recommend going back and checking it out. Suzuka, it was actually a pretty interesting little Grand Prix, a real race of strategy that was rather interesting. Sadly, it did mean I bagged my third second place finish in a row, which is a pretty impressive track record so far. 4 different winners from the opening 4 Grand Prix means that George Russell now on 69 points at the top of the table. Nice. Oscar Piastri second ahead of Charles Leclerc and myself there. All of us covered by just 13 points after the opening few races. A very consistent Enzo Fittipaldi as well, currently running in P6 overall in the World Championship. Constructors-wise, we are not a million miles away from Aston Martin at the moment. Sorry, a million miles away from Mercedes. Sorry, we've got a nice gap over Aston Martin and Red Bull with Pierre Gasly picking up his second points finish of the year. But of course, yeah, a sprint weekend though is going to give us a lot of driving to be getting on with. It's also been a long time since I drove here in Shanghai. Get yourself subscribed if you're new. We're trying to hit 140,000 subs, and if you want to help support the channel a little bit more, you can click the join button for just £1 a month. You get early access to all the videos and a few other little perks as well. But without further ado then, let's head here to Shanghai.
Well, here we go again. Welcome back to Shanghai. Welcome back to qualifying in China. And this is a technical, tricky track. Whoever takes pole is going to deserve it.
Well, this has always been one of the trickiest tracks in the F1 game to really get a lap hooked up. Just so much commitment and bravery needed. But also, again, just helped along by how good the AI are as well. Obviously, this turn 1, turn 2 complex of corners I absolutely love, though. So satisfying when you get it right in so many different lines that you can obviously take through those first couple of corners. Of course, we took a bit of a shot pole last weekend at Suzuka, so I'd love to do the same here, ready for the sprint race as well. We've still never had much luck in sprints inside F1 24, so maybe Season 7 can finally be the year where things go a little bit better for us as well. Just trying to keep the car nice and planted through the exit of the S's. It's normally the back end of Sector 2 where we really start to struggle. There is George Russell and McLaren. They've had such a good car over 1 lap qualifying performances so far this year, but as long as we can keep close to him, saved a fair amount of battery ready for this back straight, so we'll try and open that up as early as we can and then just keep trying to drain the charge and hopefully reel in George Russell to make our way down in towards the hairpin here. You can see we are gaining, looking at about the 100-meter board for the braking point there. Such a big braking zone. Was originally, when Shanghai was introduced to the calendar, the longest straight in Formula 1 for a short period, but at the final corner then, it's not quite going to be P1, it's P4. Honestly here, I'm happy with that. Well, there we go then. Russell will take pole position ahead of Oscar Piastri and Charles Leclerc, so 4 cars from 4 different teams making up your top 4. Lando Norris in P5 there, just ahead of Fittipaldi, and Pierre Gasly, a very good effort by our teammate then to end up less than 1/10 of a second behind us. So Haas, we look to be on the money this weekend. This is a track that tests kind of all aspects of the car, so as we head into the sprint, I'm feeling a little bit confident. Well, here we are then down on the grid, ready for the Shanghai sprint. Lining up P4, we need to get a good start here in towards that first corner. Mediums, I think, are going to be the way to go. But if we can just hold the apex tight through turn 1, that would be really useful there. Maybe pick up a couple of freebies. 5 red lights up on the grid, though. A mighty long hole, but it is going to be lights out and away we go then, and responding fairly well. Someone, Enzo Fittipaldi there, has had a lightning getaway to get between myself and Leclerc down at turn 1. We will try and see, though, if we can force that door back open through turn 1 and turn 2. 3 wide on the exit of the corner there. I can hear a bit of contact on my inside as Oscar Piastri tries to get around the outside of George Russell, but in the end then we've gained 1 spot off of the start here. Oscar Piastri still trying to have a look past Georgie boy there, and I mean, both of them already obviously winners so far this season. Of course, the sprint won't technically count to our different winners so far this campaign. Russell then just having the confidence on the inside of the S's there as we almost run into the back of Oscar. That's definitely going to be part of the track where we are very, very strong. But it's off the exit of some of these corners in Sector 2. Definitely is where you can still see the AI's traction control inside this game there. I mean, this corner is so difficult to put the throttle down. And you can kind of see the way the AI, they kind of twitch and turn over and over. Which is kind of obviously allowing them to get the power down in a much, much more efficient way than I am able to there. But already, top 3 just starting to break away a little bit from the group of cars behind. DRS is going to be super, super important in this one. As long as we can hang with our top 2, that is going to be critical. Well, I think we have immediately then got the DRS gap up over Charles Leclerc then, so he's going to be stuck battling with Fittipaldi throughout most of this sprint race then. But yeah, George Russell looks to be a man on a mission early on, but now as Oscar Piastri gets the DRS, Russell's going to try and go defensive from him. Just see them both battling, trying to save up charge down the end of the back straight there, but that gap to the guys behind really opening up very quickly. Could this be your 3 that fight for the World Championship this year? Only time will tell as we don't go faster, sorry. Oscar Piastri, though, will have a look to the inside of Russell down in towards turn 1, who will come out on top in this scenario, as we will just try and find the best line we possibly can there. We will sneak to the inside of George through turn 1. Oscar's still trying to hang it around the outside on the exit, might be able to get the power down there, and will move through then up into the lead of the GP. We're going to try and capitalise as well. To the inside of Russell we will go. I think that McLaren is the quickest of the 3, so if we can give him more work to do, that would be really useful.
By about 0.3 a lap, well done.
There we go, to the inside of Oscar Piastri then, and this time round he's going to try and hook it up the long way around, and he's actually going to try and switch me through the second part there. Brilliant battling between myself and the Ferrari man. We should hopefully be able to get the power down on the exit. Turn 3 there, but no! Oscar, that Ferrari has got so much traction at the moment. That thing, yeah, is a very, very different car to what we used to drive. Over at Maranello. A tiny bit of wheel banging. I think we just picked up a tiny bit of front wing damage as well. So that might just start to cost us a little bit of performance over these next couple of laps. But still, we're going to try and have a look. To the inside of Oscar there. Clearly didn't spot me in his blind spot. And we've now picked up a bit more front wing damage then. This is more like touring cars at the moment. So that will definitely start to cost us though. So we need to try and get past Oscar as soon as we can. Try and keep him at bay there, as you can already see the understeer as we make our way out into the back straight. I mean, maybe we were a bit optimistic in that move, but just want to try and get the car back to the inside of the Ferrari. 220 miles an hour we just touched on as we make our way down the back straight to the outside though on the brakes. Can we try and again this time around get the run off of the corner? We're going to be wheel to wheel in towards this final turn. Feels like a little bit of a scary one, but we will slam the door shut. And finally, we are into the lead there, and even Russell is going to be able to try and come past Oscar as well. Back in towards turn 1. No idea who's going to come out in top in that scenario. I believe it is George. Oh no, here comes George Russell. He's got a big run on me this time round. Luckily, just trying to manage our ERS as best as we can. Make sure we've got enough to defend from him there as Russell to the outside. Very, very late on the brakes there. We actually lock up the front slightly. That kind of rolls me into him a little bit more. So yeah, we are definitely getting the elbows out this afternoon as Russell will send it through that final corner. We will get the switchback though again on the exit. 4 laps to go with this sprint race here, and this is exactly, I'm sure, what the FIA were hoping for with these sprints. Wheel-to-wheel racing, as now even the likes of Fittipaldi are getting back in the battle there. Oscar Piastri tries to go the long way around George. We've got yellow flags out for someone else who might be falling to the wayside here. I believe that might be a Sauber car, so not too sure which one of those that is. It's Fred Vesti that is going to be our first retirement in this afternoon's sprint. But yeah, Oscar Piastri now, I mean, we are just causing a huge train. Again, then everybody is just hounding us as we make our way down this back straight. Oscar Piastri trying to have a look to the inside this time round, so he got a run on not only myself, but also George Russell then, as he will hop over the curbing down to that hairpin. We've got to try and just hang alongside him as best as we can there, but we will just sit back in through that final corner. I mean, the important bit for us is that we maintain track position in through the first sector, because otherwise we're just going to lose far too much time against the AIs. Down the inside once again. Will Oscar able to find the grip, find the confidence around the outside there? He's certainly going to look to try for it. He's got the inside line through turn 2. We'll really try and pinch him on the exit of the corner there, and again he gets squirrely. And again we will get the power down, but here comes Enzo Fittipaldi now, potentially trying to move up into P2. He almost runs into the back of us there. But look at that, Fittipaldi potentially making the move happen. Oscar Piastri still hanging on for now, though. They're wheel to wheel up in towards the S's. This is great racing to see from the Ferrari duo. But I believe Oscar's held on, perhaps? No, Fittipaldi? Yeah, Fittipaldi now having to try and defend from George Russell yet again there. So Ferrari now up into a double podium at the moment. But Oscar again trying to have a look down the inside. This time round at the hairpin. And has that suddenly given myself and Oscar Piastri a bit of breathing room from Fittipaldi and Russell a little bit further back here? I think Oscar again, not going to be much of a fight we can put up against him. So we make our way down the back straight. There goes the Ferrari man. So we'll tuck into the slipstream, try and keep him defensive on the inside line in towards the hairpin. Oh, no! No. We have been absolutely tipped around there. No idea. I think that was Fittipaldi. And I think that's caused a roadblock down at the hairpin. I don't even think that's the first time we've seen that on this game there. But Fittipaldi, way too hot on the entry into the hairpin there. It's too late for a safety car in this race. And now we're going to start losing cars then. Zhou Guanyu out of the Grand Prix. Teo Porcher out of the Grand Prix. I think the AI have figured themselves out now. But Fittipaldi 3.5 seconds back. And I can't help but feel that he caused that. Well, although the final race result then isn't quite going to be what we want, we can certainly take a bit of confidence from this sprint race there. When the car's not damaged, it is very, very quick around this venue, and that's not something I can say very often here in Shanghai. It's kind of one of those weird things with the Haas of early on in the game, it's kind of got no real strong point, which is kind of a disappointment for it. But as you kind of move further through, of course, it's also got no real weak point. Which seems to be really playing into our hand now, this late on in the campaign. Fittipaldi has rocked up to the back of me on this last lap, but you best believe I'm going to be doing everything within my power to try and keep the position ahead of him here as we try and run defensive down the back straight. He will use all of his available energy as well, but I think he might just have used a little bit too much as trying to move across into the braking zone. Oscar Piastri, uncontested at the end of the afternoon. He will win the first sprint of this new season. Russell will come through for P2, and in all of the commotion, we will hang on for a podium. Well, there we are. Oscar Piastri will take sprint race glory here, 2 seconds ahead of Russell. Come the checkered flag, we will come through for third ahead of Enzo Fittipaldi there. Gasly will just hang on for P5 and pick up yet another 4 points to add to his tally as well there. Norris ahead of Ricciardo, who I believe... No, that isn't VCarb's first points of the year, is it? But it will mean now he's just 2 points back from Logan Sargent, which is quite impressive. Constructors-wise, no other movement. We have closed in on Mercedes, though. That gap to just 3 points now at the top of the table. The gap at the top slashed to just 8 points between Russell and Oscar Piastri. I guess we jumped Charles Leclerc as well, which I'm pretty happy with overall. But yeah, let's put that out of the way. We know we've got a quick race car. Let's head into the proper qualifying. Well, we did a pretty good job in our sprint qualifying run, so hopefully we can try and emulate, if not beat that time, as we head into real qualifying here. I mean, look how fast we can take turn 1. Completely flat on the entry there, and it's actually just obviously about scrubbing off speed for turn 2, that I think is really compromising us through the exit of that corner. Of course, we know we can use a lot of battery right the way through those first couple of turns there. Charles Leclerc, of course, the actual man that wiped me out in the sprint. Enzo Fittipaldi, I apologise for blaming you, as we've got a DRS failure. How on earth does that happen in one-shot qualifying on this game? Worryingly, I think this is not the first time it's ever happened to me on this title, and the last time it happened as well was also in Shanghai, so that's certainly going to compromise us as we get out onto the back straight. Luckily, obviously, That's kind of really the only DRS zone that's going to matter around the rest of this lap then. But such a stupid little fault then, far too early in the weekend. And of course, well, that's not ideal either. That wasn't your phone or PC or anything freezing. That was F1 24 apparently on my end. As we try and put the power down, then down the back straight, you can see we're trying not to lose out too much to Leclerc. But he is slowly pulling away from me. So we make our way down in towards the hairpin. Again, try and tap the curbs nice and tidily. Get that power down. One more corner to go. Hopefully, we can still get ourselves inside the top 10. A little bit wide out of that final turn. We do a 29.2. That puts us P7. Well, there we go then. Lando Norris pole position this time round ahead of Charles Leclerc and George Russell. Fittipaldi will out-qualify Gasly, Piastri and myself there. So I believe that's the second time this year, maybe the third actually, that Pierre Gasly has out-qualified us, ready for a Grand Prix. Alonso, been a bit quiet this year. He will line up in P8, comfortably clear of his teammate of Théo Pourchaire then. But we've got our work cut out as we head into the Grand Prix. This is not where I wanted to start.
The Chinese Grand Prix then is upon us once again. A race that saw Michael Schumacher claim his final Formula 1 victory in 2006, as well as Red Bull's first with Sebastian Vettel in 2009. There's no doubt plenty more drama to come here in Shanghai. Shanghai International Circuit then is a 16-corner high-speed thrill ride. The long and ever-tightening right-hander at turns 1 and 2 tests the driver's patience, and the flat open to the elements location tests their skill in a crosswind. 2 DRS zones will assist passing, and they're available into turn 1 and down the kilometre-long back straight into turn 14. So with the race not far away from starting, here's what today's grid rundown looks like. Lando Norris will lead us away from pole position, and it's Charles Leclerc in P2. Looking down the rest of the grid, we have Russell, Fittipaldi, Gasly, Oscar Piastri, Firestarter, Fernando Alonso, Sargent, Hamilton, Tsunoda, Perez, Théo Pourchaire, Ocon, Behrman, Iwasa, Zhou, Stroll, Ricciardo, and Frederic Vesti. That's it then, it's time to go racing as we head down trackside for today's race.
Well, here we are then down on the grid, ready for the Chinese Grand Prix. And, well, ultimately the soft compound tyre just does not work here. So I'm going to try and throw a little bit of an interesting strategy at this race. We're going to start on the hards. Hopefully we can kind of keep up with the AI early on and then have a bit of an advantage into the second half of the GP. Lining up 7th place, though, we need to try and get a good start here. 5 red lights down on the grid. Mighty long hole, but it is lights out, and away we go then for the Chinese Grand Prix. And looks like neither myself or Fernando Alonso has got off to a particularly good getaway in towards turn 1. Leclerc is going to have free running down to that first turn. We are going to try and use the aerodynamics of the car there to get not only back around the outside of Alonso, but maybe past our teammate in Pierre Gasly as well then. So actually gaining a spot off of the start there, so pretty happy with that one. Oscar Piastri and obviously George Russell spent most of yesterday's sprint battling it out. So I'm sure we're going to see more from those two into the Grand Prix proper there, as Leclerc already just trying to pull away a little bit of a margin as Enzo Fittipaldi tried to hook it up around the outside of Lando Norris in towards the S's here. But especially in the very early laps, it is going to be critical that we keep hold of these harder compounded tyres and stay in the DRS range of the cars in front of us then. Make sure that this works for us early on. The other big thing, of course, is don't work these hard tyres too aggressive too early. Otherwise, this circuit can be quite prone to overheating as well there. But yeah, Leclerc, though, really, really good start for... Mercedes even didn't look that good in the sprint race yesterday. So, obviously, apart from Leclerc absolutely wiping out me out, didn't really do a lot else of any note there. As well, Russell goes from trying to defend from one Ferrari to attacking the other one. I'd love to see Enzo Fittipaldi start stringing together more and more big results this season. He has been very consistent early on, however. Well, Mark already informing me then on just lap 5 that we've got to start trying to make an impact here against Oscar Piastri and try and make a move happen. Lando Norris now is leading the way in hot pursuit. Goes Enzo Fittipaldi still with Leclerc in that 3rd spot, but we've kind of navigated the worst of it for ourselves early on. on these harder compound tyres. Obviously, it is now just a question of trying to, utilise the advantage when the momentum does swing in our favour. I guess the other really odd thing about Shanghai on the F1 games is it's one of the only circuits that is front limited. So you've got to be very, very careful with kind of how you set up the car for the front tyres there. Is now trying to look around the outside of Oscar Piastri.
Mate, you hit the target well there. Nice one. There's a long way to go in this race though, so keep your head down.
Almost finding a way around George Russell as well, but not quite enough confidence and momentum to get around in there. Of course, these two top two in the World Championship, but Leclerc and myself are not far behind. Oh, here we go, there we go. Just finding a little bit of extra bite from the front end there, and immediately, before it's even happened, you can just tell we were going to be able to get the run on George Russell. So maybe now we're just starting to get to the transition point between the medium and the hard compound tyre, starting to be the best one here. I mean, what is the wear on those fronts at the moment? 17% on that front left, so we could easily take this set of tyres kind of towards, lap 20 or so. Again, I don't really think we could gamble trying to run a soft compound towards the end of the race, but if we could get like a well-timed safety car or a red flag, that could be a real difference maker. As Charles Leclerc then is going to have no DRS to defend himself, so we're going to have to be strategic in how we go for this move, because we need to make sure that we close in on Fittipaldi as well, who I think is barely hanging inside the range of Lando Norris at the front of the order here. Let's see what we can do though against Charles Leclerc. Making our way down the back straight to the outside we'll go of the Mercedes man. And there we go, up into the podium places, but Leclerc, just like we saw yesterday, going to try and get back to our inside. This time around he'll get the car slowed down before the apex of the corner, and now, yeah, you can just see really pushing through that final corner, but we should get the gap to Fittipaldi down. Well, I'll be honest, at the moment, I feel like it's a shame you can't run a double hard stint here in China, because this is really, really working for us at the moment. I honestly think these tyres could have been great for the sprint. Of course, you then not have any ready for the main event, which would be a little bit awkward there, as well, trying to turn them into 50 pence pieces in towards that hairpin that time round. I would assume the AI going to be diving in probably end of lap 12 or so. So we are going to have, quite a big aggregate in the second half of the GP. But yeah, Leclerc now falling out of our DRS range. I've noticed as well that up in towards turn 1 and turn 2, well, as we slide down the inside of Enzo Fittipaldi, we're barely using the brake when we've not got DRS. Just the amount of downforce on this car, the amount of front end, you're just cycling down the gears. You're not even having to manually slow the car down. Well, that's not ideal. Just a little bit of a slip up there as we try and get the power down out of the hairpin. And, well, we don't know if we were going to hang on inside the DRS range of Lando Norris anyway, but we're certainly not now then, as Iwasa becomes our first retirement of the day. Look at Pierre Gasly flying past both myself and maybe also George Russell down in towards the hairpin there. But all that progress we made up early on starting to get undone in just one quick moment. Gasly still to the inside of Russell. So you see, absolutely hangs out to dry there, and we will say thank you very much. Spot what was going to happen nice and early, and back up then into P5. The important bit is here, we don't lose our cool. It's only one little error, and we're still in a strong spot. Oh, here we go. Oscar Piastri up against Charles Leclerc. And of course, two of my former title rivals. And look at that, Leclerc. Does he want to do anything this weekend that doesn't involve contact down at that hairpin? Because he's just trying to take swipes out of anybody he can, by the looks of it at this stage of the race. I maybe am just starting to push these tyres a little bit too hard at the moment. Still, yeah, not struggling with overheating, though, at the rear end. But Oscar Piastri will make it through and back up into the podium places. Can we try and go the long way around Charles Leclerc as well? Yes, we will. Absolutely force our way into that fight. And Leclerc then is going to lose another spot. Oh, damn it. Just again.
Okay, be careful with the front wing.
Come on.
You've taken some minor damage.
Tiny bit of front wing damage. Hopefully that won't make too much of a difference, but that is the one thing I'm noticing with these hard compounded tyre Yes, they feel really good for the most part, but they're so difficult to work out when you get them right onto the limit there. And again, it is going to cost us time and track position here. So I feel like we're quick. I do feel like we're quick, but just a couple of little errors sneaking in here and there at the moment. Luckily, again, we're not too far behind our teammate Pierre Gasly. As are we going to see cars start to dive into the pit lane? Yes, we will. McLaren in of George Russell, Gasly in, Alonso in, and I believe Oscar Piastri as well. Yep, there you go, in the Ferrari. So immediately we're back up into P4 once more. But we are now going to be a good 8-9 seconds behind Lando Norris, which is a much bigger gap than I wanted, considering they are going to get an undercut on me. Well, I assume then end of 14, half distance here. We are going to see the rest of our runners into the pit lane. Fittipaldi in, Charles Leclerc in, I believe. Yeah, Lando Norris will also be into the pit stop. So what is going to be the gap to Lando Norris then? Is for the first time, I believe, today we are going to take the lead of the Grand Prix. I just need to know what the gap is going to be to Lando Norris here when he comes back out, so we know how much time we're losing into the second half of this race. Lando there hoping maybe got held up a little bit in the pit lane anyways. Oscar Piastri has already made this work. We've got about 16 seconds over Lando. I think if that gap comes down below 12, then we're going to have to box.
Gap to your teammate behind, 20.1 seconds.
Oh, that's not good. That's really not good. Oscar Piastri took 2 seconds out of me that lap. So did Norris just in front of him. I guess the only other hope we could have is that if they start battling with each other, because Oscar Piastri quietly has just brought his way to the front now and has got inside the DRS range of his former teammate. But yeah, we're just starting to set kind of 1 minute 34s. I'm still undecided. Do we just go to the medium in a couple of laps, or do we really just try and kind of throw caution to the wind here and go for an aggressive strategy? I think if we were to box to softs on lap 20, that could work. Oh no, we've had another DRS failure. Are you joking? 2 DRS failures this weekend. So I guess there's no point boxing just yet then, because we won't be able to use the DRS against the others. I'm just going to try and stay out here, I think, for as long as we sensibly can. We'd get to about 23, I think, before Lando would be able to get past. Or coming towards the end of lap 20 then, tyre wear warning light has finally flashed up. And this has just been one of those horrible, horrible races where you're kind of damned if you do, damned if you don't. Front wing damage is absolutely fine, I can't really notice that at all. I'm looking at the gaps down the order though. I think we could still get back to about Alonso by the end of the GP. I think he's going to come out about 10 seconds ahead of me here. But a very, very short blast towards the end of the afternoon on the medium. They're not going to bother risking it with the soft. I don't want to end up in an even worse situation after we've pit there. But trying to get the power down on the way into the pit lane. Make sure we don't take too many risks. 49 of a 50-mile-an-hour limit there as Norris will head straight back into the lead of the Grand Prix. And probably for the second weekend, is really not going to look back here. Gasly, Russell will fly past us. There goes Leclerc. Of course we did. I mean, that just kind of sums up this race, doesn't it? Things aren't going particularly well anyway, and still the team managed to blunder the pit stop there as we're going to come out wheel to wheel with Yuki Tsunoda. But luckily, yeah, we've got the inside line. We've got much fresher, much grippier tyres. 11 seconds the gap to Leclerc. That's probably what we're aiming for at this point. No! And it's over anyway. Gearbox is gone. I haven't done anything to that gearbox, Mark. It's completely scripted. It's because the fact that we pit and then immediately the gearbox goes is what's annoyed me there. But our first mechanical failure of the season, honestly, it's probably come at a pretty good time because we weren't going to score that many points anyway. Are we, Mark? Are we really? Yeah, we'll look out for that, buddy, I'm sure. We're out of the Chinese Grand Prix.
The wait is over. Lando Norris takes the checkered flag.
A great display of dominance today by this driver. They led from lights out to the flag at the end, led every lap of the race. Brilliant stuff by them, and excited to see what more they can do in future races.
Our drivers are making their way out for the podium celebrations, and it's going to be McLaren picking up the winner's trophy. Congratulations to the entire team for that fantastic performance.
Well, there we are then. Lando Norris becomes our first repeat winner of the season, taking victory in both Japan and here in Shanghai. Oscar Piastri comes through for second, ahead of Enzo Fittipaldi, making it a double Ferrari podium. Alonso beats out Leclerc, Gasly with 8 points on the board, so I think he's tripled his point score this weekend then with those points in the sprint. Russell, a pretty disappointing result down in 7th ahead of Hamilton, Tsunoda and Teo Pourchaire gets back inside the points there. Just myself and Iwasa that failed to see the checkered flag when all is said and done. Taking a look at our championship standings, it's going to mean that Oscar Piastri now back on top by 4 points ahead of George Russell. Lando up to 3rd ahead of Leclerc and myself there, with Enzo Fittipaldi still ahead of both Aston Martins. But yeah, Gasly starting to look a bit more respectable in the last couple of weekends as he jumps both of those Red Bulls as well there. Constructors-wise, McLaren still lead ahead of Ferrari. Mercedes now the gap slash to just 9 points over ourselves, though, as we leave Shanghai. But hopefully the team can get the mechanical issues sorted, because we don't want too many of them plaguing us throughout the year. Thank you all so much for watching, though. If you have enjoyed, please do make sure you leave a like, get yourself subscribed, and we'll be back very soon when Formula 1 returns, ready for the second sprint in a row back in Miami. Hello everyone, and welcome back to a brand new video, and welcome back to round 6 of season 7 of our F1 24 Haas driver career mode. Yes, we're back this weekend here for the Miami Grand Prix. Of course, if you missed out on the video that went live earlier on this week from Shanghai, I would highly recommend going back and checking out. It ended up being quite a chaotic both sprint and real GP, which certainly delivered some surprises. Sadly for us, though, the big surprise was a gearbox failure late on in the day. Our first DNF of the season sadly ruined my streak of second place finishes, which, to be honest, I don't think we were going to hold on to either way last weekend. But we return, though, here to Miami, a track that I do really enjoy, and of course Haas's first home Grand Prix of the season. Championship-wise, reigning world champion Oscar Piastri leads the way, just 4 points ahead of George Russell, who is a further 9 ahead of Lando Norris. Lando becoming our first repeat winner of the year so far, taking back-to-back victories in Japan and Shanghai. But yeah, heading to Miami, though, I'm hoping this can be a strong race for ourselves. Of course, Haas, we are now still 4th overall in the Constructors, only 9 points back from Mercedes as well. So our battles with Charles Leclerc will hopefully rage on throughout the course of the season. Get yourself subscribed if you're new. We're trying to hit 140,000 subs on the channel as well at the moment. And yeah, let's do this thing.
It is driver versus stopwatch. It is a venue that is new to Formula 1 in recent years, but you have to dance the car to the edge. It is Miami, it is qualifying. Who will take the pole?
Well, this is a circuit that I do genuinely enjoy inside F1 24. I believe it's the first game that this place has actually been quite fun to drive around. I don't think they've really made any tweaks and changes to it, but it just seems to be one of the very few circuits on this game that actually works with the new handling model. Now, I'm doing this on the new patch that was released all the way back on Monday. I've seen quite a few people have been struggling with glitches with it, so this might end up being a bit of a trial by fire for us this weekend, but we'll wait and see as to what happens as well. But I'm expecting this to be a circuit again. You know, it does test a lot of various aspects of the cars inside this game, so I would expect, you know, it's going to be McLaren, I would have thought, that are going to be fighting for the pole position here. But of course, yeah, we really tend to come alive through the second half of the lap then. And yeah, we want to try and get a good result here for Haas. You know, one of 3 opportunities this year at a home Grand Prix. So hopefully, yeah, we can just keep it tidy, get a decent result. At the very least, get a podium, I would like to believe, is possible there. Is sitting nice and steady over most of the curbing. A little bit of oversteer through the final one, but now we will try and use plenty of DRS down in towards the biggest braking zone of the lap. You can see Lando Norris then not too far in front of me at the moment. I don't think we're going to sneak away a surprise pole like we did at Suzuka, but hopefully we're not going to be too far off either. Trying to put the power down out of that final turn, get back on the battery once more, up towards the line. It's P4 ready for the sprint. You know what? I'll take it. Well, there we go. McLaren with yet another front row lockout here. Charles Leclerc, though, only half a tenth away from pole position. We were a little bit further back in P4, just ahead of Enzo Fittipaldi and Fernando Alonso there. Championship leader Oscar Piastri just struggling a little bit down in 7th place ahead of Porsche and Pierre Gasly. Ollie Behrman, though, inside the top 10 for Williams. That's a very good effort by him. He's going to need a few things to go right, though, if he wants to score points in the sprint. Well, here we are then down on the grid, ready for the Miami sprint. And yeah, we've actually got 5 opportunities this year. Obviously, Haas Home Grand Prix, because of course here and Kota also has a sprint as well then. But 10 laps ahead of us. I'm going to opt just for a little bit of extra fuel, just so we can learn ready for the event proper. But I could be tempted to gamble the softs, but I just think it's worth opening up the strategy for race day Sunday. McLaren locking out the front row, though. It is 5 red lights. It's lights out, and away we go there. Russell gets off to a particularly good start. Lando will chop him off down in towards turn 1, and can Charles Leclerc get involved there as we get a huge moment of oversteer in towards that first corner. That actually worked quite nicely for us, as I think Fernando Alonso was going to crash into the side of me otherwise, as he went for quite an aggressive dive, but Lando then immediately trying to check out the front of the order there as Charles Leclerc will get past George down through turn 3 and turn 4. We will now try and have a look down the inside at turn 6 there, almost banging wheels with the McLaren car, but making it through and up then into the podium places early on in this sprint. Russell, though, immediately going to try and come back at me as we make our way down the back straight there. Alonso not too far behind. Everybody's getting a run on us then, so clearly we are lacking straight line speed here. Alonso and Fittipaldi now wheel to wheel in towards the S's. And how did we go from gaining a place to losing an extra 2 there through that section, as having to slot back in behind Fernando through the chicane we go. It's been a bit of a quiet start to the year for the Spaniard, but if he wants to be fighting for the World Championship again, he needs to try and string together some big results in these next few races. Looks like Gasly hasn't been able to move forward either off the start, still sat in P9. So again, you can just see it's been such a talking point so far this year. This Haas car's brakes are certainly a little bit tricky. Fernando Alonso then trying to go on the prowl against Enzo Fittipaldi down in towards the hairpin here. Ferrari and the Aston Martin wheel to wheel, and that's a failed attempt from Fernando that time round. So we've got to be ready to try and capitalise. I think Enzo has already lost the DRS to Russell and Leclerc in front. Definitely this circuit seems to be suiting those Mercedes-powered cars. I think generally the Merc-powered cars have the best traction inside this game, and of course here there are a couple of fairly big traction zones as Alonso thinks about one side of Fittipaldi. As I look to the outside down in towards the hairpin there, as the Brazilian again, fair clean racing between the pair of them. He will give him the space on the exit of the corner. Lando Norris, new fastest lap of the day. Could we make it 3 wide though? Back in towards turn 1, to the inside we will go. Send it over the curbing, and that's a very cheeky double overtake then to move back up into P4. Problem is, there's a 2-second gap to Russell and Leclerc in front. Well, I don't think it's going to be particularly shocking what's about to happen. Fernando Alonso will steamroll back around our outside. That Aston Martin looking very, very quick. Fittipaldi there tried to have a look down the inside. We've got yellow flags out for a car further back. No idea who that is breaking down. I think that could be... No, it's not Porsche. It's Oscar Piastri. No, it's Enzo Fittipaldi, sorry. So Enzo Fittipaldi then out of the Grand Prix. So I think that's why he accidentally dived to the inside of us there. Was because I think he was breaking down. So I think... Is that the 2nd year in a row the Brazilian has broken down here in the Miami Sprint? If so, very, very bad luck. As we've got more yellows out. Is someone else breaking down? George Russell in front potentially with issues as well, then, or is it a car behind us? He's all kicking off at this early stage of the race. I think that might now be Teo Porcher that is dropping to the wayside as well. This could be a safety car or a red flag here. So we've got 2 cars stopped on track, and it is a red flag.
Red flag. We'll update you in the pits. Everyone's okay.
Well, can't say I'm particularly shocked by that one. It could have easily been a safety car, to be completely honest then. But 2 cars out of the Grand Prix, and suddenly now this race is going to be reset.
Okay. Far, but this is a chance to take a breath. We've got another half of this race to go, and there's still a big opportunity there.
Well, we ran 4 laps, and now, yeah, we're going to obviously have 5 laps to go at the end of this race, restarting on lap 6. This time around, we are going to be on the softs. But let's wait and see then. 5 red lights once again here in Miami. And it's going to be lights out, and away we go. As Leclerc now's got issues. Look at Alonso making his way through into turn 1. Gasly as well getting off to a really good getaway, as he's going to make contact with the Mercedes man there. So Fernando Alonso now suddenly in a really great spot. We will go 3 wide on the exit of the corner there. They're getting a legal overtake on Charles Leclerc, so we'll have to let him back by there, but immediately try and fight against him once more, as he's definitely got something wrong with that car. Again, George Russell not getting off a particularly good getaway here, so he will have to try and go in pursuit of the top 2. But yeah, Fernando Alonso utilising that restart to full effect. Lando Norris still controlling the pace at the front of the order, as Gasly now will try and have a look around the outside of the McLaren car as well. So great to see Pierre Gasly now fighting up towards the front. Ollie Behrman as well now moving up potentially for his first points, I believe, of the year. And look at that, Pierre, he's up into P3. Well, I think George Russell then has picked up just a tiny bit of front wing damage here, or something is wrong on that McLaren car, because he's not even able to keep up with Pierre Gasly at the moment. And I mean, I like Pierre as a driver IRL, but he's been pretty useless so far in this series. As to the outside then of Russell, will try and go use all the battery we've got available to us to get around the outside. I can't see any end plate damage on that McLaren, but yeah, he's just got no pace. Well, Ollie Behrman then at the moment is having the sprint race of his life up in P5 in that Williams car. I mean, pretty much everything has gone perfectly for him so far, as we need to start working with Pierre Gasly towards the end of the race. Clearly, Pierre's got other ideas. Haas will let us battle as teammates there, as we will go down the inside. A rather robust move then for the last podium place here, as Alonso new fastest lap of the day, and will take the lead in the process, but less than 2 to go. Will Gasly be able to get back around us? Here goes Pierre. I mean, down that back straight, I got no idea how much battery the AI must use through that section of the circuit, but how they're so fast there, but so slow down the other straight, I will never quite understand inside this game. They just do not use their ERS effectively around this venue there, but bobbling over the curbs once again. It does feel quite nice to actually have a teammate battle inside this game, because I feel like, yeah, I just never see Pierre inside this series, but he and Norris now starting to definitely battle just a little bit more. Can we get a run on Gasly once again up in towards the hairpin this time round? He won't even put alongside him. So 1 lap to go of the Miami sprint then. I mean, if those 2 at the front continue to battle, maybe, just maybe, Gasly and I can get a little bit closer here. We've probably got to try and play the team strategy game as we head into this last lap. But yeah, Pierre Gasly, he will desperately be wanting a podium. Obviously, we've had a few second places so far this campaign. Gasly hasn't really had much to write home about so far. Did pick up a few points in Shanghai last weekend, and that hopefully is going to be the start of a turning point for him, as I believe with this result we would score the biggest haul of points of any team so far in the sprint race there. As we try and get the power down though on this back straight, you can see just how much he pulls away from me. Are we seeing any battles at the front though? Lando Norris versus Fernando Alonso yet again. They are going to go wheel to wheel in towards that hairpin there, but Alonso, he's a wily old fox. He will quite happily lose that place now to know that he might gain it back again with the DRS in towards the final few corners. Oscar Piastri, Ollie Behrman still fighting behind us as well. But are we going to see Alonso? I literally said at the start of this sprint race how he needs to start winning if he wants to have a chance for the championship. I don't think he's got the straight line speed though. I think he's used too much of his battery throughout the entirety of this sprint then, as we will go to the outside of Pierre Gasly there. down in towards the hairpin. Pierre will try and hold it up the inside there. We understeer. We slap the wall on the exit. Oh, the final corner there. Pierre Gasly, he is just going to hold on. Well, there we are. Lando Norris makes it yet another victory there, but 25 thousandths of a second on the run to the line. We just miss out on P3 there in the sprint. And, you know, I've said it before. I'll say it again. 1 point can make all the difference inside this game there. Pierre Gasly, though, I'm sure he'll be happy to walk away from the sprint race there with a medal. Oscar Piastri beats out Ollie Behrman, Hamilton and Perez round out your top 10, with George Russell really struggling towards the end there. Charles Leclerc all the way down in 18th place, the last driver to see the checkered flag. Only Porsche and Enzo Fittipaldi who failed to see the finish. So plenty of drivers really struggling throughout that sprint. There are plenty of kind of high-profile drivers inside this series. Local hero Logan Sargent in a Red Bull P14. So yeah, certainly I don't think they're going to be cheering him on all too much this weekend. It does though mean Oscar Piastri has now got an 8-point buffer at the top of the table. 1 in it between those McLarens. Another 1 point in it between Leclerc and myself, as Gasly now jumps Lewis Hamilton into P8, I believe. And that means, yeah, we are tied with Mercedes into the Constructors as we head into the main event there. Williams, I believe that is their first points of the campaign as well. So that's going to mean they leapfrog Alpine and are up into 8th as well in the Constructors. But anyway, let's head then into the main event. Well, if we learn anything from the sprint race, then track position, especially come the end of qualifying, is really, really important here. We saw, obviously, Lando Norris off both of those restarts able to put away in the early corners, so we need to take big risk here as we head into qualifying to try and get this car right up towards the front of the order there. Even if we could just get, you know, P3 or on the front row, I think that would be really, really useful there. As we look how much front end the car's got. I thought we could have been off spinning in the other direction there, but still able just to find some bite through the S's of Sector 1. A little way away from George Russell, but we know to use plenty of battery down this first of the back straights then. Let's try and keep a little bit closer to the McLaren car as well. As you can see, I mean, how many places we're dropping, because obviously other cars using more battery through the first half of the lap, but now this should be where this Haas really does come alive. Nice and balanced on the throttle. So we tick the car up over the chicane there, attack the curbing as best as we can. Don't get the wheel spin this time around like we did in sprint quali. And look at that purple through the middle sector then. We've just got to try and carry the speed up in towards the final corner of the lap time. But I think we've used just a little bit too much battery through the first half of the lap. Could this be another shot pole position, just like we got at Suzuka there? You can hear all 4 wheels locking up temporarily down to that final corner. Use the battery again on the run up towards the line. It is going to be mighty close. It's P2 on the grid. Russell picked us on the run to the line. Well, there we go then. George Russell, a 123.8 there, will claim pole position. We will join him, though, on the front row, able to split those McLarens, which I'm pretty happy with. I think our top 5, exactly the same 5 cars as it was for the sprint race yesterday there. But Ollie Behrman, again, another fantastic effort, getting that Williams up inside the top 10. Pierre Gasly will line up P9. Tsunoda in that 10th place, just ahead of fellow Japanese driver in Yuma Iwasa. Lewis Hamilton down in P16 is pretty disappointing. Fernando Alonso down in P13, so he's going to have a lot of work as well to do. Plenty of drivers mixed up and down the order, so let's head into the race.
Welcome to the Miami International Autodrome, home of the Miami Grand Prix. This exciting track circumnavigates the Hard Rock Stadium, home to the NFL outfit, the Miami Dolphins. A lap of the Miami Grand Prix features 3.36 miles of track around Hard Rock Stadium, and 19 corners make up the Miami International Autodrome, which will challenge the drivers in a tight wheel-to-wheel race. It's time to see how our drivers are stacking up after yesterday's exciting qualifying session. George Russell will begin today's event in pole position, and Firestarter completes the front row. Looking down the rest of the grid, we have Norris, Leclerc, Oscar Piastri, Behrman, Perez, Gasly, Tsunoda, Iwasa, Sargent, Fernando Alonso, Stroll, Hamilton, Ocon, Ricciardo, Joe, Vesti, Fittipaldi and Teo Porcher. And with preparations almost complete, let's head down to the track.
Okay, mate, I know it's tough in there, it's hot in that cockpit, but your tyres are even hotter, so you're going to have to work extra hard to keep them cool. It matters for performance.
Well, there we go. Mark just warning us about tyre temperature as well as we get ready for the Grand Prix today. 29 laps ahead of us. But I honestly could be tempted to try and go aggressive on the strategy. I don't think we will. You know, we could see red flags, safety cars, things like that around this venue. So let's try and not take too many gambles at the start. The alternate strategy didn't work that well for us last weekend. So I think we'll just try and stick with the normal medium to hard this time round. 29 laps, 5 red lights. And the Miami Grand Prix is go, go, go then, as George Russell not getting off to a particularly good launch. We will have a look to the inside. Oh, into turn one there. Big, big send. Actually running it too deep in towards that first turn. So we'll give Russell the space on the exit of the corner. Looks like Leclerc's moved up. Ollie Behrman there temporarily flashing up in P5. But Russell, he will try and take, inspiration from his teammate yesterday and bolt on lap 1 then, as we almost found ourselves out of the Grand Prix on lap 1. The car heavy with fuel certainly sliding around, being a little less responsive than I was hoping for through those first couple of corners. I think the important one for us is that we don't lose any spots to the likes of Charles Leclerc or any other drivers on this opener. We've just got to use plenty of battery to stay in the range of Russell then down in towards the hairpin. Obviously Enzo Fittipaldi and Teo Porcher starting this race right at the rear of the order, so it's going to be interesting to see just how well they can carve their way through as we head through this sprint race then. But yeah, Russell getting the power down nice and tidy off the exit of Sector 2 there. We have closed in the gap a little bit. I think in the ideal world we'd actually open up the gap ahead of Leclerc before we get to the DRS zone, just so we can focus on our fight with George. As again, still struggling with the front tyre locking, but it's pretty much as good as I think it's gonna be. And that's not ideal. I think I've taken Leclerc out.
Safety car, safety car.
And we have got a safety car, and I've got a 10-second penalty. And we got a red flag. Oh, that's bad. That is bad news for us.
Lots of loose debris on the track. A safety car is being deployed.
Oh, that is really bad news.
But officials aren't looking to push for a safety car right now. Just be careful.
I mean, just dropping it on the throttle off of turn 2. I got no idea where we're going to be restarting this race, but we have absolutely wiped Charles Leclerc out of this Grand Prix. I don't think I want to go hards right through to the end of the afternoon. I think we want to try and be a bit more aggressive than that. Double softs could be an interesting way to try and gamble this, but apparently it won't let me change the strategy whatsoever. That has been a terrible, terrible start to the Miami Grand Prix. We line up P13, still with a 10-second time penalty. 5 red lights, and it's going to be lights out, and away we go once again. But the start to this year has been so chaotic. That has, really not been what we needed there. I mean, we have got much softer tyres than everybody else. It looks like everybody going to try and take the hards to the end of the afternoon, so we will hopefully move back up the order nice and quickly off the restart. That was the other reason I didn't want to go onto hards. We will have no grip with that damage on the car then. It's trying to have a look around the outside of a Imola, just running a little bit wide there. So we make our way out into the back straight here. You can see we are definitely carrying that side pod and underfloor damage right the way through now for the rest of the afternoon. Definitely the more unlucky one in that situation was Charles Leclerc though, out of the Grand Prix. Just wrong place at the wrong time as we went spinning there, but yeah, now. So we're going to have to try and take this first set of tyres to about the end of lap 16 and then take the second set to the end of the afternoon there, as that was a very aggressive move on Fernando Alonso, who I don't think was a fan of that one there. Sargent, though, he's benefited in all of this up into P7, and I think Oscar Piastri then has moved up to the lead of the Grand Prix.
Some understeer now that you're in the wake of the car ahead. Try to get past as soon as possible.
Yep, there we go. A normal radio message there from Mark. Doesn't look like the straight line speed is too bad to try and find a way around Sergio Perez at that final corner, but I can't help but feel this car would probably be slip-sliding around a whole lot more if we weren't on the softs. As Alonso trying to come back at the yaw into turn 1. We will go for a big old send on Sergio Perez again there, and inherit P8. Well, there was no doubt in my mind that the incident in Shanghai was definitely Charles Leclerc's fault. That weekend, of course, just completely outbroke himself and rammed into the side of me. I guess you could argue that we've kind of got payback for that here. Admittedly, it was probably a little bit stronger than what Leclerc had done to me there, but looks like we were able to keep up with the Red Bull in a straight line by using plenty of battery. Team have warned us that we might be even slower in a straight line.
Right, let's go. Let's try and get past them and put them on the back foot. Push, push.
Yeah, we need to try and find a way around Pierre there. As Behrman and Tsunoda, this is a dream Grand Prix for them early on in the running. But if as long as we can just keep moving through the order, we need to try and get right up to the front. It's going to be the second half of this race, though, that is really defining for us. Because obviously we're going to have to take that penalty, but we should be a whole lot quicker than most of our other runners then. Is Gasly trying to use a little bit of battery at the end of the straight.
Really good job on hitting that target, mate.
Shame we couldn't make the move that simply in the sprint yesterday. But up then into 6th. Well, there is definitely a gap forming in front of Yuki Tsunoda here between him and our top 3. You just see we need to try and get ahead of these guys, but I just have not got the straight line speed to really do a lot at the moment. Can Behrman try to have a look? No, he'll pretty much push Tsunoda. Oh, down in towards that final corner as we've span again. And even more damage being picked up on the car. We've got another red flag. What on earth is going on here at the moment? I mean, this is just the race from hell at the moment. 2 safety cars, 2 red flags, sorry, both of them I think caused by ourselves.
3 stops, so let's think very carefully about our strategy for the rest of this race.
I mean, we've got to shift over to the hard compound tyres now, but what will the AI have to do throughout the second half of this race? It looks like they're pretty split on strategy. 5 red lights again, though, and it's going to be lights out, and away we go then for the 3rd restart in this Grand Prix. Gasly, no surprise that time around, getting off to a particularly good getaway down in towards turn 1, as Russell will try and bolt free from Piastri and Lando Norris there, as Behrman just tucking in behind our teammate, but immediately this car feeling even more unstable. Logan Sargent trying to have a little bit of a look as we try and get down the inside then of Ollie Behrman. They're definitely still got a lot of grip through the corners, but yeah, that side pod damage is going to do us plenty of pain towards the end of the afternoon here. Going to be very interested to see what the medium compound runners have to do in terms of strategies. Here comes Behrman again to the inside, almost 3 wide, down in towards the hairpin there. Again, we will go late on the brakes though and get around him. But, I mean, we're only at 1/3 distance, and already this race has been pretty bad, even by my standards. Oh no, Pierre now's got issues as well in the other Haas car. Not again. Not again. We've kept it out of the wall that time. That's important. This car is just undrivable here, as we will lose even more places then. Both Aston Martins, Fittipaldi, Hamilton, all going by us down through those couple of corners. So we'll try and get back down the inside of Enzo though through the next turn, but nudging, skimming the wall there. Luckily no damage from that one, I don't believe. But this is just a terrible, terrible race right now. We've got a car that feels like it's all over the show. Both of our cars are struggling. As home Grand Prix go, this one's pretty bad. Inside F124, as Teo Porcher trying to make a move on his teammate Fernando Alonso down through the S's. I think Alonso might just hang on there. Yes, he will. Teo maybe being a little bit more patient than he normally would be, as we will try and get to the outside of him through that complex of corners. Again, definitely not happening. As we get, I didn't even realise we made contact with Porcher, as here comes Fittipaldi once more. I think, honestly, if we score points here, it's going to be a miracle with the way this race is going. But yeah, Enzo Fittipaldi to the inside again. Come on, can we just get around him? I don't think we will. So difficult to put the power down now off those final couple of turns, but we will get back to the inside of the Brazilian, and we will hang on for 14th place. But you know things aren't going well for Aston Martin at the moment, when they are both behind their former driver in Lance Stroll in this Grand Prix. We might have lost Kevin Magnussen from this series, but clearly his racing antics still live on within myself at the moment, as just trying to calm things down a little bit. Luckily we're not struggling as much with engine temperatures anymore. It's down the inside of Teo Porcher we will go and up into unlucky 13th place. Don't think we can get much more unlucky than I already have been in this race. Just occasionally, for some reason on F1 24, I cannot drive. Oh, Gasly is definitely dropping down the order as well at the moment. Then Lance Stroll trying to look for a move on him, as we will again upset Fernando Alonso by trying to make something happen. That time around, though, we kept it clean and tidy through the chicane and up into 12th place. So we definitely can still make some progress here. But you can just see, I think because Gasly is struggling, the field in front has been very, very spread out. Here comes Alonso trying to come back at me, though. Down this back straight, he will get alongside as he will actually pull past. But we will try and hang the car down the inside there. Alonso wise to it, but can't get the power down on the exit of the corner. But still, you can see how much Pierre is holding up Lance and Lewis just behind him. Very, very odd three-way battle. Not exactly the three I would expect to see battling with each other inside this game, but interesting to see nonetheless, as do not spin out there again. Hamilton versus Stroll then, as we make our way in towards the S's, as Hamilton there will try and get around the outside of the Canadian. We will now try and slip our way around the outside of the Canadian as well. As well, Lance Stroll there, I think, slapped the inside wall on the inside. There was no contact, so yeah, certainly, I think that we'll put that down to Lance Stroll, lack of awareness inside this game as well then, is trying to get the run now on Hamilton. I don't believe, oh no, there we go, he does have the DRS off of Pierre just in front of him. Oh, thought about it. No, do not think about that, as again we will just like gather it up. Oh, Stroll, I apologise. Just trying to put the power down.
Currently reading 0. Assuming they still look inflated to you, we're going to guess that it's just a bad sensor. Shouldn't be anything to worry about.
Nice to see in this new patch they fixed him saying that in every single Grand Prix. Oh wait, apparently not. Oh, and here we go again. Fernando Alonso flying around my outside there. The problem is we lose so much time through this middle sector that we've got to just try and dive it back down the inside there. I can imagine Fernando Alonso is really not too happy with me.
Never in my life I saw a defense like Matt.
So far this afternoon, I think I've probably upset him at least a couple of times in this race. But you just see how quickly we can rock up to the back of the next group of cars if we're not stuck behind the AI through that section of corners. As here we go, Hamilton then trying to make a move on Sergio Perez. Red Bull's lead driver now. You know that's a bad situation for Red Bull when it's Checo leading the team. As Hamilton there makes it down the inside. Will he complete the move? Yes, he will. Perez trying to fight back against him, though. I'll give it credit, although how bad this race has gone for us so far. There's plenty happening up and down the order, as these two still wheel to wheel. There's Gasly looking for a move on a Imola, so I think our other car has got his problems sorted there. As down the inside, trying to make it 3 wide temporarily with Perez and Hamilton. Not quite able to make that one happen. Thought about trying to look around the outside of Perez through the next corner. Accidentally going to cut over the curbing just a little bit. To the inside, though, again, Perez forced to back out. And we will claim another one. Well, Hamilton then this time around definitely doesn't have DRS on a Imola in front of him. So we will try and make another move and get ourselves up into 9th place. The big thing we've got to factor in, of course, towards the end of this race is actually the fact that, you know, that 10-second penalty is still looming over us since the beginning. So we will move through and up into 9th then. We're going to have to start being strategic with who we work with here, as Hamilton thought about a move to the inside. Will not open that door. Well, I think Pierre Gasly now is starting to get back into the swing of things with less than 10 to go. So we've got to try and make a move on a Yuma or Wasser and maybe then work with our teammate towards the end of the GP. I mean, you can just see, even when Awasa pulls out of the slipstream of Gasly, we have barely got any closing in speed against him there. To the outside, though, of the the V-Carb car, even, I should say. And up then into 8th spot we go. Of course, it is just going to be completely dependent on those penalties by the end of this race. But Gasly and I could definitely make a bit of a margin. Oh, come on, if we can get a run on Gasly here, that'd be quite useful. Wasn't actually, planning on it. That's one way to make the overtake, I guess. Not quite sure how that one works, but we'll move our way through then up into 7th place. Completely locked the rears up. That was almost like Piquet against Senna all those years ago back at the Hungaro ring. But immediately then we've got the gap over Awasa and Gasly. So, I mean, we've just got to keep trying to build up time against everybody else around us and hope they trip over each other. Well, just a handful of laps to go then in this Grand Prix. We have slowly closed up on Ollie Behrman, who is arguably having one of the greatest weekends of his young Formula 1 career. We've got yellow flags out though, and I think that's one of the McLarens. One of the McLarens very late on in the day then. They have looked absolutely unstoppable. Have built up such a lead over everybody else in this Grand Prix. But one of them, I think, is going to be out late on then. It's Lando Norris that is out of the race. So that's going to promote Behrman up into P5 then. And poor Lando Norris. I mean, he's done everything right, the entire team has, but he's not going to get a win today, and that is going to help out George Russell massively. I mean, Lando could have been on for his 3rd straight victory so far this campaign, but it is not going to happen there. 4 laps to go of this race. We've got to try and find a way around Behrman. The other one I've got to give credit to, Logan Sargent, running up in P4 then in that Red Bull here, so he's having a really, really good race of it. Tsunoda running up in the podium places as well, so yeah, a few real stars in today's Grand Prix. Although I will definitely lose by virtue of the penalty here. I'd love to try and get ahead of Sargent before the end of the GP there, as Behrman trying to get back around us. We will have a look to the outside in towards the hairpin. Should hopefully be able to find the grip there, and the Williams driver will jump out of the way. Well, Lando Norris then George Russell even onto the last lap of the Miami Grand Prix, and he hasn't won a race since, I believe, the opening race of the year. He has come back today, and although he has got a little bit lucky with Lando Norris suffering that mechanical failure, Russell has looked quick all weekend and does certainly deserve a victory today. But there are so many other drivers that are going to have standout performances here. Alpine have had a pretty terrible car to kickstart this year, but Tsunoda is somehow going to drag it to a podium. Logan Sargent in his Red Bull looks set to take a P4. Ollie Behrman looks like he's going to claim P5 here in this Grand Prix, but unless we can do something crazy, I think we are just going to miss out on points by the end of the afternoon. Pierre Gasly's pace, I was hoping he'd do a Magnussen and actually hold up a load of other runners towards the end of the afternoon, but it hasn't quite gone down the way I wanted it to, unless those AI can continue battling, which I think they are a little bit further behind. Will we get in the range of Sargent, though, as we tip the car through the curbing one final time? No, we won't. The gap to Iwasa, though, up to almost 8 seconds here, as through the final couple of corners, Lando Norris, George Russell, I keep saying Lando, force a habit. George Russell will take the win here in Miami. Through the final turn, though, will we somehow clutch up a single point to get anything back from what has been a terrible weekend? No, we won't.
George Russell has done it. George Russell is the winner.
They led from lights out to the flag at the end, and their race victory was never in doubt, was it? Brilliant stuff by them.
Our drivers are making their way out for the podium celebrations, and it's going to be McLaren picking up the winner's trophy. Congratulations to the entire team for that fantastic performance.
Well, there we are then. Annoyingly, it is P11. In my opinion, the worst spot to finish in a Formula 1 Grand Prix there, and we did so by just 0.6 of a second relative to Sergio Perez. George Russell, though, will take victory 9 seconds clear of Oscar Piastri and Yuki Tsunoda when all is said and done. Sargent, Behrman and Iwasa all scoring big points as well for their various teams ahead of Gasly, Hamilton, Alonso and Perez. I think it was only Red Bull and... No, I think Red Bull was the only team to get both cars in the points there, which is pretty impressive when you consider the fact there's only 11 teams on the grid, so 9 of them are able to score points here. The only ones that didn't was Sauber and... No, because who else didn't score a point? Williams did. McLaren did. Mercedes did. Ferrari did. Red Bull did. Oh no, Red Bull as well got both cars in the points, didn't they? So only 8 teams. No, I've got no idea. Someone is going to have to tell me. My brain has turned to mush here. Mercedes did, McLaren did, Ferrari did, Alpine did, Red Bull did, Williams did, VCarb did, Haas did, Aston Martin did. Yeah, 9 teams scored points. So it was only Sauber and someone else that I can't think of off the top of my head at the moment who was unable to score points from this weekend. Someone will have to yell at me down in the comments below because I've got no idea which other team. I can't even work it out at the moment there. But it means Oscar Piastri, his gap at the top of the championship cut to just 1 point ahead of George Russell. Lando still in 3rd ahead of Leclerc and myself. Fittipaldi still in P6 ahead of Alonso. As Gasly, really now starting to build up just a little bit of momentum at the moment. That's exactly what we want to see from Pierre there. Porsche still ahead of Sargent, who is now ahead of Sergio Perez in the drivers' table. Yuki Tsunoda, Behrman, and Awasa all with good points on the board. Means it's just Ocon, those Saubers and Stroll that are yet to score a point. Constructors-wise, though, McLaren now lead 35 clear of Ferrari. We are up to 3rd, though, so if Pierre can pull his finger out and get some big results, that could be quite useful. Sauber, I think that guarantees they're going to finish last this year in the Constructors there, as Williams, 13 points and still only in 9th. At the moment, is quite unlucky for them. Thank you all so much for watching, though. If you have enjoyed, please do make sure you leave a like, get yourself subscribed, and we'll be back very soon when Formula 1 returns ready for the Emilia-Romagna Grand Prix. Hello everyone and welcome back to a brand new video, and welcome back to round 7 of season 7 of our F1 24 Haas driver career mode. Yes, we're back this weekend here for the Emilia-Romagna Grand Prix at Imola. Of course, if you missed that on the last video that went live a few days ago, I would highly recommend going back and check it out. Of course, last week was rather heavy with sprint races inside this series, but yeah, now obviously, luckily, we've got a few more normal Grand Prix before the next one in the Styrian Mountains. But yeah, Miami was quite a chaotic Grand Prix. I wasn't feeling very well recording that video. As you can hear probably on this one as well, I'm still not exactly 100%. But obviously, the show must go on. So yeah, we return though this weekend here to the Emilia-Romagna Imola circuit. Oscar Piastri leads the World Championship by 1 point at the top of the table, ahead of George Russell there. Lando Norris still in 3rd, ahead of Leclerc and myself. We are 3rd now in the Constructors, though, just ahead of Mercedes, and Pierre Gasly has scored actually quite a few good points in the last few races as well. They're still yet to finish lower than 11th so far this year for our teammate Pierre. But yeah, this is a circuit, though, that we've always had good pace at in years gone by. If you take a look back, our last result here was a P4. The year before that was a P1. So we have actually won at this venue in previous seasons as well. So hopefully we can continue on that this weekend. Get yourself subscribed if you're new. We're trying to hit 140,000 subs. And if you want to help really support us as well, you can click the join button for just £1 a month. You get early access to a load of videos and a few other cool perks as well. But yeah, without further ado then, let's head out here for the Emilia-Romagna Grand Prix.
Welcome to the circuit named for Ferrari. It is qualifying at a special arena for motorsport. Welcome to Imola.
Well, to claim pole around this venue is always a pretty special feeling, and obviously especially to try and win the Grand Prix on a Sunday afternoon as well. But let's see what we can do then throughout this session. Hopefully it's going to be a good fun track for the car and for myself there. It's so much commitment, so much curve as well. You got to try and take around this place, but when you get it hooked up, it is so satisfying as well then, as in towards the Viona chicane there, trying to get away with just 2 downshifts right the way through, and then in through Tosa there, slowest, or one of the slowest corners of the lap time. We actually went purple through that first sector. The only issue I have found in free practice is that you do get through quite a lot of battery around this venue as well, so that's going to be something we have to be really careful of as we try not to open up the circuit too much through Aqua Minerale. We've got to enjoy this circuit whilst we can, because I don't think it's going to be on the calendar for too much longer in years to come there, as through this chicane we go up over the crest. Yeah, I really do think probably after 2025 we're not going to see this circuit renewed again for Formula 1, as fun as the venue is and a historical its importance in the world of motorsport there. But there we are out of the final corner. That is going to be pole position number 2 of the year. I will take it. Well, there we go then. This is definitely going to be a Ferrari-powered circuit. We will take pole position there by 3.5 tenths over Oscar Piastri, so easily one of the largest margins we've seen so far this year. Russell will line up third. Fittipaldi in the second Ferrari will be on the second row there. Charles Leclerc, Pierre Gasly, he getting a very good effort done ahead of Alonso and both Red Bulls there. Awasa will round out the top 10. Lando Norris down in P11. So that is a big, big disappointment for the McLaren man. I assume he'll be starting the race anyway from the back of the field after his mechanical failure last weekend. But yeah, a lot of drivers out of position here, so that's going to make the race very interesting.
A lap of Imola, anti-clockwise of course, unlike most Formula 1 circuits, will take our drivers round 3.1 miles of track. 19 turns, 9 right-handers and 10 left. Drivers will need to be precise at the hairpin turn 7, given the subsequent uphill section. Without a good exit from that corner, they'll lose a lot of time on that stretch. Let's run you through the driver grid order for today's exciting race. Firestarter lines up on pole position, and Oscar Piastri completes the front row. Considering the rest of the grid, we have Russell, Fittipaldi, Leclerc, Gasly, Fernando Alonso, Perez, Sargent, Iwasa, Norris, Teo Porcher, Ocon, Tsunoda, Ricciardo, Behrman, Vesti, Stroll, Joe, and Lewis Hamilton rounds off the grid. It's almost time for those 5 red lights to go out then. Let's see who can prevail today.
Well, here we are then down on the grid, ready for the Emilia-Romagna Grand Prix. 32 laps ahead of us here, and the team want us to opt for a medium to hard compounder strategy. The sun is shining though, and that is really, really important. Hopefully that sun is shining down on Haas, but I expect more likely on Ferrari alongside us. Oscar Piastri leads the World Championship by just a single point. He hasn't really been a dominant driver though so far this year, but it's 5 red lights on the grid. And he's going to be lights out, and away we go there. And I actually think starting P2 isn't much of a disappointment here. Look at George Russell, though, from 3rd on the grid, immediately moving up into P1. Then Oscar Piastri, trying to look around the outside at that first corner. Not going to allow that to happen after a little bit of wheel-to-wheel banging there through that first turn. Enzo Fittipaldi seems to have lost 1 spot off the start as well. So I think George Russell absolutely nailed that getaway. To kind of slide up the middle between myself and Oscar there on the run towards turn 1. And I mean, he pretty much dispatched the pair of us incredibly quickly as well then. But yeah, normally the McLaren has been utterly dominant over 1 lap pace and maybe kind of been reined back in a little bit over race pace. But Suzuka and Miami recently, and really even actually Shanghai, McLaren have really comfortably had the fastest car over anybody else. They don't even have the best car according to kind of the in-game performance still. So very, very interesting that, McLaren, both their drivers seemingly able to get a lot out of the car they've got underneath them. And clearly it's a car as well that kind of allows them to attack, allows them to be confident and really believe in it. Well, George Russell then, of course, the only man seemingly towards the front of the order without DRS. I think Iwasa as well might just have lost sight of that group in front of him there. But to the outside of the McLaren back in towards turn 1. And Russell there enjoying a couple of laps led at the front of the order. But we will now claim P1 once more. Let's see if we've got the pace to try and break away from him. Problem, of course, again, is this is a circuit with 1 DRS zone. It's a rather large one, though. So it does kind of dominate the lap. Oh, Russell again, though. It does seem like we kind of get a couple of laps to build on each other. Whoa, hello. I didn't expect it to kind of move back over the way he did. That scared the life out of me. The noise in my ear are those wheels banging together. But, yeah, Russell and I just seem to have a little bit extra. I mean, Oscar Piastri as well, doing what Oscar Piastri does best. Just waiting in the wings, ready to pounce. But yeah, definitely seems like Leclerc, Fittipaldi and co just hanging on kind of to our coattails here. Would only take a couple of really fast laps to kind of split this group of 7 into potentially a group of 3 and a separate group of 4. Oh, come on. How on earth do you break traction like that through there? It was fine, and then immediately just failed to grip up, and that's really, really going to cost us and actually put us back in kind of Logan Sargent's range in this Grand Prix. Luckily, again, I know we've got good pace there, so I'm going to have to try and catch back up to Pierre Gasly. What that's also done somehow is actually given Russell quite a bit of breathing room at the front, so now Oscar Piastri under pressure from Leclerc back in towards that first corner. Leclerc will try and go around the outside of the Australian there, and I think he's made the move happen. Luckily, that does kind of allow us to close back in on that whole group, but Russell now, he's been given a huge opportunity. Well, we have finally rocked back up then to the rear of our teammate Pierre Gasly. So the only issue now, of course, is the DRS strains here. Really, really difficult to try and find a way through. So obviously, normally we try and call team orders here, just let me by. You know, we're in a World Championship fight. Pierre Gasly most certainly isn't. But admittedly, he's not actually that many points behind us. I mean, he's really going to try and race me for it. It would appear back in towards someone. He's really going to try and race me for it. What is he doing? Pierre Gasly there's gone absolutely mad. Back in towards turn 1 there, trying to defend from us. I mean, we were perfectly alongside. I was giving him plenty of room. And suddenly he just kind of decided he wanted me pretty much in the inside wall. As just making another little slip up. Trying to transfer between kind of the Gilles Villeneuve chicane and Tosa. And you can see immediately then the gaps that's opened up ahead to Fernando Alonso. So perhaps a little bit more Haas Civil War like we've had over the last couple of weekends. I mean, why on earth is Pierre Gasly going defensive in towards Acco Minerale? This seems really, really weird at the moment then. I mean, it should hopefully mean that getting back past him in towards turn 1 is going to be a whole lot easier, as long as we haven't given Logan Sargent the DRS as well a bit further behind. So just being careful that we avoid that one then. I guess the other good thing, of course, is that Russell at the front really doesn't seem to be breaking away all too quickly from anybody else at the moment then. But we'll have to try and go the other side of Pierre Gasly in towards that first turn. Again, Pierre really tried to squeeze me towards the wall, but hopefully we can drag him back to Fernando. Oh, George Russell. I think Russell's got issues at the front of the order then, because Oscar Piastri now has moved up into P1 there, but it's not often you see moves on the exit of Tosa, so whether Russell is either just taking too much out of his tyres, or perhaps has some mechanical gremlins on that McLaren car, he is definitely much, much slower than you would expect him to be at this stage of the Grand Prix. We are still trying to do the balancing act of closing in on those cars behind. Sorry, those cars in front even, I should say. But still trying to make sure that we've given Pierre Gasly the DRS there. Despite everything he's been doing to me so far this Grand Prix, I do still want to play the team game and benefit the pair of us here. But yeah, Russell really, really struggling at the moment for pace. Leclerc now, I might be able to try and apply some pressure back down towards turn 1. Nope, Russell again is going to try and go for it on Oscar Piastri. But the team want us into the pit lane then at the end of this lap. Will we see any of this other group of cars in? Oscar Piastri then still leading the way for Ferrari here. I mean, there's plenty of, well, pretty much every single driver in your top 6 either currently drives for Ferrari or has previously, with the exception of George Russell, as we've got yellows out further back. That's Lando Norris off in the gravel trap. So just a bit of an error there from him. Could that bring out a safety car or a red flag here? I think he's going to be able to get back on the road without too many problems. But yeah, Lando Norris, after a nightmare in Miami, this weekend seems to be going no better for him. As we will somehow get the jump on Oscar Piastri there. I mean, we definitely got done for an illegal pit lane kind of exit against him. Yeah, Lando Norris, though, still right at the rear of the field then, having a pretty terrible afternoon. But as we get going once more, that's actually given Russell a bit of breathing room. But we need to close back in on Fernando. Well, I think our entire group of cars then had a pretty slow round of pit stops here. Just the gaps seem to have opened up way more, as luckily we've just about kept inside the range of Fernando Alonso here, ready for the DRS. Every single other car, though, into the pits. So are we going to see the likes of Leclerc and Enzo Fittipaldi potentially win out in all of this? Let's just wait and see as they make their way back out of the pit lane there. Oh, Alonso really trying to get the squeeze on there. We tried to cover off Leclerc, but it's not going to happen. Wheel to wheel through turn 1 and turn 2 there. Luckily, we've already gone through the process of trying to warm back up our tyres. So Leclerc with no chance to really fight in towards the Gio Villeneuve chicane. But yeah, Russell again though, kind of was handed that lifeline, potentially wasted it earlier on in this GP, but has been given another one. Here we go then, let's see if we can get a run back on Alonso in towards turn 1. Should be fairly easy with the use of battery there. You can see top end, again this Haas car really struggling. Lando thought about trying to shut the nose back at the inside there, but won't allow that to happen. Let's go in pursuit of Georgie boy again. Oh, George Russell! Russell from the lead of the Grand Prix breaking down right in front of us then. I cannot believe that, and I saw him come out the chicane ever so slightly kind of out of line there, and I just immediately knew something was wrong with that McLaren car. And for the second weekend in a row then, McLaren facing a DNF, and I mean this one therefore has been a complete write-off for the team. I was just thinking back to last season, where obviously Russell, after he made the mistake in Australia, he made yet another mistake here at Imola whilst battling with Verstappen for the win, and that basically from then on, he was never really a threat at the front of the order, and it perhaps again Imola is going to be season defining for George. I mean luckily for him it seems like Charles Leclerc also suffering some mechanical issues, but for Oscar Piastri though, everything just starting to fit into place at the moment. He's still in P4, a little way behind his teammate, but 10 laps to go then of this Grand Prix. I think Russell held up Alonso a little bit. Things are just shaping up very nicely for us. We've fought our way back to the front. Now we've just got to keep it here. Oscar Piastri then, with just 7 laps to go, is moving his way back up through the order, and this is what he does. You know, he just had a bad pit stop, got jumped by quite a few cars, but he's just patient about it. He just thinks, you know, I've got plenty of laps to move my way back through the order. He's got back past Fittipaldi. Maybe there was some Ferrari team orders involved in that one, but he's moved back past Fernando Alonso as well towards the end of the afternoon, and I thought maybe this was going to be like a 12 or a 13-point kind of clawback against the Australian. Now it's looking like it's only going to be 7 or 8. Well, I tell you what, on days like today, you have to enjoy and remember how good this car can be inside this game. It's felt a little bit all over the show in recent weekends. I really thought that on paper, Miami should have been a fantastic track for us. But in hindsight, I think I just compromised the pace, the race pace of the car too much to try and make it a bit quicker in qualifying, and that ultimately cost us there. But despite a couple of little errors today, it looks like with 1 lap to go here from Imola, we are going to bag pole position, fastest lap, and race victory here. Admittedly, yes, a couple of things have gone our way. George Russell, Charles Leclerc, Lando Norris all suffering with various issues, but ultimately Oscar Piastri is the one leading the World Championship, and Ferrari, they've just been a little way away from Haas all weekend long up to this point. You know, this is a venue that I do truly love, and you know, like I was mentioning in qualifying, if it does come off the calendar quite soon and we do lose it from the F1 games, I am going to miss it, because it is so much fun inside. You know, ever since it came back on F1 2021, it is such a fun venue to really kind of race around inside this title there. But rounding our way through the final few corners then here from Imola, we haven't even won a race yet this season. I genuinely, off the top of my head, can't remember the last race we won inside this game. I want to say it was like Singapore last year, if I remember correctly, but it doesn't matter now, because through the final couple of corners we are going to go. It is going to be victory once again here at Imola. 26 points on the board. That's what I'm talking about.
Yes, guys, yes! Come on, boys! Oh, superb driving. That is the race win, my friend. Well done.
And that's it then for the Emilia-Romagna Grand Prix. And what a sensational victory they've managed to pull off here.
They led from lights out to the flag at the end, and their race victory was never in doubt, was it? Brilliant stuff by them.
Today was another great race and an even greater victory for Haas. Here they come now to step out onto the top of the podium. They'll be incredibly happy with today's result.
Well, there we are then. We will take victory here at Imola. 6.5 seconds clear of Oscar Piastri come the checkered flag. And I mean, honestly, when you look at that, it looks like it was a fairly simple race for us, but those of you that stuck around and watched the entire video know it was nothing of the like. Fernando Alonso P3 bags another podium for Aston Martin ahead of Enzo Fittipaldi. Gasly in P5 ahead of Perez, Leclerc, Sargent, Pourchaire, and Daniel Ricciardo does get a point for V-Carb as well. They're beating out both the Alpines, and I tell you what, Lance Stroll, I don't give him much credit inside this game, but a decent drive from 18th to 12th as well, when all is said and done there. Hamilton and Norris right at the rear of the field. Russell and Iwasa are two drivers that failed to see the checkered flag, so I believe we must have been the only Brit this weekend to score, which does not happen all too often inside this game. Championship-wise, though, it means Oscar Piastri now has a 19-point buffer ahead of Russell at the top of the table. We are up into third ahead of Norris and Leclerc there, and Fittipaldi has been very consistent so far, not a million miles away either. Alonso still ahead of Gasly. Hamilton now just 2 points clear of Théo Pourchaire and 1 point ahead of Perez there, who's got a further 1 point buffer over his teammate Logan Sargent. Further down though, Ricciardo, yeah, more points on the board for him, still leaves us with that bottom four yet to score. Constructors-wise, McLaren's gap at the top slashed to just 5 points ahead of Ferrari. We open up a healthy buffer ahead of Mercedes as well there, with Aston Martin still ahead of Red Bull, V-Carb, Alpine and Williams. Thank you all so much for watching though. If you have enjoyed, please do make sure you leave a like, get yourself subscribed, and we'll be back very soon when Formula 1 returns ready for the, I believe, Monaco Grand Prix. Hello everyone and welcome back to a brand new video, and welcome to round 8 of season 7 of our F1 24 Haas driver career mode. Yes, we're back this weekend here for the jewel in the Formula 1 crown. It's time for the Monaco Grand Prix. If you missed out on the video that went live a few days ago from Imola, I would highly recommend going back and checking out. We finally managed to chalk up our first race victory of the season. It means now we are 33 points behind Oscar Piastri at the top of the World Championship. George Russell had an unfortunate mechanical failure, which left him obviously trailing the Australian there by 19 points after we leave the first race of the European leg of the campaign. But yeah, just like myself though, Oscar Piastri has had 3 second places in a row, but consistency is really paying dividends for the Australian at the moment there. We've got a 12-point buffer over Lando Norris, who's had some pretty terrible races in recent times. Constructors-wise, though, we are comfortably in P3 at the moment. 5 points in it between McLaren and Ferrari at the top of the table as well. But yeah, Monaco, though, it's the race that every Formula 1 driver wants to win. We haven't won here since Season 5 of this career mode as well, obviously when we were racing for Mercedes, but obviously we won Imola as well that season, so hopefully we can win back-to-back races again this season. Get yourself subscribed if you're new. We are trying to hit 140,000 subs at the moment. Also, if you really want to help support us just a little bit more, you can click the join button for just £1 a month, and you get early access to all the videos as well on the channel. But yeah, without further ado, let's do this thing.
Not all qualifying sessions are created equal. From the moment that a driver sits in a go-kart, they want to end up here, in the pit lane, ready and raring for qualifying. at the Monaco Grand Prix.
Well, here we are then, ready. One-shot qualifying here from Monaco. It does not get more intense than trying to complete a lap around this venue, and hopefully we can get a good time on the board today. Aston Martin, Théo Pourchaire, look very, very good throughout free practice. Will they be able to carry that pace though? You know, and the confidence is the big thing around this place. You've got to be at one with your machine. You've got to really feel like you can try and hang the car on the limit, and so far, Pierre Gasly actually setting the timings alight at the front of the order. Could this be a bit of a big turnaround for our teammate there, who's had a very quiet start to the season? Has more recently been scraping together more and more points finishes, which is really, really good to see as well from the Frenchman. But is this potentially the weekend where he really starts to define himself as a threat there? I mean, through to back, not even downshifting anymore. That's just how much grip these cars have. We nudged the wall Max Verstappen style through the exit of the swimming pool chicane there. Just one more corner to go. Anthony Noogs. So we try not to rattle up against the curbing on the exit. At the final corner, power down. P6 on the grid, but Pierre Gasly's gone and done it. Well, there we go. Pierre in prime position, ready for the Monaco Grand Prix. Oscar Piastri will line up just ahead of his teammate Enzo Fittipaldi. Fernando Alonso P4 ahead of Lando Norris and myself there. So again, Oscar looking very good. McLaren seemingly struggling a little bit more for pace here, as Hamilton qualifies just behind us in P7. Any other big surprises though? Pourchaire, I hyped him up and he ended up P14 come the end of qualifying, so that's pretty disappointing for him. But I assume Gasly must be our first teammate to get a pole position since Charles Leclerc would have done back in Season 4. It has been a long time coming, but could Pierre win the Monaco Grand Prix?
A proper road race, and in the true meaning of the word. That's how Mr. Monaco, the late great Graham Hill, once described this iconic event. The cars we drive have come a long way in the intervening half-century, but we still race on those same public roads beside the Mediterranean. There is no victory more coveted than that of the Monaco Grand Prix. The astonishing Circuit de Monaco is, for all intents and purposes, virtually unchanged since its inaugural race back in 1929. The faster cars of today ensure the 19 corners past the casino and along the seafront remain as thrilling as ever. A 2.1 mile lap here takes us around an entire country, yet never more than a few inches away from the race-ending barriers. Before we begin, let's take a quick look at the grid lineup for today's race. Pierre Gasly lines up on pole position, and Oscar Piastri completes the front row. Considering the rest of the grid we have Fittipaldi, Fernando Alonso, Norris, Firestarter, Hamilton, Sargent, Ricciardo, Perez, Leclerc, Iwasa, Russell, Théo Pourchaire, Behrman, Tsunoda, Ocon, Stroll, Vesti, and Zhou Guanyu. That's it then, it's time to go racing as we head down trackside for today's race.
Well, here we are then, down on the grid, and well, we've got to hope for our World Championship's sake that Gasly can hold off Oscar Piastri down in towards turn 1. I can't help but feel if that Ferrari breaks away, then he is just going to be able to just build up a gap at the front of the order. 39 laps ahead of us, though, around the toughest track on the Formula 1 calendar as we wait then on the grid for those 5 red lights. Mighty long hole, but it is lights out and away we go there, and getting a lot of wheel spin in the initial phase. Luckily everybody else will kind of bunch up on the inside through turn 1. There's Lando Norris just tries to squeeze us out. We will get around the outside though of the McLaren and straight up into P5 then at the start of the GP there, so a decent little start in the end after I struggled through the initial phase of acceleration there to the inside of Alonso on lap 1. You know, you've got to get the elbows out, got to be prepared to try and make moves happen there as we will go wheel to wheel down through the hairpin. Good racing between the pair of us there, or we lock up slightly, kind of forcing wide through lower Mirabeau, but we will move up then 2 places gained actually on lap 1, so we did a very, very good job there, and now it's Haas, Ferrari, Haas as your top 4 then early on in the GP. But you know, I say the same cliches every time we come here. This circuit is all about trying to settle into a rhythm, you know, just get confident, get comfortable with the car you've got underneath you. It looks like pretty much every single car is on the same strategy as well. So I think everybody are looking to go from medium to the hard compound. But Pierre Gasly then will lead at the end of lap 1. Oh, we've got yellows, we've got yellows. Someone already breaking down on just lap 2. Not too sure who that is then on the minimap. I think it's Lando Norris. So Norris, the 3rd weekend in a row that he is not going to be able to score points in. And, well, it just seems to be the same story every year for Lando. Starts the season quite strong, looks competitive, and then you kind of get to about 1/3 distance and everything just falls apart for the McLaren man here. Our first casualty of the day, and McLaren, let's not forget, that's their that's their 3rd mechanical failure, isn't it, in the last 3 Grand Prix. They need to sort out those cars. But already Enzo Fittipaldi just struggling to keep up with the likes of Oscar Piastri and Pierre Gasly at the front of the order. I think helped probably because of Lando's issues. Our top 5 though, I've got a big breakaway over everybody else then, so we've got to try and start looking for moves against the Brazilian there. Again, not even downshifting as we make our way. Oh, through to back, and there you go. That's how you make the overtake then. No idea where Fittipaldi's gone. He just disappeared. Completely locked up in front of me there. Went straight on down at the final few corners, and I think he's still stuck in that runoff area then. So Fittipaldi now is going to drop to the rear of the order in this GP. And, well, there's drama early on here. It's only lap 5. Oscar Piastri, I'm just watching him as he makes his way up through Massenet and into Casino Square. That Ferrari, definitely its tyres are starting just to fall off slightly there, maybe leaning on those rears a little bit too much. Monaco can be a really weird track for monitoring tyre wear and temperature and things as well. You'd expect it to kind of not really be a problem in any regard, but especially kind of when you're tucked up behind someone in the dirty air, it can actually be a really, really difficult track. You know, you get a lot of wheel spin, things like that, where pretty much every corner here is a low-speed traction zone, it feels like. But yeah, winding our way, though, down past the harbour yet again. Just trying to see if we can force an error out of Oscar like we did to his teammate Enzo Fittipaldi, or nudge the wall slightly. Trying to open up the circuit through those final couple of turns there. And again, not quite close enough in towards turn 1. I've got to stop nudging that wall.
1.9 seconds.
74% tyre wear on that left-hand side tyre. As long as we don't keep doing it, we should be fine. But that is a major problem, as you can just see still how much grip we've got. Able to launch it in. Oh, Oscar just actually went a little bit defensive there on me. That kind of caught me by surprise. So I was going to go into the back of him had I not tried to send it to the inside there. So a little bit of a look. Unable to make anything happen with it that time round, though. But are we going to be close enough as we make our way in through the tunnel once again? Got to be within about 2/10 of him by the time we get out into the sunlight there. As to the inside we'll go. We kept 2 wheels on the circuit there. Oscar Piastri, though, will jump the curbing. He'll hang on to the place. How on earth does Oscar Piastri think that's fair? He cut the circuit to hold on to the position. And I wish these games were slightly better with the AI in that regard, because if this was real Formula 1, Ferrari would be telling him now he's got to give up the place to avoid getting a penalty. But he has got a penalty! Okay, F124's actually worked as it should for once. Oscar Piastri, a 10-second time penalty for an illegal overtake. The problem is, though, all this is doing is allowing our teammate Pierre Gasly to run away. Oh, again, just trying to get a run on Oscar Piastri there, and again to the inside through upper Mirabo, and that time round we might be able to make the move happen there. A little bit of wheel banging between the pair of us. Oscar Piastri will not be happy about the penalty he's picked up, and will certainly not be happy now that he's lost the place as well. But Haas, this might be the first time it's ever happened inside this game. I'd have to double check, but we have now got a 1-2 here on the streets of Monaco. This is going pretty well. I think Pierre's going to dive in at the end of this lap, so we are going to inherit the lead of the Grand Prix, but obviously he's leading. He's got first choice of strategy in this race. So obviously, yeah, Pierre obviously allowed to cover off from those cars behind, so we're going to have to extend just 1 lap extra here and then move over onto our set of the hards. Gonna have basically done half this race on the mediums, and they're definitely starting to feel a little bit more slippery towards the end of the stint. The other thing I've just got to be careful of is that we don't pick up any more kind of wear on that left-hand side, otherwise we're going to get a puncture there. As there we go, Pierre Gasly into the pit lane.
Let's try and keep that going right through to the end of the race.
Sure, we're going to see basically every other car in the pits as well. So, oh, this has got to be a big lap for us, and lines like that at turn 1 do not do us any favours. Well, Pierre then comfortably out in front of the likes of Fernando Alonso. But look at that, Daniel Ricciardo up into P5 at the moment. I believe he's pit in this Grand Prix. So the Australian always used to go well around this venue as well. And that looks to have carried over into his time at VCARB. I would assume we're going to come out in P2 of this GP, as we'll try and see over the wall if we can see Pierre Gasly making his way through those final couple of corners. Last car onto a set of the hard tyres here. Ah, of course we did. That might just give Pierre a little bit of extra safety at the front of the order then. There he goes, still in P1.
See these tyres through to the end now.
Luckily, we are still in P2 then. But we have got our work cut out in the second half of the GP if we think we can win this race. Of course, the bigger thing, though, is making sure that Haas convert a 1-2. Oh, no. Oh, that's bad. Just trying to push for a new fastest lap. Oh, that's really, really bad then in this Grand Prix. Just a little bit of front wing on that outside there. But the problem you face around this circuit, of course, is that little bit of front wing damage. Now makes it so much more likely that you'll pick up more and more through the second half of the afternoon. Do we just try and make sure that we bring the car home? Or do we pit and go to a fresh set of tyres and a new wing? I think we've just got to try and bring home the 1-2 still. Unless we get a safety car or something like that.
At the moment, just focus on the driving.
Oh, no. Just... Right, that's going to have to be a new front wing, isn't it? Damn it. Oh, we got another car breaking down. It's the other McLaren. George Russell out of the Grand Prix as well then by the looks of it. So a safety car now would really, really benefit us in this Grand Prix. But Russell, our second retirement of the day then. And well, we said McLaren need to sort out their reliability in this series. That is huge for them. 4 mechanical failures in the last 3 Grand Prix. But where are we going to re-emerge then in this GP? I think we're going to be way down the order. Because obviously a load of other cars, obviously we lost more time because of the front wing change. We're not even inside the points at the moment, as Ollie Behrman will come out just ahead of us. Can we just make sure that we're ahead of Yuki Tsunoda? We're going to be wheel to wheel with him on the exit of the pit lane there, but we have got much fresher, softer tyres towards the end of the afternoon, so hopefully we can try and fight our way back inside the top 10 there as Tsunoda rather aggressively decides that he's going to try and defend the inside line. Won't matter though, as we will get clean around him. But yeah, we've got a lot of work to try and do, and this could have huge ramifications in the World Championship. Oh, come on then, all over the back of Ollie Behrman. Will he try and cover off? Oh, he did try to cover us off there, but he left a car's whip down the inside, and we will get back past the Williams and into 11th place then. But Oscar Piastri, it's the only Formula 1 driver I know who could pick up a 10-second time penalty at Monaco, and still right now he would extend his World Championship lead over his top 3 closest rivals. This game absolutely loves the Australian. I mean, a pretty fresh set of soft compound tyres going up against an old set of hards here. The amount of grip, the amount of closing speed we've got on the AI there as our Porsche potentially left us a bit of a...
Get what we needed out of that, I'm afraid, but don't worry about it. There's a long way to go. Chin up, and let's focus till the end.
I mean, I'm down the inside. Like, we've got enough of the car there, I think, to warrant the space. Let me know down in the comments below your thoughts on that incident, but Oscar Piastri, Teo Porcher even, I kind of feel that he should have just given it up. What? What is it? What's it doing? How has he not been able to get the throttle down there? But surely you're not going to have to pit again towards the end of this race. I think we are. Damn it, man. This race has suddenly gone so badly for us. As on to another first set then I think, of the soft compound tyre here, but what was Iwasa doing? He just did not get the power down off of the exit of the chicane there, and suddenly now I think points are going to be almost impossible to come by this afternoon. What could have been an easy 1-2 for Haas has just completely been turned on its head, as we are going to be out with last. We are last place in the Monaco Grand Prix. Hopefully we're not going to finish here, but how quickly this race can turn on its head. And I've said it before and I'll say it again, front wing damage here just breeds more front wing damage. Well, Fittipaldi and myself then both having terrible, terrible Monaco GPs. Ferrari on the whole have had a pretty bad race here. At least Haas have had the saving grace of Oscar Piastri there, but again to the inside of yet another driver through Upper Mirabo. And again, we will pull off that overtake there. I mean, like I said, we're running so many seconds a lot faster than these guys, but I'm just still kind of racing on with the hopes that we could maybe score a point from this Grand Prix. Show is all over the road, man. It's so difficult to predict where he's going to position that car. As past it we will go, and we will gain another spot. Well, next up then, Fred Vesti in that Sauber car there, and learning from the mistake we made with Teo Porcher. You cannot really have a look to the inside of the AI through Anthony Noakes there. They will just turn in on you if they feel like it is all again almost into the back of another car. Under braking, just so much more performance than these guys at the moment. Can we have a look to the outside of Fred Vesti? Yes, we can. And that's another different place then that we made an overtake in this afternoon's GP. 3 laps to go after this one, though. I guess at least for the fans, we are putting on a show towards the end of the race. But yeah, Gasly, Fernando Alonso out in front. They have just got, well, especially Pierre, he has dominated the afternoon's proceedings. Can we get a run on Lance Stroll in the Williams car as we make our way down in towards the chicane? A big lunge from a long way back. We will just about keep it inside track limits and into 14th. Well, such a shame to see Alpine really just struggling at this stage of the campaign. They've often been a bit of giant killers inside this series, but I don't think this last season is going to deliver too many memorable results there. As down the inside, oh, with Esteban Ocon we go. Huge kick of oversteer on the exit, just to stop him from considering trying to get the switch back on us. As you just see, yeah, we are completely overdriving this car right now, trying to get as many spots as we can back towards the end of the afternoon. Behrman 8 seconds up the road, so I think that Tsunoda is probably likely going to be the last car that we can try and move past here, is trying to hop over those curbs as best as we can. Where will we be able to make a move though on Yuki to make our way through in towards the final sector there? Could we have a look down into Larascas? Yes, we can. Oh, big dive bomb. A lot of contact, but that's sometimes how you got to make moves here. But as we round the final corner then to start the last lap of the Monaco Grand Prix, it really feels like Pierre and I this weekend have kind of done a bit of a role reversal here. Our teammate has not often been particularly strong inside this game, but this season he has come to Monaco and he has absolutely dominated. No one has been able to get close to Pierre Gasly this weekend. It was certainly not the result I thought we'd see coming into the GP, but through the final corners, another Frenchman is going to win the Monaco GP there. Out of the final corner, Pierre Gasly and the Haas are back on top in Formula 1 yet again there. What a result for Pierre. I've got to say I am very, very happy for him, despite how disappointing our race ended up going throughout the second half of the afternoon there. I really did genuinely just want to bring home a 1-2, but then that mistake down here into the back ultimately cost us any chance of that, and we have paid the price for it today. Fernando Alonso will join him up on the podium. I think Lewis Hamilton is going to finish in P3 there, so a very popular podium right the way throughout, but a race that showed so much promise is going to deliver so little. It is P12 here in Monte Carlo.
What a super drive! Pierre Gasly takes the checkered flag.
They led from lights out to the flag at the end, and their race victory was never in doubt, was it? Brilliant stuff by them.
The quality and fantastic result of the Haas team will have been noticed by everyone out there today. You can see why everyone's taking them so seriously. These drivers will be hot property by the end of the season.
Well, pole position, what would have been fastest lap and race victory. Can you complain, Pierre Gasly this weekend, with the way he has driven there? Absolutely in control of the Monaco GP when all is said and done. Fernando Alonso beats out Lewis Hamilton in P2 and P3 there. Daniel Ricciardo, a really good effort in his V-carb to finish 4th ahead of Sergio Perez and Logan Sargent. Piastri did recover to 7th place in the end. Charles Leclerc, the homeboy, in 8th. Ahead of Imola and Théo Pourchaire, rounding out our top 10. Neither McLaren able to even see the checkered flag there. Enzo Fittipaldi and myself also out of the GP gave a few drivers an opportunity to take home some big points there. It does mean Piastri's gap at the top now 25 points ahead of George Russell. We are 39 back from the Australian there. Still ahead of Lando Norris, Charles Leclerc and Pierre Gasly now just ahead of Fernando Alonso as Fittipaldi drops down the order because of that result. Still ahead though of Lewis Hamilton there. Red Bull still in 10th and 11th, just ahead of Pourchaire and Daniel Ricciardo. You see Iwasa gets his first big points of the year as well. Still ahead of Ollie Behrman, and still Esteban Ocon, Lance Stroll and those Saubers yet to score a point. Constructors wise though, Ferrari now 1 ahead of McLaren at the top of the standings. Haas there do make, take some big inroads out of the pair of them, but have we got a 1-2, we could have been right with those top 2 teams as well there. So completely, my own fault, and it is such a disappointment as well. Thank you all so much for watching though. We will rebound when we return next time out, ready for the Canadian Grand Prix. Hello everyone and welcome back to a brand new video, and welcome to round 9 of season 7 of our F1 24 Haas driver career mode. Yes, we're back this weekend here for the Canadian Grand Prix in Montreal. Of course, if you missed out on the last video that went live at the weekend from Monaco, I would highly recommend going back and checking it out. It's a little bit weird, of course. By the time you guys are watching this, the Australian Grand Prix has already happened. I'm recording this on Friday morning though, so was the Grand Prix crazy? Was it really boring? Are we in for a dull or interesting 2025? Someone let me know down in the comments below. Obviously, yeah, last weekend, the Monaco Grand Prix, it was a bit of a disaster for us. We failed to score any points there, finishing the race in P12, and we've had a really bad run of we either get a podium or we don't score points so far this year, and that's kind of been the key to allow Oscar Piastri just to build up some momentum at the top of the table there. The Ferrari man, 25 points clear now of George Russell at the top of the standings. We are still in 3rd though, ahead of Lando Norris after McLaren suffered a double DNF on the Monte Carlo streets last time round. However, Pierre Gasly did take the victory for Haas, so nice to see our teammate finally kind of getting into some fighting form. It does now mean we are 29 points back from Ferrari in the Constructors' Championship. There's only 1 point between them and McLaren as we return to Montreal. However, this circuit I've always gone well at inside F1 24, so we're hoping that can continue today. Get yourself subscribed if you're new. We are trying to hit 140,000 subs. Also, if you're enjoying the videos and you want to help support us just a little bit more, you can click the join button for just £1 a month, and you massively help support the work we do here. But yeah, without further ado then, let's head onto the circuit.
It is time to go qualifying in Canada. A historic track. Looks simple, it's anything but. Welcome to Montreal.
Well, here we are then, ready for qualifying in Montreal, and well, although Sundays have often gone quite well for me around this venue, Saturday afternoons, they've been a bit more of a struggle. We've made plenty of errors over 1 lap pace, so we just need to make sure that we get a good safe lap on the board today, and that we start right up towards the front there. A little bit of a wobble through that first chicane there. Oscar Piastri, World Championship leader, just fastest through that first split. It's so difficult to really try and get a lap hooked up, and for the first time ever, it actually feels like this Haas car perhaps struggling a little bit for top-end speed. Obviously, this week we'll see the finale of our F1 2002 career mode as well. And obviously that Ferrari car in that series has struggled with top speed right the way throughout the campaign as well. But excited for 2003 as well in that series. Lando Norris, though, trading fastest at the moment with his ex-teammate in Oscar Piastri. Who is going to claim it, though, as we make our way down into the wall of champion chicane? We are going to have to send the car through a little bit further back, nudge the wall on the exit, but we'll carry the speed towards the line. P6 on the grid. I'm happy that we just got a lap on the board. Well, there we go. It will be our reigning world champion lining up in P1. Lando Norris alongside him, though, ahead of Enzo Fittipaldi and Charles Leclerc. Both Haas cars will lock out row 3, so I think we can be pretty happy with that. I'm really hoping that Monaco has ignited a fire in Pierre Gasly's belly for the rest of the season, but only time will tell as we head into the race.
Lights Out in Canada is approaching at a venue where the island was built for the 1967 World's Fair. The world has gathered once again. Welcome to the Canadian Grand Prix. A 2.7 mile circuit peaking at around 190 miles per hour. There are 2 DRS zones, 14 turns, which conclude with the famous Wall of Champions, and many a car has found their race ending right there. Before we begin, let's take a quick look at the grid lineup for today's race. Oscar Piastri lines up on pole position, and Lando Norris lines up alongside. Considering the rest of the grid, we have Fittipaldi, Leclerc, Gasly, Firestarter, Hamilton, Fernando Alonso, Iwasa, Teo Porcher, Russell, Perez, Sargent, Tsunoda, Stroll, Vesti, Behrman, Ocon, Joe, and Daniel Ricciardo fills the last spot on the grid. And with preparations almost complete, let's head down to the track.
Well, here we are then, lining up down on the grid. P6 for the Canadian GP today, and George Russell are way down the order there in P11. The entire field was covered by just 0.8 of a second by the end of qualifying. That's pretty impressive across 20 cars on this game, especially, you know, when it feels like a few teams have got little advantages here and there. Waiting on the grid, though, for the 5 red lights here in Montreal. It's a very long hole, but it is going to be lights out, and away we go there, trying not to get too much wheel spin off the launch. Gasly would immediately have a look to the inside of Leclerc into turn 1. Lando Norris under pressure from Enzo Fittipaldi, and once again, Oscar Piastri just going to try and run away at the front there. We will try and make it 3 wide with Leclerc and our teammate, but not able to make that happen. There was a bit of a wobble as we try and get the power down on the exit. Gasly, though, will gain the place. Oh, and Charles Leclerc, as I thought about trying to gain the place as well, but immediately, just, you know, you can always figure out with the AI when you're going to get your nose chopped off inside this game as well, though, which is, yeah, really, really not ideal. Hop, skip, and a jump over the curbing, though, through the exit of Sector 2 there, but, of course, this circuit is very, very dominated by the DRS zones as well, so it's going to be about just trying to time your moves, plan ahead, everything like that. I always say F1 24 is like playing a game of chess, but honestly, I'd probably say it's closer to checkers, personally. Oscar Piastri, though, will lead at the end of lap 1. Ferrari with a 1-2 here early. Enzo Fittipaldi, got to make sure he doesn't make a mistake like he did last weekend. But it really does look like Ferrari have got the jump on everybody here, at least in the very early laps. Lando Norris just struggling to keep up with Enzo Fittipaldi and might find himself coming under pressure from Pierre Gasly. So we want to try and have a look to the outside of Charles Leclerc there, down in towards the final chicane. He will compromise his run, though, through the exit, so hopefully we can try and do something back in towards turn 1. Of course, we've already come to blows a couple of times this season. This time round, though, we'll make it through cleanly and up into 5th. Well, suddenly Lando Norris's lack of pace makes a lot more sense in this Grand Prix. He's actually opted for the hard compounded tyre at the start of this one. McLaren love to do an alternate strategy onside this game. Be interested to see whether it actually works out for them today or not, but clearly trying to throw something different at it here, as he has been able to close back in to Enzo Fittipaldi. Big dive bomb going again against our teammate Pierre Gasly there. Again, though, we're getting slowed down. It was not out of control or anything like that. We didn't lock up the front tyre, but we are really trying to kind of slice our way through nice and early. I'm just a bit worried that Oscar Piastri is going to be able to build up too much of a lead too early, and that'll give us big problems throughout the rest of the afternoon. Well, I think Lando Norris is just holding off from going off for a move against Enzo Fittipaldi because he knows he won't be able to pull away from him. My goal early on here is very, very different to Lando, so we'll try and get a run then on the McLaren car down in towards the final few corners. Wheel to wheel we will go. And Lando Norris clearly doesn't think this battle's worth it at the moment. Try and get the power down out of the turn as well then against Fittipaldi. Back in towards turn 1 there, to the inside we will go. Oh, but we don't get it slowed down in time. We will try and avoid kind of jumping over the curbing.
Okay, they're slowing down. It seems like there's some kind of problem with their car.
Oh, that is not what we want to hear for our teammate Pierre Gasly there, as all that hard work immediately undone. But yeah, poor Pierre, how many kind of bad luck moments does he get in this game? Well, because of all that battling going on. Oh, I thought Lando Norris would lose the DRS to Enzo Fittipaldi. Apparently he's just about been able to stay in the range of the Ferrari car. I've got no idea how, though. That gap never looked to be below a second. So we'll make our way back in towards turn 1. This time round we'll look for the outside line against another car. And we will swoop through and back into the podium places yet again. Well, Montreal is normally one of the worst tracks inside this game. The kind of AI staying bunched up, but it definitely feels like the more seasons you do, the better things can become. There is a huge wobble at that final turn. Hopefully we'll get the run on Fittipaldi in towards turn 1 again. That time round a little bit more careful into the braking zone, and we will get around him. Oh, struggling to put the power down on the exit, and now we've got to try and close in nearly 4 seconds to Oscar Piastri.
Okay, we can take you this lap.
We'll just box pit confirm then with the team, so hopefully they'll be expecting us by the time we get down into the pit lane here. I'm looking at it, I'm hoping we could come out kind of around George Russell in this GP. Of course, Montreal's pit lane are one of the best on the calendar in terms of not losing too much time. It's a bit like Magny-Cours back in the day, but just not as interesting because it doesn't quite allow for so many aggressive strategies. Way too lenient on pit lane entry there. I reckon like Gran could have done a better job of getting the car slowed down on the way in. But hopefully that's not going to cost us too much here, as hopefully... Come on, we need a good stop team. We had a terrible one in Monaco.
There seems to have been a problem removing the right rear wheel. We need to try and put it behind us though, and let's finish this race strong.
How many times is this going to be a problem on this game for us? We've got basically everything set up that should allow us to get good pit stops reliably, and still this team cannot manage it. We will come out in a bit of clear air just behind Lance Stroll, but yeah, Gasly as well, he is having a terrible time. I think it's going to be a little while longer before we start to see some of the AI into the pit lane. Lance Stroll, their home Grand Prix for him. I'm sure that win here in Montreal feels like a very long time ago now, as we will get around the outside of him through turn 1. These hard tyres feel fantastic early on.
Okay, good work, great pass.
As we have now stuck behind both of the Red Bulls. Got to give it credit to Logan Sargent. I thought he'd be worse than Perez this year, but he seems to be kind of leading that Red Bull team. But yeah, Perez there trying to cover us off into the braking zone. Not quite covering us off enough though. Try saying that 5 times over. But yeah, really just trying to move our way back through some of these slower cars as quickly as we can. We'll claim the DRS off of Sargent, but hopefully get him down into the hairpin there, as both Red Bulls trailing a Imola.
Nice work. That's why I love working with you. Smashed it.
Huge moment of oversteer down at the hairpin, and that'll let Sargent come straight back at me. But we do have the DRS here So hopefully we should be able to complete this move. Around the outside we'll go, as now we're starting to see other cars into the pit lane. Where is Oscar Piastri going to come back out? Has he even pit yet? I believe he has. There is Oscar. And how on earth did we gain back so much time against him? There goes the Ferrari man back into turn 1 there as Iwasa will just get out ahead of him. So I think Oscar Piastri, he must have had a bad pit stop as well here, because I certainly don't get how we would have taken a good kind of 3 seconds out of him in this GP. So Ferrari clearly blundering as well in this Grand Prix. Yeah, now it's just a case of can we both get back around to Yumu as quickly as we can. Oscar Piastri thinks about it to the outside. He'll go down in towards the next chicane there, but Iwasa will hold firm, and this really helps us out in this GP at the moment. Then will Oscar again try to have a look this time? To the outside in towards the hairpin, but again, Iwasa will just cover him off there, and for the net lead of the GP, we will make it through and up then into P7. There we go, Lando now into the pit lane then, so if he can come out in P3, it puts him in a really good spot there. As look at the speed Oscar Piastri had down in towards the final chicane, just having to back out of that one. Wasn't really able to do anything against him there, and Oscar then back into P1 of this Grand Prix. We've just got to be careful that we don't fight each other too aggressively too soon. As Lando Norris then, will he come out in P3? I don't think he will. I think he'll come out just behind Fittipaldi there. No, he will get the jump, will he? So close on pit lane exit, but Norris is through. So that really helps him out then. He can afford to take those fresher tyres and absolutely try and wring the neck out of that McLaren car. The gap is 9 seconds with 14 laps to go. Well, I'm already slightly worried the fact Lando's taken over us, well, almost a second out of us on that lap, and we are still battling with Oscar there. Seems to be a little bit of a gentleman's agreement that whoever's kind of losing the place will back out of it, but that will only work for so long. Well, I'm trying to do the maths in my head at the moment, and by the end of this Grand Prix, Lando Norris, I think at the rate he's closing in, would probably get to us on the last lap of the GP. I know, though, Oscar Piastri behind me is just not pushing that hard at the moment. As soon as I say that, he'll have a look to the inside there, but think better of it. But yeah, I'm trying not to take too much out of our tyres, push too much to keep Oscar at bay, because I don't then want to be vulnerable to both him and Lando towards the end of the Grand Prix. This has really become an interesting one of strategy, and I've got no idea how it's going to play out with 8 laps to go. Oh, we are really just trying to control things towards the end of this Grand Prix, but Oscar Piastri, another move this time round, down in towards turn 1. And we try and get the long way around him off of the corner, and this will really help Lando out. You can see even just through those first couple of corners, he takes almost a second out of us, as now these hard tyres, I wouldn't quite say they're gone just yet, but they're certainly not providing us with the confidence that they once were here. So tricky, Montreal. They changed it a few years ago, and now it's so difficult to try and put the power down on this venue there, as I wanted to have a look to the outside of Oscar, but he certainly won't let me have that one for free there. We've got to certainly work a little bit harder to try and make these moves happen. 5 laps to go, though, of the Canadian Grand Prix. Lando Norris is still taking a second lap out of Oscar and I. This is far from over as we get towards the end of the GP, and this is what Montreal, it throws up so many classic late race battles. I absolutely love it, as Oscar Piastri again just sitting a bit defensive in towards those final couple of turns, making it very clear what he's going to be doing there. He's going to defend the inside line back in towards turn 1, and I just don't have the grit to go for it. We're going to have to start going defensive. We can't go defensive. Oscar Piastri, it was maybe a bit of a late move to try and defend the position there. I don't know if he's picked up front wing damage, or whether he was able to get away with that one. I think he's okay, and we'll give him the spot then back in towards turn 1 there that time round. But I just want to try and move over to the inside line and cover him off, but Oscar Piastri so committed, had the little bit of extra speed off of the corner. Luckily, he has still got his entire front wing. That was not my intention to try and make a late block. Well, into the final 2 laps then of this Canadian Grand Prix. There's still 2 of us that are battling at the front, and there's still another car that is just reining us in late on in the day. A 3-way battle, potentially, could unfold here towards the end of the Canadian Grand Prix, but Oscar Piastri is still defending as best as he can there. We'll just bait the move to the inside, see if we can compromise his run through the chicane, which we will do, and to the inside through turn 4 and turn 5 there. That's not often where you see the overtakes being made. Around the outside we'll go though, and up, into P1. Team loving that as well there, but I think again he'll have the DRS though. Off of the corner to the outside. We'll go the Australian again. We will just try and defend through the exit of the corner there. But look at the gap to Lando. He's almost got inside the range of Oscar Piastri now. So not too sure whether he's going to be able to kind of be a threat on the last lap of this race there. The tyres, the old hard compounder rubber, are really starting to fall away right towards the end of the afternoon. But we've got to try and defend from Oscar Piastri, but we've just got to try and save enough battery as well in case he gets a run on me on the very last lap there. I knew coming to Montreal we should be a threat, we should be in contention. We usually are around this venue, but with 1 lap to go, can we try to convert to victory here? Leading into the last lap is no guarantee. Inside F1 24 there, up through the second chicane I should say of the lap. Trying to just keep it away from the barriers as best as we can there. But Oscar Piastri, you just never know what the young Australian is doing. Waiting in the wings for an opportunity, for a sniff, for a chance on this last lap of the GP. He will be the one with the DRS in towards the final few corners. But will we be able to control the pace there? I think Lando Norris, his mediums, just giving up on the last lap of the Grand Prix. We've just got to try and get the power down off of this hairpin against Oscar there, and it looks like he's struggling a little bit in that Ferrari car to really do anything against us. We've got enough fuel to get round to the checkered flag. Here comes Oscar Piastri though, a huge amount of speed in towards those final couple of corners there. We will go wheel to wheel in through the final chicane. That might allow Lando Norris to get a run on the run towards the line. We will claim the victory.
Yes, 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 guys, yes! Come on, boys! Ah, fantastic drive. That's just fantastic. Amazing. You deserved that race win. Well done, mate.
So that's it then for another magnificent Canadian Grand Prix, and they have hung on to take a sublime victory here today.
It's one thing to put fast laps together, but to make these moves stick without losing too much time, that's real racecraft.
Haas are no doubt happy with today's performance, having secured the win this weekend. And our drivers are making their way out for the podium celebrations as we speak.
Well, there we are then, 3 cars separated by just quarter of a second come the checkered flag this weekend, but we will make it 3 victories in a row for Haas so far this season. It really does seem like the team has found our rhythm. Lando Norris will sneak past Oscar on the run towards the line there for P2, with both Ferraris in 3rd and 4th. Fernando Alonso, never really saw him all day, but he managed to get up to P5 ahead of Leclerc. Russell ahead of Porsche, with Iwasa and Perez rounding out your top 10. Gasly narrowly missing out in P11. But yeah, I felt Oscar Piastri had it quite easy in the early laps. He was admittedly very unlucky that Ferrari also had a slow pit stop, because I think had he not had that, we would have really struggled to kind of get to him by the end of the afternoon. It was just Lewis Hamilton, though, that failed to see the checkered flag this weekend in what ended up being quite an uneventful Grand Prix further down the order. Championship-wise, though, it does now mean we are up into 2nd place overall. Oscar now with a 29-point lead at the top of the table, ahead of myself there. Both McLarens still inside your top 4, with Charles Leclerc, Alonso and Fittipaldi all back ahead of Pierre Gasly as well there. Further down the order, you can see Perez again just extending his championship lead over Logan Sargent. And we hyped up Théo Pourchaire at the start of the year. Boy, oh boy. Is he now not really living up to that hype anymore in this campaign. Constructors-wise, Ferrari still lead there. They open up the gap to 3 ahead of McLaren. Haas will bring the... Oh, actually, lose out slightly there. The gap now 31 to Ferrari as well, which is a bit of a disappointment. Mercedes still ahead of Aston Martin. Red Bull still ahead of VCarb, Alpine, and Williams there. But thank you all so much for watching this video. If you guys have enjoyed, please do make sure to leave a like, get yourself subscribed, and we'll be back very soon when Formula 1 returns ready for the the Spanish Grand Prix. Hello everyone and welcome back to a brand new video and welcome to round 10 of season 7 of our F124 Haas driver career mode. Yes, we're back this weekend here for the Spanish Grand Prix in Barcelona. If you missed out on the video that went live a few days ago from Montreal, I would highly recommend going back and checking it out. We are currently P2 in the Drivers' World Championship, 29 points back from Oscar Piastri after we claimed our second victory in 3 Grand Prix. It's safe to say Haas are on a little bit of a roll right now. We've won the last 3 Grand Prix back-to-back this season. Oscar Piastri still has only had 1 win to his name all the way back in Albert Park. Of course, it was his home race, which sadly he couldn't do last weekend in Australia. I must admit, personally, I was gutted watching, you know, that McLaren car slide off the road late on in the day. But ultimately, in this series, we're kind of hoping that that could happen once or twice more before the end of the year. Of course, get yourself subscribed if you're new. We are trying to hit 140,000 subs on the channel as well at the moment. And also, if you want to help support us just a little bit more, consider clicking the join button down below. It costs just £1 a month and you get early access to all these videos. Of course, obviously, this is the last season of this career mode that we're doing on the game. So obviously, when F125 launches, like I said, that early access will stick around for you guys as well. But yeah, without further ado then, let's head here back to Spain. Hopefully, we can get a good weekend under our belt.
Hello everyone, it is a track the drivers know oh so well. It is qualifying in Barcelona for the Spanish Grand Prix.
Well, here we are then, back in Barcelona, and I know I've said it before, but F124 has got to be the first game ever where now I've kind of figured out the tyre temperature. I really do look forward to coming back to this Barcelona circuit. Of course, as soon as they make it good and exciting, it's going to get dropped and obviously replaced by Madrid for 2026. So yeah, I think we're only going to get F125 where we can really enjoy this venue, unless for whatever reason Code is kind of extend their license with the circuit as well to have it inside the games then. But yeah, hopefully we're going to have good pace here as well. I've really focused on trying to make sure we've got a car that feels drivable and is also going to be able to manage its tyres. Of course, these things now have got so much grip in this game though. You know, Campsa, the final couple of corners should be hopefully easily flat out as well. So you really do feel like you're kind of trying to bring these things right up towards the limit of kind of what a Formula 1 car is able to do around this venue. 2 more corners to go though, a little bit away from the McLaren cars at the moment, but completely flat through that final turn. We will line up P7 on the grid. We were not far away from pole though. Well, there we go. Sub 1 minute 10 is kind of the holy grail around this circuit on this game, and both McLaren cars have managed it there. Norris will line up on pole ahead of George Russell. Alonso, the home hero, in P3 ahead of Charles Leclerc and Oscar Piastri. We tied with Pierre Gasly, though, at the end of the session there. I don't think I've ever had that inside F124, so a rather impressive moment. Nothing can separate the Haas cars right now, but P7... we were a 10th off P1, which is quite alarming as well, so nothing to separate our drivers this weekend here in Barcelona. Further down the order, doesn't look like there's been too many surprises, so I guess we've just got to get on with the race.
Circuit of Barcelona, Catalonia has been on the calendar for over 30 years now, and it has served up some classics. Michael Schumacher's first win for Ferrari in 1996 in the rain. We have much better weather here today for the Spanish Grand Prix. It's a sellout crowd of 140,000 here today as we await lights out for the long run down into turn 1. This is a 2.9-mile racetrack. Overtaking is challenging here, to put it mildly. There are 16 corners, but there's still a lot of drama and excitement to be found out there on track. It's time to see how our drivers are stacking up after yesterday's exciting qualifying session. Lando Norris will lead us away from pole position, just ahead of George Russell, who starts this event from P2. Moving on to the rest of the grid, we have Fernando Alonso, Leclerc, Oscar Piastri, Gasly, Firestarter, Hamilton, Fittipaldi, Teo Porcher, Perez, Behrman, Sargent, Tsunoda, Iwasa, Ricciardo, Ocon, Vesti, Joe, and Lance Stroll brings the grid to a close. That's it then, it's time to go racing as we head down trackside for today's race.
Well, we are almost at the halfway stage of this season, and it's certainly been very kind of up and down for a lot of drivers. We've mentioned it before, but Oscar Piastri seems to be the only one that has ultimately had the consistency here. You know, that's why he's got the championship lead he does have at this early stage. 33 laps ahead of us, though, around this Barcelona circuit. The team want us to go very aggressive, soft to medium. I guess if we're going to try, a lot of other cars are as well. Waiting on the grid, though, 5 red lights for the Spanish Grand Prix. A mighty long hold there, but it is going to be lights out and away we go. Charles Leclerc, though, clearly didn't get the memo, and neither have I. Oscar Piastri would immediately slide past the Mercedes into turn 1 as Hamilton going to try to look past ourselves in towards that first corner. McLaren still 1 and 2, line astern there as Oscar Piastri actually will move past Fernando Alonso as well then. So immediately knocking the Aston Martin out of the podium places there as we will try and get to the inside of our teammate Pierre Gasly through turn 4 and turn 5 there. Of course, the scene of that Mercedes collision almost 10 years ago now. How old am I? Boy, oh boy, that's a bit of an existential crisis to have very, very early on in the GP. But yeah, I believe, though, Russell got the jump on Norris through those first couple of corners. So I think, yeah, that is Russell that leads the way on this opening lap then, as we get a really nice run up through Campsa there. Whoa! Oh, Charles Leclerc just broke a tiny bit earlier than I thought he would. So I did, for a brief moment there, feel like I might have to dive to the inside of the Mercedes. But yeah, Russell, though, already trying to extend a little bit of a lead early on. Of course, no DRS just yet then, as we make our way out of the final corner. Again, though, through the really high-speed stuff, we have got the advantage over Charles. So, I mean, Oscar Piastri trying to make another move happen back towards turn 1 there. He's going to go from 5th place on the grid to 2nd as we start lap 2 then. He's still going wheel to wheel with his former teammate. Norris might just be able to hang on, which he will. Nope, Oscar still trying to make things happen. He will finally give up. But, yeah, I mean, Oscar Piastri, he's just cool, calm and collected when he needs to be. But as we saw last weekend at Albert Park with that move on Lewis Hamilton, he also could be very aggressive when he wants to as well. Well, here we go then. Lando Norris now. He's going to try and flip the script against Oscar Piastri there as we almost run into the back of Fernando Alonso through turn 1. And Norris there will make the move happen and back up into P2. We will get down the inside of Fernando Alonso there using the switchback through 3 and 4. And the Spaniard does not like that one. Not going to give up on it there as we try and give him a bit of a squeeze. Show him the grass on the outside through turn 4. But yeah, like I said, this is all working fantastically for Russell, who every lap we all battle behind is just extending his lead. Right, well, we need to try and get involved in this now. We cannot afford to just sit here and watch these two battle lap after lap as Oscar Piastri will go defensive there. We will move to the inside, though, of the young Ferrari man, and up into 3rd spot we'll go. Even if I just keep those two away from each other for a lap or two, it might make all the difference. But George Russell, then, he's already making me think that maybe he doesn't actually have the speed here. He just got a little bit lucky on lap 1 there as Lando Norris trying to go around the outside of him. Oh, through turn 1 and turn 2. We will make it 3 wide temporarily there in towards turn 3. Here comes Oscar Piastri, though, trying to have a bit of a look as we will have a look one way, then go the other against the McLaren car there. So from P1 to P3, whoa, by the end of Sector 1,
Grip levels are going to start falling away soon.
I mean, we're only on lap 8 and already this race feels incredibly hectic. Very lucky not to spin the car out as we dip the rear wheel on the grass. But now Lando Norris and I got to try and pull away from Russell. And for the first time today then, can we try and take the lead of the GP here? Lando Norris going to be pretty defenceless. Oh, in fact, he was so defenseless he didn't even bother trying to defend it there. I assumed the McLaren would go to the inside line. He didn't, so we'll go around him there, but with 2 wheels on the grass. I apologise, Lando. That was a complete miscommunication. Oh, we've got yellows, we've got yellows. Someone's dropping to the wayside then in this Grand Prix. No idea who it is. I don't think it's a McLaren or Oscar Piastri. Is it Fernando Alonso? No, it's the other Ferrari, Enzo Fittipaldi. The circuit where last season we saw the Brazilian claim his first ever Formula 1 victory. This season it's going to be much, much crueler to him. He is our first retirement of the Spanish Grand Prix. Well, this is going to be a problem, especially if you're McLaren, because I think everybody's tyres are falling off. And of course, you have to sacrifice one of your drivers here at the moment. Both of them not a million miles away in the Drivers' Championship. Both of them have been very, very unlucky with reliability gremlins as well so far this season. Oh, that was not the ideal pit lane entry. That'll definitely cost us a little bit there as we slapped the wall on the outside there. Somehow we haven't picked up any front wing damage from all of that. I've got no idea how we avoided that one then, but not the ideal pit lane entry that we needed in this GP is getting the new tyres on the wagon. Hopefully we're not going to get jumped by anyone a little bit further behind.
Okay, stay clear of the white line on the exit. We'll receive a penalty for dangerous driving if you cross onto the track.
And there we go. Looks like Oscar Piastri's had a bit of a slow stop here, so this might work out fantastically. Fred Vesti in the Sauber has got out between us. So yeah, I think Oscar Piastri then this lap, this is our chance to pull away from the Ferrari man, as both McLarens opted to stay out. So clearly they are happy with their tyres. Well, Fred Vesti then doing a fantastic job keeping Oscar Piastri at bay through these final few turns then, but we're almost a half distance of this Grand Prix as most of the cars then into the pit lane. I think a Red Bull and one of the McLarens has opted to stay out. There is George Russell though. We've got a big undercut on the McLaren there. In fact, he's come out behind Oscar Piastri still. So I imagine Lando Norris is going to be in real trouble. Lando Norris then into the pit lane. Logan Sargent will be our last car to finally peel into the box as well, just behind him. And unless Russell had a slow stop, he's also been held up behind Fred Vesti as well. So things going from bad to worse for the McLaren driver. Lando Norris making his way down to pit exit as well there, as Oscar Piastri has got the bit between his teeth. But I think Lando Norris will come out then in P2. So this works fantastically for us then. We've got a bit of breathing room. Lando Norris will just stay ahead of Oscar Piastri. As Leclerc now, where's Leclerc come from? He's suddenly up to P4. Oh, we've got yellows, we've got yellows. I think someone's gone for a spin. Oscar Piastri. Oscar Piastri's binned it, our World Championship leader. He's finally made a mistake. It's something I feel like we haven't seen in, basically ever inside this game. But Oscar Piastri's Spanish Grand Prix, he had a rough qualifying. He'd recovered well early on, but just a couple of small mistakes here are really, really costing him. And I think with that, he's slowed down Fernando Alonso just enough that if there was any doubt over it, it is now definitely a two-horse race for the checkered flag. 10.5 laps to go here. The only concern I've got is still those left-hand side tyres definitely did not bring the pressures high enough. Well, as we make our way then towards the final lap of the Spanish Grand Prix, Lando Norris late on here, I think has just accepted defeat in this race. But I mean, ultimately, when you look at the raw pace of each of your top cars, I think McLaren have really thrown this one away today. As we've said so many times this season, you know, why on earth did they not at least split the cars when it came to strategy, you know, when we got round to the pit stop window, you know, one of those cars should have been in at the same time as everybody else. The fact they tried to extend with both cars really has not worked out for them here. If anything, Russell's got a bit lucky that Leclerc and Alonso battled so aggressively towards the end, because it's allowed him to break free from both of those cars. But yeah, Lando Norris, I'm sure, hoping that a tyre advantage was going to swing back his way by the end of the afternoon. It is not going to happen though here, and as we make our way through this final lap, we've actually extended the gap slightly over these last few here. Admittedly, only by a few tenths of a second, but it all adds up come the checkered flag, as long as I don't bin it. Oh, that got a little bit scary just as we made our way through and up in towards Kampsa. But yeah, obviously only one driver so far this year has won back-to-back races. That was Lando Norris back at Japan and Shanghai. We're going to join him though, our third win in the last 4 GP, and especially with Oscar Piastri way down the order, this is a very, very important one for us. It might well be our first win here in Barcelona as well. It is P1 at the Spanish Grand Prix.
Yes, guys, yes! Come on, boys! That's a race win and your second race win in a row. Fantastic job.
They've done it then. A spectacular victory here in Spain and a massive confidence boost going into the next race.
Well, that's 2 race wins in a row for them. I think they'll be really happy with that. I mean, 1 race win is great, but to have 2, you know that you've got it. You're a little bit more comfortable in your skin. This is a great sign of maybe what's to come next.
The quality and fantastic result of the Haas team will have been noticed by everyone out there today. You can see why everyone's taking them so seriously. These drivers will be hot property by the end of the season.
Well, there we are then. We will take victory yet again here from P7 on the grid. Very, very happy with the pace the car had today. An all-British podium, though, joining us were both of those McLaren cars. But again, you know, McLaren are going to go back to the drawing board and work out what went wrong this afternoon. Fernando Alonso in P4 narrowly misses out in the end on a trophy at home, ahead of Charles Leclerc, Pierre Gasly and Lewis Hamilton. Oscar Piastri, a devastating mistake. Are we finally starting to see some cracks in the Australian's armour there? Teo Pourchaire gets in P9 ahead of Sergio Perez, rounding out your top 10. No other major surprises though further down the order. Of course, just Lance Stroll and Enzo Fittipaldi that failed to see the checkered flag. It does though mean in the World Championship the gap at the top has been slashed to just 8 points between myself and Oscar Piastri. Russell now back within a race wins margin as well of the Australian there, with Lando Norris still in P4. Leclerc still ahead of Alonso and Pierre Gasly there. Fittipaldi still ahead of Hamilton and Perez as well. Constructors wise, McLaren now with a 27-point lead at the top, but Haas just 2 points back behind Ferrari. It'd be great if we could get the jump on them over the next couple of race weekends. Thank you all so much for watching though. If you have enjoyed, please do make sure you leave a like, get yourself subscribed, and we'll be back very soon when Formula 1 returns ready to the Styrian Mountains for the Austrian GP. A sprint weekend provides us with twice as many opportunities to try and take the World Championship lead. Hello everyone and welcome back to a brand new video, and welcome back to round 11 of season 7 of our F1 24 Haas driver career mode. Yes, we're back this weekend ready for the Austrian Grand Prix. Of course, if you missed out on the last video that went live from Barcelona, I would highly recommend going back and checking it out. It's safe to say, as we near in on the halfway stage of the season, it has been a very up and down campaign so far for plenty of of our drivers. 8 points in it between myself and Oscar Piastri at the top of the table. The Australian making one of his first kind of high-profile errors of the year last weekend in Barcelona, after we've made it back-to-back victories in the last couple of GPs as well. So finally feels like this Haas car is starting to build a little bit of momentum. Haas, as a team, we've won the last 4 GPs in a row now, and it's safe to say we've definitely got a little bit over everybody else in terms of car performance. I have to give him the credit. That has pretty much been all Pierre Gasly's work this season so far. He's been bringing a lot of upgrades to the team as well. But of course, yeah, a sprint weekend though this time out gives us twice the opportunities for scoring points as well. Hopefully we can keep it clean and tidy. Of course, if you're new around here, please do make sure you leave a like, get yourself subscribed. We're trying to hit 140,000 subs on the channel as well. And also, of course, if you want to help support us out just a little bit more, consider clicking that join button. It costs just £1 a month. You get early access to all the videos and a few other perks as well. But yeah, without further ado then, let's head out into sprint qualifying.
Hello everyone, welcome to Austria. It is a short track, it is high speed, it is exactly what we enjoy for qualifying.
Well, here we are then, ready for qualifying back in the Styrian Mountains. This has always been a good circuit for Haas, so maybe, just maybe, as a team, we can make it 5 wins in a row this weekend as well then. Pierre Gasly, he looked very, very confident in free practice pace, of course. Haven't really seen him rebound since that victory out in Monte Carlo, so maybe this weekend can be the weekend there. But I'm sure, you know, the likes of Oscar Piastri, McLaren as well, they are going to be very, very strong, especially over 1 lap pace. This is definitely one of the AI's best circuits inside the game for 1 lap runs. It's just generally in race pace they struggle a bit more. They find that they kind of trip over each other quite a lot as you go through a Grand Prix then, but making our way down through Sector 2, trying not to nick that inside curb as we make our way in towards those final couple of corners. Oscar Piastri looking very, very confident on this 1 lap run at the moment there. I mean, look at that, way away from the apex, but still finding the grip through that penultimate corner. Russell, though, a really good line out the final turn. He will snatch it away from the Ferrari. And there we go then, George Russell will line up on pole position there by just 19 thousandths of a second. Gasly outqualifies myself to line up in P3 there, but Haas will lock out the second row. Teo Porcher, Renzo Fittipaldi, both with a very good effort just ahead of Alonso and Lando Norris there, with Leclerc and Perez rounding out our top 10. Hamilton, I'm sure he'll be disappointed to be lining up down in P13 here, only 6 tenths away from pole, but it's a short track, there's a lot of DRS zones, moves can be made. Well, here we are then, ready down on the grid. Like I said, it's nice to always have Pierre Gasly with us in these races, and hopefully, if he can start getting some stronger results as well, we can try and fight for the Constructors' Championship. I believe we've only won 2 Constructors, and both of those obviously came back at Ferrari a couple of seasons ago. Medium tyres look to be the way to go. It is meant to be sunny skies all weekend here from the Styrian Mountains. But ready on the grid then, Russell, he needs a good result today as well. It is 5 red lights. And it's lights out, and away we go for the Austrian Grand Prix sprint race there. Oscar Piastri trying immediately to get past George Russell in towards turn 1. There's a little bit of contact between the McLaren and the Ferrari there as Teo Porcher tries to get between myself and our teammates who make our way up the hill in towards turn 2 and turn 3 there. And Porcher there really has got the straight line speed. We'll move up then into P4, but not for long, as we will try and go around the outside of him up at the top of the hill. Yellow flags coming out further behind for some Constantine running up there as Russell gets back around the outside of Oscar Piastri as well then. Teo Porcher clearly has not given up on this one, as he'll again try and fling one to the inside there. And, well, Teo started the year really, really strong over an Aston Martin and then kind of fell away for quite a few races. So maybe now we're going to start seeing a bit of a resurgence from the young Frenchman this season. You know, it would be quite nice. I've always rated Teo Porcher. I think he probably did deserve an F1 seat, if I'm being completely honest as well. But of course, the big thing here around this circuit is you just cannot get detached from the rest of the field there. Russell just still ahead of Oscar Piastri, and immediately that DRS is going to be opened up. So we make our way out of turn 1. Are we going to see Oscar and Pierre Gasly immediately try and line up a run. There goes the Australian to the outside of George Russell up the top of the hill. Russell made that line work last lap. Oscar Piastri might not be so lucky this time round as, well, there we go. Oscar will make it through there. I believe Russell, though, has the DRS. As, oh, they are really going at it. There goes Pierre Gasly trying to have a look around the outside of George Russell. And, well, it's only the sprint race, lads. There's not even that many points available. Gasly will swoop through, though, and up into P2 as we just watch on. Here we go, then Pierre Gasly this time, I'm sure, is going to try and get a run on Leclerc out of turn 1. We are going to do the same for George Russell then as we make our way up the hill. Gasly will go to the inside. We are having a look to the outside of our rival in this battle there, as Oscar Piastri, again, will just about get the power down, and he'll get the DRS that time. So Pierre will just have to hang on in second. We are now up to third. I mean, especially in a sprint race here, just nobody can really get away from each other unless you get a bit lucky with AI battling behind. This time around, Pierre to the outside of Oscar Piastri. I don't even know. I think it was Oscar again that will get the DRS off the top of the hill there. But Gasly that time round should be able to get the power down. It looks like they were identical through the DRS zone there. So we are going to be the only ones inside the range. We will send one to the inside of Oscar there. Try and give our teammate just a little bit of breathing room. And this is exactly what I mean about cars fighting. Your top two in the World Championship side by side in through the S's there as well. We dip a wheel on the gravel. So Oscar Piastri will hang on to the spot that time round. But that might immediately have given Pierre Gasly just a little bit of breathing room at the front of the order. I think the gap is exactly 1 second as we get in towards the detection point here. So are we going to see Oscar? Yes, he does. He still claims that DRS. So I think now it's probably in our best interest just to sit behind him. No, we've got to go for it, haven't we, surely? We've got to try and give Oscar Piastri... we've got to try and give Pierre Gasly some breathing room from Oscar Piastri in this GP, as I think that's a Sauber breaking down at the rear of the field. Oh, big wobble up at the top of the hill. Fred Vesti going to be our first retirement of the afternoon, but we will cut in front of the Australian there, move ourselves up into P2 yet again. George Russell, though, not out of this fight just yet there, as we are still side by side with Oscar Piastri. Should be able to get the drive down off of turn 4. Again, he's going to try and have a look around the outside of us. Surely not through there. Oscar Piastri, we have to give him room. This is fantastic racing. Again, still only in the sprint here, and Oscar Piastri hangs firm. That was incredible defensive driving and kind of able just to hook it up around our outside. Happy that obviously we were able to give him the room as well. Didn't make any kind of mistake in that situation, but again, are we going to try and apply pressure there? We'll keep it right defensive in towards turn 1 and then try, do the old up and under there on the exit. Not quite able to get the power down that time round, but again, we'll have the slipstream, we'll have the DRS, so we should be able to power our way through up into P2 at last. But yeah, Pierre now already a 2.5 second lead at the front. Well, on to the last lap then of the Austrian GP sprint race here. Pierre Gasly still with about a 2.5 second lead at the front of the order there. Théo Pourchaire, though, now has moved up into P2. Into P3 even late on in this one. So is he potentially going to challenge us for second place on this final lap here and potentially spoil Haas's party? Don't believe he's at a podium yet, sprint race or not. So Théo might just look to try and hang on to that spot. But yeah, Aston Martin and Ferrari here have looked pretty good over the course of this sprint. Of course, it does give you a rough idea as to what to expect as you move into the Grand Prix proper as well there. But making our way then down in towards this final sector, Pierre Gasly, things just really falling into place for him in this one. And hopefully that'll give him the confidence as we head into Sunday's Grand Prix as well there. Through the final few corners here in the Styrian Mountains, Pierre Gasly has looked comfortable and with good pace around this venue today. Through the final couple of corners, make sure I don't get done for track limits there. We absolutely will. Pierre Gasly will win the sprint. Haas bagger 1-2. Well, there we go. 15 points there backed for Haas to kickstart the weekend. That'll do us wonders in the World Championship. Their gap to Oscar Piastri down to just 6. So if either of us win the race tomorrow, we will guarantee to be leading in the World Championship as well there. Constructors-wise, though, with that result, we do jump Ferrari as well. Just 17 points now back behind McLaren, ready for Sunday's race there. Fingers crossed again we can have good pace. Pierre Gasly managed to complete that sprint in under 13 minutes, which is rather impressive as well there when all is said and done. But anyway, let's head then into real qualifying. Hopefully we can put this car on the front row. Well, ready for real qualifying then. We used that sprint to learn quite a lot about the car and the setup we need for the rest of the weekend. I've just opted to take a little bit of wing at both the front and the rear end, and hopefully we're going to be able to try and just have a little bit more straight line speed, be even more competitive as we head into race stream here. But yeah, obviously I started the weekend by talking about, Haas's circuit's always gone well for him, and hopefully, with a 1-2 in the sprint race, we can try and carry that momentum into the main event. Obviously this video won't be going live until probably late next week, but I'm actually recording this after Lewis Hamilton has taken pole ready for the Shanghai sprint, so you guys again will have to let me know as to how he got on in the sprint race as well. I'm hoping we see Hamilton get a couple of victories this year for Ferrari nice and early on in the campaign, but only time will tell then, as so far this lap, again, we're not a million miles away from Lando Norris, but the margins are so tight here as we make our way through that final corner. Really was able to carry a lot of speed on the exit, and again we end up P4. I don't know who pipped us to the line, but there must be thousands in it. Well, there we go then. Lando Norris will claim P1 then after a bit of a quiet sprint race for our fellow Brits. George Russell in P2 there, and again Pierre Gasly and I locking out the second row, so it's going to be both McLarens followed up by both Haas cars there. 5 thousandths of a second in it between ourselves and Pierre, but most importantly, we are ahead of our main championship rival in Oscar Piastri there. I mean, look at that. 11 cars covered by half a tenth of a second. Again, the entire field, apart from one, covered by less than a second as well. That Stroll, rather unsurprisingly, ruins that. But let's get into the race.
It's race day in Spielberg for this year's Austrian Grand Prix. We are just a few moments away from lights out, and our drivers thinking about navigating the Niki Lauda curve, as it was renamed in 2019, in memory of one of Formula One's most beloved figures. 700 metres above sea level, 10 corners, and one of the shortest laps of the season. 2.6 miles, with some good overtaking opportunities, but you've got to get the braking right into turn 1 and turn 3. The race not far away from starting, here's what today's grid rundown looks like. Lando Norris will lead us away from pole position, just ahead of George Russell, who starts this event from P2. Looking at the rest of today's grid, we have Gasly, Firestarter, Oscar Piastri, Leclerc, Fernando Alonso, Sargent, Hamilton, Perez, Teo Porcher, Fittipaldi, Ricciardo, Behrman, Tsunoda, Ocon, Joe, Stroll, Iwasa, and Frederick Vesti. That's it then. It's time to go racing as we head down trackside for today's race.
Well, again then, familiar territory as we line up on the grid, but instead of a Ferrari and a McLaren in front, we've now got 2 McLarens there, so clearly, obviously they've still got the Constructors' Championship lead at the moment. They want to try and hang on to that as best as they can. The medium tyre worked really, really nicely in the sprint, so I think we're going to stick with that for the start of the race, see how far we can take it, and then we'll see how we get on, whether we'll move to softs or hards for the second half of the afternoon. But for the second time this weekend then, the 5 red lights are on. And it's going to be lights out, and away we go for the Austrian GP there as well. Pierre Gasly not getting off to a good start. Someone that has, though, Oscar Piastri, and after a back qualifying last weekend, oh, we have a bit of contact with someone there down at turn 1. How on earth has Oscar done that? 5th to 1st of the start of the Grand Prix there. That has got to be one of the best starts I've ever seen for an AI inside this game. And I tell you what, Oscar Piastri, his ability to bounce back after rough sessions on this game never failed to blow my mind. It looks like already he's trying to pull out the 1 second margin over everybody else. So no idea what he's put on his cornflakes. But yeah, I want some of that then off the start of this one. Pierre Gasly trying to find a way around Lando Norris there. And McLaren, their dream qualifying sessions ended up being a bit of a disaster early on lap 1 there as well. A little bit of a wobble from ourselves again, just taking a wheel through the gravel. Lando, though, will sneak around the outside of Pierre Gasly down in towards the final couple of corners. But Pierre again comes back at him. Brilliant racing at the start of this one as Gasly will just back out of it. Not sure why he's backed out there, but Oscar Piastri then already is going to have about a 2-second lead by the end of lap 1. So this is really not playing into our hand right now. We need to try and get around these two and try and go in pursuit of the Ferrari man there. Immediately we'll put alongside our teammate Pierre then. Can we try and have a look to the inside of Lando Norris? 3 wide up the hill. We will go. We'll have to try and hug the apex on the inside. Oh, there's plenty of contact again up the top of the hill. But we should be able to get the power down. We're still 3 wide on the exit of the corner there. Lando Norris in a Haas sandwich. Can we keep the nose, though? Oh, on the inside again. We'll lock the rear slightly. Try and gather it up. We'll lose another place to Russell. And maybe another one to one of our old nemesis in Charles Leclerc there, I think. Yeah, it's already got front wing damage as well. So no idea what's happened to that Mercedes. But just like we saw in the sprint race yesterday, chaos at the start of the Austrian GP then, as we need to try and find a way around Charles Leclerc nice and quickly. Luckily, yeah, get down the inside through those final couple of corners. We've got yellow flags out already as that's another Sauber breaking down. Is that Fred Vesti? Is it going to be Zhou Guanyu? It is Zhou Guanyu this time round.
Okay, it looks like the problem's terminal. They're retiring the car.
So clearly Sauber, whatever they've done with their aero package this weekend, they have not got enough cooling on either of those cars. We've got yellows. Oh, that's a car behind. No idea who it is. I think it might be a V car again. Oh no, it's Logan Sargent in the Red Bull. So home Grand Prix for that Red Bull team, and one of their drivers, unfortunately, is going to be out of it. Logan, to be fair to him, I don't know how he managed to climb up the order as quickly as he had, but he did look fairly confident around this venue, but that's going to count for naught, as Lando just struggling a little bit to stay in the range of George Russell. But as long as he keeps that DRS, it doesn't really matter. Russell now having a look for a move on Pierre Gasly in towards turn 1. Again, a Haas and a McLaren going wheel to wheel through that first corner. Might sound slightly unrealistic in 2025, as there we go, Norris now. Oh, they're going to try and make it 3 wide there. Russell almost gets squeezed out in the middle there. Pierre Gasly again trying to hang on as Russell will park it up the top of the hill. Can we try and just get alongside the McLaren? No, we can't. We'll have to swoop. No! Oh, I tried to cut back again underneath him. We picked up a tiny bit of damage. That hopefully shouldn't cost us too much, but is not ideal. But yeah, that front wing damage, I think we'll definitely get it changed when we do pit, but it's not costing us too much time at the moment, as Norris again will have a look to the inside of Pierre Gasly. We're going to send one. That damage will do enough to need to change the wing.
There's a long way to go in this race, so let's keep it clean.
Not sure you can ever classify that as being ahead of George Russell there, but just came in a little bit hot against the McLaren man and had to try and commit to the inside line. George, was well within his right to try and turn in there, but I think we're going to have to try and dive in for an early pit stop and try and make an undercut work then in this race. I've said it so many times before, I get no luck here at Austria inside this game. Just something goes wrong every single season. We come back to this venue as now Russell. I want to try and pit, buddy. So he's going to have to try and get... What's he doing? Russell, I'm trying to pit there. As, he's going to knock us out of the way through those final couple of corners. Into the lane we will come, though. And finally, getting the car slowed down into the box. I think we're going to re-emerge at the rear of the field, but hopefully not too far behind the rest of the pack. But again, when we've kind of been in clear air, we have been able to, we have had some decent pace in the car. We have been fairly competitive as a fairly slow pit stop. This is looking like a very slow pit stop, actually.
Go, go, go! Perfect job on the turn in there, mate. Looks like a nice stop time. We're happy with that one. Pit strategy complete. See these tyres through to the end now.
Well, the game reckoned that was a 7.7 second stop, but they must have spent about another 2 seconds still trying to put the wing on and get the car off the jacks. 8 seconds the gap to Alonso. I know he's got mechanical issues. But 25 laps on hard shouldn't be impossible. Oh, someone's locked up. Lance Stroll there. Whoa, that was out of nowhere. Lance Stroll having a big lock-up at turn 1 and almost took out his former teammate in Fernando Alonso, despite his potential mechanical issues in that Aston Martin. Seems to be trying to get into the swing of things once again. They're really trying to attack and then subsequently defend from us, but we will get around him and up into P16. Just hoping we can navigate our way around some of these cars. Obviously use that DRS to our advantage, but try and lose as little time as we can. Oh, Fred Vesti, that car is just not fast inside this series. Obviously having a lot of fun with the salvaging Sauber career mode we're doing over on map 2 and 2 gameplay at the moment. But there we go, up past another one, back into P15 here as we'll try and get a run on Awasa back into turn 1. I never think it's actually worth going for the overtake in towards that first corner. I always think you're better off saving and then having the DRS on the exit to carry yourself all the way up the hill. Yeah, the V-carb after a mechanical failure yesterday. He's looking a little bit stronger this afternoon. But again, another improvement through Sector 1. Oh, there we go. Got cars into the pit lane then. This is a big gaggle of cars fighting just in front of me, but there is George Russell. We have made the undercut work. As recoveries go, that has worked out fantastically for us, as we'll get back around the outside of the McLaren car, and if we can keep pulling away, they're 3 wide up in front. What on earth is going on up the top of the hill? This is going to allow us to close in. Plenty of carbon fibre being left all over the circuit, and that's Leclerc again, I think, getting involved. I mean, Charles Leclerc, whoa, so slow making his way through these final few corners there. Ollie Behrman, no choice but just to sit in behind him there, and we will try and get around the outside of the Williams. I'm hoping Leclerc's going to dive into the pit lane. Yes, he will. So can we just get around him there? And I've got no idea why he's tried to extend that stint as far as he has. So where is Oscar Piastri then? He's way up the road still at this stage of the afternoon. We will get ahead of Lando Norris though, and I think we'll have a bit of a gap ahead of the McLaren man. Looks like Gasly actually got held up through the pit cycle as well. Fred Vesti is up to P5 in that Sauber car, so that's fantastic for him. But on all the tyres, can we try and make an 8-second deficit up to Oscar Piastri? This is going to require a Herculean effort. Well, I think if we're going to be able to close in on Oscar Piastri in the second half of this GP, we're going to have to try and use George Russell to our advantage here. The McLaren man thinks about having a look. He's going to have a look for a move up the top of the hill, and we really just cannot afford to fight him too much on this. I also don't really want to bring Lando Norris into the fight if I can avoid it there. Russell will make it through and up into P2 then, but is he going to have the pace over the Ferrari to potentially reel this gap in? Well, third time's the charm then. Maybe George Russell will finally work out what we're meant to be doing at this stage of the Grand Prix, as again we will power around his outside, bring a good half a second out of Oscar, as again we are setting fast this first sectors over and over, helped of course by that DRS as well there. But as we try and get the power down up over the top of the hill, Russell, will he get back to us? He's again going to try and have a look for it. Whoa, a little bit of contact there as he just was not far enough alongside to commit. I think, yeah, we've just got to accept, unless we get a safety car or a red flag, Oscar Piastri is gone this afternoon. Where on earth did he keep that pace hidden? Oh, Lando Norris, here we go. Having a look down the inside of turn 1. That's a bit of a brave opportunity. Make sure we give him the room, though, and surely now, with that horrible line out of turn 2, he's going to get the run on us. Pierre Gasly has moved past the other McLaren, though, so really, we haven't really... Well, we've actually lost a point out to them in the Constructors' Championship with all that happening. Oscar Piastri, 15 seconds now up the road. He's just loving life. As Hamilton trying to get himself up into that P4. No idea what's going on behind us. But yeah, looks like Russell has lost another 2 spots. But Gasly hasn't gained one either as Hamilton. I tell you what, Season 7, it is great to see him fighting again. Well, I tell you what, Oscar Piastri has dominated this race, and there's only one other driver I can think of inside this game that has ever been able to control races like this and build up such a ridiculous lead, and that's Max Verstappen, of course, no longer in the sport in this series, but yeah, Verstappen, he's dominated his fair share of Grand Prix on this game, and yeah, very, very rarely do we see, you know, more than kind of even a 5-second lead being built up by the end of an afternoon. But 17 seconds clear now for Oscar Piastri with just over 1 lap to go. We have gone around the outside of Lando Norris, hopefully for good at this late stage of the afternoon. There's still plenty of battling going on behind, though, between our teammate and 7-time world champion Lewis Hamilton. But yeah, George Russell, again, mechanical issues plaguing McLaren even. Not as bad as they have often done this season, but definitely still not ideal. But 1 lap to go then, here at the Austrian Grand Prix. Oscar Piastri, he's lost plenty of points to us in recent races, but he has come back and he has absolutely dominated this one in style this afternoon here in the Styrian Mountains. 5th to 1st by turn 2. How does anybody manage that inside this game there? But one final time then, we've got to try and defend from Lando Norris up the hill in towards turn 2. Will he be able to get to us by the apex? What, turn 3 there? A little bit of a wobble up the top of the hill. That might compromise us on the exit here. And is that going to allow Lando Norris an opportunity to make our way in towards turn 4? We've got to try and defend the inside line from the McLaren man there, who will go late on the brakes. Again, we will just try and squeeze him out, though, on the exit of the corner. And hopefully now, that will be for good. 18 seconds up the road, though. Oscar Piastri out of the final corner. He will win again for Ferrari here and extend his World Championship lead at the top of the table. Charles Leclerc ended up 1 lap down in this afternoon's running. Through the final couple of corners, though, for us, it is going to be P2 in the end. Honestly, based on a lot of Austrian Grand Prix, I'll take it.
He'd won a sprint before, but now it's time for Grand Prix success. Oscar Piastri takes the win.
You always look back at a race like this and think, if I'd just made that mistake there or locked up here, there would have been contact. And every one of those overtakes is a moment where you have to absolutely nail it, perfect it, and that's exactly what they're able to do today. Great stuff indeed.
Here come our winners now. A thrilling race and a tremendous effort by Ferrari. Their history is well known, so it's no surprise to fans the world over to see them come out on top once again.
Well, there we are then, Oscar Piastri, 30 points on the board from the weekend. And yeah, like I said, that's got to be one of the biggest winning margins we've had inside this series there. We come through for P2, though, ahead of Lando Norris and Pierre Gasly, so we take a few more points at a McLaren as well in the Constructors' Championship. Hamilton there in P5, a very good race for him, being the only Mercedes driver to score. Daniel Ricciardo, bearing in mind, he qualified last for the sprint, to recover to 7th place there ahead of Perez, and comfortably ahead of Perez by the end of the afternoon, is a very good job by him. Ocon in 9th, Teo Pourchaire in 10th there, just ahead of Ollie Behrman in his Williams car. I mean, Fernando Alonso, he had mechanical issues. Enzo Fittipaldi clearly struggled. Charles Leclerc as well, 1 lap down in the end, but he did get fastest lap as a bit of a consolation prize there. And Logan Sargent and Zhou Guanyu both failing to see the checkered flag. That means Oscar now has a 13-point buffer again at the top of the table. Russell and Norris just 1 point between them two, as Leclerc now only 2 points ahead of Pierre Gasly, who is up into 6th. Fernando Alonso, Fittipaldi, Hamilton and Perez still just inside your top 10 there. And yeah, Ricciardo gets a decent haul of points on the board just to bring him a bit closer to Logan Sargent. Still just strolling those Saubers, yet to score a point. 10 points now in it between McLaren and Haas at the top of the Constructors. Ferrari, though, only a further 9 behind, so that could all change very quickly. Still ahead of Mercedes and Aston Martin there. Red Bull still with a healthy buffer ahead of VCARB, Alpine and Williams there. Thank you all so much for watching. If you have enjoyed, please do make sure to leave a like, get yourself subscribed, and we'll be back very soon when Formula 1 returns ready for the British Grand Prix. Hello everyone and welcome back to a brand new video and welcome back to round 12 of season 7 of our F1 24 Haas driver career mode. Yes, we're back this weekend here for the British Grand Prix at Silverstone. Of course, if you missed out on the video that went live a few days ago from Austria, I would highly recommend going back and checking it out. Of course, the third sprint race, of the campaign, and it was a rather interesting one. We've been able to get 4 wins in a row with the Haas organisation. Oscar Piastri, his championship lead, had been absolutely slashed over the last few Grand Prix weekend. And then he came back in Austria, qualified 5th, took P1 before turn 2, and then basically just waved goodbye to everybody, like that Harry Potter meme when he gets on the train. So he now has a 13-point buffer back at the top of the table. McLaren's still leading the constructors as well by 10 points over ourselves, but that battle is looking more and more fierce as we continue on through this campaign. Ferrari only a further 9 points behind us at the moment. We've got just over half a season to go of the F1 24 career mode. I'm really hoping we can try and bring home this World Championship for Haas. Get yourself subscribed if you're new around here as well, and if you want to help support us just a little bit more, you can click the join button down below for just £1 a month. You get early access to all the videos as well as a couple of other cool little perks. But yeah, let's head then back to my home race.
A one-time airfield fully owned by cars in this era. One of the finest ribbons of racetrack anywhere on Earth. It's high speed, it's dramatic, it's Silverstone.
Well, here we are then for one-shot qualifying around one of the fastest circuits on the F1 calendar. I don't know if I've ever had pole at Silverstone. I think I did in one of our seasons for Ferrari, but if ever I want to try and get another one, today has surely got to be that day. You've just got to be so committed though around a lap of this venue. And I mean, Oscar Piastri, both of those McLaren drivers as well, they will be looking to try and get a pole position as well this afternoon. So yeah, we've only got about a minute and 20 seconds, less than that, before we find out who is going to be claiming pole position here. That first sector looked pretty competitive. Left field we go. I like to try and hug the apex for as long as you can before we get on the throttle on the exit. Up past the old start-finish line then into the old turn 1. Easy flat out in this car. They even missed the apex by a little bit on the way through the entry there, and still completely with your foot to the floor. No lift through the first, no lift through the second, no lift through the third. Down a couple of gears through the final part of Maggots and Beckett's. That is ridiculous, the amount of grip this car has. As we make our way then out onto the hangar straight though. Just a few more corners to try and navigate now. Braking at the 50-meter board. Flick the car in from as far out as you possibly can. Run it just over the curbing on the exit. Nice straight line braking through a couple of the slowest corners of the lap. Get the power down out of the final corner. Will it be good enough for pole position here at Silverstone? Yes, it is. Well, there we go then. P1 here at the British Grand Prix. 3 Brits lining up inside your top 3, just like we saw last year here at the real-life event. Pierre Gasly, our teammate, will line up 4th, just ahead of Charles Leclerc there. Oscar Piastri will be a little bit disappointed down in P6, just ahead of Enzo Fittipaldi and Lewis Hamilton there. But yeah, really happy with that qualifying lap. It does go to show, if I absolutely nail them on this game, we can claim pole position. It's just not always likely that that's going to happen. But yeah, a lot of drivers kind of with their teammates as well as we get ready for the GP. Both Aston Martins there and both V-Carbs as well. But let's see what we can do then as we head into the race.
We meet again at Silverstone for one of the great Formula One races of the entire calendar, with a barely believable capacity crowd creating a phenomenal atmosphere. It is time for a race that puts a smile on your face. It is time for the British Grand Prix. Let's have a look at the circuit. 18 corners, 3.6 miles. The DRS detection zones are at Village and Maggots. That's turn 3 and turn 11. Cops Corner, turn 9 is taken as near to flat out as you dare. It is a test of the driver's bravery out there. Off the back of a fantastic qualifying session, it's time to see how our starting grid looks like for today's race. Firestarter lines up on pole position, just ahead of George Russell, who starts this event from P2. Moving on to the rest of the grid, we have Norris, Gasly, Leclerc, Oscar Piastri, Fittipaldi, Hamilton, Sargent, Fernando Alonso, Teo Porcher, Iwasa, Ricciardo, Behrman, Tsunoda, Perez, Stroll, Vesti, Ocon and Zhou Guanyu. Which of these talented drivers will come out on top today?
Right, mate, I know it's your home Grand Prix, but I want you to treat it like any other race. Let's not make any unnecessary risks, please.
Well, I know I've said it before, and I'll say it again to Mark. It's the British Grand Prix. I'm going to take risk. We want to win this one today, especially with Oscar Piastri starting a little bit further down the order. I would love to try and claim the championship lead, I believe for the first time this year, if we can convert this one into victory. 26 laps ahead of us. The sun is shining here around the 3.3 miles of the Silverstone circuit. 5 red lights, though, on the grid. And it's going to be lights out, and away we go for the British Grand Prix. They're trying to avoid getting too much wheel spin in the initial phase, and it looks like we will be able to try and hang around the outside of George Russell through turn 1 and turn 2 there. Pierre Gasly has moved past the second McLaren car as Russell will dive it to the inside in towards the loop. Again, though, we will try and keep the front end of the car alongside him there. Make sure we give each other good, clean racing respect through these first few corners there. This is like Hamilton and Verstappen back in 2021. Hopefully, we won't end up having an incident down in towards the old turn 1 there as Russell again trying to commit the long way around and in towards Luffield there. We will then have the outside line through the second part of the corner. We're still side by side as we try and put the power down on the exit then. Just trying to hang alongside him as we make our way up into the old turn 1. Can we try and make this happen there? Round the outside, Russell. Oh, he understeered a little bit on the entry there. I worried for a split second that he was going to understeer out wide into me, but what a few opening corners to the British Grand Prix there. Wheel to wheel, side by side, both of us fully committed, but we will come out on top in that scenario. It won't take long though before Russell is hassling me, and here comes Pierre Gasly, the Frenchman, to the inside there. 3 wide on lap 1. I don't want to risk contact with him, and Pierre's barged his way through and up into the lead then of the GP. What a start from our teammate then to move up into top spot there. I'm sure the home crowd, they will want to see one of their fellow Brits win this one. Along to lap 3 then, of course, near impossible to try and escape, especially around a circuit like Silverstone, when obviously the DRS zones are at opposite ends of the circuit. Makes it even easier for the car in P2 just to try and hang on behind you there. But yeah, with Gasly moving up to the front very early on, this gives us a bit more confidence in the Constructors' Championship fight as well. Obviously, we've won Drivers' World Championships before and not won the Constructors, although admittedly on F1 24, that only happened the once when we were down at Mercedes, so maybe we can try and win half the Constructors by the end of this season as well. They're down the inside of our teammate Pierre Gasly and up then back into P1 of this GP. Kind of the first real test is just making sure you're with the front runners by the time the first round of stops come.
ERS, and let's try and be consistent as you use it moving forward.
Well, the games all of ERS and DRS chicken here early on are already heating up as Pierre Gasly, a bit of a lunge to get to the inside down at the end of the Wellington straight there. George Russell fancied his chances trying to get involved in that fight as well then, but again, especially I find the second one to be a bit more powerful than the first as Russell, I mean, he's willing to show the nose, which I guess is quite a brave choice around this circuit, especially into the old turn 1, because I will kind of have to chop it across him there. I can't really afford just to kind of give him the room on the off chance that he does commit to it there. But Pierre Gasly again then, I mean, sensibly, we just want to work together here, keep just using each other for DRS down the straights and kind of hope that we don't end up being vulnerable to any of the other cars, as Russell and Norris maybe just start to slip away a little bit. We've just got to wait for an opportunity to try and break free. But this is F1 24. That might never happen. Oh, here comes Pierre Gasly again then. He likes to go for a really, really weird strategy of he'll kind of sit back in for one lap. I can only assume he's trying to recharge the battery pack, and then he'll try and commit to it. That time round, I will try and hang it around the outside down at the bottom of the circuit, and we will hang on to the position. Only thing I'm also worried about is actually the tyre temperature here. We're just kind of right on the limit of getting into the overheating territory, so that will make things a little bit worse, especially on that left-hand side, which does tend to take more of a beating around this circuit as well then. So hopefully the mediums won't be as bad then. You can just see 115 degrees as there goes Pierre once again back around the outside. But yeah, but not too... No! Icy's gone. It's over. Lap 7 of the Grand Prix. I mean, what am I meant to do? Home Grand Prix is the second time it's happened here at Silverstone on this game. I remember it happened once at Ferrari as well. And we haven't even, you know, got to a point where the win looked probable or anything like that. I mean, we were leading most of the early laps. But we are out of the British Grand Prix. A hammer blow to our World Championship hopes. And Oscar Piastri, I'm sure he is smiling under the helmet of that Ferrari.
Left front wheel. We need to try and put that behind us though and finish the race strong.
Great, Mark. The engine's gone pop. I don't know if you know that, bro. At the back of the car. Please, for F125 EA, make the engine failures, make the AI be a little bit more sensible. Why wouldn't they just pull me into the garage at this point? Is it going to do anything? Or are we just going to have to continue driving just a little bit longer before it finally accepts defeat? Have I broken it? No, of course not. I did genuinely think for a second there I might have broken the mechanical failures on this game, but we are out of the British Grand Prix. I think that's our second mechanical failure of the year. That is devastating.
He'd won a sprint before, but now it's time for Grand Prix success. Oscar Piastri takes the win.
And that's 2 wins in a row now, of course. And it marks the fact that it's not a fluke. So, you know, their head's in the right space. What more can we see going forwards?
Ferrari are at it again. An excellent performance at today's Grand Prix. And they're certainly a team that know what they're doing out there.
Well, there we are then. I have no idea how Oscar Piastri managed it, but from 6th and 7th on the grid, Ferrari, they're going to bag a 1-2 and the full 44 points from this GP weekend there. Pierre Gasly, our teammate, does get a podium in the end, so I'm sure McLaren will be left with scratching their heads as to how they didn't get either car inside the top 3. Charles Leclerc just ahead of Sargent and Lewis Hamilton, with Alonso and Sergio Perez rounding out your top 10 there. Were we the only car to have a mechanical failure? Yes, of course we were. Yeah, that has been a hammer blow to both of our championship standings there. Drivers' table, we are still in P2, but the gap now 39 points to Oscar Piastri, and I really did think this was going to be a weekend where we could try and take the lead at the top of the table there. Gasly, though, up into P5 now ahead of Charles Leclerc, but still a fair old way behind George Russell and Lando Norris. Constructors-wise, Ferrari now take the top stop ahead of McLaren. They're just 3 points in it, though, between them. We are 20 points off the top of the table, though, so we are down, but certainly not out. Thank you all so much for watching this video nonetheless. Apologies that it's going to be such a short one, but I can't do anything about F124 and its RNG as well there. But yeah, we will return, we will come back stronger next time out, ready for the Hungarian Grand Prix. Hello everyone and welcome back to a brand new video, and welcome to round 13 of season 7 of our F124 Haas driver career mode. Yes, we're back this weekend here for the Hungarian Grand Prix. Of course, if you missed out on the video that went live a few days ago from Silverstone, I would highly recommend going back and checking it out. The engine blew up on me. We were in the lead, we were fighting for the win at our home Grand Prix, and just like Ferrari, when they let me down a few seasons ago here, Haas, they've got it done exactly the same thing. That has given Oscar Piastri quite the buffer once again at the top of the table. He got to about a 30-point lead. We brought it all the way down to pretty much 0. And then immediately he's been able to bring it back up again. Ferrari also leading the Constructors, just 3 points in it between them and McLaren. We could be on for a mega three-way Constructors Championship fight this year, because we are only 20 points off the top with our Haas team as well. We return this weekend, though, to the Hungarian Grand Prix. And I genuinely can't remember the last time I drove this track inside F1 24, so this is going to be a very, very interesting one this afternoon. Of course, if you're new around here, please do make sure you get yourself subscribed to the channel. We want to try and hit 140k maybe before F1 25 comes out in just a couple of months as well. And also, if you want early access to all of these videos, you can help support us just a little bit more by clicking that join button down below. It costs just £1 a month. And yeah, massively helps us out here as well. But yeah, without further ado then, let's head to the Hungarian Grand Prix.
It is time for the drivers to dance on the edge. You are never resting, you are never still in qualifying for the Hungarian Grand Prix right here at the Hungaroring.
Well, I'm hoping Pierre Gasly is going to be pretty strong as well throughout this qualifying session. Of course, he took pole back at Monaco, and this place is often described as Monte Carlo. Without the barriers as well then, so let's wait and see what our teammate can do over 1 lap pace here. We need to try though and get our own car right towards the front of the order. Pole position last weekend at Silverstone. This admittedly, yes, is a slightly different venue to the British GP circuit last time out, as we make our way up and towards turn 4. I mean, it is near enough flat out. It is completely flat if you absolutely nail it through there in this car, which is quite impressive. I'll be honest with you guys, but it's really the S's. Got to tap the curbs through there, and then through these next set of corners, you really just got to try and hook it up nice and tidy there. Dance the car between the curbs as best as you can. You can see George Russell, as always, that McLaren, looking very, very planted as we make our way down in towards Sector 3. Really trying to attack, though, on the brakes there. Make up any time we can. A bit like Verstappen versus Hamilton back in Shanghai. If you watch their qualifying comparison from a couple of weeks ago there, but through the final corner then, it is going to be George Russell that storms to pole position. One of the biggest qualifying margins we've seen all year. We will line up P2 though, so yeah, I'm pretty happy. Well, there we go, George Russell almost dipping into the 1 minute 11s there at the end of qualifying. We will end up 3/10 behind him though. Normally, qualifying in this series is dealt with in hundredths of a second, so 3/10 here is a really outstanding effort by our fellow Brit. Oscar Piastri will line up third just ahead of Charles Leclerc there, so 4 cars from 4 different teams making up your top 4. Pierre Gasly will be a bit disappointed down in P6 then, but neither Red Bull able to get their cars inside the top 10 either, and no real other kind of surprises further down the grid. Let's head then into the race.
Button, Hill, Alonso and Kovalainen, the names of the drivers who had their breakthrough in Budapest, winning their first Grand Prix right here. We're about 12 miles northeast of the bustling Hungarian capital of Budapest. We have 14 corners that comprise the Hungaroring, and they are all steeped in history and prestige. Overtaking has always been tough around here. It's a technical 2.7-mile track. The last few years in particular have been dramatic. Off the back of a fantastic qualifying session, it's time to see how our starting grid looks like for today's race. George Russell will begin today's event in pole position, and Firestarter completes the front row. Considering the rest of the grid, we have Oscar Piastri, Leclerc, Norris, Gasly, Fernando Alonso, Fittipaldi, Hamilton, Teo Porcher, Tsunoda, Sargent, Perez, Ricciardo, Iwasa, Ocon, Behrman, Stroll, Vesti and Zhou Guanyu. Now, it's almost time for lights out, so let's go down to the track.
Well, lining up then down on the grid, and of course, yeah, it's so difficult to overtake around this venue. If ever I wanted to get a good race start, Monaco is first, Hungary is second, so let's wait and see what we can do today then. 35 laps though, this is really a race that feels more like a marathon than a sprint inside this game. As we wait then on the grid, 5 red lights have come on. Oh, mighty long hole, but it is going to be lights out and away we go. There are neither Russell or myself has done well, but unlike back in Austria a couple of weeks ago, we will deny Oscar Piastri a bit of a passage in towards that first corner there. Can we try and have a look down the inside of the McLaren, man? We'll get a little bit caught out over the curbing there. Still wheel to wheel on the exits. Piastri maybe coming under pressure now from Charles Leclerc, a little bit behind, but that was absolutely critical off the start. We cannot afford to let Oscar Piastri cut through and get to the front of the order there. Leclerc's now gone past him. Fernando Alonso up into P5 as well. So now we've got 5 cars from 5 different teams in your top 5 early on. Must have been a pretty bad start from Pierre Gasly even to drop down the order a little bit more than I'd want to see from him. Pretty much immediately then, by the time you make it through turn 4, you are now a lot more worried about just trying to settle in here, get into a rhythm and a routine nice and quickly. Don't know how bad tyre wear is going to be. Don't know how bad tyre management is going to be either around this venue. So you want to ease this set of those medium compound tyre in early on in the race. Didn't really see anybody gambling. Oh, hello. There's grass there, Matt. Yeah, didn't really see anybody gambling with the softs. Team thought a 2-stop is viable here. But even then, they want to just use medium, hard. So maybe the soft compound just not a good race tyre around this venue. But either way, we've survived lap 1. No change in your top 2, but pretty much everybody behind has shuffled around. We're just a little bit closer this time around then. In through the final few corners, as long as we're in about half a second when we try and activate the DRS. Surely we're going to be able to get a run. See Russell as well, really struggling through those final couple of corners. So I think it's just a very warm day here. And this tractor's absolutely pounding the tyres as well then. 6/10 was the gap. But as we try and use as much battery as we possibly can back into turn 1. Oh, Russell, he tries to go defensive, but a little bit too little too late. And there we go then, into the lead of the Hungarian Grand Prix. That is exactly what we need to be doing. Now, the focus switches. Can we just manage these tyres? We know Russell definitely is going to be much of a threat in a straight line. So we've just got to try and work on this there. He's actually got a good run though into turn 4, but not good enough. I'd say that Russell immediately actually is going to get the run on me back in towards turn 1 there. Trying to get the nose back down the inside, and will he be able to get the power down off of the corner as well? He has done a very good job. Trying to have a look around the outside with the DRS. Oh, we're going to really try and force him out though. Through turn 3 and turn 4, you don't often get racing like this. Here at the Hungaroring again, the McLaren will just about give us the space side by side up in towards turn 4. Oh, we'll try and really squeeze each other there. Russell, no, what is that? George Russell runs off the road there to keep the position, and we've lost the end plate on the wing, and around here that'll be massive damage.
With the front wing, you've taken some minor damage.
Well, we've only got one choice now. We've got to try and go long on a set of the hard compound tyre there, but how can the AI do that? He gained the place by going off of the road against us, and then just comes back on and immediately brake checks me as well. That is so annoying in this Grand Prix, and well, I hope with F1 25 that they sort that out with the AI, because it is so frustrating. It happens so often inside this title there. Through the final couple of corners though, and into the pit lane we will go. We should come out in clear air at the rear of the pack.
Oh my god, bro.
Oh, hell.
It's fine, it's fine. It's not the end of the world. 10-second penalty. It does not do us any favours, but it is not the end of the world. I swear it said we were literally doing 50 on the way in as well, and after the disappointment last weekend, I mean, this is just a comedy of errors now, isn't it? How much can go wrong in such a short time span? Apparently everything there. Trouble getting the wing on, speeding in pit lane, front wing damage. Deary me. 17 seconds now, the gap to Fred Vesti. I guess this will give us a good idea about how well the hard tyres will last. But we are in trouble. There we go, starting to see some cars diving into the pit lane then. Jules Guanyu just in front of us will be boxing, so we need to try and find a way around Fred Vesti as quickly as we possibly can here. Won't be able to get a run back on him in towards turn 1, but we are going to be out ahead of Alonso. You can see Oscar Piastri, our main rival in the World Championship as well, just about will get out ahead of that Sauber car, so it is now or never up against Fred Vesti there. Big dive to the inside. And we know, obviously, Oscar, he will be a bit vulnerable as well, trying to get some temperature into those tyres. It looks like Russell has been able to build a bit of a lead as well, but obviously Charles Leclerc, I'm sure, will fill that gap. But, I mean, yeah, we're going to be on such worn tyres by the end of this race, and with the 10-second penalty, it's going to be a brutal second half of this race, probably as brutal as the first. Well, I've got no idea how I've just done that. New fastest lap of the day as we start lap 20. That's pretty good going. How is the fuel situation looking? We've still got about quarter of a lap spare. As I said, I don't mind in the last couple of laps really having to lift and coast if I need to. The far more important thing, though, is not hitting that curb. And the gap to Alonso is going up. It might well be that we can't beat, Alonso and Leclerc. But if we can just be ahead of a few more cars further back, that would be fantastic. I think if I was Haas IRL, I'd be using Gasly just as a bit of a roadblock from a lot of other vehicles.
Okay, we've been given a time penalty. It will go against our finishing time at the end of the race. Get your head down and let's get it done.
Well, that's not ideal. A 3-second time penalty added to our troubles there. Just could not quite get the car rotated in and bailed out of the chicane. I think, yeah, now our battle is with those Red Bulls a bit further behind. Oh no, this is not reassuring. Fuel warning light now has just flashed up as well. So I think we've just gone and lost the DRS to Oscar Piastri, making our way through those final couple of corners. So things just going from bad to worse towards the end of the afternoon. Tyre temperatures as well are absolutely skyrocketing here. And unless we can get back in that range of Oscar, we're going to have to really calm down the pace towards the end to save the fuel we need. God, this race is painful, man. Everything, it feels like, has been thrown at us today. Well, George Russell then starting the last lap of the Hungarian Grand Prix after the little bit of controversial contact between the pair of us early on. He has never looked back this afternoon, and once again McLaren proving when things go well for them, no one can really touch them here. Oscar Piastri has that good pace towards the end of the afternoon. The frustrating bit for me is that if we'd been able to keep up with him and we hadn't got that second penalty, we might be very close actually to still walking away with the podium this afternoon. But yeah, tyres just absolutely falling off. Fuel management as well. We are still in the red as we start this last lap, but I'm just hoping we should be able to beat out those Red Bulls by the end of the day here. I think Perez and Sargent have been having quite a lot of battles throughout the second half of the afternoon, but say in the last 3 Grand Prix, we carved the gap down to like 6 points to Oscar Piastri. He is going to have outscored me by pretty much 50 over the last 3 weekends. So obviously we've got the Belgian Grand Prix before the summer break, but yeah, the second half of the year, we need to absolutely find another level in this Haas car. Making our way through the final couple of corners though, George Russell will win the Hungarian Grand Prix. McLaren build back up a little bit of confidence in themselves as well there. Through the final couple of corners, I've really got to make sure I don't run out of fuel now, because we're actually down into the low fuel mode. One more corner to go though. P3 on the road despite everything that's happened. That's quite impressive. As we are out of fuel, will we still walk away with the points? I think we will.
Take care of the car on the way in.
The British driver will look up and see the checkered flag first. George Russell takes the checkered flag.
And the celebrations go on in Parc Fermé. You can see just how much this means to them. The team are absolutely mobbing their driver because you know that this keeps them in the title fight, and we now see what it means to them as a whole.
As the winners make their way up to the podium, one can only imagine the celebrations that will take place at McLaren tonight. Congratulations to everyone on the team, securing the win and proving they're a force to be reckoned with out on the track.
Well, there we are then, the end of the Hungarian Grand Prix. George Russell will take the victory there, just 6 seconds ahead of Oscar Piastri. 2 weekends, well, last 3 races actually we've seen drive is able to build up a bit of a lead at the front of the order. Charles Leclerc, though, an unlikely podium for him when all is said and done, ahead of Alonso and Pierre Gasly there. And whether we picked up the 3-second penalty or the 10-second penalty, I think we were confined to a P9 finish when all is said and done. We do get the bonus point, though, for fastest lap, which I guess we can be pretty happy with as well there. Sargent does pick up the final points-paying position just ahead of his teammate Sergio Perez there. Daniel Ricciardo, the only man who failed to see the checkered flag. That means, though, in the World Championship, Piastri now a 51-point buffer at the top of the table, now ahead of George Russell. We are 3 points further back behind the McLaren man. Gasly still in 6th there, now tied with Charles Leclerc. Don't think there's been really any other movers further down the roster. Logan Sargent now just 1 point back from Théo Pourchaire once again. Constructors-wise, McLaren 6 points now ahead of Ferrari. Been a tough weekend for Haas. Didn't score anywhere near as points as we should have done here. 35 now the deficit. Not insurmountable, but certainly not ideal either. Thank you all so much for watching nonetheless. I'm honestly just happy we survived and we picked up a few points with how the early stages of that race went. Yeah, get yourself subscribed and we'll be back very soon ready for the Belgian Grand Prix. Hello everyone and welcome back to a brand new video and welcome to round 14 of season 7 of the F1 24 Haas Driver Career Mode. Yes, we're back this weekend here at my favourite track on the Formula 1 calendar. It's time for the Belgian Grand Prix. Of course, if you missed out on the video that went live towards the end of last week from Hungary, I would highly recommend going back and check it out. It's safe to say Oscar Piastri, he's looking pretty confident in the World Championship right now. A 51-point buffer ahead of George Russell there, a 54-point buffer over myself at the top of the table. McLaren and Ferrari just 6 points in it between their two teams as well in the Constructors, but I'm hoping that we're going to have a few races that work quite nicely for us. Belgium, I love. Zandvoort can be a bit hit or miss, I'll be honest. And then Monza, Baku and Singapore as well. I really, really do enjoy inside this game. We need to get back into winning form. We need to start trying to take points out of our top two in the championship. And we also need Pierre Gasly to try and, do a little bit better. He hasn't finished lower than 11th so far this season, which is quite an impressive record for our teammate. But annoyingly, he often just finds himself in kind of between 5th and 8th, which is a little bit frustrating when you're trying to win the Constructors' World Championship as well. Of course, if you're new around here, please do make sure you leave a like and get yourself subscribed to the channel. Of course, we're trying to hit 140,000 subs. I'd love to hit that before F1 25 releases. And if you want to help us out just a little bit more, you can click the join button down below for just £1 a month. You get early access to all the videos and a couple of other exclusive perks, and that will carry over into F1 25, so you will get access to all of our F1 25 career mode videos. Normally, obviously, we go absolutely wild in the first couple of weeks with content as well. You will get early access to all of those, so I think, personally, it's a worthwhile investment at £1 a month. But yeah, let's head then back to Belgium, and hopefully we can try and score a big result.
Welcome to the behemoth that they value so highly. This is Spa. It's high speed. It is really challenging. We have elevation, we have dramatic corners, and we have one driver in a few moments' time who will take pole position.
Well, here we are then, ready for qualifying here in the Ardennes, and the longest lap on the Formula 1 calendar. Definitely, I'd say, with this new version of the circuit, one of the most difficult as well to try and get hooked up. But Oscar Piastri, he will be looking to try and claim another pole position here. This venue is really just about how you use the battery. As well, we apparently left it wide open, the overtake mode, down in towards Eau Rouge Rally on this. That was not ideal. Got to make sure we save a little bit for the uphill climb right at the end of the circuit as we make our way up in towards Les Combes. I mean, yeah, this circuit, though, when you get it hooked up, so much fun there. You really are rolling the car between the curbs. I would expect lap times to be in and around 1 minute 40, so 100 seconds is kind of the goal to try and get underneath around this venue there, as you're really trying to attack the curbs in a couple of places. I'm pretty certain Blanchimont as well, Pouon even, is completely flat out. Easy done on the way through there, and then carry the speed off the exit all the way over to 8th gear. 195 miles an hour by the time you're on your brakes in through La Fagne. So just dip a wheel out in the gravel there, that's fine. As long as you get back on the power as long as you get the car rotated into the next apex. Don't have to worry too much there, as we are definitely comfortably quickest through that middle sector. But now it's about carrying the speed up in towards the bus stop chicane. I think we've got a little margin over Oscar Piastri. Of course, we saw George Russell claim pole last weekend by 0.3 of a second on one of the shortest laps on the F1 calendar. A little bit early on the brakes through the bus stop, but nice and easy. Try not to get too much wheel spin. Up towards the line. P1 for the second time in 3 races. This car loves the high-speed circuits. Well, there we go. Russell last weekend took pole by just under 0.3 of a second. Here at the longest track on the calendar, we'll take pole by just over 0.3 of a second ahead of Oscar Piastri there. We were the only 2 that were able to dip into the 1:39, so very, very happy with the lap time there. Gasly as well, a decent effort up in P5, so hopefully we can claw some points back in the constructors as well. But prime position ready for the Grand Prix. Now the big challenge is surviving lap 1.
It's the Belgian Grand Prix, the site of the maiden victory of the Jordan team in 1998. The venue that Michael Schumacher made his debut in Formula 1. There is so much history here amongst the beautiful nature. 19 corners, 4.3 miles or 7 kilometers. There's over 100 meters of elevation change here, with long stretches of the lap spent flat out. Look out for the bus stop chicane. The final challenge before the temporary relief at the start-finish straight. So with the race not far away from starting, here's what today's grid rundown looks like. Firestarter lines up on pole position, and Oscar Piastri completes the front row. Looking at the rest of today's grid, we have Russell, Leclerc, Gasly, Norris, Fittipaldi, Hamilton, Behrman, Fernando Alonso, Teo Porcher, Stroll, Ricciardo, Iwasa, Tsunoda, Sargent, Ocon, Perez, Joe, and Frederick Vesti. And now it's time to head down to the track.
Well, everybody wants to go into the summer break with a little bit of momentum behind us, but only one can win here in Belgium. 22 laps. I think it's going to be a fairly simple one-stop strategy this afternoon, but Oscar Piastri will be looking to try and challenge us as best as possible there. The sun is shining throughout the afternoon here, and I must admit, it does really, really feel nice to be back once again here around this circuit. 5 red lights on the grid, though. Oh, lights out, and away we go then. Not my best start in the world as we're trying to stay to the inside of Piastri in towards turn 1. Oh, a little bit of contact between us both as we try to meet at the apex, and Oscar Piastri, they'll get the power down on the exit there. I believe they're 3 wide behind as Pierre Gasly trying to move up into the podium spots nice and early on. But are we going to be able to try and get a run back on the Ferrari man? That's Sebastian Vettel style up the Kemmel Straight. Looks like he's got plenty of poke as well, though, in a straight line. Of course, equal power units between these 2 cars there. To the outside will go of the Australian, but again, he'll just cover me off in through the chicane there. We'll try and again pull alongside, but Oscar Piastri positioning that car beautifully on lap 1 there. Is already the pair of us pulling away a little bit. George Russell seems to have had a terrible start, down to at least kind of P6, P7 in this race, as Norris and Fittipaldi are fighting for the top 5. We need to be back ahead of Lando by the time we head into the summer break. Ahead of George even, as we head into the summer break there, so we can just focus on Oscar Piastri in those final 10 races of the season. You know, the 50-point deficit is a lot, but especially if we can keep trading Grand Prix victories and things like that. You know, we've already proven this year Oscar can build up like a good 40-odd point lead, and we can claw it back in. We've also definitely been a lot less lucky when it comes to reliability so far this campaign. 2 mechanical failures to Oscar Piastri's 0 so far this season, as we make our way then up through Blanchimont to finish off lap 1. Not quite again close enough to really try and have a look, as already we've got a 4-car breakaway, as my teammate and Charles Leclerc are already with a 1-second buffer ahead of Lando.
We can use DRS when you're within 1 second of the car ahead and in the DRS zone.
Oh, I just thought I'd see if I could scare Oscar there back into turn 1, but not going to happen that time round. Surely though, now with the DRS, we'll be able to get a run up the Kemmel Straight, as the key is to try and use a bit of battery actually through the bottom of Eau Rouge there. And look at the run we'll immediately get up through Radion, out onto the Kemmel Straight. Oh, Oscar again tries to give me a little bit of a squeeze after dip a wheel on the grass. That time round, we'll get to the outside of him. Oh, I didn't know if he was going to try and keep the nose down the inside, but up into the lead then, especially through this middle sector, we can try and create a gap. Oh, there we go. We've really tried to use a load of battery on that last lap there to see if we can get the gap now up to Oscar Piastri. Might leave us a little bit vulnerable if we can, but there we are, about 1.5 seconds when we go through the detection points. We've kind of caught him out there just a little bit. Hopefully now that'll allow Gasly trying to attack him with some pressure. But I'm just looking at the fuel again, a bit like Hungary. We seem to be just using a bit more than I'd want to. So definitely going to have to manage that towards the end of the afternoon. But now, yeah, we can basically just fully focus on pit stop strategy. Well, I think we're going to opt for a slightly early pit stop then in this Grand Prix. Yep, been trying to just save back up the battery pack to use it on this in and the out lap. But yeah, just struggling actually a little bit with rear tyre temps, which is a little bit awkward. So yeah, going to take off this set of the soft compound tyre. The gap to Oscar Piastri now floating around 2 seconds, but the real question is just kind of going to be whether we get caught up in traffic or anything like that in through kind of the next few laps here. I also don't want to trip over Pierre Gasly. I don't end up kind of wanting to get in his way, because he's still applying pressure to the Australian at the front of the order there. You can see kind of your top 6 now all bunched back up fairly closely. A 13-second gap back to Lewis Hamilton in P8 as well. So yeah, there certainly has been quite the divide early on in this GP. But Hamilton, Alonso, Stroll are all going to get biased then. So I forgot, obviously Alex Albon isn't in that Williams anymore, is he? Funny enough, haven't spent much time around the Williams car so far this year, but we are going to re-emerge then onto the circuit, back out still in the top 10. But yeah, now, I think we've just got to try and actually take it easy this lap so I don't get caught up behind Sir Lancelot. Oh, come on, Lance. So slow down through Podium there, so we're going to have a look to the outside in towards Lafayette. There we go, round the outside we'll go. And a fresh set of mediums up against a very worn-out set of softs. Always going to be able to have the grip, have the confidence, especially, you know, it's Lance Stroll. He's in a Williams. You know, I can connect the dots inside this series. I would really love to see what he could do in a Sauber car. Just how far off the rest of the field could he finish in a Grand Prix would be a really interesting question. But are we seeing a few other cars into the pit lane then, annoyingly, here in Belgium? I can't actually see the mini-map because my camera's in the way. Hamilton and Alonso both diving in. Oscar Piastri is also in there, as well as George Russell, so we might have actually got quite a big jump on a couple of these guys. I think Oscar's been held up through the pit window there, so we might gain even more time on him, and hopefully Pierre Gasly will do the same here, still leading a pack of 4 cars up towards the end of the Kemmel Straight. And yeah, look at that, Oscar Piastri now 5 seconds behind us, so he has really lost out in a big way. Come on, Pierre, you've got to now push. This is your lap to overcut. But as we are going to re-emerge then into the lead of the Grand Prix, this is something I haven't done in quite a while inside an F1 game. Let's take you for a try and attack lap here of the Spa-Francorchamps circuit. 6th gear as you cross the start-finish line, get the car over and brake at the 100-meter board in towards turn 1 there. Get as close to the wall as you can through the entry of La Source there. Use up that exit curb on the outside line there, up all the way into 8th gear as you make your way in towards one of Formula 1's most famous corners. Easy flat. Use the battery through the bottom of the hill there to give yourself the boost on the exit. Keep the battery wide open as you make your way up the Kemmel Straight then. Of course, normally this is a great spot for overtaking around this venue. Braking about 60 metres out, 5th gear. Flick the car through the right and then the left and then the right again. All of those in 5th. At the moment, brake just after the outside curbing there down through Malmedy. And then this corner as well, horrible on the exit, horrible on the entry. You've got to really just either avoid or completely attack over those curves. Splash a battery on the exit, 8th gear as you make your way down in towards Podium there. Completely flat on the entry. And then again, use a little bit of battery on the exit down in towards the Fanya. 5th gear once again. Carry the speed through the right, through the left. Get right up to the gravel on the outside line there. 4th gear as you make your way through Stavolo, and again trying to get the power down smoothly on the exit is absolutely critical. Again, use the battery. It's a very steep uphill climb. You never quite realise it when you're watching it on TV, but when you go and see this circuit in person, it is very, you know, it's a long old climb up in towards the bus stop chicane, looking for the 100-meter board on the outside. Nice straight line braking. Attack the curbs through the first part, attack the curbs through the second. Get over that curb and on the outside, power down towards the line. 41.8. That was only a couple of tenths off what Zhou Guanyu did in qualifying, and, well, now, just got to start managing the fuel a little bit more. 10 laps to go of this race. We've got an 8-second lead over Pierre Gasly. Over Oscar Piastri. Things are looking pretty good right now. Well, one more lap to go then in a race that we have pretty much dominated right from the get-go here. Able to get past Oscar Piastri after a bit of a fight on lap 1. And then, yeah, really since then we have not looked back. I mean, we got a little bit lucky with the fact he got a bit held up through the pit cycle, but that's just given us the buffer we needed to really control this one. Pierre Gasly, though, he's still pretty close behind him. But yeah, I'm not convinced he's going to be close enough to go for a run unless he saved a load of battery ready for this final lap against the Australian. It would be so useful in the Constructors' Championship. And it would obviously say, help me out in the Drivers' Championship. To get that gap back under 50 points here is critical, but to take 11 points out of him this weekend will be really useful as well. Here comes Pierre Gasly, but I just don't think he's quite going to get there on this last lap. He's gaining on Oscar, but it won't be enough, and that's probably the last overtaking opportunity he'll find around this venue. Enzo Fittipaldi, though, the hard compounded tyre. Had he had just a couple more laps, that strategy could have really worked out well for him. And I think earlier on in the race, he did get held up behind Charles Leclerc when the Mercedes man developed some mechanical issues on that car as well. So yeah, Enzo Fittipaldi really could have been in that fight towards the end of this one. Like I said, I think Oscar Piastri accepted early on the win. The opportunity to win this one was probably gone. So he is just focused on trying to maximise his and Ferrari's result. They'll still pull out a few points ahead of McLaren, but they're going to lose a few points here to Haas. And before we head into the summer break, we've won at this venue a few times on F1 24. It has certainly been a good track for us on this year's game. Draining the battery around in towards the bus stop one final time. The sun is shining today on the Haas Formula 1 car through the final corner. I believe that's win number 4 of the year. Exactly what we need.
Yes, guys, yes! Come on, boys! Oh, superb driving. That is the race win, my friend. Well done.
A difficult race then on one of the all-time classic circuits, but they've persevered to take the win here today.
They led from lights out to the flag at the end, and their race victory was never in doubt, was it? Brilliant stuff by them.
The quality and fantastic result of the Haas team will have been noticed by everyone out there today. You can see why everyone's taking them so seriously. These drivers will be hot property by the end of the season.
Well, there we go. P1 here in the Ardennes. Pole position, fastest lap, race victory. Exactly what we need as we head into the summer break there. 8 points taken out of Oscar Piastri and Pierre Gasly as well, helping out the team in the constructors' fight there. Enzo Fittipaldi in 4th, ahead of both McLarens, both Mercedes, Alonso and Logan Sargent, driver of the day, from 16th on the grid to pick up the final points-paying position in his Red Bull car there. Just Ollie Behrman that failed to see the checkered flag, and not too sure what happened to Teo Pourchaire to end up so far behind one of the Sauber cars. He did still beat Zhou Guanyu though, so silver linings and all of that. Championship-wise, it means the gap at the top has been cut to just 46 points then between myself and Oscar. You can see George Russell there, 61 back now, so I think it might be a 2-horse race as we head into the second half of the year. McLaren, on the weekends they're good, they're so good, but on the weekends they're not. They're so mediocre inside this game still at the moment there. Don't think there's been any other movement. Enzo Fittipaldi re-jumps Fernando Alonso in the Drivers' World Championship there, and I think Sargent as well, now back ahead of Teo Pourchaire in the Drivers' Championship as well. Still just Stroll and those Saubers yet to score as we make it to the summer break. Constructors-wise, Ferrari is 6 points clear of McLaren. Haas, though, we have slashed that gap down just to 18, though. So we've definitely got a three-way Constructors battle into the second half of the year. Thank you all so much for watching. If you have enjoyed, please do make sure to leave a like, get yourself subscribed, and we'll be back very soon, ready for the Dutch Grand Prix. Hello everyone, and welcome back to a brand new video, and welcome back to round 15 of our F1 24 Haas Driver Career Mode. Yes, we're back this weekend here for the Dutch Grand Prix, of course. If you missed out on the video that went live a few days ago from Belgium, I would highly recommend going back and checking it out. The last race before the summer break, we needed a good result out in Spa, and it's safe to say we got one. A dominant victory has cut the gap to just 46 points between myself and Oscar Piastri. The Australian, though, was finished off of the podium once in the last 5 Grand Prix. Meanwhile, I had back-to-back of races where I barely scored any points. So it's safe to say, kind of, when we're good, I'd argue we're slightly better than Oscar Piastri so far this campaign, probably with the exception of Austria. But yeah, it just seems to be that our lows are much worse than our rivals so far this campaign. You know, we've had, what, 4 non-point scoring results this season. Oscar Piastri, he's had a worse finish of 8th. And that was including a race where he span, which is slightly alarming. So, at least in the Constructors, though, as well, we seem to be closing back in just 18 points covering your top 3 there between Ferrari, McLaren, and our Haas team as well. We really do need Pierre Gasly to find a little bit more momentum. He is getting better this season, but definitely still struggling on a few venues as well. Of course, if you're new, please do make sure you get yourself subscribed to the channel. I want to try and hit 140,000 subs before F1 25 launches in just a few weeks' time. Starting to get a little bit more excited for the new game as well. But yeah, without further ado then, before I forget, click the join button as well if you want to help support us just a little bit more. You get early access to all the videos for just £1 a month. That will include all of the F1 25 videos when they start releasing as well. But yeah, without further ado then, let's head here to Zandvoort.
With partisan support that we rarely see anywhere else on the calendar, there is an incredible atmosphere at Zandvoort. We're setting the grid for the Dutch Grand Prix in qualifying.
Well, with no Max Verstappen on the grid anymore, not really sure why F1 will return to Zandvoort. This circuit, apart from obviously some crazy weather conditions, hasn't really delivered much great racing. And of course, obviously, he's going to be dropped off the calendar once again after 2025, if I remember correctly. So, yeah, we need to try and get a good qualifying lap here, though. Has been a very long time since I drove this circuit. It's normally one of the ones I'm quite happy to bin off a season, because obviously the racing here isn't fantastic. But of course, yeah, this last season, I wanted to try and go through the entire calendar inside F1 24. And I must admit, obviously, in these basically maxed out cars, this place, it really does feel like a roller coaster. Not when I do that, though. And into the wall in qualifying, just got the car over the curbing. We've done big damage to the rear wing as well. Well, that was not what I expected to happen. I've been able to take that corner flat out in free practice there, but the rear of the car just felt it lift up on me and instantly tip us around. Looks like George Russell could be on pole here, though. It was a big turnaround for McLaren after the summer break, but Oscar Piastri, we'll be happy to see that as well. Yeah, I mean, the rear wing's completely gone. We can't do anything. George Russell will claim pole position then here, but we are going to be starting right at the very back. Well, there we go then. George Russell and Lando Norris coming back off the summer break, immediately bagging a 1-2 here in qualifying. Russell 3/10 clear of his teammate. Pierre Gasly, he's done us a bit of a favour getting up between, up ahead of Oscar Piastri as well there. Alonso looking very good in his Aston Martin, just ahead of Hamilton and Enzo Fittipaldi. Wasser and Behrman, both also inside the top 10, so a very good effort by them. But yeah, I mean, we're going to put some fresh components in the back of the car. We need that power next weekend, obviously at Monza. So a last question mark challenge incoming. This is going to be tough.
We're on the coast of the North Sea at Zandvoort Circuit, 25 miles outside of Amsterdam. We're all set for the Dutch Grand Prix, a race that the greats have won at, including Jim Clark, who took the biggest trophy home here on 4 occasions. A lap of this short 2.6 mile Zandvoort Circuit then features 14 corners, 10 to the right and 4 to the left, with a 678-metre main straight into turn 1, aka Tarzan Corner, which with DRS open will be the best overtaking opportunity on the track. So with the race not far away from starting, here's what today's grid rundown looks like. George Russell will begin today's event in pole position, edging out Lando Norris, who'll start from P2. Looking at the rest of today's grid, we have Gasly, Oscar Piastri, Fernando Alonso, Hamilton, Fittipaldi, Leclerc, Iwasa, Behrman, Ricciardo, Teo Porcher, Perez, Ocon, Sargent, Tsunoda, Stroll, Joe, Vesti, and Firestarter. That's it then. It's time to go racing as we head down trackside for today's race.
I know this isn't where we wanted to start this race, but given we're back here at the back of the grid, it means there's an opportunity to move forward. I've seen you karting back in the day. Let's go and do it again.
Well, hopefully some wise words there from Mark. It gives us a little bit of that motivational boost as we head into the Grand Prix this afternoon. Tyre wear in free practice was not looking fantastic either around this venue, so we're going to have to be a bit careful to manage that early on. But alas, a question mark challenge. This could be World Championship defining for us. I think actually what we'll do is we'll go with the alternate, try and use that slightly harder compound early on. If the mediums last, fantastic, we'll go to softs. If they don't, then it gives us the opportunity to go to hard tyres for the second half of the event then. But P20 on the grid, where will we finish in today's race? Our whole fresh power unit in the back of the car, 5 red lights. It's going to be lights out and away we go then. Of course, the 3 drivers that have failed to score points just in front of us off the launch. Fred Vesti and Lance Stroll immediately try and dive to the inside in towards turn 1 there, so we will try and go the long way around the pair of them through turn 1. Oh, a little bit of wheel banging with Sir Lance, not surprised that he didn't know I was there. He does have the awareness of, I'm going to go with a wooden spoon this time round as we try and get the power down out of the hairpin then. Just try and make sure, obviously, we end up single file here. The AI in front, though, not opting to do that. Tsunoda versus Zhou Guanyu, and Zhou gets down the inside there. I want to try and follow him by, and Tsunoda almost didn't spot me, and almost running into the back of the Sauber car as well. Lap 1 is so frantic here, because everybody knows it is a great opportunity to try and make up some places. Whoa, this circuit is not easy to overtake at, as we get a bit of a wobble, but look at the front. Pierre Gasly, our teammate, has moved straight into the lead of the race, so that is a fantastic start for Pierre then. Not too sure what would have happened there for him, but straight past both of those McLarens. And I was literally thinking, you know, McLaren, although neither of their drivers really looking like they got a good shot at the Drivers' World Championship, if they can just both be consistent towards the end of the year, there is a real possibility of a Constructors. Well, let's see then whether we can get the straight line speed out of the final corner against Zhou Guanyu. Russell already dipping under the 1 minute 10s as he tries to hound our teammate for the lead. Oh, Zhou actually broke a little bit earlier there than I was expecting. Genuinely hadn't intended to go for a dive bomb into that first corner, but if he's going to open the door, we've got to take it. I can already see Ollie Behrman coming under a little bit of pressure from Logan Sargent early on. Clearly hasn't been able to kick on from his good qualifying session. So he lost out on what could have been some really good points last weekend out in Belgium. But as we try and wind our way up through the top of the circuit, though, we've got a French Alpine stuck on Manos, and we need to try and get past Esteban as quickly as we can here. The other annoying thing is, of course, obviously the AI, they really don't tend to drop out the DRS around this venue, so we are going to have to try and make the move happen against the Frenchman here and try to make it happen pretty quickly. We'll just keep trying to fill his mirrors as best as we can, and hopefully we can get a run back into turn 1 there. That little bump off of that stadium section is so awkward, because it is just as you're trying to get on the throttle. Sometimes the car grips up, and sometimes it really doesn't there, as Esteban going to try and put up a little bit of a defence, but not really Much to talk about there. Down the inside we'll go, and up then into P15. We're not rapidly moving through the order, but we are making overtakes happen. Well, it looks like Russell then at the front of the order has reclaimed the lead off of our teammate. But yeah, those two still just pulling away a little bit from Lando Norris in third. Oscar Piastri still waiting in the wings in P4. But Behrman now, I think, has lost the DRS. No, he does. Whoa! Still seem to have it there as accidentally down the inside of Logan Sargent. Apologies there, sir. But I guess we'll make the move happen. A little bit of contact. That was slightly touring car-esque, but I thought Sargent was going to go to the outside of Behrman. He just got a little bit squeezed out there and broke earlier than I expected. So it was just a case of whether we were going to lose the front wing or not, but up into 14th then. Hopefully Behrman again is going to be a bit vulnerable. Well, I know we've talked about it before, but yeah, this isn't a track I would expect Williams to be particularly strong at. Inside this game, obviously they do really well around, you know, your Belgiums and your Monzas. Your Zandvoorts, I was very surprised to see Behrman qualifying up inside the top 10. Race pace, though, just does not seem to be there at the moment. So round in we'll go. Next up, Sergio Perez. Well, Oscar Piastri now has moved past Lando Norris as well, and I'm starting to think the McLaren man maybe has some problems here because he's got a huge train now formed up behind him. Maybe it's just a little bit of front wing damage, but either way he's starting just to leak a few positions as well. But this is a golden opportunity for us. Look at that again, Norris under pressure back in towards turn 1. We will get to the inside of Sergio Perez in towards that first braking zone as well, as Norris loses 2 more places. Alonso and I think that's Hamilton both getting by him as well then. So yeah, Norris definitely in the wars right now as Théo Pourchaire. Just even throw him off his line ever so slightly as we make our way back up the hill. Can we try and put alongside the Aston Martin? Really, really difficult to do so here. Oh, down the inside. Don't nudge the grass. Don't nudge the grass.
Really good. You hit that target nicely.
Mark's trying to talk to me whilst we're in a really awkward spot in this Grand Prix. And yeah, you can definitely see there's an end plate missing on that McLaren car. So we've got to try and get on with it and move past as many of these guys as we can. That's not the way to do it. Running all over the grass there on the exit of the corner. Stay down the inside of Teo though, as you can see now. Fittipaldi going around Lando Norris as well though. This is just causing chaos here. It's like a log flume jam just behind Lando, and where there's so few places to overtake around this venue, no one seems to be really able to do a lot with it at the moment. Everybody's just kind of watch on and wait for the car in front to go by there. As Awasa now trying to line up a move back into turn 1. That's not going to happen for him, so we will go around the outside of Charles Leclerc. Got no idea how many overtakes we've made in the last lap and a half, but I'm not complaining about it right now. And again, although that one's not a mechanical issue on the McLaren, it is definitely, you know, it's how many times they've had issues this season, how many reliability failures they've had. Both drivers could be in the Drivers' Championship fight. They've kept themselves in the Constructors' battle anyway, just by, you know, having 2 top drivers that can usually deliver good results. But to the inside then of Awasa, is Norris missing both his end plates on that car? So he's definitely missing the one on the right-hand side. I think he's missing the left-hand side one as well, as he is just all over the road at the moment. I'll try and have a look to the outside. Yes, he is! Norris there. He's lost like half his wing as he tried to move around on me. That's not gone well. We'll have to do a bit of a jump through the gravel.
Okay, be careful with the front wing. You've taken some minor damage.
Oh no, I didn't even realise we'd done that. Tiny bit of damage there as we tried to go around the outside of him. And Norris giving me a bit of a squeeze, and we've ended up losing more places than we gained originally. Back down to P15 then in this GP. We'll try and again get the run back past Logan Sargent in towards turn 1. Can we make that happen? It's a long way around through the first corner, but the camber will help us. Well, after that just lap and a half of complete chaos here, we might have to do it all again. Norris still holding everybody up. I don't get why you wouldn't just box the McLaren, because at the rate he's going, he's not going to score points here. Can we get a run back on Ollie Behrman, though, in towards that first turn? Again, this Haas car so efficient in a straight line when you use the battery and everything else. Awasa now will make it by. Charles Leclerc as well will follow him through ahead of the McLaren man. So now Lando under pressure from his former teammate. The only other really annoying bit about all this is it's kind of spread the top 10 out so much now Only a couple of cars can get around him each lap. So in the second half of this race, we're going to be trying to pick off cars one by one to the inside of Sergio Perez. That was very aggressive. And again, we take a trip through the gravel trap there. I think Perez might have followed us. Maybe he could have backed out of it. Maybe I should have been a little less aggressive. But we were ahead at the apex. And that, sadly, is kind of the bit that matters in Formula 1. We cannot afford to keep running this ragged. It just will not work for us for all too long in this event. But just see there, Porsche and Ricciardo still following Lando through the final few turns. We've got to just try and maximise this. And Lando Norris, he really has given us a lifeline. We've already thrown it away once. Better not throw it away again, though, as here we go. Ricciardo and Porsche closing in. We are also closing in, though. So are we going to see Porsche try to have a look to the inside? Where can we go? Back in towards turn 1 there, to the outside of Teo, to the outside of Lando Norris. Oh, again, a little bit of contact with the McLaren man, who I wonder if he was just told to fight it against us a little bit harder than anybody else. But finally, back up into the top 10 then. But now, you can see, actually, we've got Iwasa and Leclerc. Look at that fighting up through the S's. Don't often see the AI go wheel to wheel through there as well. This race, I tell you what, Zandvoort, it might not often be the most entertaining race circuit in F1. There's, oh no, Iwasa! That'll explain why they were going wheel to wheel. Oh, he's almost taken his teammate out. We're having to try and avoid him as well then. So Yuma Iwasa, our second retirement of the day. And we're up to P9 then, but this race is just carnage. Well, like I said, the second half of this race is going to be really, really difficult as the field has thinned out. But you can see Ricciardo, he's going to be pretty defenceless back into turn 1. Oh, no, he's not. Thought he'd backed out of it there, but apparently not. A little bit of contact. We've got a VSC. No idea why, but I wish we'd had that a few seconds earlier because we could have tried to pit. What has caused that then? Is that a Red Bull going slowly? I've got no idea. Oh, here we go. Ricciardo then. Immediately now we've got the DRS. Going to try and go for the move back on us. You see he's actually lost an end plate though as well. That must have been the contact we had with him, but Ricciardo seems unfazed by that. Trying to look down the inside there. We cannot afford to get stuck behind him once more. So we'll try and get the elbows out. But yeah, really struggling. Try and get temperature back into the tyres off of that restart. 3 seconds up to Leclerc. The big question for me is just the tyre wear. I reckon... Oh, come on, Matt. I reckon we can definitely stretch it a lot further into the race and then try to go softs. It's just whether they overheat or not. There we go. We're going to start to see cars into the pit lane then. Fernando Alonso, I believe, and Lewis Hamilton both diving in, going on to a set of mediums for the second half of the event. I guess we could try and stay out. I mean, the likelihood of us getting a safety car here seems very, very slim, but I guess we've got to try and see if we can open up that opportunity for ourselves. But yeah, I mean, Gasly, Russell, and now Oscar Piastri all fighting still at the front. Oscar, again, just does what he does best. Doesn't panic early on, waits for the race to come to him, and always finds himself fighting at the front. And there you go, then all of your top 3 runners immediately as well will dive into the pit lane. So yeah, Oscar Piastri and even Charles Leclerc as well there, so that's going to leave Fittipaldi in the lead of this one. Russell looks to be still ahead of Pierre, but we are going to take the lead of the Grand Prix once the Brazilian dives in. There we go, Fittipaldi into the pits then as Lando Norris actually is going to hold up his teammate George Russell a bit at the moment. Seems like everybody else in that gaggle kind of got a bit held up, so Russell now with free track space up towards the front of the order. So actually Alonso, how on earth does Alonso undercut Gasly as well? That's been staggering, so Gasly's lost out on a good 4 seconds through that pit cycle. Russell, though, he's going to be trying to hunt me down, just in case we do get a safety car, or even better, would be a red flag. But at this stage of the afternoon, I would rather George Russell wins this race than Oscar Piastri. Looks like he's already gone and jumped both Lewis Hamilton and our teammate here, so Gasly's early race pace, by opting for those hard compound tyres, he is really, really struggling at this point of the afternoon. Well, the AI at the moment running 2 seconds a lap faster than us, so Russell has gone. Fernando Alonso now as well is going to have a look past us here, and again, this is not a driver I really want to fight with, because I'd rather, obviously, Oscar Piastri doesn't get to him by the end of the afternoon. Piastri, though, only 1 second behind. That will definitely be the car that we try to hold up for at least a lap or two before, obviously, we dive into the pit lane. We've done pretty well on these mediums, but they are feeling absolutely wrecked at this point. Tire temperature hasn't been too bad. Oscar Piastri, try and have a look to the inside there. We will cover that one off, and Hamilton actually will go immediately around the outside of him then. Safe to say Gasly's gamble onto hard compound has not worked out for him at the moment, but if we can slow these guys up and maybe allow him just to get a little bit closer, could be useful towards the end, because Pierre should be a little bit faster towards the end of the afternoon. I thought it was 50. I genuinely thought it was 50. I don't know why I thought it was 50. I am such a moron. And again, another error in a Grand Prix. Second time in 3 races we've been done for pit lane speeding. This season, everything is just going against us right now, it feels like. I mean, look, we're going to re-emerge in the order.
Up to speed now. Let's get some heat into those tyres.
I don't know how we've been undercut so badly by everybody here, but we have lost so much pace in this race, and we're only ahead of Lando Norris, who's, I think, running around still with barely any wing on that car. And even then, if the race was to finish here, we would actually finish behind him. Oh, I think Oscar Piastri's gone. Oscar Piastri's gone. He's down the escape road at turn 1. So the second mistake of the year for Oscar then. And that gives us a little bit of hope that he's not going to pick up as many points this afternoon, but no idea what happened there. Must have completely locked up the fronts on his Ferrari. He's dropped behind Fittipaldi and Pierre there, so that does us a bit of a helping hand. But Oscar Piastri, for the second time all year, makes an error. Well, if you told me with 10 laps to go we were still going to be battling with Williams and Sauers here, I really would have questioned what has gone wrong this afternoon. But I think a combination of a lack of out-and-out pace, just not much consistency either, has really cost us here. Luckily, we'll claim fastest lap, so that's a bonus point that someone else hopefully won't get in this afternoon's running. But Vesti there, just hanging on ahead of Lance Stroll. We need to try and go slow in, fast out through the hairpin. Try and go nice and high on the way in. Carry the speed off the corner. Norris is losing like 5 seconds a lap, and I've got no idea how at the moment. There's Fred Vesti up next then. Not quite going to be able to make anything happen in towards that corner, but you can see how much more grip we've got over the Sauber. To the inside, and again, just not able to judge the move very well. Luckily, we'll throw his line off enough that we can get back down the inside there, and he has to jump out of the way. Well, we basically now need to try and move past this little gaggle of cars as quickly as we possibly can, and then by some miracle, try and plow about a 10-second margin in the space of, what, 5 laps probably by the time we're through them? Not feeling particularly optimistic about this one right now, but still there is a 4-car squabble going on between both of the Ferraris, Pierre Gasly and I believe Charles Leclerc up the road, so hopefully Pierre is going to stop them from scoring a few more points as around the outside of Sergio Perez will go. Hopefully we can switch Ricciardo as we make our way up the hill. It just seems like we've got no drive off of the corners against the AI. Ever since the VSC, it has certainly felt very weird here, as Ricciardo forgot obviously he was missing an end plate as well, so we'll get around him. But yeah, we need to try and get past Yuki Tsunoda and then pull away. Really cannot work out how the AI have kind of spread out and bunched back up in this one, because I'm adamant cars are nowhere near kind of where we were fighting with them earlier on in the afternoon. Sargent going to try and go defensive on us in towards someone there. Oh, what is Ocon doing? Did worry that he was just going to go straight on through the first corner, but that little error will provide us with an opportunity. Around the outside we will go. Come on then, let's try and get past Yuki. Well, I want to make sure when we go past Yuki Tsunoda that we leave him in a position where he's forced to fight with his teammate Esteban Ocon there. Oh, Yuki tried to turn into me just a little bit, but we will make it through and back up then into 10th place. So basically, the goal between now and the end of the afternoon is try and catch Théo Pourchaire. We've got 5 laps to do it, and if we can, then hopefully we'll have the gap and just get ourselves 1 point. It would be 2 though, because of the fastest lap, so it would be very useful. Well, I'm happy to see Ollie Behrman, despite a rough start to this one, has worked his way back up in towards the points. Oh, let's try and have a look, see if he jump out of the way there, but Behrman that time round, absolutely no chance of that happening. So what we need to see though behind us is Sargent and Tsunoda battling just a little bit more. The gap already up to 3. but it is not going up by enough at this stage as we'll try and get a run on Ollie Behrman up the hill. Just try and find the gap. And there we go, up another spot. Well, I think this weekend in Hungary a couple of races ago, we've just kind of reminded me why, you know, when I go down to 16 race seasons, why those two circuits immediately go on the chopping block. They just, I just don't get on with them very well. Hungary, admittedly, we were a bit more unlucky, but Zandvoort, honestly, I think still is one of the worst circuits they've added to the game. Not just because the IRL circuit I don't particularly like, but it's even just the little bits and pieces like the gravel that's right on the circuit edge and things like that. You know, it's not like that in real life. It's not particularly accurate as well. And it's just really, really kind of frustrating to race on inside this game. Someone who will feel very differently about that, though, is going to be George Russell. A bit of a shaky start to the race, but absolutely dominated from then on out this afternoon. It is going to be P1 for the McLaren man, and whilst Haas and Ferrari have struggled today, and so has Lando Norris, to be honest, Russell absolutely in control of this one. P1 will start the second half of the year with exactly the result we needed to keep his title hopes alive. Fernando Alonso, I believe, is going to score his first podium of the year. I think the same can be said for Lewis Hamilton in P3 there. So some of the old dogs still showcasing that they can learn new tricks. Pierre Gasly will come through for fourth ahead of both Ferraris there. For us, it is ninth on the road, but it's going to be like P16.
The British driver will look up and see the checkered flag first. George Russell takes the checkered flag.
And let's not forget just how important this victory is for them today. This means they stay within the title fight for the Constructors' Championship. It's going to mean a lot, not just to them, but for the whole team.
Our winning drivers are on their way to the podium right now. It's been a fantastic race for McLaren, that's for sure. And no doubt they'll be celebrating tonight.
Well, there we are then. George Russell will take victory. Pole position, he would have had fastest lap, and the win there ahead of Fernando Alonso. Hamilton, like we said, in third ahead of Pierre Gasly. Luckily for me, Oscar Piastri down in P6, but it basically means the win we had last weekend, the points we gained has just been completely reversed once more, so we're not really making any inroads, it feels like, on the Australian right now. Charles Leclerc, I'm sure, will be a little bit disappointed in P7, but Pourchaire, Behrman and Tsunoda, I'm sure all will be happy to walk away with some points. We finished just quarter of a tenth behind Daniel Ricciardo when all is said and done, but we are just not driving right now like a driver that deserves a Formula 1 World Championship. Too many little mistakes creeping in, and they are just kind of snowballing and creating even bigger problems for us. Championship-wise, the gap back up to 54 points between myself and Oscar Piastri. Russell, though, has carved that gap down to 44, so I think, yeah, if Russell can string together a few more decent results, there is definitely a three-way fight going on towards the end of the year. Norris still in fourth, ahead of Gasly there. Leclerc ahead of Alonso, who gets past Enzo Fittipaldi. Hamilton now comfortably in ninth place as well. Pourchaire back ahead of both Red Bulls. Tsunoda as well gets an extra point on the board, so good result by him. And Ollie Behrman as well, now 1 point behind Ayumu Awasa. Constructors-wise, McLaren now 1 point ahead of Ferrari. We drop back ever so slightly, 25 points back, but certainly still down but not out at the moment. Thank you all so much for watching. If you have enjoyed, please do make sure to leave a like, get yourself subscribed, and we'll be back ready at the Temple of Speed for the Italian Grand Prix. Hello everyone and welcome back to a brand new video, and welcome to round 16 of season 7 of our F1 24 Haas driver career mode. Yes, we return this weekend here at the Temple of Speed for the Italian Grand Prix. Of course, if you missed out on the video that went live a few days ago from Zandvoort, I would highly recommend going back and checking it out. But I start this episode with one of the kind of funniest, weirdest little glitches I have ever seen inside inside F1 24 now. We're still looking to try and put a few upgrades on the car before season's end. As you can see, Haas and Ferrari, we've got a little bit of a buffer over everybody else at this stage of the campaign. But if I head into the powertrain department, my ERS cooling upgrade rewards me with 90 points for doing it. If you have a look, we can set it up as standard and we gain 90 points. So I can literally do this upgrade and end up with more R&D inside this game. Somebody please tell me that F1 24 isn't a broken title. Taking a look though at our World Championship standings, Oscar Piastri a 44-point lead over a resurgent George Russell who took victory last weekend. We are a further 10 points back at the moment. There is 25 points in it in the Constructors' Championship as well, between McLaren, Ferrari and ourselves. So we need a big push throughout this final third of the season. We need to keep this championship fight going for as long as we possibly can. Of course, get yourself subscribed. We are trying to hit 140,000 subs before F1 25 releases. And if you want to help support us just a little bit more, you can click the join button down below. You get early access to all the videos, as well as some other cool exclusive little perks. But without further ado then, let's head back here for the Italian Grand Prix.
For over a century, the Temple of Speed has all come down to moments like this. Driver versus the stopwatch to set the grid for the Grand Prix. It is qualifying at Monza.
Well, I'd completely kind of forgotten that Ayu Komatsu is obviously team principal of the Haas Formula 1 team. Obviously so used to it being Gunther Steiner at the helm. But yeah, nice to see Ayu coming down and having a chat with us, ready for qualifying this weekend. No idea why I've started the lap with just half a charge of battery, but that is rather annoying. As we make our way into turn one, of course, yeah, Haas and Ferrari both have the kind of joint best power unit this season. So you would expect it to be us, our teams that absolutely dominate this weekend. But Monza can be an interesting little track sometimes in F1 24, so I would expect McLaren as well to be very, very confident around this venue, especially after the way George Russell dominated the race last weekend. Pierre Gasly just popping up there in P1. This car can be very, very good over the curves when you get it settled, and I'm just hoping I've saved a bit of battery ready for the second half of the lap. This car seems to be really good in either the really low downforce venues or the really high downforce ones. And well, Pierre, of course, took his first ever F1 victory at this very venue all the way back in 2020. Let's see whether he can do the same this weekend. 1 and 2 at the moment for the Haas duo, as we will just sneak back the lead away from our teammate there. Try and meet the apex through the final corner. Use the battery on the run up towards the line. I think Gasly, though, he's going to steal this one away from us. 1 and 2 for Haas, but Pierre's gone and done it. Well, look at the fine margins then. Pierre Gasly dipping into the 1:16s here in qualifying. Less than a tenth ahead of myself. It's both Haas cars followed by both Ferraris, though. Charles Leclerc in P5 ahead of Ollie Behrman, who will again be looking for some points in his Williams car. Both Aston Martins actually ahead of both McLarens as well, so Aston Martin might have just made a bit of a step forward towards the end of this season. Fred Vesti up in P13 in the Sauber car, and the entire grid covered by less than 9/10 of a second. There is no room for error as we head into the race.
The third permanent circuit built anywhere on Earth. Monza has always been special. Now it's been providing motor racing memories for a century. Welcome to the Italian Grand Prix. This place is all about speed. It is a unique challenge. You've got the chicane at turn 1, the Variante Ascari at turns 8, 9 and 10, and the Parabolica to conclude things at 11. Top speeds pushing 215 miles per hour. Before we begin, let's take a quick look at the grid lineup for today's race. Pierre Gasly lines up on pole position, and Firestarter completes the front row. Considering the rest of the grid, we have Oscar Piastri, Fittipaldi, Leclerc, Behrman, Teo Porcher, Fernando Alonso, Norris, Russell, Hamilton, Stroll, Vesti, Perez, Ricciardo, Sargent, Ocon, Iwasa, Tsunoda and Zhou Guanyu. And with preparations almost complete, let's head down to the track.
Well, Ferrari and Haas, they've always had a close technical working alliance, but this season that has been absolutely ripped apart, both battling for the championship, and I'm sure Ferrari will be scratching their heads as to how we ended up qualifying ahead of them, ready for the event today. But 27 laps ahead of us then, it is going to be a fast and frantic affair here at the Temple of Speed. Ferrari right behind us, they will look to try and steal away victory if they can. It is 5 red lights. It's going to be lights out, and away we go there. Gasly gets off to a particularly good start. So does Enzo Fittipaldi down in towards turn 1. Both of the championship protagonists not getting off particularly well there, so we will just try and avoid any contact or anything like that through turn 1 and turn 2. A little bit of wheel banging with Oscar Piastri just behind us, as I think the other Mercedes of Lewis Hamilton has made pretty good progress off the start. But yeah, the two of the teammates that aren't in the championship fight getting off to a really nice getaway here, but of course, as always, especially around a track like this, I mean, it's F1 24, I don't need to say it. The DRS, very, very important, of course, especially in the early stages of a GP as well then, so just wind our way in towards Sector 2. See, no DRS on that one. Looks like everybody has dealt with that start fairly clean and tidy. I think Lance Stroll, actually, of course, still yet to score a point this year. This is probably going to be his best chance all season long at getting a point on the board, leaving those Sauber cars the only ones on nil points. Fred Vestio starting P13. If things go his way, potentially he could try and find himself bagging a top 10 as well. I think the last time Sauber scored was round 1 of Season 5 of this career mode. We're now most of the way through Season 7. It's safe to say my Sauber career mode is going a little bit better than this series at the moment. Fittipaldi, though, to the outside of Gasly, back in towards turn 1. Are we going to see Ferrari immediately move to the lead of the Grand Prix? Of course, Enzo already a Grand Prix winner on this game. He can't quite make it happen, but I'm sure the Tifosi are loving seeing him try, as already it looks like our top 4 have broken away from everybody else. Oh, Fittipaldi having a look for it down in towards the Ascari chicane. Here again, we'll just about hang on in front of him and stay in that leading spot. But yeah, I mean, already, I think it goes to show around such a power-dominated circuit like this, the edge Ferrari has, or Ferrari power units have over everybody else, especially up towards the top end. But we always have to do it as well then around this circuit. Let's try and do a bit of a top speed test. So we make our way back in towards turn 1. Now Oscar Piastri trying to have a bit of a look for a move. Just going to try and accelerate through 230 miles an hour, 232 in towards that first corner, but nowhere for us to go. Fittipaldi, though, into the lead of the GP. Again, Ferrari will love seeing that, as Oscar Piastri does not get the run off of that first corner. Here we go then, we'll try and do another top speed test, as I think Gasly is going to try and line up a move back on Fittipaldi in towards turn 1. Already lap times under 80 seconds here, as there goes 230 miles an hour again. 233 that time. I don't know what that is in kilometers an hour, but that might be my new record inside this game. Back into P2 we go though. So it's Haas, Ferrari. 3 seconds already the gap to Théo Pourchaire. We may as well all work together in the first half of this one, and then kind of let the gloves off in the second half of the race. Oh, I think Pierre, he's used way too much of his battery too early on as we got yellows out. No idea who that is. This is Oscar Piastri! Oscar Piastri with issues in this Grand Prix, and suddenly a lifeline has come in our direction. The worst place for a Ferrari engine to go bang. It happened to me a couple of seasons ago here, if you guys remember, battling with Charles Leclerc. But Oscar Piastri, for the first time all year, is not going to score points. He's not even going to finish a Grand Prix. We will immediately take the lead away from our teammate there. But finally, a lifeline. Finally, a chance this season. Something has gone our way. And there you can see the stricken Ferrari out of the final corner. So disappointing for Oscar. But it works out really well for us. Like I said, obviously, one in the fact he's out of the Grand Prix. But second of all, the fact that it doesn't look like McLaren are really going to score here. Their qualifying pace was not fantastic. Their race pace seems to be even worse around this circuit. Their car is definitely not well suited to this high-speed venue. So, I mean, we could immediately jump George Russell back into second overall, but we could slash the gap down to Oscar to, what, like 28 points? And that suddenly would give me a lot more hope with 8 races to go. Ollie Behrman now up in a P4. I would love to see him get a podium. I mean, look at Fittipaldi again getting the run on us back towards turn 1. He's going to go past one Haskell. He might try and get past the other as well, wheel to wheel. He will go, and suddenly now Enzo having to try and fly the Ferrari flag, of course named after the Ferrari founder. How special would it be to see an Enzo in a Ferrari win here at the Temple of Speed? Unfortunately, we've got our own World Championship to try and win at the moment, buddy. So we'll go immediately back past the pair of them. But yeah, Pierre, he is not managing his battery at all well early on. And I'm just kind of working out what to do with strategy. Well, as we get to half distance, then Fittipaldi and Pierre Gasly, I would assume both of them will be into the pits at the end of this lap. One good thing for Aston Martin, though, is I think because of Alonso and Théo Pourchaire's battle, it's actually probably now cemented Alonso in P4. Unless he gets a bit unlucky with a pit stop or something like that. Oh, okay. Pierre in, but Fittipaldi opts to stay out then for at least one more lap in this Grand Prix. My aim is to box end of 17 and basically stay out then, obviously go on to a set of softs, try to reclaim that fastest lap from Hamilton. That bonus point could be very, very useful come season's end. Just look at that, Fred Vesti, P5 in the Sauber car, pretty much on raw pace alone here. He must have a nosebleed running that high. Well, I'm sure we're going to see now every other car dive into the pit lane as Enzo Fittipaldi first one in. He shouldn't get held up in any traffic or anything like that through the pits. Luckily as well, Pierre Gasly looks like he came back out onto the circuit in some clear air just behind Théo Pourchaire. So it will be interesting to see who re-emerges in P2. Whether Gasly will have a bit of a buffer over Enzo Fittipaldi. Whether they're still going to be battling when he makes it back onto the circuit there. Ollie Behrman temporarily up into P3. Fred Vesti temporarily up into P4. Absolutely wild scenes at the moment as Gasly, he's actually been overcut by Enzo Fittipaldi here by a good couple of seconds as well. So that Ferrari, when it's out in clear air, still looking very, very strong. It's going to be difficult for Pierre to get back to him. Well, into the pits then we will come at the end of lap 17 here. Things still looking pretty good with the car at the moment. We might just get undercut by Enzo Fittipaldi, but we will be on 2-stage softer tyres. I also thought if we can help Pierre get back to him, that can be very, very useful. Please make sure I don't speed into the pit lane. Yep, definitely not taking any risk this weekend. 2 pit lane penalties in 3 Grand Prix there. I do not want a third this weekend. But yeah, the field as well really does seem to kind of spread out in little chunks, it would appear, around here. So one of those Sauber cars still kind of fighting in and around the points, as we might actually stay out comfortably ahead of Fittipaldi here by the time we make our way out onto the circuit once more. Nice and easy on the wheel spin as we make our way back out onto the circuit. That gap is still coming down there, and obviously we will need to put some temperature into the tyres. That's not ideal. A little bit of a lock-up in through turn 1. That might just cost us a bit more. And there you go. Immediately Fittipaldi giving a bit of a lifeline then. But can we try and bring Pierre Gasly back into this fight as well? Well, anybody that watches my Matt212 Racing channel knows this year I've really got into NASCAR racing on iRacing. So I'm actually going to strategically let Enzo Fittipaldi by here to try and get a slipstream run back on him. Obviously, I want to set myself up for fastest lap of the day. And the only way we're sensibly going to be able to do that is by getting the DRS on the run back in towards turn 1. There's only really a couple of laps where these soft compound tyres are going to have the life on them that we need. So out of the final corner, open up the ERS as well then. Hopefully we'll get some DRS back in towards turn 1 and a nice slipstream as well. It's almost 230 miles an hour back in towards turn 1. Around the outside we'll go brake at the 100-metre board. Oh, actually slightly early there on the brakes, but we get it slowed down nicely, wedged over the curbing. Get the power down off of turn 1 and turn 2 there and try and carry the speed up through Curva Grande. Again, you're going to be looking at about the 100-metre board to get on the anchors. Purple through that first sector there. Again, attack the curbs nicely. I really did think for a split second that was going to be a mechanical failure. 5th gear through the first of the Lesmos up the top of the circuit. Again, 5th gear through the second one there, only downshifting once on the way through there. And again, using the battery as you make your way down in towards the Ascari chicane. 3 really fast corners here on the anchors, down 2 gears, about 150 miles an hour all the way through. And again, completely pinned on the throttle on the exit. Again, improving through Sector 2, not quite purple that time, but we use a little bit of battery in towards the final corner. Brake about 60 meters out, down into 6th gear once again. Entry speed of 130 miles an hour. Drain all of the battery we've got available to us on the run to the line. And 18.2. That should be fastest lap locked up. And that is really important. We've got the gap over Fittipaldi as well. Let's just try and bring this thing to the flag.
So push now, push.
Well, yeah, we're definitely not going to be able to break away from Fittipaldi towards the end of the afternoon. Obviously used all of my battery that lap. Not that I'm too concerned about it at the moment. Again, we can just slowly bring Pierre Gasly back into this fight. That would actually probably do Haas as a team a few favours here. I'm not going to risk losing the win to get Pierre Gasly back involved. But, you know, if we end up fighting Fittipaldi for a few laps and he closes in, that would work quite nicely. Oh, Gasly. How on earth has Gasly got that much of a run on me? As Fittipaldi, at the last moment, just decides he's going to go defensive from our teammate there. See Pierre now really trying to get his elbows out. Maybe he's just kept his tyres in a slightly better operating windows. I mean, look at that! I would have just let him by down in towards those final couple of turns that time round. Nothing we could do to try and fight against our teammate there. And he immediately is going to try and go on a march to move past Fittipaldi as well. Then he might just have used a bit too much of his battery once more. As again, we'll see what speed we can get. What is that from Pierre there? Just completely moved around on my nose. I get that Fittipaldi maybe was trying to block him as well through turn 1.
But not enough to justify a stop in the remaining laps.
Oh, dearie me, what is going on at the moment then? Gasly might have potentially really screwed us over here. We're going to try and have a look for around the outside of him to the inside of Fittipaldi again, in towards second chicane. Fittipaldi locks up. Enzo Fittipaldi locks up. So suddenly now Haas in 1-2 formation here. The problem is I'm missing half my front wing. So suddenly Pierre Gasly, this could go really nicely for him. We just need to try and stay with him if he gets around me here. I just hope that he can drag us along towards the end of the afternoon. But if you were Haas right now, you would be telling him, keep me in the DRS and let me by on the last lap. Fernando is faster than you. Let Michael through for the championship. All of the things that Ferrari have done time and time again when they have been in a world championship fight. But 2 laps remaining here from Monza. And, I mean, look at the understeer through that final corner. It is awful. 1 more lap to go then. And despite having half a front wing, are we going to be able to try and find a way back around Pierre Gasly here? Are we about to see Sauber or even Lance Stroll score their first points of the year? I mean, look at the understeer through that final corner. We even get a little bit of wheel spin as we try and put the power down. Pierre, he's built up a huge buffer from me, but we've just got to drain all of the battery. And of course, losing some of the wing makes the car quicker in a straight line. Again, 233 miles an hour there as Gasly gets a little bit of a wobble through turn 1. We bang wheels on the exit, but Pierre there will go back around the outside. That is not what we need. We've got to try and go for it. We've got to be ahead of him in towards the second chicane there. Drain all of the available battery to us. To the outside, we're going to have to try and go. Can we get it slowed down there? Yes, we can. And around the outside of our teammate. Again, though, he tries to get a run on me on the exit. We are not friendly towards the end of the Grand Prix. There is, how on earth has Gasly done that? That was definitely an illegal overtake to get around the outside of us. Off of that corner, down in towards Ascari. One final time. Surely he went off the road to make the move happen, just like Oscar Piastri did back in Monaco. Pierre, though, he'll let me back by down in towards the chicane. He's now just got to try and defend from Fittipaldi out of the final couple of corners, but Fittipaldi's going to try and move past him. Are we going to see a battle behind us towards the finish? We, once again, though, are going to win the Italian Grand Prix here at Monza. That one, critical for our championship fight. P1.
Yes, guys, yes! Come on, boys! Ah, fantastic drive. That's just fantastic. Amazing. You deserved that race win. Well done, mate.
There it is then, victory in the Italian Grand Prix, a historic race and an achievement they can be immensely proud of.
A great victory in their own right today, but you know there's more to it than that as well. They're here on home soil for the power unit supplier, and that means a lot to them, and it means a lot to the team as well.
Haas are no doubt happy with today's performance, having secured the win this weekend. And our drivers are making their way out for the podium celebrations as we speak.
Well, I've got no idea how Pierre Gasly got back around the outside of Enzo Fittipaldi off that final corner. I didn't even notice that he had, but a 1-2 for Haas then here on Ferrari's backyard. That is so critical for our World Championship hopes. Enzo Fittipaldi in P3 ahead of Alonso and Charles Leclerc. Russell will hang on to P6 in the end, so he will also cut the gap down at the top of the table. Behrman in 7th ahead of Ocon, Perez and Hamilton. And poor Fred Vesti, P11, half a second away from his first ever points in Formula 1 there. He still was able to beat out Tsunoda, Teo Pourchaire, Logan Sargent there, Lance Stroll down in P16, just ahead of Zhou Guanyu and Ayuba Iwasa, with the two Australians of Ricciardo and Piastri both failing to see the checkered flag. What does that do to our championship standings? Well, it means we are back into second there, and the gap down to just 28 points between myself and the Ferrari man at the top. George Russell only another 8 points back, though, so he is definitely in the fight with a handful of races to go. Pierre, though, up to P4 now, ahead of Lando Norris. Yeah, really tough weekend for McLaren as they will lose ground. Charles Leclerc still ahead of Alonso Fittipaldi with a big resurgence of form as well. And I believe as well, yeah, Fred Vesti, no, he's still behind Lance Stroll on countback this season. So disappointing there for Sauber. Constructors-wise, for the first time, I believe, all season, Haas now at the top of the table, 5 points ahead of Ferrari, while they further 6 ahead of McLaren as well. There is still a lot to play for, though, into the final few races. Thank you all so much for watching. If you have enjoyed, please do make sure to leave a like, get yourself subscribed, and we'll be back very soon when Formula 1 returns ready for the Azerbaijan Grand Prix. Hello everyone and welcome back to a brand new video, and welcome to round 17 of season 7 of our F1 24 Haas driver career mode. Yes, we're back this weekend here for the Azerbaijan Grand Prix in Baku. Of course, if you missed out on the video that went live a few days ago, I would highly recommend going back and checking it out. We have been given a lifeline in this series. Oscar Piastri suffered his first mechanical failure of the year. Admittedly, we've had 2 so far, so we have been more unlucky than the Ferrari man, but it slashed his lead at the top of the World Championship down to just 28 points at the moment. We are back into second ahead of George Russell. Gasly now up into P4 as well, means that we now have a 5-point lead over Ferrari in the Constructors' Championship as well. We've still got 8 races left of the season, a third of the championship still to run, but of course within that time 3 sprint weekends as well, so there is plenty of opportunities before the end of the year to, you know, keep trying to claw back in that championship lead that Oscar still holds over us. Of course, if you're new, please do make sure you leave a like, get yourself subscribed to the channel. We are trying to hit 140k before F1 25 releases now in just a few weeks time actually. And also, if you want to help support us a little bit more, you can click the join button for just £1 a month. You get early access to all the videos as well as a few other little perks and bits and pieces, and it does genuinely help a huge amount as well behind the scenes with all the kind of the projects we've got going on at the moment. But yeah, without further ado then, it's been a long time since I've driven on Baku on this game, so this is gonna be interesting.
It is a truly unique layout. Welcome to Baku and welcome to qualifying.
Well, here we are then, one of the longest circuits on the calendar, so trying to get a lap hooked up here can be rather difficult. And so far this weekend, I've been struggling just a little bit to try and get the balance of the car exactly where I want it. I'm hoping as we head into qualifying, all the tweaks and changes that we've made will finally kind of play into our hand. You would think this circuit should be a pretty good track for the Haas car. Obviously, Ferrari, again, another one that you'd expect to be pretty good round here. For some reason, as always, I seem to start a qualifying lap with about half a charge of battery, which is a little bit annoying, but, I mean, yeah, this place is all about trying to be smooth on the throttle, using those traction zones, and then also just obviously trying not to hit the walls too many times either there as we try and leave the car in third gear through that chicane. Charles Leclerc, I haven't seen much of him throughout the second half of the year. Of course, all the focus has been on myself, Russell, and Oscar Piastri so far. Restore with the devil. There goes the McLaren to the top of the board as we navigate our way through the castle section without too many problems that time around. A little bit wide on the exit, but I guess obviously as well, Mercedes, where this circuit is so traction limited, that could be a really, really good venue actually for those guys. So you used to love how well you could hook up that Mercedes car back when I was racing there a couple of seasons ago. Final real corner though of the lap then as we try and get the power down. Leclerc still fastest at the moment. I don't believe we've seen a Mercedes on pole this season. I could be wrong. Maybe Leclerc has done it once or twice before, but trying to just use the battery then as we make the run back towards the line. Trying to save as much as I possibly could earlier on in the lap. Went back into P4, but we've just got nothing left. P5 on the grid. Honestly, I'll take it. Well, yeah, you would expect this circuit actually to suit the Mercedes-powered cars quite well, actually. Charles Leclerc taking pole ahead of George Russell. Oscar Piastri just in P3 there, 16 thousandths of a second clear of myself. But Théo Pourchaire able to split us in his Aston Martin. Definitely one of the most competitive Aston Martin have looked all year long as Alonso gets ahead of Pierre Gasly. Hamilton up inside the top 10 ahead of Fittipaldi and Lando Norris there. So it was just kind of your big five teams. I never thought we'd live in a world where Haas has replaced Red Bull as a front-running team, but I guess the joys of F1 24. Every car covered by less than a second. Zhou Guanyu will bring up the rear of the field, but after Fred Vesti narrowly missed out on points last weekend, could he do the impossible today?
Good afternoon and welcome from Baku. This was the arena, if you think back to 2017, and one of the most eventful races of modern history, with controversy behind the safety car, last-second overtakes, and a historic podium for Williams and Lance Stroll. Let's find out what lies in store for us this year. It's time for the Azerbaijan Grand Prix. The Baku city circuit measures roughly 6 kilometers and is made up of 20 corners and 2 DRS zones. The circuit winds around the narrow city, through the old town, and even brushes against the city's medieval walls. However, as beautiful as the setting is, this track is also a ferocious technical challenge, where the smallest of mistakes could lead to catastrophic consequence for any one of our drivers. So with the race not far away from starting, here's what today's grid rundown looks like. Charles Leclerc lines up on pole position, just ahead of George Russell, who starts this event from P2. Considering the rest of the grid, we have Théo Pourchaire, Firestarter, Fernando Alonso, Gasly, Hamilton, Fittipaldi, Norris, Stroll, Behrman, Vesti, Oscar Piastri, Sargent, Iwasa, Perez, Tsunoda, Ricciardo, Ocon, and Zhou Guanyu. That's it then, it's time to go racing as we head down trackside for today's race.
Well, we have been given one freebie then already on the grid today. Oscar Piastri having to serve some penalties after that mechanical failure last weekend. So we are up to 4th then, ready for the start of this one. 26 laps ahead of us though around this circuit. Is going to be a tough old race, although tyre wear, weirdly in Baku, is never that bad. When you consider how many traction zones there are, I think that's always quite impressive. I think the big thing is there's just no high-speed corners around this venue. So let's wait and see then what we can do. Lap 1 is just going to be about trying to keep it clean and tidy. 5 red lights. It's going to be lights out, and away we go there. Russell getting off to a very good start. We will lose a spot to Alonso in towards someone then, and actually bang wheels with our teammate Pierre Gasly there as Hamilton in the Mercedes try to have a look around the outside of the pair as there. Russell and Leclerc still side by side as they make their way through turn 2. Can we get the power down against Fernando Alonso and really try and hassle him in towards turn 3? He's certainly focused on his mirrors rather than on the cars in front of him there as we will try and go late around the outside. Leclerc and Russell not giving each other an inch at the moment. As Teo Porsche, he moved out, came back across, and we picked up front wing damage. I love that. Absolutely love that on this game. I mean, we'll wait and see just how bad it is on this opening lap. Again, it shouldn't cost us too much time around here. It might just mean we have to make us ever so slightly earlier pit stop, but again, picking up damage early on, and I've been trying to take it nice and easy because I thought with Piastri down the order, Russell and I both had a golden chance to try and move up today. Of course, still obviously battling McLaren as well in the Constructors, but Lando Norris, just like he did in the IRL 2024 qualifying session here, had a little bit of a stinker. Luckily, the wing damage doesn't feel too bad. I think we should be okay with just that tiny bit of damage early on, but I might still opt to get it changed when we get round to the pit stops there. Can't help but feel Aston Martin might still struggle relative to a lot of their competitors here. I think they just have not quite got a car that is as quick as a McLaren or a Mercedes or anything like that inside this game right now, as Porsche will try and go defensive from. He almost put himself in the wall on the run back in towards Turn 1. Oh, almost outbroke myself down to that first corner, but we do get it slowed down there. Porsche will try and fight it back though. Oh, we just, again, skimmed that outside wall, but that time round, I think we got away with it scot-free. Russell and Leclerc already trying to break free at the front. As here comes Porsche again. Third time's the charm. They're trying to settle this into a corner, and we will. Here we go, Teo Porsche then. Not even got the DRS yet, but that Aston Martin absolutely flying along in a straight line as Leclerc and Russell continuing to pull away at the front of the order. So I don't really think I want to get stuck behind Teo in this Grand Prix because I just don't think he's going to be quick enough. But yeah, getting very, very worried that actually Mercedes looking far stronger here than we were expecting them to. Russell is still in that DRS range as well, so Leclerc is kind of just dragging him along. I guess the important bit is it doesn't seem like Oscar's made much progress. So yeah, I mean, if push comes to shove, we can definitely still mix up the strategy if we need to. Well, there we go. When Teo's ahead of me for a bit of a lap, we don't seem to lose anything to those front two. So I think it is just about kind of learning about what the car can and can't do around this circuit. So there we go. New fastest lap of the day.
Fastest lap of the race so far. Okay, mate, that's still quite what we need.
Yeah, there you go. That's us having a box.
Get your head down and chin up and focus till the end of the race.
Just really struggling to get into a rhythm here. And of course, as always is the case, as soon as you pick up a little bit from wing damage, it becomes even easier to pick up more of it. Luckily, apart from nudging the wheels on the walls, tyre wear here is pretty minimal right now, but we're just going to immediately box them and try and go long through the rest of the afternoon. George's even there, another new fast lap of the day. So he's trying to close in on Charles Leclerc there, but you can see Oscar Piastri are finally now up inside the top 10 thanks to my mistakes early on in the GP. But yeah, we should comfortably be able to make it to the end of the afternoon, and we're not going to be that far behind the rest of the field, of course.
We've got to try and put that behind us now and finish the race strong. Get your head down.
So many little mistakes coming out so far this year, as that's going to be a 10-second pit stop then. That's definitely going to cost us a little bit more in this race, but yeah, as long as we can settle in on these mediums pretty quickly, just find a rhythm. Oh, I don't want to do that on cold rubber. Well, the big thing I think that really works well around this circuit, the tyre wear is so low, because especially in the fronts, you actually can't put enough temperature in the tyres around a lot of this circuit. We just got to be careful of kind of skimming the outside wall, especially on that right-hand side tyre, because it is definitely costing us here. But rocking up then to the back of Fred Vesti, who I think has potentially got some small issues with that car. He looked very, very quick early on in the race, but obviously had a very good qualifying session, but it's now dropped out of the range of his teammate Zhou Guanyu, as we will try and get all the way around in there. Now we'll have the DRS as well, back towards the start-finish line. Again, another 39.5 there. Very, very consistent with our lap times early on. I'd love to try and get past Zhou Guanyu as well down the next straight, but we'll have to wait and see what the traction is like there as well. Ferrari power, obviously, versus Ferrari power, and another 10% wear put through that tyre. The problem is I don't want to be stuck behind Zhou in towards the middle sector, and that'll help us out then. Zhou Guanyu, engine blowing up right in front of me there as soon as we went for the move on the Sauber man. I'm kind of hoping we don't get a safety car or a red flag here, but disappointment for Zhou then. It doesn't bode well for Ferrari, of course. Oscar having a mechanical failure last weekend, so all the Ferrari cars really start to struggle. And there we go, George Russell then, he's going to be the first to blink in this race. Charles Leclerc now with a bit of free real estate out in front of him here as Esteban Ocon is also, I think, going to dive into the pit lane then. Definitely cross over the pit lane entry line illegally.
Nice work. That's why I love working with you. Smashed it.
Where will Russell come out ahead of us then? He's definitely still going to be out ahead, but when you factor in how much time we lost in that pit stop, we haven't really lost anything to him in the grand scheme of things here, so I think the pace is still looking very, very good. We're ahead of Hamilton and Alonso as well, so that's quite important. But if we can just break free of this DRS range as they try and get their tyres up to temperature, maybe, just maybe, the win is still on. I assume then we're going to see every other car pretty much into the pit lane here as Russell, he might actually take the lead of this race. I think Leclerc's been held up through the pit stops here, so yeah, Charles Leclerc might be in trouble. As long as we can come out near him, potentially hang on to his coattails there. But where is Charlie? Makes his way back out into the circuit. We're back into P2. So Charles Leclerc has really lost out in all of the kind of that pit stop cycle then. Russell now with a 4-second lead at the front of the order. I mean, for Mercedes as a team, 3rd and 4th here looking pretty good. But that undercut that they have allowed Hamilton and Russell to claim, that has really not helped Charles. Here we go then. I did not expect to be in this position at the opening couple of laps, especially when you factor in we haven't had a safety car, we haven't had a red flag or anything like that. It has just been the pure pace today that has brought us back into this fight there, is trying to use the DRS now to line up a move on George Russell. He'll go defensive on me in towards someone there. Don't feel particularly confident on the brakes in towards that first corner, so we'll slot back in and make sure we keep that DRS for the exit of turn 2. Looks like our teammate trying to help us out, giving Oscar Piastri a bit of a fight as well, as Russell again will go defensive on us to the outside for the lead of the GP though. Nothing that the McLaren could do that time round, as we will get around the outside up into P1, I believe, for the first time today. But how long will we hold on to it? Oh, dearie me. What is that?
Okay to continue. It's going to cost us a little bit of time, but we're nearly at the end of the race.
As soon as I start talking about the confidence and everything like that, immediately go and make a rather rookie error here. Don't know what it is with F1 24, but I think as the cars have got quicker and quicker, definitely seem to struggle a bit more with consistency. They seem to kind of snap on you more. But as we round the final corners then to start the last lap here of the Azerbaijan Grand Prix, this one I really did think it got away from us on just lap 1, but yeah, the front wing damage we picked up a bit later on has really made no difference to our pace towards the end of the afternoon. But it's these kind of races, especially when Piastri is down the order, that we have to win, that we have to take points out of him. Because Oscar, you know, you can put him at the rear of the field, I think he would have still ended up in that P4 position. It was just the fact that Leclerc, Russell and I were able to break away early enough in the Grand Prix, or especially for those two. You know, I think had they not been able to, Piastri probably would have finished second at worst in this race. He is just so quick and so consistent in that Ferrari car right now. I really do think it's only reliability that is going to halt the Australians' charge between now and the end of the season. But another 14 points taken out of him. That gap is going to be cut in half yet again here this weekend, as long as I don't do anything stupid on this final lap. But yeah, Baku, it really is a good fun track to drive on this game. They kind of ruined it in F1 22 and 23, but it is an enjoyable one inside F1 24 when you can find a rhythm, when you can kind of get the car working in the way you need it to here. And well, today it has effectively left us unstoppable at the front of the order. This is exactly what we need more of towards the end of the year. We've won back-to-back races a few rounds ago. Can't quite remember where that was now off the top of my head. Must have been kind of around just before the Austrian Grand Prix, if I remember correctly. So things looking pretty good at the moment, but we've just got to keep winning, keep closing in that gap on the Ferrari man whenever we can towards the end of the season. At the final corner though, here in Baku, we had to work for this one. I made it definitely more difficult for myself than I ever needed to, but 3 seconds clear of Russell at the line. That is P1.
Yes, 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 guys, yes! Come on, boys! That's a race win and your second race win in a row. Fantastic job.
At a place where it is so easy to find the wall, they've found the top step of the podium. The celebrations begin in Baku.
And that's 2 wins in a row now, of course. And it marks the fact that it's not a fluke. So, you know, their head's in the right space. What more can we see going forwards?
The quality and fantastic result of the Haas team will have been noticed by everyone out there today. You can see why everyone's taking them so seriously. These drivers will be hot property by the end of the season.
Well, there we go then. From 4th place on the grid, front wing damage on lap 1, we are able to steal away victory here in Baku. And the full 26 points as well to go along with it. Very, very happy indeed there. Russell, a good return to form for him as well in P2, just ahead of Leclerc, who bags a podium in his Mercedes. Piastri ahead of ahead of Gasly even, does really do us some favours as well in the Constructors' Championship. Alonso, Hamilton, Teo Porcer, again had very quick cars here, but just ultimately struggled a bit more, with Fittipaldi and Logan Sargent rounding out your top 10. I never know what it is, but Lando Norris is terrible here in Baku inside this game as well. Williams, a good opportunity for them to score points, gone begging this weekend, and just Zhou Guanyu that failed to see the checkered flag. What does that do to our championship standings? Well, like I said, the gap at the top now slashed in half, 14 points in it, with 7 races remaining there. Russell down, but certainly not out. And maybe Gasly, if he could get a good run of form under his belt as well, he could try and get a bit closer to that fight. But ultimately, I think he is going to be fighting for best of the rest. Any other movement further down the order? Sargent takes 1 more point out of Perez as well. But still, yeah, just Stroll and those Sauers yet to score. Constructors-wise, Haas now with a 27-point buffer at the top of the table, as McLaren close back in on Ferrari as well there. Mercedes still ahead of Aston Martin. Red Bull still comfortably ahead of VCarb. Williams and Alpine are definitely the other teams to watch for between now and the end of the campaign. Thank you all so much for watching though. If you have enjoyed, please do make sure you leave a like, get yourself subscribed, and we'll be back very soon when Formula 1 returns ready for the Singapore Grand Prix. Hello everyone and welcome back to a brand new video, and welcome to round 18 of our F1 24 Haas Driver Career Mode. Yes, we're back this weekend here for the Singapore Grand Prix. If you missed out on the video that went live a few days ago from Baku, I would highly recommend going back and checking it out. It's safe to say with just a handful of races left, not only of this season, but of this entire series on this game, things are getting very, very interesting at the top of the World Championship. Oscar Piastri, after his mechanical failure out in Monza, obviously a couple of weeks ago in front of the Tifosi, he'd served some grid penalties last weekend in Baku, was able to climb his way back up the order in the Grand Prix, but we have slashed his World Championship lead with 2 back-to-back full dominant weekends, scoring the full 26 points. That means the gap now sits at just 14 as we head into these final 7 races. Russell is only 30 points back off the championship lead as well, so he is down, but certainly not out of it at this stage of the season. And, you know, you'd think, had Russell and I not had 2 DNFs to Oscar's 1, it could be very, very tight at the top of the championship as well. So hoping, as we head to Singapore, this is often in a track that suits me quite nicely inside the game as well, that we can try and get another good weekend. Could we make it 3 wins in a row? I'm not sure I ever have inside this game. Won 3 races back-to-back throughout the entirety of this series, so that would be really, really good if we can do so. Of course, if you're new, please do make sure you leave a like, get yourself subscribed to the channel. We're trying to hit 140,000 subs before F1 25 releases now in just a few weeks' time, actually. And also, if you want to help support us just a little bit more, you can click the join button for just £1 a month. You get early access to all the videos and a few other little exclusive perks as well. That will carry over into F1 25. So when we start doing the new career modes on that game, you will still get early access. But yeah, without further ado then, let's head here to Marina Bay.
It is one of our great cinematic settings of the season. Welcome to Singapore. We're under the floodlights with the walls close and pole position up for grabs.
Well, here we are then. One chance to make it count here in Marina Bay. And I did actually have a quick look back through all my stats so far in this game. We've won 2 races in a row countless times, but I've never strung together 3 race victories, even at Ferrari, during the dominant spells, obviously, with our rivalry against Charles Leclerc. We both won. I think Charles did actually win 3 races in a row a couple of times, but we were never quite able to hook it up. Pretty certain it's still Verstappen that holds the record in this game. Obviously, back in Season 1 when that Red Bull is all-conquering. See, Red Bull haven't won a race in years now inside this series, and Verstappen's even retired from the sport. So that could be a bit of a precursor as to what to expect in the future as well then. But yeah, Marina Bay, though, absolutely love this place. We've won here on a few occasions before inside this game. So I'd love to try and chalk up another one today then, as we just try and throw the car through that middle sector. Obviously, Oscar Piastri hoping for a clean and tidy weekend. Of course, had a couple where his championship lead has been sacrificed. But of course, luckily for him, he's had that buffer to play with so far this season. I saw a little bit of front locking in towards the final sector of the lap. I definitely prefer the new Singapore to race on. But obviously doing the ultimate career mode as well. Obviously we race around the older layout of this venue, and that is very, very good fun as well then, as it looks like Oscar Piastri in his Ferrari might steal pole. We were really brave through the final corner. That is so close. The gaps at the front must be next to nothing, but I think it was Russell that's claimed it. Well, I think that might be one of, if not the closest qualifying session I have ever had inside this game. 8 thousandths of a second away from pole position here. 17 thousandths of a second cover your top 3 in both the qualifying session and obviously the top 3 in your Drivers' World Championship there. Gasly looking strong in the second Haas car though as well, so that will certainly do us some favours, but I cannot believe we've lost pole by such a small margin. I'm better off with Russell on pole than Gasly though. Sorry, Piastri even. So let's head into the race.
The spectacular backdrop of the Singapore skyline, something of an endurance race ahead with the notorious sauna-like temperatures for the drivers. It makes it a very physical contest out there. Welcome back to Marina Bay for the Singapore Grand Prix. It is a wonderful racetrack to come to, but it's sometimes been a bit tricky to overtake. We have a new layout to try and change all of that. Reduced to 3 miles, it's turn 16 and turn 19, which has gone from corners to a straight. Let's run you through the driver grid order for today's exciting race. Imola Qualifying yesterday for George Russell. He'll start today's race from pole position. And Firestarter completes the front row. Looking at the rest of today's grid, we have Gasly, Leclerc, Fernando Alonso, Teo Porcher, Norris, Hamilton, Fittipaldi, Sargent, Tsunoda, Ricciardo, Oscar Piastri, Behrman, Iwasa, Perez, Stroll, Vesti, Joe, and Esteban Ocon lines up at the back of the grid. And with preparations almost complete, let's head down to the track.
Well, I cannot believe then, again, Oscar Piastri has taken grid penalties in that Ferrari, so he will, I mean, it's much more difficult to overtake here in Singapore than it was out in Baku last weekend, but that means George Russell and I now, we both know whoever wins this race is going to be right with Oscar. I mean, even if we came second, if it finished like this, we would be 4 points ahead of him. George Russell would be 5 points behind the Ferrari, so it would still be incredibly tight. at the top of the World Championship. 31 laps ahead of us, though. No chance of rain tonight here in Marina Bay, but this is still a marathon of a Grand Prix. Let's see what we can do then off the start as we wait for those 5 red lights. Oh, a mighty long haul, but it is lights out and away we go for the Singapore Grand Prix, and Russell has not gone at all. Gasly has, though. Straight down the middle for our teammate Pierre Gasly there. I think that was Charles Leclerc as well, trying to have a look for a move down at turn 1, and immediately then Haas up into 1-2 formation off the start. Russell has absolutely bottled this one, and I'm not going to complain about that then. So just getting a little bit of a slide as we make our way out to the Rattles Boulevard on lap 1, but we've seen just how good this car is around the high downforce circuits. Of course, Pierre, still his 1 win this season, coming at the Monaco Grand Prix. Of course, Singapore, probably, I mean, the old layout, definitely. The new layout, maybe not so much. But probably one of the closest circuits to that, obviously, Monte Carlo layout that we get inside this game. Of course, no Singapore sling or the horrible little switchback section at the end of the lap. Like I said, I kind of miss the old Singapore for the challenge it gave to the drivers, because it really was, a venue that the best drivers won at. Your Sebastian Vettels, your Fernando Alonso's, your Lewis Hamilton's as well. But yeah, this new layout has obviously been won by Carlos Sainz and Sergio Perez, which I'd argue they are kind of a level below the aforementioned 3. Weirdly, of course, this is still a venue that Max Verstappen's never won at. So maybe 2025, he's finally going to end his kind of... some of it's been bad luck, others of it has been just kind of a Red Bull lack of pace around this circuit. But here's a fun fact for you all that I'm sure I've shared before. Antonio Giovinazzi, who only ever raced for Sauber, has led more laps here in Marina Bay than Max Verstappen has. That absolutely blows my mind. Let's see, though, as Pierre Gasly is going to be the first one to lead a lap this weekend, whether we're going to be able to get a run back on our teammate. You think at this time of the World Championship, Haas would kind of be favouring us there, but Gasly going to try and go defensive in towards the next corner. And again, just can't make it happen. We've got 30 more laps, though, so we don't need to rush. Well, looking on the mini-map then as well, looks like Oscar Piastri hasn't kind of made any progress off the start of this GP, as Russell now losing a place to Fernando Alonso. That's a very odd spot to have lost a position, but I think, Russell's still, Russell is fine. I think he might just have some technical issues, though, on that car, so that would explain why he's dropped back behind Fernando. So both of our big rivals then seemingly with problems here, as that gap to Russell already opening up now to 3 seconds, so that'll be just the normal kind of technical issues that the game sometimes likes to throw at certain cars. But all of our rivals, right when we need it, starting to struggle. Can we now try and make a move on Pierre Gasly? It feels like this race follows a similar format almost every season of kind of we don't take the lead at the start and then get to about kind of lap 5, lap 6, and we can finally start making some moves. As what on earth is that from Pierre Gasly there? He's going to really try and squeeze us. We get a little bit bottomed out over the curbing on the exits. We're still wheel to wheel with our teammate. I'm sure Ayu Komatsu has got his head in his hands. He can barely afford to watch this at the moment, but we will hang on. And that could have gone a whole lot worse than it did. Well, the team now have got on the radio telling me we need to try and find a way around Pierre. So sometimes what that means is obviously the team have then told, especially if it's your teammate, just to let you by. So I don't know whether Gasly now is potentially going to try and fight this just a little bit less there, as all over his gearbox through the exit of the first few corners. But are we going to be able to get a run again then? It kind of takes us a couple of laps to refocus and regroup. Yeah, that's exactly what I'm doing right now, Mark, as we're trying to have a look. This time round to the outside, it'll be the inside line. Sorry, the other way around there. The inside line and it'll be the outside for the next corner, but around the outside we will go. Gasly put up a valiant defence for a few laps here, but we've got to try and work together to pull away. Again, not too worried about Charles Leclerc kind of hanging on to our coattails, as I don't think Russell has got issues. Just seemed to drop behind Fernando Alonso there. Maybe he was just struggling for a lap or so, but that gap hasn't opened up since then. And there goes Pierre Gasly then into the pit lane. No, he doesn't. Oh, Gasly's opting to stay out as well then. So both drivers wanting to go a little bit longer here, and I can only assume for Pierre, he doesn't want to obviously get caught up in slower traffic as well, and so as every other car dives into the pit lane, I will not pit until Pierre Gasly has done so. That is my rule now. But let's wait and see whether that potentially screws us over. Will we see Oscar Piastri, though, gain some places as everybody else dives through the pit lane? I think for him, you're going to be hoping that a few cars get held up. You've got to hope his outlap has been absolutely rapid. He's got a little bit of breathing room to the V car in front of him there, as Alonso's got the jump on Leclerc, so another slow pit stop from Charles Leclerc then, and he's come out behind the McLaren of George Russell as well then. So for the second weekend in a row, Charles Leclerc has been really, really screwed over in this GP. I think Oscar Piastri has gained, but certainly not much. Well, I'm going to test a little theory now. What if I pretend to box? Will Pierre follow me down into the pit lane, or will he just stick to the racing line here as we make our way through the final couple of corners? This would be so hilarious if he does follow me. No, he doesn't. Damn it. So I can't even try and trick him in this Grand Prix, and it's actually allowed him to get just a little bit closer. Yeah, we'll have to box the end of lap 24 if he doesn't this lap. And then, well, luckily we can bolt on a set of softs, and hopefully we can go really, really quickly. So if we've been jumped by Alonso, to try and get back ahead of him. But there we go, yeah, I have box pit confirmed with the team, so this will definitely be the lap Pierre Gasly decides to come into the pit lane as well then. If he does, I'm going to be so annoyed with the Frenchman here. But through the final corner, please don't say he's following me in. He's not! Pierre Gasly is staying out there, so what on earth is his plan towards the end of the Grand Prix then? We're going to bolt on a fresh set of softs and just try to be ridiculously fast through these final few laps here. Is Gasly going to get himself disqualified? Nobody knows. But either way, maybe it was just a bit of a game of chicken between myself and our teammate, and I have lost that match. Oh, there you go. Nice slow pit stop as well.
Let's try and put that behind us and get back into this race.
Absolutely wonderful then. So it's going to give us a few more cars to have to try and overtake towards the end of this race. Oscar Piastri still is not inside the top 10 though. But as we make our way back out into the circuit then, yeah, there's no way Pierre from here is able to get back to the front. We've got a 5-second gap to Norris, but we're on 10 lap, 2-stage softer tyres. We are basically going to do 7 qualifying laps to the finish. Finally, Pierre Gasly's pit in this race. How stupid is that? I just wanted to go 1 lap longer than him, but clearly there's something in the coding that forces your teammate to try and go longer here. I mean, we could have tried to get to the very last lap of the Grand Prix and potentially gone disqualified if I felt that way inclined. But what a stupid glitch then around this circuit. So far in this outlap, though, we're going about 2 seconds faster than Lando Norris. As long as we stay out ahead of Pierre, that's the important bit. There we go. So, well, no idea what the gap is to Alonso up front. But yeah, we got plenty of battery to try and push. I've accidentally made this race far more interesting than it ever should have been. But as a team, we have lost a load of points because of it. I love the fact in all of this as well, Gasly has still gone to a set of the hard compound tyres to do 5 laps at the end of this GP. I mean, how stupid. How many times have I said that? Just how stupid this is. There is a 26.6. New fast lap of the day. Lando Norris can try and defend, but yeah, that was pretty futile, wasn't it? Round the outside we'll go. Hopefully we're getting the range of Teo Porcher as well. I don't think we'll quite have the DRS on him, annoyingly. But, I mean, we can basically just go for moves anywhere. But the trick is to try and not get held up for as little a time as we possibly can. Teo Porcher as he makes his way over the Anderson Bridge. Oh, I thought about it. I wanted to make it happen there. We scared him. We definitely scared him on the exit. But not able to make the move happen that time round. And I really do. I mean, surely on F125, they'll have updated the DRS zone here as well to give you the run in towards this final chicane of the lap. But to the inside of Teo, who really wants to squeeze me, of course. It's probably to try and help Alonso up at the front of the order there. But down the inside we'll go. Up back into P4. There's a 5-second gap to George Russell. But that could evaporate in about 2 laps here. Well, 4 cars, 4 different teams, all fighting for victory here with 1 lap to go. 3 of them on the same strategy. The one at the back, though, much, much quicker at this stage of the afternoon. We're going to have to give it all or nothing on the last lap if we want to win here in Marina Bay. Just trying to tack that curbing through the final corner. We need to get past Russell before, well, at turn 1 ideally. To the inside we will go. So Russell thought about trying to defend it. Just realised he didn't have the grip there, and Russell, well, we've seen it before him lose a podium on the last lap of this race when he binned it a couple of years ago, but this time round he's just going to get overtaken fair and square. Will we see Leclerc even get a run on Fernando Alonso? Will we be able to get a run on Charles Leclerc there? As he gets a little bit boxed in. We had to go for a panic move to the inside there. Team apparently happy with that move. I'm not completely convinced by it, but I guess we're through. And I mean, it was Leclerc that moved in the braking zone. So we are now up into P2 then of this race. Again, we've got so much fresher tyres at the moment that are we going to be able to try and hound Alonso here? I genuinely thought we might have thrown this one away. But if there was an opportunity, we have surely got to try and take it here. Open up the run through the hairpin. We'll have the DRS down the very next straight. We know that Aston Martin isn't particularly good in a straight line on this game, as again, we've just got to try and focus on getting the power down. Out of that corner, a little bit of a wobble on the exit. Surely Alonso is going to try and defend this one, and he will immediately defend to the inside there. Can we get around the outside of the Aston Martin in through the final few corners? We've got the grip, and after we completely botched the strategy for the first time on this game, 3 wins in a row.
Yes, 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 guys, yes! Come on, boys! Ah, fantastic drive. That's just fantastic. Amazing. You deserved that race win. Well done, mate.
What a great race it's been then. Another classic Singapore Grand Prix. And they've held on to take the checkered flag here today.
Wow, that's 3 wins in a row. They really are on a roll now and really building great momentum. They're clearly one to look out for.
There aren't many teams as they come out onto the podium now who could do what Haas have managed to accomplish here. It's hard to believe how competitive they've already become. Amazing victory.
Well, I genuinely don't believe we could have made that any more difficult for ourselves, but what a race in the end here from Marina Bay. We take victory 0.4 of a second ahead of Fernando Alonso. Leclerc comes through for P3 ahead of Russell and Théo Pourchaire, and we were the only non-Mercedes powered car up in your top 5 when all is said and done. Gasly, yeah, I don't know what was going on with the strategy there. We'll finish in 6th ahead of Lando Norris and Lewis Hamilton, with Ferrari in P9 and P10 there. Sargent again narrowly misses out on points just ahead of Tsunoda, Perez and Ollie Behrman. And it was both V-carbs that retired from the Grand Prix, so I didn't even realise that early on in the GP. But I believe for the first time this season, we are now leading at the top of the World Championship with a healthy 11-point buffer as well ahead of Oscar Piastri there. Russell still in 3rd ahead of Gasly and Leclerc there. Norris in P6 there, but under pressure from Fernando Alonso as well. And you can still see your 9 drivers that are up over the 100-point threshold at this stage of the campaign. Constructors-wise, a 45-point buffer, so we have got a bit of a healthy margin as well in the Constructors, but we cannot falter. We cannot slip up in the final few rounds of the campaign. Thank you all so much for watching. If you have enjoyed, please do make sure you leave a like, get yourself subscribed, and we'll be back very soon when Formula 1 returns ready for the US Grand Prix. Hello everyone and welcome back to a brand new video and welcome to round 19 of our F1 24 Haas Driver Career Mode. Yes, we return this weekend here for the US Grand Prix at the Circuit of the Americas. If you missed out on the last video that went live from Singapore, I would highly recommend going back and checking out. It was arguably one of the most dramatic races I've ever had inside this series, and we did do something we have never achieved before inside F1 24. Yes, we have won 3 Grand Prix in a row. We've had the fastest lap in the last 6 events back to back. This Haas car is really coming alive, and for Oscar Piastri, problems are definitely brewing over at Ferrari. A DNF at Monza, grid penalties in the last 2 GPs as well. He has lost his World Championship lead that he's basically held since very early on in the season as well. We've got a 11-point buffer over the Australian there, a 30-point gap ahead of George Russell in his McLaren. Of course, we got 3 normal weekends, 3 sprint weekends left to go this season, so there's a lot still that can change inside these final few rounds. Of course, if you're new, please do make sure you leave a like, get yourself subscribed as well. We are trying to hit 140,000 subs at the moment, obviously before F1 25 releases. Also, if you want to help support us just a little bit more, you can do so by clicking the join button down below. It costs just £1 a month. You get early access to all of the videos, as well as a few other exclusive perks as well. But yeah, without further ado then, let's head back to Texas.
The party in the USA continues right now. The Circuit of the Americas, undulating, high speed, downright thrilling. It is time for qualifying to set the grid for the Grand Prix.
Well, Texas is again another one of those circuits inside this game where either I feel really good or really bad. See, the last US Grand Prix we did back in Miami, way back earlier on in the season, that didn't go very well for us. We obviously had a big crash with Charles Leclerc, and then I believe we had no, we did have a mechanical failure, but we certainly ran into a lot of problems as the weekend went on. So, hoping that we can have a bit of a better one today. I believe we have won in front of Haas home crowd here in the US before, but I just can't quite remember when. But maybe today we can try and chalk up another one. We've got 2 opportunities to try and do so. And once again, Charles Leclerc looks to be very fast. Mercedes have done something with that car since the summer break. It hasn't quite left him as, you know, a dominant front runner or anything like that, but it's certainly given him a chance to fight against a lot of the other competitors as well later on this season. But of course, yeah, 3 wins in a row. All the momentum is behind us right now as we return here to the Texan circuit, and hopefully we can try and carry that momentum right the way through to the end of the season. I just want to have a proper dogfight with Oscar Piastri at some point between this season is done and dusted. It really does feel like in the last few Grand Prix, I haven't really seen him at all. He's kind of obviously either been way in front or way behind, which is a little bit of a shame, but that can sometimes be the way championship fight works. In Formula 1 there is 1 more corner to go then. Looks like Leclerc is going to storm to pole position here. Can we gain up any spots at the final turn? We will line up P4. And there we go then. Charles Leclerc will claim pole position. Oscar Piastri 0.02 of a second clear of our teammate Pierre Gasly when all is said and done. We will join him on the 2nd row though, ready for the sprint race out of Hamilton and Enzo Fittipaldi. Our other title rival George Russell all the way down in 7th. What on earth has happened to Lando Norris, though? I don't think he's qualified in the top 10 in about the last 3 races. Really struggling in that 2nd McLaren car. But let's just see if we can try and beat Oscar in the sprint. It'll kind of give us some good data ready for the race. Well, here we are then down on the grid. Mark, as always, just giving us a little extra word of encouragement as we get ready to start the race today then. 10 laps, obviously just running on the medium tyres. Maybe the softs will work, I don't really know. But this circuit can be quite rear limited. We've said the same about Singapore and Baku, though, in the last couple of races. Entire wear at both of those venues has been absolutely fantastic. As we wait then on the grid, 5 red lights. It's going to be lights out, and away we go then. Neither Haas car getting off particularly well. Oscar Piastri but immediately trying to go on the offensive against Charles Leclerc towards someone there, as the other Mercedes and the other Ferrari will try and go around our outside. Hamilton, he's always loved the US Grand Prix. Immediately is going to try and move himself up into the podium places there. No, he won't. Hit Gasly or just hang firm, as I'm hoping through the S's is where we're going to be really strong. Oh, I tried to have a look around the outside of our former teammate, of course, in that Mercedes. Definitely not quite able to make anything happen that time around there. But Leclerc has hung on then off the start. But we've seen this before from the Monegasque driver, both in this series and IRL. He can be rapid over one lap, and then you get to Sunday and he starts to struggle just a little bit more. So we'll see if we can get a run then on Lewis Hamilton. Crofty said in the pre-race, you can see speeds up to 200 miles an hour here. Lap 1, already done 207. So I think he's got his data ever so slightly wrong. Is back around the outside of Hamilton then. It means as we round our way into the final few corners of lap 1, your top 4 at least are exactly how we started. Well, here we go then, as we reach half distance. Oscar Piastri doesn't seem to be able to get a run on Charles Leclerc very easily. This time round, he's going to have a look to the outside, as we're going to try and do the same around our teammate Pierre Gasly. Oh, that got very, very close through the apex of the corner there between myself and our championship rival. But yeah, Leclerc, first time you've really seen him kind of hang on at the front of the order in a race early on. I know it's still only lap 5, but surely gives the Mercedes man a bit of confidence. We need to try and get past Oscar Piastri. I just want to keep trying to build up the buffer. Well, just a lap and a half to go then, and the pace your top 4 have had over everybody else here has been relentless. Gasly is not giving up and trying to get himself into the podium places as well. But will we now see Oscar Piastri try and get a run there on Charles Leclerc? Yes, he will, and comfortably past the Mercedes. We might be able to try and look around him as well then. As to the outside, we will go. Oh, a little bit of wheel banging with Charles Leclerc, and Oscar, I'm sure we'll see that in his mirror. We get a warning for a collision there. Quite surprised by that, to be completely honest. But yeah, Oscar Piastri now, that is his chance to try and run away as we get ready to start the last lap here. We know we are quick through Sector 1. We know we're quick through Sector 3, but we've just got to be close enough in that DRS zone down the back straight. Well, as we drop down the hill off of Turn 1 then, I wonder if we're going to see Pierre even get a run on Charles Leclerc. Obviously, trying to commentate and race, sometimes my brain does inevitably give up just a little bit there, but just trying to throw the car over the curbing, trying to get as close to Oscar Piastri as we possibly can. It's only a 1-point swing, but that could still, as you know, I keep saying it, last season, that was, you know, the gap was nothing. Every point matters inside this series there, and will we be able to try and win the sprint on Haas's home soil here? We've got a huge run on Oscar, who's going to try and squeeze me to the inside there, but we get comfortably by him. He'll try and come back around the outside into the corner. Oh, we get a little bit of a wobble. So we try and get the power down there. Oscar Piastri further behind, trying to... Sorry, Pierre Gasly even behind, trying to get past Charles Leclerc, and I think he might just about do so. They are still wheel to wheel, as Oscar Piastri looking for an opportunity back past us. Up through the final couple of corners, though, I think we have timed this one to absolute perfection. 3 Grand Prix victories in a row. We're going to add a sprint to that list as well as we round our way through the final corner. It is going to be victory here in Texas on Saturday. That is important. Well, there we are then. From 4th place on the grid, we will claim victory in the sprint race here. 3 tenths ahead of Oscar Piastri, and Pierre Gasly will also pick himself up. I think it's a medal still that they give out in the sprints as well. Charles Leclerc ahead of Alonso and Hamilton. Teo Pourchaire and Russell will pick up a point for his troubles. Logan Sargent, obviously home race for him, not looking too bad after the sprint race today. Maybe can score a point in his Red Bull car. Not too sure what happened to Daniel Ricciardo. Must have picked up damage somewhere and had to do a pit stop as well, finishing over a minute off the victory when all is said and done. But it does mean our gap now over Oscar up to 12 points as well. That's a pretty good way to kickstart the weekend. 58 points now in the Constructors as well. But we got to try and do it all again as we head into the race. Well, we did pretty good to kind of remain competitive in sprint qualifying, but now we build up a little bit of extra confidence in the car. Everybody else will also have that data though, so hopefully we can try and get an even better lap on the board as we head into the main event. Of course, I'm sure Enzo Fittipaldi down at Ferrari is obviously going to have to take some grid penalties as well. So the 3rd weekend in a row that a Ferrari car is going to be starting way out of position, and that does not do them any favours in the Constructors' Championship there. As we look at that completely flat out through those S's until we get into Sector 2 there. That is ridiculous, the amount of grip that these ground effect cars can provide there. Oscar Piastri, though, able to get the power down off of the corner. And now he's back trying to open up the best run you can out of the hairpin there. A little bit of a wobble, but we don't try and get too aggressive with it. You know, we just be patient with the rear of the car there as we will use the battery all the way down the back straight. You can see just gaining slightly on the Australian there, braking at about 120 metres out as you prepare yourself for Sector 3. Obviously, again, another sector where patience really does become your friend here. Got to be so careful trying to get on the throttle. It is so easy to lose time by trying to gain time in through this final sector of the lap. Unfortunately, obviously, these cars are so efficient, you don't really find enough opportunity to use the battery around this venue as well. Then penultimate corner, one of the best on the circuit. Only down one gear now. One more corner to go then as we will try and open up the circuit width. I think it's going to be Oscar Piastri that will storm to pole, and we will claim 4th again. Well, there we go then. Only your top 2 swapping around there at the front of the order. Oscar Piastri this time ahead of Charles Leclerc. Once again, Haas will lock out the second row ahead of Hamilton and Fittipaldi there. George Russell a little bit further down in P9 as, yeah, McLaren and Aston Martin really do seem to be battling each other a lot more towards the end of the year as well. Perez gets the jump on Sargent this time by just 0.04 of a second, but both Red Bull drivers will want to try and score a point here if they possibly can. 28 laps ahead of us though, let's do it.
Here we are then in one of the fastest growing cities in the United States, the fabulous Austin in the great state of Texas. The circuit itself, 14 miles southeast of the city centre, has been home to the US Grand Prix since 2012, the latest in a long list of iconic tracks to have that honour. We have 10 turns to the left and 10 turns to the right here at the fantastic Circuit of the Americas. Overtaking opportunities into turn 1 and turn 12 at this anti-clockwise track. It's 3.6 miles long and we should see average lap speeds of around 126 miles per hour. So with the race not far away from starting, here's what today's grid rundown looks like. Oscar Piastri lines up on pole position, and it's Charles Leclerc in P2. Looking down the rest of the grid, we have Gasly, Firestarter, Fittipaldi, Norris, Teo Porcher, Russell, Fernando Alonso, Perez, Iwasa, Tsunoda, Ricciardo, Hamilton, Behrman, Stroll, Vesti, Ocon, Sargent, and Zhou Guanyu. That's it then. It's time to go racing as we head down trackside for today's race.
Well, as weird as it might sound, considering he's our championship rival, it's nice to see Oscar Piastri doesn't have grid penalties this weekend. 28 laps ahead of us, though, here from Texas, and the team already talking about overheating on the tyres. So we're actually going to opt for the hards first, see how far we can take them, and then hopefully try and be quick in the second half of the GP. This is one of the real marathon races inside F1 24. It doesn't feel like it should be, but it is a really long event around this circuit. Let's see what we can do, though. Waiting on the grid, 5 red lights. And the US Grand Prix is go there. Oscar Piastri not getting off to a particularly good start. Rather unsurprisingly, we don't either, as somehow Fittipaldi has avoided taking some grid penalties after his sprint DNF yesterday. So, too sure how he's done that one. As Leclerc and the Australian there, wheel to wheel, in towards the S's on lap 1. Who is going to not back out of that one? Neither of them back out. But Leclerc will get around the outside then. And we will try and do the same move as what we attempted on Hamilton yesterday. Again, it won't quite work out there. And of course, we've got to remember, we are on the harder tyres, so we will have less grit than the AI early on. When you try this strategy, it is a big risk, because the opening few laps really can kind of be race-defining for you there. As thinking about a look on Enzo there, as he just gets a little bit of a wobble on the exit of the corner. Ferrari power versus Ferrari power as we make our way down the back straight there and wheel to wheel with the young Brazilian. Has been a shame. He seems to have been really unlucky this year. All the weekends you'd expect him to do well. Things have just really gone away from him, but down the inside we will go and back up into P4 at the end of lap 1. So happy with the progress we have made off the start here. But again, your top 4 exactly the same as they were in yesterday's sprint and at the start of this race as well. So yeah, I guess we've just got to try and hang on with these guys. But it really hasn't taken long before it's starting to feel like the hard tyres have got the upper hand in this race, but I think the other three as well, they're aware of what I'm trying to do, and are now not fighting with each other anywhere near as much. They know they have to try and look after their tyres, so I think it's a little bit awkward, but we've got to try and kind of push Gasly in as a bit of a sacrificial lamb here. Try and get him, well, to fight with Leclerc a bit more. It's down the inside we'll go, actually. There we go. That was not quite what I intended to do. Gasly will hang on to the position, though, on the exit of the corner, as we will try and switch back. I mean, this section is fantastic for this kind of racing, isn't it? So we just try and dive underneath our teammate there and up then into the podium places. As long as we stay in the DRS of the guys in front, that's the really important bit as well. But yeah, these hard tyres are working fantastically. But at the moment, I feel a little bit like a puppet master trying to control what everybody else is doing in this race right now. Oscar Piastri is still leading, but we're going to try and see if we can force him and Charles Leclerc into a bit more of an aggressive battle with each other. At this stage of the afternoon, of course, still always seems weird seeing Leclerc in the Mercedes. We've had some odd driver moves, it's safe to say, throughout this career mode. I've liked quite a lot of them, to be honest. It's just a shame they don't do more inside this game. As here we go, Leclerc then thinking about a move on Oscar Piastri. Will he have a look to the inside there, or he thought about it, as we will try and go the long way round against the Monegasque man. Not able to get the power down that time round. Definitely still the peak grip is better on those mediums than these hards, but again, a bit like Singapore, we can legitimately do this entire race on one set of tyres here. The wear, again, super low. Yeah, those mediums, though, watching Leclerc right now. There you go, team as well, want us to try and go for it. But yeah, those medium tyres are starting just to fall apart a little bit for him through that first sector. He is definitely not able to carry the same speed that he once was. Fourth time's a charm. Often a phrase I'm sure we use, but hopefully now we can finally try and get a run around the outside of Leclerc. Again, a little bit late on the brakes, but we hang the car around the outside and give him a big squeeze into the next corner and up then into P2 of this race. I would have thought we'll see the AI into the pit soon, but I'm quite happy, just like we did last weekend, just to keep extending this stint. Oh! My lord, Oscar Piastri, you could hear him get the wheel spin there, spike the revs in that Ferrari. I was trying to get the power down myself and almost binned it behind him. How dramatic would that have been in this race there? And that's the second weekend in a row I've almost had a heart attack halfway through one of these races as we try... Oscar Piastri, again, he's patient, he's fair, but just occasionally you get those little moments where you can tell, you know, he still wants to win, and he will always make you think twice about, you know, kind of trying to push him beyond his limits as well there. Well, I absolutely slammed the door, and completely within his rights to do so, down at the end of that section, as there we go, immediately he will dive into the pit lane there, so doesn't fancy trying to fight this any longer. First car in, Leclerc and Gasly both opting to stay out. Like I said, I'm happy just to keep extending this stint. I might even go to sort of lap 20. Well, looks like Oscar Piastri then a little bit caught up behind one of the Sauber cars. I think he's going to find a way around him down the back straight there with the DRS, so that might actually work out really nicely for him. Making sure that we haven't held up Leclerc and Gasly this lap, because the overcut could really work for them, as Leclerc, I mean, the last two Grand Prix, I think he's had bad pit stops. I think that's what's done the damage to Charles Leclerc in these last couple of races, but most of our other runners then diving into the pits. So where will Oscar Piastri resume in this race? Well, end of lap 19 then, I'm just monitoring those gaps to the cars around us, and I'm hoping that we're still going to come out ahead of George Russell in this GP. That gap now down to under 21 seconds. Say Charles Leclerc only 14 seconds behind. So he's looking pretty good at the moment, and yeah, Gasly and Piastri still fighting for that, well, what will effectively be P2 by the time we're in and out of the pit lane. Just make sure that we're not going to get a new front wing or anything stupid like that, but as we wound our way then in through the final couple of corners, just make sure we get the car slowed down nice and tidy into the pit lane. Nice, and well, we risked it a little bit, but it wasn't too bad. You know, we managed to get the car slowed down. That's the most important bit. Please, team, give me a good pit stop. That's what we need right now here, is a quick, you know, like 2.1, 2.2 second stop. That's what we want. 2.5, not bad going, as there goes Charles Leclerc up into the lead. There will go Gasly, there will go Oscar Piastri as well. Where will George Russell be to make our way back out to the circuit? Again, only just getting out ahead of him here. But that is critical. 9 laps left of this race. We could definitely get back to Piastri and Gasly. But has this just given Leclerc a golden opportunity to break free? As I mean, fresh medium compound tyres. Look at how much grip we've got through the S's. Immediately taking time out of the 2 in front. Well, whether he intends to or not, Pierre Gasly is doing me a huge favour right now. Able to hold up Oscar Piastri through these few corners. And I mean, it does seem like that Ferrari just doesn't quite have the straight line speed it needs this weekend. Maybe not running, running too much down forces. There we go. We'll get the normal tyre wear annoying radio message. As we make our way then in towards the final turn, are we going to be able to get a run on Oscar Piastri? I mean, you can just see how much more apex speed we're able to carry. New fastest lap of the day, so hopefully that's going to be 7 of those in a row for us at the moment. It's to the outside of Oscar. Not able to make that happen down at turn 1 there, but again, just see how much grip we've got. Trying to switch him off the exit of turn 2. We'll be able to try and hang alongside. Oh, we just about do an Oscar Piastri that time round. He gives us the room, and that is massive in the World Championship. Psychologically, we are in his head now. He shouldn't have backed out of that one. He should not have backed out of that one. He should have let him fight it and try and hang on alongside. But you know what? The Australian very, very good at trying to keep himself out of trouble. Has obviously finished every single race this season inside the points, apart from Monza, obviously where he had that mechanical failure. But to the outside then of our teammate Gasly as well. No DRS to help him, so equal cars. We will absolutely blow by and say Charles Leclerc then, only 2 seconds up the road. We've done basically a less extreme version of Singapore up to this point. Hopefully we'll get the same result. 4 laps remaining then. We've rocked up to the back of Charles Leclerc as well here. Looks like Piastri has found a way around Pierre as well, so that's a little bit frustrating. But yeah, for us though, the focus is trying to make it 4 wins in a row. And the sprint obviously yesterday as well. This US weekend has been pretty good for the Haas team, and I tell you what, we haven't given up putting upgrades on this car late on this season. And I think as other teams obviously focus on next year, you know, as they're coded to inside the game, it has really, really helped us out as Charles Leclerc there able to defend that time round down at the hairpin. Again, he's been really good all day, like I said, about just positioning that Mercedes so that you could try and commit to the inside. But it probably wouldn't benefit you very well. They're sliding it to the inside, though. Oh, at the very next corner, Leclerc's going to try and move across us there. And can we go all the way around the outside through the Turkey S section? Not quite able to that time round. And that got a little bit nip and tuck. But yeah, Charles Leclerc there, willing to put it all on the line. He wants a win here in Texas, but so do I. Power down out of that final corner. Can we have a look for a run? Back in towards someone there against the Mercedes. He's going to try and squeeze us right down to the inside line. Oh, as we try and get up the hill there. And again, Leclerc just positioning that car absolutely fantastically to hang on to the position in towards the S's. This is brilliant racing. Lay on in the event here. We'll try and just hook it up right the way through. Oh, Leclerc again just nudged the brake. Obviously, he needed to. He hasn't got the grip in that car. But at exactly the perfect time. If I'd kept the foot to the floor, we would have lost our win. Well, less than 3 laps to go then, and all this squabbling with Leclerc is potentially allowing Oscar Piastri and Pierre Gasly. I don't know, why do I keep getting the names wrong today, man? I don't know what's wrong with me. All this battling with Leclerc is allowing Pierre and Oscar Piastri just to close in a little bit more. But surely now, with the straight line speed we've got, we're going to try and seal the deal against Charlie Boy this time around. We're going to keep defensive. I'm just going to try and see if we can make it happen there. Oh, almost banging wheels on the exit of the corner. Will Leclerc be able to put the power down? Yes, he will. And those hard tyres starting to provide the grip he needs there. Oh, another little wobble as we try and stay wheel to wheel with him. Leclerc, though, oh, he will potentially try and look for a switch back off of the turn. But finally, we are back a bit of P1 there. But look how much time Piastri's taken out of us. Oscar Piastri might almost be back inside the DRS as we just bobble over the curbing as well. Huge snap of understeer and oversteer there. And Leclerc back to the inside. Whoa! I think we've just slightly cooked these tyres. in the last couple of laps though. We don't seem to have many signs of overheating, but suddenly now, Piastri and Gasly back in the fight. Oh, Oscar thought about it down at turn 1. This race has become a lot more dramatic. And it's got even worse. A gearbox failure with 2 laps to go. You have got to be joking me. Out of nowhere, our win streak comes to an end. The chance at a victory today comes to an end. We've held up Gasly as well in the process. And with less than 2 laps to go, we are out of the Grand Prix. I didn't even know you could get a mechanical failure inside the last 2 laps.
The man from Monaco will win again. Charles Leclerc takes the checkered flag.
Such an important victory at this stage of the season. Any points you can achieve to go towards the table is really going to mean a lot to the team. So well done as they prepare for the end of the season.
After an excellent performance at the Grand Prix, I'm sure there'll be plenty of celebrations tonight amongst the Mercedes team, and they certainly deserve it.
Well, I cannot believe with less than 2 laps to go, a gearbox failure here. That could be season defining, especially with how fine the margins are still between myself and Oscar. But Charles Leclerc, though, luckily for me, will take the victory here in the main event. They're a second clear of Oscar Piastri come the checkered flag. Gasly in third ahead of Russell. Alonso, Norris, Porsche, Fittipaldi, Iwasa and Hamilton will round out your top 10 there. So Red Bull again failing to score points there. Perez down in 14th, Sargent in 15th. So no idea what happened to them. We do get classified come the checkered flag, but gutted that our win streak, like I said, is ended as well with that result. What does that do to our World Championship, though? It means that Oscar's back in front there by 6 points, and Russell, on a weekend where I thought he would get pretty much knocked out of it, he is still only 31 points back there. Gasly and Leclerc, they've got a mathematical shot still, but they're going to need a lot of things to go their way and really hope that the top 3 trip over each other over the next few events as well. Norris, Lando and Fernando now all tied up on 176 points as well, a little bit further behind, but an absolute disaster for us this weekend. We've still got a 53-point buffer at the top of the Constructors. Again, Ferrari, and McLaren at the moment just don't have 2 drivers that are regularly scoring points in the same way we are over at Haas as well. But so much heartbreak right at the end of the afternoon, but what a dramatic weekend it has been here from Texas. Thank you all so much for watching. If you have enjoyed, please do make sure you leave a like, get yourself subscribed, and we'll be back very soon, ready in Mexico City. Hello everyone and welcome back to a brand new video, and welcome to round 20 of our F1 24 Haas Driver Career Mode. Yes, we're back this weekend here for the Mexico City Grand Prix. Of course, if you missed out on the video that went live a few days ago from COTA, I would highly recommend going back and checking it out. Just 5 races to go of this season, and it is still anybody's game at the top of the World Championship. It looked like we could have made it 4 wins in a row last weekend until the gearbox blew up with less than 2 laps remaining. So we ended up finishing in last place. Oscar Piastri came through for P2, so it means he now has a 6-point lead at the top of the championship once again. George Russell a little bit further out in P3 right now, 31 back from our World Championship leader, but if he and McLaren can string together a couple of victories, he is going to be right back in that fight as well. 3 normal races, 2 sprint weekends still left to fight for, so there are plenty of points available between now and the end of the campaign there. Of course, if you're new, please do make sure you leave a like, get yourself subscribed to the channel. We're trying to hit 140,000 subs at the moment, and also if you want to help support us just a little bit more, you can click the join button for just £1 a month. You get early access to all the videos as well as a few other little perks and extra bits and pieces as well. But let's get out there, let's try and get back to winning form.
This is a special place to go motor racing. We have the Fora Sol. The track is warming up nicely, and it is nearly time to set the grid for tomorrow's Grand Prix. What an atmosphere we have in Mexico City.
Well, here we are then, back in Mexico once again, and I do genuinely think once the 2025 season is done with, unless Perez comes back with Cadillac, which I'm not convinced is going to happen, I think this is going to be the last we see of this venue inside Formula 1. And it's a real shame because coders have never quite made it very accurate either. I know obviously we've had, confirmed that we're getting some circuits that are LiDAR scanned, but I don't believe this place is one of them. So, yeah, a little bit of a shame that it feels like in the 10 years we've had Mexico inside the games, not once has it felt particularly accurate here, but that's just the way the cookie crumbles sometimes, sadly. Whatever the circuit is like, though, we need to try and get another pole position on the board this afternoon there, and I really do feel like we found something extra in this Haas car recently. Not even having to downshift through the first part of the S's there, but I mean, through here, with how upgraded these cars are, you're pretty much flat all the way through, which is just absolutely mind-boggling as well there, as Pierre Gasly, once again, looking very, very strong to make our way in towards the final few corners. Pierre Gasly actually finding a little bit of time over me, so we wind our way through the stadium section. The AI are always really good. Oh, again, the power down there is a little bit of a wobble at the final corner. That might cost us. P5 on the grid. Not bad, but not quite where we should have been. Well, there we go. Pierre will line up on pole position. Oscar Piastri will join him on the front row, ahead of Charles Leclerc and Théo Pourchaire there. We will line up P5. George Russell, though, all the way down in 10th place. Only 3.5 tenths off pole position. So rather unlucky to end up as far down the order as he has done. But that's going to give him a lot of work as we head into the Grand Prix. The entire field covered by barely a second. I just love how competitive this series has become. But yeah, we've got our work cut out as we head into the race.
Welcome to the most populous city in North America. The legendary Jim Clark won the first official F1 race here in 1963. It's Mexico City, and it's Grand Prix Sunday. 2,285 metres above sea level, the altitude will test the driver's fitness and their engine's efficiency. 17 corners, 7 to the left, 10 to the right, and make up a 2.6-mile circuit equipped with 2 DRS zones. Before we begin, let's take a quick look at the grid lineup for today's race. Pierre Gasly lines up on pole position, and Oscar Piastri completes the front row. Considering the rest of the grid, we have Leclerc, Théo Pourchaire, Firestarter, Norris, Sargent, Hamilton, Fernando Alonso, Russell, Perez, Behrman, Iwasa, Tsunoda, Ricciardo, Fittipaldi, Ocon, Stroll, Joe, and Frederic Vesti. That's it then. It's time to go racing as we head down trackside for today's race.
Okay, mate, only 3 races left.
2 + 2 is 4, -1, that's 3, quick maths.
Then you've still got a chance at the title, but if we're going to win it, we're going to need some very special performances in every one of those 3. And it starts here. Let's see what you can do today.
I'm slightly concerned. I've got my Formula 1 engineer, who is meant to be very good at numbers and things like that, who apparently can't count to 5. Slightly alarming as we arrive on the grid, but 36 laps ahead of us. That's far too many numbers for Mark to count all the way to. Tyre wear here can be a little bit odd. Sometimes it's really good, sometimes it's really bad. So we'll wait and see as to what happens. But yeah, obviously around this venue, it's all about the slipstream as well on that long old run in towards someone there. As we wait on the grid, 5 red lights here in Mexico City. It's going to be lights out, and away we go there. Not if you Théo Pourchaire, though, getting off to a pretty bad start. Oscar Piastri would immediately try and take the lead away from Pierre Gasly, which he will do in towards turn 1. We're going to try and have a look to the outside of Charles Leclerc, who suddenly turns on the afterburners in towards that first corner around the outside of Gasly for him as well. So a pretty disappointing start for our teammate there. And Oscar Piastri, maybe trying to do what he did back in Austria, is immediately going to try and bolt it off the start then. We are going to get a little bit boxed in between Charles and Pierre there. Whoa! Charles Leclerc, I could just see at the last moment he was going to try and slam the door shut on me. So we won't quite make up as much progress as I'd wanted to, but Oscar Piastri immediately bolting up into quite a sizable lead at the front of the order. And it always seems to be, if one of the AI is going to build up that kind of buffer by themselves, it's always going to be Oscar in that Ferrari car. As we wind our way through the S's then. Yeah, a little bit disappointed. Gasly once again. I know pole position isn't always the best place to start here in Mexico, but yeah, definitely was hoping he would at least kind of hang on to Oscar's coattails around this first lap there. It'll be, I think, every single driver inside your top 5 has moved places there. Lando Norris has done a good job, and Logan Sargent didn't actually notice how well he'd done in qualifying. Running up in P7, he's up to P6 on lap 1. So here we go, Gasly trying to use the slipstream against Charles Leclerc again, back in towards that first corner. Could we potentially make it 3 wide? No, we won't. We'll wait and see who comes out on top in this scenario. And again, Leclerc just getting ahead of him. I know Pierre now has been told to focus on the constructors, but this is not ideal early on. There we go then, first time round now with the DRS, and surely Charles Leclerc is going to be a bit of a sitting duck. Of course, the weird thing as well here in Mexico is that he's 1 detection point in 2 DRS zones, so Gasly will go past him, and then he should also be able to carry the speed up in towards turn 4 as well there as all. Just running into the back of Charles ever so slightly, got to be careful to get the power down, and you can see actually Charlie's used way too much battery early on in this race, so both Haas cars will fly around him. Oscar Piastri, though, already 3 seconds up the road. It doesn't sound like a lot, but that can be, an almost insurmountable gap in a race like this. Pierre and I have got to work together. There we go, both now of your Haas cars into the 1 minute 14s. That seems ridiculous to say around this circuit. What is Pierre doing, man? Come on, I thought we already had our beef back in Singapore a few races ago, but apparently not. Yeah, Gasly, they're trying to defend from me in towards someone. We'll make it through. You can see using that DRS, we take almost a second out of Oscar. So that will have to be how we get to him. Oh, we've got yellows, we've got yellows. Someone's got issues. Don't tell me that's Oscar Piastri. I don't think it is. Yeah, it's definitely a car behind. I just got excited for a split second then. No idea who it is, though. I think that's a Merc, perhaps? So I think that might be Lewis Hamilton then out of the Grand Prix. Disappointment there for one of my former teammates inside this series. But my current teammate, I think now, is going to try and line up a move there. There goes Pierre Gasly back towards turn 1. So he will now try and close in the gap on Oscar just a little bit more. It's just floating at about 2 seconds. It's so difficult to really do anything else. Come on, Pierre. Drive faster. Give me some slipstream for a couple of laps so I can recharge my battery. Ugh, no. What was that? The back end just completely came round on us there. That was... It's still trying it. What on earth is up with this car? That was really weird, and that's going to cost us a huge amount of time and positions. Somehow we're still going to get the DRS there, but just I think we bobbled the rear end over the curbing, and it just completely spat us around. We're actually struggling with front tyre temp, I just noticed, so I don't know whether it's caused by that or by something else or what's going on, but all 3 of the 4 tyres actually overheating, so we're going to have to try and really manage that over the next few laps. It might require an early box over to the hards. Well, these tyres are completely cooked, and I mean, it's just that final corner where we're really struggling with it. But I mean, yeah, we cannot kind of bring the tyre temperature back down, so I think we're going to opt to box now, go on to a set of hards. If they work, fantastic. If we can keep them in the right window, then obviously we'll try and still extend to the end of the afternoon. But we might be forced onto a 2-stop strategy here, depending on how they play up. I made sure as well to up the pressures for this one, obviously to try and reduce the amount of heat that is kept in the tyre, but I think I'm running like some of the highest PSI I ever have inside this game, and it is still not working. It feels like in this title that as you put more upgrades on the car, managing tyre temperature becomes easier, and then suddenly becomes a lot harder again late on in the game, so very awkward. To try and really work out what you're doing. You know, I am having to try and change the setups every single season to suit the car's characteristics. But yeah, this weekend, clearly we have got it very wrong. And it's something, again, that I hope that they sort out for F1 25 is kind of the way the AI do it. You know, it's not simulated for them. They don't go through the same struggles we do. Also helped by the fact they've got traction control, but that's a topic for another day. Into the pit lane we will go, though. Oh, just about get it slowed down on the way in. That was a little bit more risky than I wanted it to be. But yeah, we're going to re-emerge then out of the back of the grid. Sergio Perez, he'll be disappointed not running in the points at home, even when his teammate Logan Sargent is. So hopefully a nice tidy stop.
Perfect job on
not fantastic, but not bad.
Nice stop time. We're happy with that one.
Yeah, we'll get running then once we're in this race. And, well, now it's just a question of, will these hard compound tyres... Yes, thank you, Mark. Will these hard tyres overheat? There we go. Starting to see some cars into the pit lane then. So Oscar Piastri, I think, has dived in. And there he is a little way up the road. So, yeah, we have done a really good undercut, actually. We've taken about 6 seconds out of him over these last few laps. I think that's probably as close as we'll get to him, unless we get a safety car or something like that later on in the race. But, yeah, this gives me hope. Well, we're going to get some nice DRS off of Fred Vesti, but unfortunately that comes at the cost of having to follow him down through this stadium section at the end of the lap. I assume the Sauber will be into the pit lane at the end of this one there, as he didn't expect him to slow down as early as he did. But I guess we'll have the DRS then back in towards turn 1. Where are we going to come out relative to Gasly? We've actually got a jump on him, so I think Pierre's been held up in the pit lane there, because he's definitely come out way further behind than I'd expect him to. He's about 5 seconds behind, so yeah, Oscar Piastri did not have a 9-second lead when he dived into the pits, so well, this has worked out fantastically for us. Still got to manage the tyres, and the other bit is actually the fuel. We're using a bit more fuel here than I thought we would, so gonna just keep an eye on that. But with half the race still to go, we could legitimately be in a position here where nothing else happens. Well, less than 10 laps to go then, and we have just about been able to get the tyres back in the window we need them. Of course, the other problem you face is as the tyres slowly burn, and obviously, well, not burn, but you know what I mean, take more out of them, obviously there's less rubber there to kind of dissipate the heat as well. So obviously the canvas, that is what's actually getting warm on the tyre, which causes all the problems. So yeah, we really are taking a very risky approach here. If we can get in the range of Oscar, fantastic. We can sit behind him, we can save some fuel for a few laps and really look after the tyre. If we can't get to him, well, we've got a 9-second window to fall back on by the end of the afternoon, but you can easily lose more than a second a lap trying, obviously, to manage everything in a Grand Prix like this, especially if Charles Leclerc gets the sense that obviously we are struggling as well. So, like I said, I just want to get in the range of Oscar as soon as we can, but if we don't, by about lap 30, we'll have to make the call and just focus on bringing this home for P2. Oh, there we go, end of lap 29, finally. I wasn't expecting it to happen, but we have got inside the DRS range of Oscar Piastri there, immediately met with the turbulent air as well as we try and carve our way through the stadium section. But like I said, by lap 30 I was going to have to make the call, and it looks like the call has been made for us here. We are finally back into the range. I was not expecting this. But as you can see, we basically got no spare fuel at this stage of the GP, so we're just going to try and get as close to him as we can and then do big lifts into the corner. We'll hopefully see immediately you can just make back a little bit of fuel each time you do it. We'll only need to do it a few times, but that will obviously mean then with a few laps to go we can push. But as you can see, when we get on the throttle the other way, we actually burn more fuel than the game is kind of expecting me to. So you can't just kind of make up a load of it in one go here. We're going to have to really manage that, and manage the tyres, and manage the gap to Oscar. For a race that hasn't seen much on-track action, it has certainly been tense in the cockpit. Doing all that lifting and coasting as well has helped the tyres just cool a little bit. So here we go then, lap 33. We have never led this race up to this point. Could we finally now take P1 away from Oscar Piastri, who has led this one basically since turn 1 there? We have a look to the outside, but Oscar will hang firm that time around. We'll get a second chance at it when we head up the next street there. Was trying to get the power down again. You can see he's got no battery in that Ferrari, so I think he's been trying to defend over the last couple of laps there. Round the outside we will go, and now the hunter becomes the hunted. Will Oscar just try and recharge the pack and try and line up another attack against us? Here comes Piastri back at us then, straight to the inside in towards turn 1. Not even going to bother trying to defend that one from him all too hard. And again, now obviously he'll have the defence up the next straight. But yeah, I think this is the thing, of course, with these two cars, especially when we're fighting each other, both of them very effective in the slipstream. So it kind of just means that if one goes, or if one's trying to line up a move on the other, there's not really much point defending it. No. Oh, no. That's bad. That's really bad. And it happened just before the detection point. Again, just trying to get a little bit too early on the throttle here. And has that potentially cost us late on in the day? Oscar Piastri now with a 2-second buffer at the front of the order. So we need to absolutely try and fly now to close back in on him. But I knew these tyres were falling away. I didn't expect them to fall away that badly, that quickly in the dirty air. Well, one more lap to go then at this Grand Prix, and are we back inside the range of Oscar Piastri? I don't think we were at the detection point. So I think Oscar Piastri now might just have a little bit of breathing room here. He's trying to take it nice and easy into this final lap, but this is still not over. These points are critical in the World Championship, and I know we have been strong through so much of this lap. Throughout the entirety of the race there, try and get the gap back under a second, use all of the remaining battery that we've got available to us. But of course, these first few corners are definitely the best places to try and make an overtake here. But Oscar Piastri, I can't even remember the last time he won a race. It might have been all the way back at Silverstone before the summer break. He might have won Zandvoort. Can't quite remember, like I said, off the top of my head here. But in towards the S's, one final time. We are giving it absolutely everything to try and get close enough to the Ferrari. We'll have the DRS once again. We will use all of the remaining battery to give ourselves a bit of a slingshot here. You can see Oscar, he's got no battery left in towards the stadium. That Ferrari is struggling, but will there be enough to try and go for it? You're top two in the championship as the confetti flies. We have given it everything today, but Oscar Piastri will manage it to the end of the afternoon. The Ferrari will win. We will follow in P2.
He has left the field in his dust. Oscar Piastri takes the win.
But another race victory today, and you can clearly see they're starting to believe in themselves more and more. You get to a stage where you become very hard to beat as a driver when you keep putting in performances like this one.
Here come our winners now. A thrilling race and a tremendous effort by Ferrari. Their history is well known, so it's no surprise to fans the world over to see them come out on top once again.
Well, there we go then. Despite the bot strategy, despite the struggles with the car, we cannot beat Oscar Piastri here, and he will double his World Championship lead with another 6-point swing. Again, he remains cool, he remains calm and collected, he just does what he needs to walk away with victory there. P3 for Charles Leclerc on the podium, just ahead of Gasly. Russell, I think, was allowed to get past Norris on the last lap as well. His championship hopes fading, but they are not over just yet there. And a solid P7 for Logan Sargent. Ahead of Alonso, homeboy Perez does get a point ahead of Théo Pourchaire as well there. And Hamilton and Iwasa both failing to see the checkered flag. What does that do to our championship? Like I said, the gap now 12 points at the top of the table there, as Russell now 46 back with just a handful of races to go. Like I said, you need to string together some victories if he wants to keep himself in the fight. Leclerc now back 1 point ahead of Pierre Gasly, so it's 4 drivers from 4 different teams making up your top 4. Norris still ahead of Alonso, Enzo Fittipaldi still ahead of Hamilton, and Pourchaire now comfortably ahead still of both of those Red Bull cars as well. Constructors-wise, we continue to open up that gap at the top, 64 points now. It really does feel like as a team, the momentum is behind Haas late on in the year. Still just 2 in it between McLaren and Ferrari. Thank you all so much for watching. If you have enjoyed, please do make sure you leave a like, get yourself subscribed, and we'll be back very soon when Formula 1 heads south, ready for the Brazilian Grand Prix. Hello everyone and welcome back to a brand new video and welcome to round 21 of season 7 of our F1 24 Haas Driver Career Mode. Yes, we're back this weekend here for the Brazilian Grand Prix. Of course, if you missed out on the last video that went live from Mexico, I would highly recommend going back and checking it out. Just 4 rounds left, 2 sprints as well. It is really, really tight at the top of the table at the moment. We are fighting Oscar Piastri for the World Championship. Apparently, it looks like Lewis Hamilton might finally be retiring from this game after many, many disappointing seasons inside this series. The gap at the top of the table is just 12 points right now after Oscar got his first victory since the British Grand Prix back in the summer out in Mexico. He did finish P2 3 times in that space, but we had won 4 Grand Prix between his last 2 victories there. But yeah, it is still the Australian though with the upper hand in the World Championship after we've suffered 3 mechanical failures so far this season as well. Of course, if you're new, please do make sure you leave a like, get yourself subscribed to the channel. We are only a few weeks away now from F1 25 releasing, and I want to try and hit 140,000 subs before we get there. As well, if you enjoy the content and you want to help us out just a little bit more, please do consider clicking that join button as well down below. It costs just £1 a month. You get early access to most of the videos and a few other little bits and pieces as well. But yeah, without further ado then, let's head back to Sao Paulo. This is a tough race weekend for us, so hopefully we can stay out of trouble.
Atmospheric tracks don't come much better than this. We're in Brazil for qualifying. Let's get some laps at the limit.
Well, here we are then for qualifying here in Sao Paulo, and as I've said so many times, this is not a track that I feel particularly good at, especially over 1 lap pace, so I've made a bit of a gamble with the setup this weekend. Hopefully it will allow us to be a little bit quicker in race trim as well, but I would expect Ferrari to be good, McLaren as well. They normally go well around here inside this game. They were 1 and 2 in free practice, but you can never read too much from the early weekend times. It'll be more obviously as we move through the sprint weekend, or kind of the sprint phase of the weekend, that we get a better idea of who is fastest right now. And Oscar Piastri with an extra skip in his step as we return here to Sao Paulo, of course. Yeah, winning that race last weekend, really good for him right now as our qualifying lap. Really not looking that fantastic. Have to try and get a really good run at the final couple of corners. We're not that far behind him, but 3/4 of a second here around a short lap can really make the difference. Russell now moves up into provisional P1. We're just going to try and drain the battery as we make our way back around towards the start-finish line here, but we are going to have a disaster. P17. I mean, it always happens here, but that is woeful. Well, there we go then. Oscar Piastri will snatch pole position away from Russell by 0.5 of a second by the time they get around to the checkered flag. Enzo Fittipaldi in P3 ahead of Charles Leclerc and Gasly there. We will end up P17. But had we found 1/10 of a second, we would have been P12 on the grid. Still not fantastic, but goes to show just how fine the margins are around this circuit there. But yeah, we've got our work cut out as we head into the sprint. As always, we're just going to have to try and use this as data for the race. Well, luckily there are only 8 points available in the sprint race here, so yeah, even if Oscar Piastri does win and we don't score, not going to be the end of the world for us. Sometimes I opt for the medium tyre around this circuit. It usually means we lack a bit of pace early on in the sprint, but I think today, especially being out of position, hopefully we can use the pace towards the end of the race then. We're going to gamble it. We haven't got a lot we can lose out from here. 5 red lights on the grid. It's going to be lights out, and away we go then. Of course, we will probably get a slightly worse start, as it looks like there's a lot of stacking up on the run in towards turn 1. Esteban Ocon trying to look around my outside there. One of the Saubers trying to look down the inside, or through turn 1, and we'll have to give it a blast of throttle to make sure we get down the middle of the pair of them there. Sargent and Ricciardo, wheel to wheel, Red Bull versus V-Carbon. We will make it 3 wide as we head down the Esquina de Lago on this opening lap there. Just keep it pinned on the apex and just try and kind of thread our way through on lap 1. It looks like Piastri has held that lead off the start, but Russell in hot pursuit, so he'll know he needs to try and win this one today as well. We'll have another couple of cars then. Apparently every single move I make so far is going to be a double overtake there, as almost banging wheels with a Imola. He will hang on, but not for very long there, as at the very next corner we will throw the car back down the inside as well. But yeah, looks like Piastri, like I said, has held on to that lead. Russell still in second place, though, in a bit of a Ferrari sandwich. Gasly doesn't really look like Haas have got as much pace this weekend as we did last time out in Mexico. So just, you know, you go to different circuits, different characteristics. Other venues will suit other cars better than our own. Let's see then if we can try and line up a run on Sergio Perez. That Red Bull car certainly not as quick as it once was, or at least relative to the rest of the field there, as Purple in the final sector is pretty good going. But Perez again, the AI, when they're defending into turn 1, they can be really, really good inside this game there. I want to see Oscar and George fighting at the front as well, because hopefully that will keep the rest of the field a bit more bunched up behind them. It's to the outside of Perez in towards turn 4 there. We're going to try and keep him on the straight and narrow on the inside line there. Cut off his run on the exit to open up the track with. We'll have the inside by the time we get into Ferradura. A little bit of a wobble on the entry, but another one gained. Right, come on then, let's try and get a run on Lance Stroll again then. Sonoda maybe just has got back inside the DRS range of your top 9 here. No, he definitely hasn't. You can see how much he's dropped back by the time we get in towards someone. There you go. That's the Lance Stroll I know and love. And being perfectly replicated inside this game. They're just completely locked up and went straight on at turn 1. I knew the good defending could not last. Can we try and get past Yuki though before we make it on to the middle sector? Not running wide like that, we can't. Right, we need to try and get past Sonoda this time then. You can just see he actually closes in a lot of time on that group of cars in front through the S's there, as he'll just about sit in the middle of the road. There was a car's width and no more around his outside down in towards turn 4, but another position gained. Well, I don't know whether it's Enzo Fittipaldi. I can only assume it's the Brazilian, potentially now with some mechanical gremlins here, because he's really slowing everybody else down behind him. Like I said, I don't know for sure whether it's that Ferrari. Of course, he won the sprint here last season, and then on a mechanical failure in the race. I don't think it is. I think that might be Oscar Piastri, actually, that's struggling at the moment then. Let's wait and see if Gaz is able to get past him with great ease there. You can see he's trying to defend from pretty much every car he can, and it is Oscar Piastri. Oscar Piastri with issues then in the sprint race here. So Enzo Fittipaldi, I think, has just taken the lead of this sprint race. Could he claim the dub 2 years in a row on Saturday afternoon in front of the home crowd there, as we almost plough into the back of Lewis Hamilton? But Oscar Piastri, it's not quite a mechanical failure, it's not quite a real race, but he is definitely struggling then, as to the inside of Lewis Hamilton. A very decisive and aggressive move here with barely a lap to go. But Oscar Piastri, from P1, we started P17 in this sprint race, and we might still beat him here. What a storyline that'll be as we enter the rest of the weekend, though. At the front of the order, 5 cars from 5 different teams battling for your top 5 positions, as Alonso now tries to have a look past the Australian. Then Norris will make it 3 wide into turn 1. This is great racing late on in the day, as Oscar Piastri, no choice but just to back out a bit there on the outside. Can we go around our main championship rival then, as we try and get a run down the Esquina Largo for the final points-paying position in this sprint race there? We will get to the inside, get it slowed down nice and tidily, and up into 8th place we go then. I was not expecting that at the start of this sprint race here, but can we stay close to Alonso and Lando Norris, maybe for a duel back towards the start-finish line here? We've got to just try and save as much battery as we possibly can through this middle sector. Surely Alonso will be trying to line up a move on the McLaren man there. But Enzo Fittipaldi still in P1. He's going to do it 2 years in a row. It is not quite a Grand Prix, but I'm sure it still feels special to win in front of your home crowd here at the final corner. Enzo Fittipaldi, once again, sprint race winner here in Brazil. You absolutely love to see it. We will come through for P8, but we take a point out of Oscar. Well, there we go then, Enzo Fittipaldi. Like I said, it's just a feel-good story, isn't it? Seeing him win in front of the home crowd here. Less than 2 tenths ahead of George Russell. Charles Leclerc in P3 ahead of Porsche and Gasly. Like I said, 5 different teams making up your top 5. Admittedly, then it was the 5 teammates from 6th down to P10. So not too many surprises come the end of that one there. Gutted for Oscar Piastri, but it helps us out massively in the World Championship. It does mean, though, Russell, that gap back down to just 39 points then, but with how many points are available? 86 still left this season. I believe that means... No, there's not 86, sorry. There is 134 or something. I believe still everybody down to Alonso mathematically has a shot still at the World Championship there. 11 the gap between myself and Oscar. We lose a couple of points in the Constructors, but McLaren and Ferrari now tied on 462 each. Let's head into real qualifying. Well, if we have another bad qualifying lap here, I'm going to put some fresh components in the back of the car and start the race from the rear of the field. It didn't work out very well for us back at Zandvoort a few weeks ago, but maybe today, you know, we built up a bit of confidence from the sprint race there. We know we can try and carve our way back through the order again then, but we might even see Oscar Piastri as well take some grid penalties here, depending on what happens. But yeah, Russell, absolutely critical that he scored a big result in the sprint. Wasn't quite the victory, but it's helped him out massively in the World Championship. He needs a little bit more as well as we head into the main event here, as we wind our way through this first sector, or sorry, through this middle sector of the lap. It's just those little traction zones where you lose a tenth or so on such a short circuit where the times are so tight. Really does make up all the difference at the moment. We are again down in P17, only half a second away from fast at the moment. It is anybody's game though, as they make their way out of the final corner. Charles Leclerc, Lando Norris, George Russell, they are all in the fight for P1 here. But as we get the power down up towards the start-finish line, we are going to recover to 11th. Better, but not fantastic. Well, there we go. It is Norris this time around that takes pole position, but 4 cars covered by just 0.03 of a second at the end of real qualifying. That is ridiculously close. Alonso gets ahead of both Ferrari cars. Their Porsche, Tsunoda and Hamilton will round out your top 10. So, I mean, we're in a British trio between Hamilton and Behrman. I think we can actually change some components without taking grid penalties here. So we're going to try and still start P11. But again, we have got some work to do.
Formula One returns to Interlagos once again with the stage set for what promises to be another classic Sao Paulo Grand Prix. Sebastian Vettel famously clinched his 3rd championship here in 2012, and in 2016, Max Verstappen treated us all to one of the finest wet weather drives of all time. We're racing then at Interlagos, a historic 2.7 mile circuit and one of the few anti-clockwise tracks on the calendar. 15 corners in total, 9 to the left and 6 to the right, with a technical middle section opening up to a flat-out Sector 3 that gives us our best passing opportunity down into Turn 1. It's time to see how our drivers are stacking up after yesterday's exciting qualifying session. Lando Norris put in a fantastic lap yesterday, and he will start from pole position. Charles Leclerc alongside. Looking at the rest of today's grid, we have Gasly, Russell, Fernando Alonso, Oscar Piastri, Fittipaldi, Teo Porcher, Tsunoda, Firestarter, Behrman, Sargent, Iwasa, Perez, Ricciardo, Ocon, Vesti, Stroll, Joe, and Lewis Hamilton rounds off the grid. Now, it's almost time for lights out, so let's go down to the track.
Okay, we need a good result today if we want to catch Piastri in the Drivers' Championship.
Yep, Mark, they're pretty clear, concise, all the information we need. No kind of float or fluff with that message there. We have just got to try and beat one man today, and that man is, of course, Oscar Piastri. Team want us to go really aggressive on the strategy. I'm not convinced that's going to be the way to go. We saw with the AI just how quickly their soft compound tyres fell off yesterday, so I'm not going to risk it. I'm not going to play into their games. I'm just going to stick with a medium to hard tyre strategy ready for this event then. As we wait on the grid, 5 red lights once again here in Brazil. And it is going to be lights out, and away we go. They're off to a fairly real spinny getaway as we try and put the power down. Ollie Behrman will immediately move past us in towards turn 1, but again, being on the harder compounded tyre, we've just got to try and stay out of trouble. I thought about having a look back down the inside of Ollie there, but clearly he wants another point on the board for Williams this weekend. Is getting hounded by Red Bulls as well. Just behind us, we make our way down the Esquina del Lago. Behrman trying to go for another one. Yuki Tsunoda there just being a little bit hung out to dry on the exit of the corner, and we will try and follow him by then. Side by side up through Ferraggiore is always scary on lap 1, especially when you're on the outside there, especially when it gives you no opportunity to try and have a look for a move on the AI in front. But of course, Ollie Behrman when he raced here in 2024. Obviously did tip, I believe it was Colapinto, wasn't it, into a spin. But of course, Behrman's now in Colapinto's Williams. I still find it odd. I know obviously it's not going to happen now because we're barely a couple of weeks away from F1 25 releasing, but I still find it odd that they never added Colapinto and Lawson into the game. You know, Colapinto was such a huge story. I really thought they'd bring him in. You know, they've got his face scanned, obviously, for Formula 2. It should have been fairly simple to implement, but yeah, just never has been the case there. But as we make our way then to start lap 2, we're up as place. That's not bad go, we can't complain. And Oscar Piastri is only a couple of cars in front of me. Well, I can see lots of battling going on at the road there. I think they're 3 wide up there, trying to battle over P2. So I don't know whether it's Russell or Norris that has built up a little bit of a breakaway early on. We've already got yellow flags out. That's Oscar Piastri! Oscar Piastri, for the second time in the second half of this season, is going to be out of yet another Grand Prix. And after technical issues for him yesterday, that is huge for the Drivers' World Championship for us. It gives us a huge opportunity to take points out of him. For Russell, it gives him an opportunity to try and stay in the championship fight as we head into the final 3 races. But I cannot believe that. We had a mechanical failure a couple of races ago back at Kota, and now Oscar Piastri has had one here in Brazil. Let's see then if we can try and get a run on Théo Pourchaire as we make our way out the final corner. It's been a very, very good debut campaign from the Frenchman this season, going up against Fernando Alonso nonetheless. So, I really did think for a split second that Pourchaire might run into the back of Fittipaldi as soon as I'm giving him some praise. Luckily, he was able just to box him in a little bit in towards that first corner. So around the outside we will go, and up then into P7 already. Feeling like we're making pretty good progress here. Helped, of course, by the fact that at the front there was an all-out war going on. See if we can get a run then on Fittipaldi as well at that final turn. Again, the AI, they're just so confident on the brakes in towards Salmon there as we will try and have a look. I mean, look at that. We broke later initially, and then Fittipaldi just has the confidence to roll the car into the corner to make sure he stays in front. Very much kind of a Max Verstappen-esque defence there. It's down in towards turn 4. We will try and have a look to the inside. We will dart to the outside of the hometown hero, and around the outside we will go. We'll be able to make it happen, though. It's apparently Tsunoda struggling. Why on earth I care about that, I don't know. But down the inside through Ferradura, we will make it happen. And yeah, I don't know what it is. Fittipaldi, so strong here on Saturday. Always struggles on Sunday. Oh, no! No, what's happened? Gasly's created a red flag. We've got a VSC. Surely this will be a red flag. Yep, there you go. Gasly gets a 10-second penalty for it, and that was out of nowhere. That gave me the shock of my life. I mean, unfortunately, obviously, what that's also going to mean is that the AI, their soft compound tyres, obviously, they'll be able to switch off of those just as our advantage was getting bigger and bigger here. But yeah, luckily, obviously, we'll avoid the front wing damage.
Let's have a think about how we handle the rest of this race.
I'm not sure I can do 26 laps on a set of hards. Is there the opportunity to try and split the strategy up to medium soft? That could work, I guess. That will hopefully mean we are very, very quick towards the end of the afternoon. But yeah, I just don't believe I can do 26 laps on a set of the hard compound tyre here. So we're going to lock myself in on a 2-stop strategy as we're going to restart in P6 then. 5 red lights once more. It's going to be lights out, and away we go there as Russell not getting off to a particularly good start. Alonso certainly has, though. What have I pressed? I have no idea what... I accidentally just pressed rewind, apparently. And then I'm going to get thrown in a wall. I think... I wouldn't normally do it, but I think I'm going to allow myself that one. Because the AI just completely threw me one way and then trying to control the car again. I could have probably caught that had I not accidentally pressed the rewind button. So there we go. Well, flashback from there, and apparently I've got an even worse start than I did originally. I don't normally restart, or rewind even, I should say, but when I get little moments like that, I think I'm perfectly within my right to do so. Let me know down in the comments below there, but a lot of drivers actually opting for the medium then off of this restart, as that has just been very chaotic. All of a sudden, Lando Norris looks like he's romped away at the front of the order there, as Russell dropping back down into P6. But yeah, like I said, if I hadn't pressed the rewind, I think I would have been able to catch the slide. It was just obviously going back in, and of all the force through the wheel, I wasn't expecting, well, all of a sudden there is back down the inside of Yuki Tsunoda as well. So we're basically back to where we started in this race after all of that. I think Gasly has got a 10-second penalty, though. I think Pierre is going to be very much in the wars today. So with Oscar Piastri out, this actually gives McLaren a huge shot in the Constructors as well to try and close back in the gap on Haas. But only time will tell. Can we get a run back round Porsche? Already got past him once this afternoon. I'm going to try and do it again then, using a lot of battery off of this restart there as Ollie Behrman running all the way up in P8. Teo trying to fight it on the outside there, and he's going to give it a good run down the outside, but just a little bit later on the brakes. We will hang on to 9th. Here we go then, trying to line up a move on Ollie Behrman back in towards someone. We know just how quick... Oh, that Williams is in a straight line as... Well, locking up the front wheel all the way in there, but I wasn't expecting Behrman to suddenly give me the inside in towards that first corner. Again, a very, very ragged moment in this GP as we'll try and see if we can carry the speed down into the Escudo Largo. Not quite there. That'll work then. I guess we'll get past Ollie Behrman anyway. So up into P8 of this race. I mean, I couldn't do a lot about the front wing damage last time, Mark. But we've now got to try and make sure we stay in the range of Fittipaldi. Look at that, Logan Sargent up in P5 in his Red Bull. Here we go then, Fittipaldi now trying to line up a move on Logan Sargent, despite the fact that Red Bull's got some DRS. This could work beautifully for us if these two squabble through turn 1 and turn 2 there. Sargent will try and defend. Oh, Fittipaldi will try and get the power down. We'll slot him behind and we will go around him. Come on, can we try and find an avenue there? Sargent positions the car beautifully. To the outside we'll go though. And a cheeky double overtake. Meanwhile, Mark's waffling on in the background about tyre pressure sensors. I think though most of the AI are willing to two-stopping this race effectively. I can't see them going 26 laps on a set of mediums, unless it's because I started the race on mediums, I had to go hards. Slightly nervous, maybe, but yeah, now we're behind one of our title rivals in George Russell, so we need to work together to get back to the front. Well, I can't help but feel I might have made a rather bad error in this Grand Prix, although we are just starting to struggle a little bit with rear tyre temperature overheating. The mediums, they could make it to the end of the afternoon, never mind a set of hard compound tyres in this Grand Prix. So yeah, we might have really screwed ourselves here, because the AI, they're going to be able to go to the end of this race. I was looking at it going, well, I reckon we could stretch these mediums, and then remembered we've only used mediums so far in this GP, so we're going to have to pit, otherwise I would get disqualified from this Grand Prix. We certainly don't want that happening. My plan is still the same, take these tyres to about the end of 26-27 and then bolt on some softs to the flag. But Russell now, this is a huge chance for him. With Oscar out and me, well, we might be lucky to get a point or two. That being said though, not going to stop me from at least trying to fight with these guys. It's George Russell going to try and defend it there. You leave a car's with mate. I'm going to try and go for it. Down the inside in towards turn 1. It's actually much easier on the brakes. In towards that first corner on the inside. It's a bit smoother, a bit flatter. And we'll make that happen then. Of course, it means you don't carry the speed on the exit of the corner. But up into 5th. Well, here we go. Here we go. Lando Norris, Pierre Gasly having a fight down in towards turn 4 yet again. As we are just starting to apply a little bit more pressure to Fernando Alonso here. We might try and catch him by surprise. Up into Ferradura. Oh, no! I'm doing a bit of rallycross on the exit, apparently, and hopefully we're not even going to lose a spot there. But Alonso originally gave me the room, and then I think his mindset was, you know what, you try something stupid there, I'm going to make you pay for it. And almost sent us spinning out of the Grand Prix there. A little bit of rallycross. Never hurt anybody, but now Lando Norris leads the way at the front of the order. The problem for McLaren is it's the wrong driver leading this race. Gasly's still right behind. To be fair, yeah, these tyres would have been wrecked by the end, so I don't, you know, the AI are going to struggle if they're taking them right the distance. So we are hopefully going to be multiple seconds a lap faster towards the end. It's to the inside of Alonso. Oh, a big slide again there, and I forgot, obviously, Gasly's got his penalty, but we're up into 4th. Oh, there we go. Gasly and Norris again. Wheel to wheel at the front of the order. You can argue this Brazilian Grand Prix hasn't been utterly fascinating up to this point. In just the, the sheer amount of battles we've had in this Grand Prix has been ridiculous. But we're going to dive in then at the end of this lap. I'm hoping that we're still going to be able to come out and get some points here. As long as we get ahead of kind of that backmarker gaggle still, that huge train. And I think Hamilton and Perez are leading still. Late on in the race. It is going to be such a tall order. Of course, the only other thing I'm thinking about is that when I pit, it might create a divide between Alonso and Leclerc. So, although Russell, of course, still, I want to see him do well. I always like a good storyline inside this series. It would help me out if he doesn't score as many points here. But, yeah, I'm hoping we come out kind of around... I don't really know, actually, looking on that mini-map. I think it's still the Red Bull and the Merc. I want to be out near, and I think that would still keep us just about inside the top 10. Maybe we could get back to Behrman, maybe even Sargent and Fittipaldi by the end of the afternoon, but into the pit lane we will come then. That was pretty well nice and tidy on pit lane entry, when we're going to be nowhere near where I thought we were going to be. That Merc is much closer than I'd hoped for at this stage of the afternoon, so we're going to have a lot of work to do towards the end of this one. Set soft compound tyres going on for just 9 laps at the end of this race. We attempted a strategy like this back in Singapore. It worked fantastically. Brazil is a very different venue though. We've got yellows out. Not too sure what's going on. As we make our way back out to the circuit then. Are we losing another car? I think someone might have gone for a spin. I got no idea there, but wheel to wheel with Zhou Guanyu off the exit of turn 3. Down the inside, we'll hang on to the spot for now. But yeah, we've got a mountain to climb if we want to get a point. That being said, though, it might well be a mountain. But yeah, with the amount of pace we've got, the best metaphor I can come up with is a mountain to climb, but a jetpack suit on our back. So we will fly up the order. Straight past Lance Stroll. Tsunoda, I think we'll just have the DRS off the cars in front. But the other thing, of course, is got to be careful of the tyres. Really got to look after them. In these last few laps here, as you can just see how much earlier we can get on the power than the rest of these guys. Tsunoda! What is that from Yuki? Clearly wants to defend the inside line there, but that was maybe a day late and a dollar short as well. Wasser's gone. Ayuba Wasser there, huge lockup down at turn 1, and Tsunoda's turned in on me. And we've been given a legal overtake for it and some front wing damage. Gotta let Tsunoda back by, and this race just goes from bad to worse. So we'll try and let him through and immediately claim the spot back, which we will. But suddenly now P14, but with a little bit of damage to nurse. No! No! Not another one! Turbo's gone. I cannot believe it, late on in the day. And after the disappointment in Kota, I thought we had a chance because Oscar Piastri's out. But we have joined him on the sidelines here in Brazil. I cannot believe that. We needed a result today. At least it means the strategy bottle job by myself isn't so bad, but that is painful.
Out of the last corner for the last time, Lando Norris is victorious.
I mean, it looked like they were in a different category at points during the race, led every lap. I mean, what more can we say?
As the winners make their way up to the podium, one can only imagine the celebrations that will take place at McLaren tonight. Congratulations to everyone on the team, securing the win and proving they're a force to be reckoned with out on the track.
Well, I reckon in the near 160 races I've done in this series, probably about the 300 races I've done on this game, that one has got to be one of the most chaotic there. Lando Norris will take victory, just 6/10 clear of Charles Leclerc. Fernando Alonso in P3 ahead of George Russell. Sargent ahead of Gasly. Fittipaldi, Behrman, Hamilton and Pourchaire will round out your top 10. Easily my driver of the day has got to be Lewis from the back of the field, just like in 2021. This time only P9 recovery, but still on this game, that is a rather impressive feat there. 2 drivers out, and it's your top 2 in the World Championship. Do Ferrari have a little switch where they can blow up my engine if Oscar Piastri is not having a good race? That is a question that I will certainly be raising with the team. What does that do to our World Championship standings? Well, the gap at the top remains stagnant at 11. Russell, though, now just 27 back. Charles Leclerc, 73, admittedly. I think he's going to be a bit too much. But I do think he and Gasly still are mathematically in with a shot at the world title. 78 plus 8, yeah, 86. So Pierre is still technically in it. But I would have thought by the end of next weekend, it'll just be a 3-car race to the end of the season as well there. Constructors-wise, McLaren make huge gains in that championship. The gap now just 33 points as we head to Las Vegas there. Ferrari struggling as well, 64 back. They're going to need a couple of 1-2 finishes if they want to keep the fight alive towards the end of the year there. And Alpine as well, now just 1 back from Williams. But of course, obviously, it was Williams, that jumped them, isn't it? Behrman with another big result there to get themselves ahead of their big rivals this season. Thank you all so much for watching. If you have enjoyed, please do make sure to leave a like, get yourself subscribed, and we'll be back ready for the Las Vegas Grand Prix. Hello everyone and welcome back to a brand new video, and welcome to round 22 of our F1 24 Haas Driver Career Mode. Yes, we're back this weekend here for the Las Vegas Grand Prix. Of course, this was the scene of our agonising championship defeat to Oscar Piastri last season, where we lost the World Championship by 0 points to the Australian. This season, there are still 3 rounds to go, including this one, and the championship fight is still wide open, because both Oscar Piastri and myself last weekend had a mechanical failure. I don't know what the odds of that are inside this game, but either way, it was Oscar had a mechanical failure very, very early on in the race. I thought we were just driving to hopefully a decent points finish, and then our engine blew up with a few laps to go. So one driver it did help was George Russell in the championship fight. It means the gap at the top is still 11 points, but Russell now is 27 off the top of the table, so he has got a real opportunity to try and drag that fight right out until we get to Abu Dhabi as well there. I mean, we've had 4 DNFs this season now, to Oscar Piastri's 2, so I still feel like the luck hasn't gone our way. Russell has also only had 2 DNFs as well, and has not finished lower than 7th in Grand Prix he's survived. He has been so brutally consistent this year, but just ultimately has lacked the pace against Oscar and myself in many, many Grand Prix. Of course, if you're new, please do make sure you leave a like, get yourself subscribed to the channel as well. We are trying to hit 140k before F1 25 releases. Also, if you want to help support us just a little bit more, you can do so for just £1 a month. You get early access to most of the videos and a few other little bits and pieces as well. But yeah, without further ado then, let's head here to Vegas.
The walls are close, the speeds are high, and the location is borderline unbelievable. It is time for qualifying in Las Vegas.
Well, it's not something I do very often on this game, and maybe it'll be really, really stupid as well, but I've taken a big risk as we head into this weekend. I am running a ridiculously low downforce setup here. Normally I run like 15, 12 wing angle. Today I'm running, I think, 8 and 4 around this circuit, so yeah, we're going to lose a bit of time through Sector 1, but I'm hoping, obviously, in the back half of the lap, obviously, especially on the strip, we are going to absolutely fly along around this circuit. Today, like I said, it might be brave, it might be really, really stupid, but see, last season here, maybe a little bit of kind of bad memories. I want to make sure we've got a car that is fast enough in a straight line that nobody can really compete there. Fernando Alonso, Aston Martin's resurgence late on this year really does need to be studied, because it has been fascinating to kind of see those cars fighting back towards the front a little bit more. There's no surprise at the man now who has moved up to top spot, but this has got to be the section of the circuit where we are really, really strong. We start the back straight 4 tenths away from Fernando there. You can see Oscar Piastri again, those Ferrari power units working rather efficiently. What speed can we get then without even a slipstream here? That is 225, 227 miles an hour by the time we make it down in towards the final few corners of the lap there. A little way away from the apex, but we'll get the throttle down and get nice and tidy at the final corner. Try and carry the speed back all the way towards the start-finish line here. Piastri going to be a decisive pole position for him. We will line up P7, but I don't know if Oscar's got penalties or not. Well, there we go. Ferrari back in a front row lockout here. Enzo Fittipaldi joining Oscar on that front row. Pierre Gasly in third ahead of both Aston Martins. Lando Norris in a bit of an Aston Martin sandwich. But for Piastri, though, both of his championship rivals way down the order. This is kind of what it ended up being at the end of last season. Of course, Charles Leclerc looks set to win the title and then didn't because he had a terrible Las Vegas Grand Prix. Oscar Piastri, of course, a lot of happy memories from around this circuit. The entire field covered by just 9/10 of a second. But the big question, like I said, is does that Ferrari have penalties?
Amid growing interest in the US and legions of fans added in the last couple of years, there is so much excitement for the Las Vegas Grand Prix. .8 miles under the bright lights of Las Vegas. Landmarks everywhere you look, punctuating the 17 corners and 2 DRS zones, one of which is down the famous strip. So with the race not far away from starting, here's what today's grid rundown looks like. Oscar Piastri lines up on pole position, and Enzo Fittipaldi completes the front row. As we continue through the rest of the grid today, we have Gasly, Fernando Alonso, Teo Porcher, Firestarter, Russell, Hamilton, Leclerc, Sargent, Behrman, Ricciardo, Vesti, Perez, Norris, Ocon, Iwasa, Tsunoda, Joe, and Lance Stroll brings the grid to a close. Now it lights out just moments away. It's time to go down to the track.
Well, the other two Haas home races so far this year have gone terribly for us. Miami, of course, we had that crash with Charles Leclerc, and then Kota, yeah, the gearbox blew up with less than 2 laps remaining. I'm praying we get one good US GP this season. And if I had to pick one, I think Vegas surely has got to be the one, especially with the way the championship standings are looking right now. What we do know, of course, is that heading to Qatar, all 3 of us will still be in the title fight, no matter what happens. But Oscar Piastri, once again, in prime position here to get a good result. Lando Norris with penalties, though, gives us 1 less car to overtake. 5 red lights. It's going to be lights out, and away we go then for the Las Vegas Grand Prix. Alonso, just like he did in Brazil, getting off to a flying start in towards turn 1, straight down the middle of Fittipaldi and Pierre Gasly there as the Brazilian will go backwards. And Gasly ends up exactly where he started there, around the outside of Teo Porcher through turn 2. Remember, of course, I'm not running much wing around this circuit, so we have got to be very, very careful. There is Alonso and Gasly still fighting down in towards the next corner there, just trying to cover George Russell off as we go late on the brakes. Teo, I think perhaps not expecting me to try and go that far around him. Wanted to run his car right away, you know, using the full track width here. And, well, just like we saw in Mexico City then, Gasly and another driver battling is giving Oscar Piastri a huge lead on lap 1. It's about the 4th time this season that he's been able to do that. And I don't think it's worked for anybody else so far inside this campaign there. It's down the inside of Fittipaldi. I wasn't actually planning on going for a move there. But the AI take a rather weird line in towards that corner. So up into P4 then. A couple of places gained on lap 1. And I mean, Ferrari, they need a huge result this weekend to keep their constructors' hopes alive. Gasly now trying to look around the outside of Fernando Alonso as we make our way down the strip. I mean, look how quick Fittipaldi is in that Ferrari car. Again, equal power units. I thought I was on quite a low downforce setup here. But clearly the Brazilian running even less wing as Gasly and Alonso. How many battles do they want to have on lap 1 then? We will have a look to the inside of our teammate. Again, how have I got so little straight line speed despite running such little wing here? What on earth is that about? Very, very odd. And yeah, still apparently our strength seems to lie in the corners, so not really sure how that works there as we try to have a look. Oh, past Pierre. Nudge the outside wall on the exit, and again Alonso is going to be under pressure from Gasly. I mean, Oscars must already have about a 3-second lead at the front of the field here. This is like watching prime Sebastian Vettel back in the early 2010s. This is exactly what he would do. Push like crazy in the opening laps, build up a huge lead, and then basically just control the race from then on. So again, we try and have a look past Fernando. Won't happen there. So I guess we're going to see how quick we are down the strip. There we go then. Very, very early on in the GP, but I'd like to see just how quick these cars can go in a straight line as we will try and crank on the ERS, open up that DRS as well. There goes 220. There goes 230 miles an hour. And Alonso, I mean, how many times are the AI going to do that on this game? Just move slightly in a straight line there and completely try and take our wing off. I don't think that's done any damage to the car, as Alonso seems to drop backwards. I'd be okay with it doing that as long as the other car got a puncture sometimes. So where has Fittipaldi got that straight line speed? I mean, this is just NASCAR at the moment. The battle of the slipstream is so ridiculous early on in this one. We will hang it down the inside, though, of Fittipaldi, and we'll hang on to P3. Oscar, 4 seconds up the road already, as here comes Fittipaldi again. How on earth is he managing that? That is so crazy. But again, he can't slow it down on the brakes. Well, again, trying to use the ridiculous top speed that this car is capable of here, this time against our teammate Pierre Gasly, as again 230 miles achieved. I mean, Gasly's got to still be doing about 225 there by the time we get down the end of the back straight. Oh, wheel to wheel we go. There was no contact between us, but he definitely nudged the wall. And now we can try and go in pursuit of that man in P1. Piastri does a 31.7 new best lap. We can only manage a 32.3. So even without the DRS, he is comfortably half a second a lap faster. Well, we are so close to getting back in the range of Oscar Piastri here, but I've got to make sure that we time it so that Pierre Gasly stays in the range of myself as well. So we try and make our way out onto the strip. Are we going to be within that 1 second zone? I think it's going to be super close. But of course, the DRS detection point isn't till a little bit further down the straight. I think we are inside the range, but I think Pierre might be just outside it then. Of course, we still want to make sure that we lock up this Constructors' Championship, but it has basically taken us the entirety of the first stint here to try and get inside the range of Oscar Piastri once again. I'm sure he was hoping once he checked out on lap 1 that he was just never going to see anybody else in this race, but I believe we're pitting the end of next lap. Mark, I'm sure, will scream at me right now.
Boxing this lap, give us the best in lap you can.
Yeah, after nearly 160 races in this series, I know roughly what Mark's thinking pretty much all of the time. So yeah, we're going to dive in now then. Will Oscar do the same? As all we've got yellows. That is a McLaren out of the Grand Prix, Lando Norris. So despite taking grid penalties this weekend, Lando Norris, our first casualty. Imagine if that had been George. If that had been George Russell, yeah, it would be pretty much dreams over this weekend. Like I said, even if Oscar won and George didn't score, he would still mathematically be in it. But yeah, would most likely be knocked out in Qatar next weekend. Big thing for me is I don't want Oscar to win.
Mate, Piastri's ahead of you. We don't want to let this hold us up too long, so do your best to get past and get on with the race.
Yeah, we're going to slightly check out them from Pierre Gasly at the moment, unless again I can try and time it out onto the back straight there. I'm just going to blend out the throttle slightly, just try and make sure that our teammate gets the DRS as well, which he just about will, I believe. So let's see if we can try and get a run then on Oscar Piastri here as we open up the DRS. ERS as well, 232 miles an hour there as Oscar Piastri going to try and give us a big old squeeze in towards the next corner. Oh, a little bit of a hop, skip and a jump there over the curbing. Will we see the Ferrari into the pit lane? Yes, we will. So this is going to be a battle into the pit lane entry between myself and our rival, and the pressure then is well and truly on. Oscar will get it slowed down. We will get it slowed down as well. No major errors from either of us there, as will George Russell also peel in. Yes, he will. So your top 3 in the World Championship all into the pits at the same time. Oh, I think has he been held? I think Oscar Piastri's been held, yes! Oh, that works fantastically for us. I think he just had a slow pit stop, but either way, that works out beautifully. And suddenly we go from, what, about a 3-4 second deficit early on to almost a 3-second advantage now. Oh, we've got yellows again. Oh, what's happened? Oh, who's gone?
deployed.
I think Charles Leclerc's been there. We've got a VSC and a red flag. That might work fantastically for us. That might work fantastically. Second red flag in a row. As I think, yeah, Charles Leclerc had gone for a spin, but of course that means, you know, Pierre Gasly and co would have gained a huge advantage from this. But I got no idea where we're going to be restarting. It also kind of screws over our race strategy.
So let's think very carefully about our strategy for the rest of this race.
I think mediums should get to the end quite comfortably. We're restarting on lap 14. So that's exactly what we're going to do. What position are we? We're P5. So Piastri even's been even more screwed. 5 red lights again. It's going to be lights out and away we go then. Logan Sargent not getting off to a particularly good getaway. But yeah, of course, that's helped those 3 in front. But obviously we managed to get through all of the red flag traffic. And Oscar Piastri didn't. So as we go around the outside there, Logan Sargent, of course, everybody else has been given a free pit stop in this race. But Pierre Gasly trying to break free off the restart. I think Oscar's already up to 7th, so he's doing a very good job as we are going to go 3 wide almost into the next corner. Logan Sargent there, happy that he didn't go to the inside of us, but Charles Leclerc very feisty now after that incident earlier on. But what a crazy turnaround then in this race. Oscar Piastri now suddenly down in P7, but luckily, yeah, our teammate leading. Oh, here we go, Charles Leclerc. How quick is that Mercedes in a straight line? Look at that thing! I thought he might go by me, but I didn't think he'd go by us that quick. Let's try and line up a move on Enzo Fittipaldi as well then. Not able to make that one happen. But yeah, now you can see Piastri 1.5 seconds back. Sargent as well struggling to stay in the DRS range here. So we might be able to try and get him out before the DRS has even been activated in this race. Don't know where the detection point is though. I think it's on the exit of turn 1 there as Leclerc really tried to give us a bit of a squeeze. I got no idea whether Logan even was able to keep the range, sorry, as Leclerc's actually missing some of his front wing. That might explain why he was so fast in a straight line, because of course whenever you got front wing damage on this game, the car is slightly quicker. Well, let's watch then as Charles Leclerc with the DRS. I'm sure he's going to absolutely cook down this straight once again. I mean, he might be able to get himself to the front. That front wing damage might genuinely have done him a favour here, as I cannot keep up with him. Look at that, using the battery, 230 miles an hour. We're still losing time to him. 234. I believe that is my record inside this game. No idea what that is in kph. I'm guessing it's got to be about 385-ish. But that is the fastest I've ever been inside F1 24. I reckon without a front wing, we could have done about 235, 236. No! Oh, Leclerc, man, honestly. What am I meant to do? Oh, right. Leclerc's almost binned it in the very next corner as well. What on earth is happening to the Monegasque man right now? But what am I meant to do? The AI, they're coded not to crash properly in those scenarios. So they lock up, go straight on, and then just stop right in front of you. Let's see now then. I said what we might be able to do with front wing damage in this Grand Prix. Now's the chance to put it to the test as we make our way out to the back straight once again. I'm sure Leclerc once more is going to be ridiculously fast in a straight line. Would he be able to try and utilise the DRS though as effectively as he did last time round? As here we go, 220, 225, 230, 235 miles an hour. And that pretty much sounded like VMAX. The fastest I've ever gone in any Formula 1 game was 240 back on F1 2016, but we are pushing the limits of what is possible inside F1 24. Well, I'm loving the fact as well as we get towards the end of this game. Théo Pourchaire now has just taken the lead of the Grand Prix. Enzo Fittipaldi as well fighting for the lead. I mean, look at that from Leclerc. Again pulling away from us. They're almost 4 wide for the lead of this race as Leclerc to the inside. What an attempt that is. I mean, this race is ridiculous. Las Vegas on this game is going out with a bang right now as Pourchaire, he's got no battery off the exit of the corner, so he's going to drop from the lead down to P4. But I love the fact that this late on, the AI now, we're starting to see some of the guys that started out in F2 on this game. You know, we've already seen Fittipaldi win. I would love to see Pourchaire win as well before the end of the season. But I just love the fact they can fight. Well, despite the ending at Interlagos last weekend, we've been spoiled to an absolutely ridiculous race, and this one might just be even crazier here. Charles Leclerc now, with losing some of his wing, I'm sure is going to try and make a move for the race lead here. Are we going to be able to try and get past Enzo Fittipaldi as well? There goes 235 again. And Leclerc, I mean, look how far ahead he is. That is ridiculous. Charles Leclerc up into the lead. We're now up at a P3. I might lose the DRS then to Gasly here, but I think he's struggling with battery management as well. But Leclerc, I mean, he's not going to win because of that 10-second time penalty, but he's run a 1 minute 30 in race trim. That is so stupid. I genuinely think Leclerc and Gasly have checked out now. I genuinely don't think we're going to be able to get back to him here unless Fittipaldi has got enough straight line speed to get back to them. I don't think Gasly can get to Leclerc. Charles Leclerc, by crashing, might genuinely win himself this race right now, which is so stupid to say. But I mean, look at that. Gasly cannot close in on him. Leclerc is actually pulling away in this race with 6 laps to go. We're just starting to go backwards at the moment for whatever reason. So clearly that front wing damage is costing us more than it is Charlie boy. Another 1 minute 30. He hasn't even got DRS. I felt like, I said earlier on in this race, that I've basically seen everything you possibly can in F1 24. This at the moment is like nothing else. Here we go. Again, try and have a look past Enzo Fittipaldi. I mean, that's so stupid, the speed. So stupid, the speed there is. Oh no! Enzo's just hit me. Damn it, man. That's going to give us more damage.
The underbody's incurred some slight damage, but nothing too serious at the moment. Just be careful.
Well, that might now affect our straight line speed here. As Leclerc is on 130.7. He might genuinely build up a 10-second margin over us by the end of this. Even with a huge slipstream, we went half a second slower than Charlie Boy here. We are definitely only battling for a podium right now, but he's broken Leclerc out of the DRS. Sorry, he's broken Gasly out of the DRS. What is this? Oh, we've got yellows. We've got yellows. Someone's breaking down. I've got no idea who it is. It's not Gasly in front, I don't believe. I think it's a car behind us. No, it is Pierre Gasly. No, our teammate now with a mechanical failure. What on earth is happening here? Is now Fittipaldi immediately going to try and send it down the inside, despite the fact there's yellow flags out? Are we losing another one as well? I've got no idea what's happening this late on in the day. I know we've definitely lost Gasly. I think it might only be him, though, that is going to be out of this one. As now Charles Leclerc, we've got a VSC. Why have we got a VSC? That seems a bit odd. Don't tell me it's another red flag. It's definitely only Pierre Gasly that's gone, which does huge damage to our Constructors' Championship. But Leclerc now might legitimately win this, because Pierre was the only one that was looking like he could stay within 10 seconds of him. As the VSC comes in then, we've suddenly now got a shot still to win this race. The gap to Leclerc about 6.5 seconds. He surely can't pull out 4 seconds on us unless we start battling. Fittipaldi's got front wing damage. Everybody is trying to get front wing damage in this race, so they have a better shot of winning it. This is just how broken F1 24 can be. What? Come on, Enzo. Is he trying to get Charles to win this race? What on earth is happening? I want to know, up and down this grid right now, just how many cars have got damage. Because it seems like Leclerc is the only one where he's gaining speed down the straights and not losing it through the corners as well there. Let's see, Porsche trying to get a run on me. We will instead turn that around and try and get a run on Fittipaldi yet again into the next braking zone there as well. Again, a little bit of contact. That's how we avoid any damage, but slap the wall on the exit. 2 laps to go with this race. Leclerc now, that gap is almost 8 seconds. So Porsche now trying to have a look down the inside, so this could be for his first Formula 1 victory, as he will fly past us into the next braking zone. Fittipaldi, he definitely seems to be struggling. He's ran wide. Fittipaldi now runs wide, and he's going to drop down the order, and suddenly getting a little bit nervous of the man behind us in this one, because that is Logan Sargent. Of course, I said at the start of this season, if Red Bull were to win a Grand Prix, I would buy Red Bull merch IRL in 2025. I mean, to be fair, at the moment, he's outside the range of Charles Leclerc, even with his penalty. But just over 1 lap to go then. And whatever happens now, I think this has got to be my favourite race we've ever had inside F1 24. So stupid. So dumb. but it's the kind of race you'd only ever get in this game, and sometimes that does make them just a little bit special as well. There, can we get a run back on Teo Porcher in towards the end of the strip? I don't know how many overtakes we've done down here today. Feels like every single lap we're either overtaking or getting overtaken here, but as we try and round the final few corners, Leclerc needed that gap up about 9 seconds. It is going to be at about 8.6 here as we get ready to start the last lap of the GP. This would be the most insane win I've ever seen if Leclerc can pull it off. Oscar Piastri now over to P5. I think Fittipaldi has bottled it a bit too late on in the day, but Teo Porcher might legitimately still win this one. You can see how much we're struggling to try and get the power down off of the corners. Here comes Teo. I can't really afford to fight him right now because we need to make sure that Leclerc doesn't pull away too much. And Teo Porcher back into P2, what is effectively the net lead of this Grand Prix. The gap to Leclerc now still is opening up 9.8 seconds. How on earth is he doing it? I am just lost for words. This has been the most ridiculous race I've ever seen inside this game. It looks like Porcher might be able to maintain the gap and keep it under the 10-second threshold to Charles Leclerc, but will we be able to just get a little bit closer to Teo Porcher to potentially steal what might be the win? It might not be, on the other hand. The gap 9.6 as we make our way out of this onto the strip one final time here. Leclerc, I mean, even using the battery, Leclerc is still pulling away from me, but we're going to get the run on Teo Porcher down in towards the final few corners. To the outside we will go. Plenty of straight line speed in this car, but it is going to be a drag race effectively against Leclerc up towards the finish line here. How much battery have we got? Will it be enough? Leclerc's going to win this one on the road. I am watching the gap though. It's still at 9.7 seconds, but it's not updating because he's already crossed the line. We have, I think, got it.
They have passed the neon lights all the way to the checkered flag. They're heading to the top step of the podium.
A great team victory today. That's the important bit here. On home soil, the drivers delivered, the team delivered as well, and to do that in front of their home support really means a lot to them.
Haas are no doubt happy with today's performance, having secured the win this weekend. And our drivers are making their way out for the podium celebrations as we speak.
Well, after we were denied victory last season here, I think just to claim it in the dumbest way possible, I'm pretty happy with at the end of the GP there. Charles Leclerc with a 10-second penalty. One of the most dominant drives we've ever seen on this game, and he doesn't walk away with the dub. I think that just goes to show you how crazy F1 24 can be. When this game is fun, it can be really fun. It can also be really stupid, and I mean, that's probably a great example of how stupid it is. Fred Vesti in a Sauber has scored points as well there. Teo Porcher 7/10 away from his first ever Formula 1 victory. Beats out Oscar Piastri there. Sargent ahead of Iwasa, Sonoda Alonso, and like I said, Fred Vesti in 9th ahead of Enzo Fittipaldi there. Hamilton misses out, Russell misses out as well. So like I said, that is pretty much his World Championship hopes done and dusted there. Pierre Gasly, Lando Norris, your two drivers that failed to see the checkered flag. What does that do to our championship? Well, it means we have a 2-point buffer ahead of Piastri now with 2 race weekends left to go. So yeah, if the season was finishing in Vegas like it did last year, that run towards the line would have been critical yet again in deciding your world champion. Charles Leclerc looking pretty safe now in P3 with that victory. I mean, no, he is out of it, isn't he, mathematically? 60 points up for grabs. Leclerc, unfortunately, yeah, had he won that race, he would have kept himself in the fight, wouldn't he? Because, no, he wouldn't, because the gap would have still been 61 no, it would have been 59. He would have been in the, with a shot still at the World Championship mathematically there, so that would have been quite funny if he'd achieved that. Pierre and Norris still in 5th and 6th. Alonso still ahead of Fittipaldi, Hamilton, and Teo Porcher might still break 100 points by the end of the year, which would be fantastic to see for him. Fred Vesti, 2 points on the board, just leave Stroll and Zhou. Arguably them and Sargent, the 3 weakest drivers inside this game. Haas, we have a 58-point lead in the Constructors. That could be wrapped up next weekend, but with so many mechanical failures recently, it is not done until the checkered flag in Abu Dhabi. Thank you all so much for watching. If you have enjoyed, please do make sure you leave a like, get yourself subscribed. That is the craziest and dumbest race I've ever had in F1 24. Let's hope Qatar is even crazier. Hello everyone and welcome back to a brand new video and welcome to the penultimate race of our F1 24 Haas Driver Career Mode. Yes, we're back this weekend here for the final sprint of the year. We're back in the sail for the Qatar Grand Prix. Of course, if you missed out on the video that went live a few days ago from Vegas, I would highly recommend going back and checking it out. It was one of, if not the weirdest race I've ever had inside F1 24. Charles Leclerc narrowly lost out on victory to ourselves come the checkered flag, despite the fact that with front wing damage, he was a second a lap faster than anybody else last weekend. We came through though for the dub, and that means with just 2 rounds to go, there are just 2 points in it between ourselves and Oscar Piastri. George Russell still currently mathematically has a shot at the World Championship, 41 points back at this stage of the season. But yeah, he basically needs a miracle this weekend if he wants to drag the title fight out to our season finale in Abu Dhabi. Of course, if you're new, please do make sure you leave a like, get yourself subscribed to the channel. This is also a big weekend for Haas because we could wrap up the Constructors' Championship as well, as long as we lose less than like 17 points, I think, to McLaren here. So we just want to try and have a good weekend between ourselves and Pierre. Make sure we tick that box off so we've only got the driver's title to focus on when we make it to Abu Dhabi. Of course, as well, if you want to help support us just a little bit more, you can click that join button down below for just £1 a month. You get early access to all of the videos, as well as a few other little perks as well. And of course, with F1 25 content not too far away now, you'll be able to enjoy all those perks into the new game. But yeah, 2 races, 2 points in it. We really could end up in a title fight just as close as we did last season. But yeah, let's head then here to Qatar. I love this venue.
Today is all about the rhythm, all about the flow, because it's qualifying in Qatar. We're under the floodlights for a high-speed test that will set the grid for tomorrow. Wherever you are in the world, you're very welcome.
Well, I'll be honest, for the first time ever here in Qatar, I've really struggled to find the balance with the car this weekend. It's just about how much you can get away with, how much you want to lean on the rear end of the vehicle, and well, yeah, so far I just don't quite feel like I've found that balance around this circuit. But as we head into qualifying, the temperature drops, the car does become a little bit more forgiving, so hopefully we can try and get a good time on the board. Of course, Oscar Piastri, he has been fantastic over 1 lap pace throughout the entirety of this campaign. I don't expect that to change at all this weekend. I'm recording this video, a little fun fact for you, just after the Bahrain Grand Prix, which Oscar absolutely dominated. Of course, this video probably won't be going live for about a month afterwards. Just again, the nature of how I've been trying to get ahead on videos for the channel in recent weeks and months. But yeah, let's just see though, can we try and cement a pole position here? We've had quite a few of them actually inside this game. It's not the AI's strongest track for 1 lap pace. I think you could certainly argue there, as I think Charles Leclerc currently running up in P2 then as we navigate our way in through this final sector, completely flat out through all of these corners in qualifying there, including the last flick back to the left-hand side. 1 more corner to go, as long as we don't do anything stupid. This should be pole position then as we get the power down on the run back towards the start-finish line. I think that is going to be a dominant pole position, a 1:19.2. Well, there we go, pole by half a second here. That might be the biggest qualifying margin we've seen all year. Behind us, everybody else still fairly bunched up. Russell will line up alongside me on the front row, just ahead of Leclerc and Fernando Alonso. Both Aston Martins inside the top 5. Oscar Piastri, though, a disappointing effort for the sprint race here, slower than his teammate Enzo Fittipaldi, but they're both ahead of our teammate here, so again, McLaren have an opportunity to keep the Constructors' fight going. Well, lining up on pole position then, ready for the 10 laps here of Saturday night's sprint race. going to be a very, very fast-paced one. And you know what? We're going to gamble it. We're going to try a set of these soft compound tyres ready for this one. So maybe it's a gamble that might not kind of work for us. But I'm kind of feeling that if we can keep an extra couple of sets of mediums ready for the race, that could be rather useful as well here. So ignore the pit stop. We're not going to be making that as we make our way through this one then. But yeah, I just want to get on with it. We need to try and build up a little bit of a buffer ahead of Oscar Piastri this weekend if we can. 5 red lights here on the grid. And it's going to be lights out, and away we go then off to a fairly wheel spinny getaway. Be Alonso actually gets the best run down towards turn 1, straight down the middle from P3 on the grid there, as we will try and hook it up the long way around the outside. Fernando Alonso will say absolutely not though, and slam the door shut through turn 2 as Russell just behind us will try. I think there was a little bit of contact actually between myself and George off those first couple of corners. Oh, Alonso definitely not with the same amount of grip on those mediums as we have on our soft compound tyres. We'll just show the nose in towards the next corner. But again, the Spaniard's pretty unflappable, isn't he? Especially, you know, you're not going to be able to pull kind of the cheap tricks on a man with over 400 Grand Prix starts in the world of Formula 1 there. But you can see Russell and Porsche, though, following not too far behind. Yeah, quite surprised this weekend that this venue really does seem to be suiting Aston Martin. At least over 1 lap pace then as we try and close in towards the S's there. We'll quite be able to have a look down the inside through the first part. That pretty much means you have to follow line astern through the rest of it there, as Gasly seems to be struggling a little bit further back, unable to keep up with both of the Ferrari cars there, as again we'll just try and force Alonso defensive in towards that final corner. Will Russell be able to get a run at the final turn then, as we have just about survived lap 1.
When you're within 1 second of the car ahead
Come on. Oh, Alonso, he shows the door. We will just try and brake slightly later in towards turn 1, and I got no idea why the Spaniard gave that up. He could have easily covered the inside line, but I think he wanted to move back to the apex, and then kind of got a bit spooked. Well, it looks like Oscar Piastri then has found his way around Lando and Charles as well, so now he's going to go in hot pursuit of your top 5 cars there. Big breakaway at the moment. I mean, yeah, we're still able to take all of these corners completely flat. The tyre wear is definitely not enjoying it there. 40% on that left-hand side tyre, and I'm already getting a little bit nervous that maybe we're going to puncture in this race. There we go. Oh, it's not even Leclerc, it's the other Mercedes. I think Hamilton might be our first retirement of the afternoon then. So we always talk about Mercedes' bad luck here inside this game. Hamilton out of the sprint as Alonso, his old 2070 mate, will suddenly take the lead. Well, the problem I've got at the moment is, yes, the DRS is very powerful, but of course the dirty air is even worse as you try and make your way through the corners. There, of course, can't do anything down to the final turn. Not that I'd be able to anyway, but I actually think I want to be ahead of Fernando Alonso here, as we've got a little bit of a swapper on out of that final corner. And we get the power down back in towards turn 1 to the inside of Fernando will go. There's Lando Norris now, new fastest lap of the day. Fernando tries to go late on the brakes there, hook it up around the outside, but back into prime position. 2 laps to go then here, and although this might not be looking great for us at the moment, at least we've learned that we definitely don't want to use the soft compound tyre as we head into the race. You just cannot manage the temperature in them. But at least we know the medium should be okay then, as here comes Alonso once again. This time around having a look to the inside there, and I just didn't know if he was going to commit or not. Or try and go the long way around. Make sure we give him the room as we make our way in towards turn 2. We've got to just try and barrel him out as best as we can. Alonso, though, will not be dissuaded. To the inside, wheel to wheel. Up in towards turn 3 and turn 4 there. Can we find the grip the long way around? We're able to brake later there, but our kind of angle of attack is certainly compromised. We're still side by side as we make our way in towards the hairpin. Really difficult to get the power down on the inside line there, as Alonso again will get the run off the corner there, but we'll try and hook it up the long way around. Again, notice throughout none of that have we banged wheels there. 2 drivers giving each other racing respect, but Alonso will back out of it this time round and potentially set himself up for a final lap attack here, as we'll try and get the run up in towards the final few corners of lap 9 there. Alonso thought about it. Whether that was just a film of mirrors, whether that was just play games, I don't really know at this stage, but it's allowed Oscar Piastri and Lando Norris into the fight as well then, as us two just bunching each other up here But the big question remains, will this tyre hang on with one more lap to go then of the sprint race here? It is do or die. This could have championship ramifications by the time we get out to Abu Dhabi next weekend, as here comes Alonso again. Didn't quite defend early enough, so I have to try and force him to the inside there. Can we go late on the brakes around the outside of the Spaniard? See, bangs wheels again. This time around the gloves are off as we will try and return the favour on Alonso. Kind of felt he had to jump out the way on the exit of the corner. A carbon copy now of the last lap as we go wheel to wheel up into towards turn 4 and turn 5. But Fernando Alonso that time around gets the power down. We've got to try and look down the inside. We've got to try and hang there with him as we lock up that already very, very worn out tyre at the moment as we make our way up towards the next hairpin. Alonso just about gets the car fully in front there, and we'll have to try and get the power down on the exit. I mean, Aston Martin could be on for a 1-2 in this sprint race as Théo Pourchaire now moves up into P3. But as we launch the car over the curbing, trying to take all the possible risk we can on this last lap. Can we get a run up in towards the final few corners? No, we can. You just see there, almost pushing him along. Had to just nudge the brake to make sure that we didn't damage the front wing in towards those final few corners. We've got 2 more corners to go, and look at the run we've got hanging it to the inside of Alonso. Will go. Oh, he gives us a big old squeeze. He jumps out of the way, but he might just get the power down. It's going to be a drag race back to the line. Who's going to take it? Fernando. Well, there we go then. Fernando Alonso takes sprint race victory here by just 24 thousandths of a second. That has got to be one of the closest finishes I've had inside this game there. Théo Pourchaire in the second Aston Martin, 2/10 off the win, will only come through for P3, just ahead of Russell. Fittipaldi beats out Oscar Piastri, so I don't know whether there'll be questions raised down at Ferrari, because every point counts at this stage of the campaign. Lando Norris in 7th, Charles Leclerc in 8th, and Pierre Gasly down in P9, just ahead of Logan Sargent. That now means, with the main event ahead of us, we've got a 6-point lead over Oscar. Russell, he needs to win this, and he needs to hope that I come, I think, 7th or lower to keep his championship hopes alive. Constructors-wise, Haas, again, we've got one hand on the trophy. We need to make sure that McLaren don't outscore us by 14 points here. Basically, the way this is going to work is either McLaren and George have a chance going into Abu Dhabi, or it is all basically going to be over for the pair of them. Well, to hopefully try and combat some of the tyre wear that we suffered in the sprint race, we have opted just to up the pressures just a little bit more as we head into this main event. I just want to give myself options as we make our way through the rest of the event here. But apart from that, the setup remaining unchanged on this Haas car. So let's just try and see if we can claim another pole position there. A little bit wide through turn 1. And again, not quite meeting the apex through turn 2. But it is all about the hookup on the exit of the corner, getting that power down and able just to roll off with some speed. Of course, it's all about fluid motion as well. This circuit, obviously based around motorbikes and things like that, so a lot of the corners are long and flowing. You want to just turn in once, get on the brakes once, get on the throttle once around this lap. Smoothness is absolutely everything there, and that is not smooth as we get a bit of a wobble on out of that hairpin. So Russell now fastest on the board at the moment as we will try and carry the speed off the next corner up in towards this final sector of the lap. They see that McLaren looking very, very racy at the moment. Russell has done it before here, but it is even more do or die for him at the moment here as in towards the final few corners we will go. Again, just try and leave the car completely flat out through that penultimate turn. Will it be Russell? Will it be ourselves able to claim pole position here as we try and get the power down out of the final turn? I think it is going to be Russell. No, it is not. We are going to snatch it on the run to the line. Well, there we go. The sprint race was pretty close there. 24 thousandths of a second. The real qualifying session, a bigger gap. 34 thousandths of a second. Oscar Piastri will line up in P3. They're ahead of Alonso and Pourchaire once again. So Aston Martin really are looking to be a thorn in a lot of people's side right now. But the top 3 in the World Championship, your top 3 ready on the grid? Let's do this thing.
3.3 miles, 16 turns with a single DRS zone at the exit of turn 16. It is a fast and flowing track with plenty of overtaking expected through the DRS zone down into turn 1. Before we begin, let's take a quick look at the grid lineup for today's race. Firestarter lines up on pole position. And starting next to them is George Russell. As we continue through the rest of the grid today, we have Oscar Piastri, Fernando Alonso, Teo Porcher, Norris, Leclerc, Fittipaldi, Gasly, Sargent, Perez, Ocon, Tsunoda, Ricciardo, Stroll, Behrman, Vesti, Joe, Iwasa, and Lewis Hamilton rounds off the grid. That's it then, it's time to go racing as we head down trackside for today's race.
Here we are then, on the grid for the penultimate time ever inside F1 24, at least in this series. If you guys are interested, my Salvaging Sauber career mode has still got a few episodes left over on Mat 2 and 2 gameplay, but Hamilton and Iwasa, both are grid penalties here, but luckily, yeah, none of the championship protagonists are going to get dogged by penalties, at least this weekend, so it is just going to be a straight up fight between all three of us here. I'm going to put a couple of spare laps of fuel in the car. We did seem to burn through a lot of it throughout the sprint race. But yeah, Russell and Piastri right alongside me. The pressure is going to be real. 2 races left of this World Championship. It is anybody's still to claim. 5 red lights. And it's going to be lights out. And away we go. They're getting off to a better start than we did yesterday. But again, Russell on our inside there looks to do a slightly better job in towards turn 1. And Oscar Piastri will try and follow him through in towards that first corner. A little bit late on the brakes there as well. Russell, I think, wanted to slam us out. I thought he was going to actually get the run through turn 1 and turn 2 there. And again, we'll try and get around the outsides through turn 3. We did this quite a lot with Fernando Alonso yesterday, but with heavy fuel on board the car, I don't expect it to last as long this time around there, as Oscar Piastri now has a bit of a dive to the inside as well. But of course, everybody else has got a little bit of knowledge, a little bit of know-how about how the medium tyres will feel after the sprint race. I'm completely in the dark as we head into the main event here, but the goal is going to be take these mediums sort of 13-14 laps and then try and take a set of a hard compound tyre to the end of the GP. The team didn't actually believe a 2-stop was much slower around this venue, so it'll be interesting to see whether that works out. But I think the big goal tonight is if we can beat Oscar and head to Abu Dhabi with a 7-point margin at the top of the table. Of course, it will mean whatever he does, we just have to finish directly behind him in that season finale. Of course, the gap's 6 as we head into this one, but if it was to finish like this, that gap would be 9 points, which would be fantastic. Despite Russell winning, he would be out of World Championship contention there. Let's see what we can do back into towards turn 1. Can we get just a little bit closer to McLaren, or we'll go defensive late on? Beautifully timed to cover off the kind of attempted move. Well, the one thing I really, really hate when you get to this late stage of a season, and the World Championship fight is still on, is just knowing there's an element here of RNG inside the game that could decide it for us. Of course, if we or Oscar Piastri has a mechanical failure, that could be World Championship done and dusted. Of course, fun fact, it was actually my very last race on F1 23 when we had a mechanical failure whilst trying to battle Lando Norris for the world title, and that ultimately cost us any chance to fight for it when all was said and done. And of course, obviously, if you guys watched the My Team career mode we did on F1 24 as well, you might remember, yeah, we had about 4 mechanical failures in the last 6 Grand Prix, but we built up such a lead at the top of the World Championship, it made no difference. Oscar Piastri, though, following me past George Russell down at turn 1, but those two having a real squabble. Whilst I'm waffling on, we've now got a 1.5 second lead. And there we go. Russell, Oscar Piastri, and I think we're going to see, Pierre Gasly in as well. So Leclerc now out in P2, just ahead of Norris and Fittipaldi here. But of course, yeah, the great thing is with Pierre pitting this lap, last lap even, we can afford to box this lap then in the Grand Prix. Only thing I'm looking at is we're about to complete that objective, so I might just stay out and finish that. But it'll depend on how quickly those guys behind are closing in. But I think we're going to dive in the end of this lap then, because it appears once again we've lost Mark inside this game. No, we can't do anything. Mark has decided to check out for the rest of the evening here. Clearly he feels we've got such a dominant lead that we don't need him alongside us for the rest of the afternoon. As into the pit lane we'll go. No risk taken at all. I will happily throw away a second or two there to make sure that we don't lose and, get a penalty and things like that. But 14 laps remaining then as Russell and Oscar Piastri just have not been able to kind of get near us throughout a lot of this race so far. No idea why the team didn't want the car to go there. That was a little bit weird. Just held us a bit longer I was hoping for there. But Russell making his way out of the final corner then as he crosses over the start-finish line. We're going to just try to avoid wheel spin on the cold tyres as we make our way back out into the circuit. Definitely has taken a bit of time out of us here. That gap now under 2 seconds. But yeah, we just want to try and get temperature in these tyres. You can just see on this outlap, really struggling to do so. I think Russell is making sure he gives it everything on this lap to try and get inside that DRS range of myself, and I think he's going to do so. Really struggling to get these tyres up to temperature on this outlap. Of course, you know, we are in the desert, but see, last season Qatar hosted in December, so track temp wasn't anywhere near as ridiculous as it was back in 2023. But suddenly, yeah, that slightly longer first stint. Whoa, and just goes to show how much we're struggling with those tyres. They're lucky not to kind of crash out of the Grand Prix there. Kept it out of the barrier, but we'll lose the lead. We'll almost lose the podium place there. Look at that, Lando Norris down the inside. Where did he come from down at turn 1? I just knew he was going to squeeze me out there, so he'll go through. Charles Leclerc might go through as well then, but it wouldn't be a Mat 2-2 race without a Mat 2-2 bottle. Come on, we need to try and push on. Right, come on then, let's see if Leclerc can get a run on Lando Norris then. We have really struggled with these hard compound tyres there, as here goes Leclerc to the outside of Lando Norris back towards turn 1. There's a battle for the lead going on as well between Oscar Piastri and George Russell, so this is really important for us. We need to look after our tyres whilst these guys are all battling. We've got the freshest rubber in the entire field here. As look at this, Leclerc and Norris, they are putting on a show right now. Wheel to wheel up into towards turn 4. Can we get involved with? There's just no way in. So a little bit of wheel bagging with my former rival in Charles. Just so I get past him in towards the hairpin there. But of course, so much history between us two on this game. I really did not want it to end up badly for us there. We've not really been in the DRS of anybody else pretty much throughout the entirety of this weekend. It has been a really, really odd one here in Qatar, but we have spent most of the racing laps in P1 there as well, just nudging that bump through the final corner. But surely Lando is going to be a sitting duck back in towards turn 1. Russell needs him to hold us up, but he's unable to there, and Oscar Piastri reclaiming the lead of the Grand Prix as well. Does really look like, unless we have, you know, a mechanical failure or a big incident between now and the end of the afternoon, Russell with 10 laps to go here might be kissing goodbye his hopes at a first world title yet again. Well, I think Oscar Piastri has just been waiting in the wings over the last couple of laps, charging up his battery so he can try and line up a groove on George Russell, but of course without any information from the team. We are a little bit lost at this stage of the afternoon about what is going on with all of our rivals here, as you just see again, almost pushing Oscar through that final corner. Will he be able to get the run on Russell though this time round? I'm going to try and be the new Oscar Piastri in this scenario. Let the others swabble and see what happens there. As to the inside of Russell, he'll go in towards turn 1. Who will come out on top in this scenario yet again? Russell, hangs it around the outside there. Very, very brave as well again. Just see, these hard tyres are really odd. They kind of got grip, they've got grip, and then they absolutely slip off there. There's just nothing you can do. Somehow, again, able to catch the slide, but again, it leaves us on the back foot. Well, with Oscar's little error, though, that might give George Russell the window he needs to try and pull away. 5 laps to go then. The gap now about 1.2 seconds here, as is Oscar Piastri maybe just starting to struggle. Has spent a lot of this race in the dirty air of his rivals, and now we're going to try and look to the outside, back in towards turn 1. So we'll get around the outside of Oscar then, and we will try and get back in the range of George, which we will. So Oscar, very strategic there, didn't bother fighting it. He knows with the slingshot that we can get us both back in the range. Well, I think Oscar might have issues here late on in the day. This could be really defining, but he's completely fallen back into the clutches of Lando Norris here. So I think, yeah, Oscar Piastri is just starting to struggle. Maybe there was a bit of front wing damage between him battling with George Russell, but I don't think I saw anything. As down the inside and finally back into the lead of this Grand Prix. Oscar, he has definitely got problems in that Ferrari. Lando Norris might be able to move past him, and we have a huge opportunity to build up a little buffer Of course, if we can win this race, pick up the full 26 points, we will have a healthy little margin as we head to Abu Dhabi. Well, I'm trying to do the calculations in my head, but I'm pretty certain now, with just it being a two-horse race between myself and George Russell, if we win, I believe we have wrapped up the Constructors' Championship. If Russell wins, I believe McLaren will drag that fight out to Abu Dhabi, because Lando Norris is running in P3 here, so Russell, yeah, even if he gets the jump on me, he will not stay in the World Drivers' Championship fight. And admittedly, even then, McLaren would still need a miracle as we head into Abu Dhabi as well. They basically need a 1-2, with Haas not scoring any points here. But Russell to the inside, back in towards turn 1 there. Again, another decisive move, and again, we just get a little snap of oversteer there. Somehow, once again, we're able to just about keep the car out of the barriers, but you just seem to get over that threshold. And the grip absolutely falls away there. We destroyed one of the braking markers for turn 2 there, but that's a small price to pay at this stage of the afternoon. And Russell, he obviously took that victory from us a couple of years ago here. He's not going to do the same tonight, is he, again, here in Qatar? We might well have already won our last race inside this series last weekend in Vegas. You should always celebrate every victory like it's your last in Formula 1, because you never know, there will always be your last win, and you just never quite know when that is going to happen. But yeah, Russell, as he winds his way in towards those final few corners here, purple through the middle sector, so clearly there is still some grip on these hard compound tyres there. Oscar Piastri, he could end up finishing P5 in this race, as he might almost be about to lose the DRS to Lando Norris as well then. One more lap to go, and we saw a brilliant battle for sprint race victory yesterday. We were the bridesmaid there against Fernando Alonso. Will it be the same tonight as we try and close in on George in towards turn 1? The McLaren man will swing defensive, that's okay. We'll try the outside line there. A little bit later on the brakes for George though. But can we get the power down through turn 2? Not quite able to put alongside there. So we'll try and get the power again through turn 3. And up the hill in towards turn 4. To the inside. No. Definitely not a corner where you can really look for moves. Unless you're fully alongside the car in front. You can see Russell. He doesn't want to take any risk through those corners. He just wants to keep that car planted. Do the job he needs to. And trying not to make a mistake here. We are desperately doing everything we can to try and force a mistake out of the McLaren. Two absolutely crazy finishes here in Qatar there, as to the inside. Oh, thought about it, but again just not got the confidence on the brakes there. Russell later, and we'll swoop around the outside. Will we potentially go wheel to wheel in towards the final few corners? Russell's hit us, just completely moved across me there, and so lucky that we're not out of the Grand Prix. A tiny bit of damage on the front wing there, but I thought he would probably give us room. Russell absolutely will not. He will hang on. A controversial end, but it keeps McLaren, I believe, in the Constructors. P2 in both the sprint and the race. That is heartbreaking.
The British driver will look up and see the checkered flag first. George Russell takes the checkered flag.
Well, they showed true grit out there today, not to be outdone by the rough circumstances. Many points that came their way today. A job well done, not the easiest of days, but they walk away with a race victory.
Our winning drivers are on their way to the podium right now. It's been a fantastic race for McLaren, that's for sure, and no doubt they'll be celebrating tonight.
Well, you can't deny how committed George Russell is late on in the day there. Admittedly, yeah, we were a bit optimistic thinking he'd give us some room, but quite surprised that he slammed the door as aggressively as he did. And, well, we lost both races by a combined 5.5 tenths this weekend. That is pretty disappointing there. An all-British 1-2-3, though, as we ended up in a McLaren sandwich. Oscar Piastri in 4th ahead of Leclerc. Perez ahead of Fittipaldi, with Gasly, Pourchaire, and Logan Sargent rounding out your top 10 in the main event. You can see it was just Ocon and Alonso that failed to see the checkered flag. But what does that do to our championship standings? Well, like I said, George Russell is out of it. All we need in Abu Dhabi is a podium. Doesn't matter where Oscar Piastri finishes, we've got a 13-point buffer as we head into the finale. We just need a podium, and there is nothing he can do about it. Russell, 37 back. It has been a valiant effort all year, but unfortunately not quite enough to keep himself in the fight there. Still ahead of Leclerc and Pierre Gasly. Lando Norris now just 4 points back behind our teammate, just ahead of Alonso and Enzo Fittipaldi as well, with Hamilton still ahead of Pourchaire. I would love to see scrape 100 points by the end of the year. Both Red Bulls, both V-Carbs still just a little bit further behind, ahead of both Alpines as well. Constructors-wise, though, 41 the gap. So McLaren do technically head to Abu Dhabi with a shot at that championship. But I'm pretty certain now, mathematically, Haas have either won the Constructors or the Drivers' Championship, because, of course, Oscar Piastri needs to outscore us by a certain amount of points as well. So McLaren, yeah, would need a 1-2 in that final race of the season as well there. Ferrari still in P3 ahead of Mercedes and Aston Martin. Red Bull in a distant 6th place, so ahead of V-Carb, Alpine and Williams. Thank you all so much for watching, though. One final race on this game, both World Championships we are within grasping distance of. Let's head to Abu Dhabi and let's come back a world champion. Hello everyone and welcome back to a brand new video, and welcome to the finale of our F1 24 Haas Driver Career Mode. Yes, we're back here after 23 races. It all comes down to this here in Abu Dhabi. Of course, if you missed out on the last video from Qatar, I would highly recommend going back and checking it out. But it's pretty simple. Today, we can either become a 3-time Formula 1 World Champion inside F1 24, or Oscar Piastri can claim his second back-to-back championship with Ferrari there. We have a 13-point lead as we head into this weekend, so as long as we pick up a trophy, it's done. It's over. Oscar Piastri can't do anything about it. We could even technically finish P4 if he won, with neither of us claiming fastest lap, because I believe we have more wins on countback. Oscar has 4 so far this year. We have 7 wins in this campaign, or 8 wins even, that might be. Yeah, 8 wins, sorry, to Oscar's 4 so far this year. So that gives us something a little bit extra helpful. Of course, last year, Oscar obviously won the World Championship on countback by having more wins than myself. Of course, over the course of the campaign, he had 4 wins to my 3 in Season 6. So, yeah, I'm really hoping that we can rewrite the wrongs of the last campaign here. Of course, McLaren as well, they need a 1-2 this weekend if they want to try and wrap up the Constructors' Championship as well. We could theoretically lose both world titles if we fail to score more than 2 points as a team. McLaren back to 1-2 and Oscar Piastri finished 3rd, but more than likely we're at least going to wrap up one of the world titles here today. Of course, a massive thank you to everybody for all the support throughout F1 24. It's been a rather topsy-turvy game, but I think on the whole, there's been some very, very enjoyable moments from this game as well. And of course, yeah, looking forward to F1 25 coming out very, very soon as well. Get yourself subscribed if you're new. We're still trying to hit 140,000 subs. And also, if you want to help support us just a little bit more, click that join button. You'll get early access to all the videos, as well as a few other little perks and bits and pieces as well. But yeah, without further ado then, let's head here to Abu Dhabi, and hopefully we can come back a world champion.
Welcome to qualifying. It is time to have some laps at the limit in Abu Dhabi.
Well, I'm sure when F1 25 releases, we will go back to a normal qualifying format for quite a while. But yeah, I must admit, the one-shot qualifyings we've done in F1 24, I think have worked quite well in the end. They've kind of made a lot of races a bit more interesting, at least at the start. And, you know, you could argue probably have affected the World Championship in many, many ways over the course of this season. But this weekend, though, I'm not convinced about this Haas car, I'll be honest. It doesn't feel fantastic, at least in free practice. But of course, as the sun goes down, the temperature drops, the grip level rises. Hopefully this thing is going to come alive there as Oscar Piastri. He just needs to try and dominate this weekend. He knows that we are, you know, the one in control right now. So, oh, that's not good though. Not in control on the brakes down in towards the hairpin. And that will immediately leave us on the back foot there. We drop from 2nd down to 19th place through that chicane on the live timing there. So that was very disappointing. As we make our way then up in towards Sector 3, we're going to try and be really, really brave on the entry to the hairpin. Try and get on that throttle as early as we can. And it looks like we've recovered a lot of those places pretty quickly. So unless we're starting towards the front, that's all I'm really interested in around this venue. So we try and throw the car under the hotel. Tried to run a fair bit of downforce here, so we got a bit more stability through that final sector, and it does seem to be working for us. One more corner to go then, absolutely send it through. We've recovered very, very well. We will line up 3rd here. That's all we need. Well, there we go. Despite the error down at the end of Sector 2, we still ended up less than a 10th away from Oscar Piastri in P1 there. So this car, I think, might have a little bit more pace than I gave it credit for. Charles Leclerc in 5th, just ahead of Pierre Gasly. Enzo Fittipaldi down in P7. Let's not forget, even if McLaren bag a 1-2, all we need is a 9th place finish here, and we will still wrap up the Constructors. That would also, therefore, be enough to wrap up the Drivers' title as well. But I don't think McLaren are going to get a 1-2. The big thing I'm scared about is a mechanical failure. I pray to the Formula 1 gods that that doesn't happen.
Welcome to the Yas Marina circuit for the finale of another thrilling Formula 1 season. It's been a breathtaking year, and we end it at a track that has been the scene of many glories and heartbreaks over its history. It's time to end the season in style. It's time for the Abu Dhabi Grand Prix. The Yas Marina circuit is made up of 3.4 miles of track, featuring 21 corners with 2 very long straights. DRS zones going into the heavy braking zones of both Turn 8 and Turn 11 offer plenty of potential for overtaking. The circuit comes with its fair share of tricky corners as well, in particular turns 15, 16 and 17, which will certainly test a driver's braking management. It's time to take a look at our starting grid for today's race. Oscar Piastri lines up on pole position, edging out Lando Norris, who'll start from P2. Looking at the rest of today's grid, we have Firestarter, Russell, Leclerc, Gasly, Fittipaldi, Teo Porcher, Sargent, Perez, Iwasa, Tsunoda, Ricciardo, Behrman, Vesti, Stroll, Ocon, Fernando Alonso, Joe, and Lewis Hamilton rounds off the grid. And with preparations almost complete, let's head down to the track.
Right, this championship is still alive and there's still a chance we can win it. So get out there and bring the title home. Come on!
Well, we love that little bit of extra enthusiasm from Mark at the start of this GP, but luckily again, doesn't look like grid penalties are going to screw it up any of your top runners, so we will stay in P3 for the start of this one. Lando Norris between your 2 championship protagonists. 5 red lights here on the grid. And it's going to be lights out, and away we go for the final race of the year there as Lando Norris initially got off to a very good start, but will immediately tuck back in behind Oscar Piastri. We will try and have a look around the outside of the McLaren man in towards Sermon. Not quite able to find the grip there as Logan Sargent up into P5 straight off the start. So a very, very good start for the American as down in towards the hairpin. Whoa! Lando actually braking earlier than I was expecting there. We'll try to avoid him and Oscar Piastri through that corner. And once again, like we've seen Oscar do so many times before, he'll just try and immediately break away at the front of the order as Lando Norris coming back at me. Both McLarens coming back at me. Was reminiscent of that Season 5 championship decider, wasn't it, here between myself and both of their cars. Oh, we're 3 wide. And we do actually get a little bit caught out over the curbing there, having to try and avoid damage early on as best as possible. And, well, that has worked out fantastically for Oscar Piastri there. Logan Sargent now trying to look around the outside. We'll try and keep the car to the inside of him. But, of course, all these guys know we have got so much to lose and very little to gain in this race early on. So we have definitely got to try and stay out of trouble as well there as McLaren now lining up in formation behind, of course, McLaren's former driver inside this game. So many times in this series where McLaren offered us a good contract and things like that. After we went to Ferrari, after we went to Mercedes again, they were interested in our services, but I think obviously once I won that title with Ferrari, you know, I wanted to try and change it up a bit. I genuinely, even to this day, was never expecting to win that first season with Mercedes. It was a season of who will make the least mistakes. And we absolutely were able to maximise that car on most weekends, as well as a little bit of a luck in a few places as well. But I knew as soon as we'd done that, I wanted to try and go back to Haas. You know, the only team that I'd raced with on this game that I hadn't won a championship with. And maybe tonight can finally be that night there, as Russell goes around the outside of Lando Norris there. A little bit of squabbling between the two McLaren cars. I think there was a bit of dust and dirt getting kicked up from behind him there, as Lando immediately will try and return the favour back around the outside of George Russell in towards the hairpin. And those two then exactly as they started this lap as well. But if things would end right now, Oscar Piastri would actually be world champion, courtesy of his fastest lap. Here we go again. Russell and Norris, they're clearly putting on a show early on tonight. They are definitely slowing each other down in the process there, as we just keep locking up that inside wheel in towards first part of chicane there, and it's really upsetting the balance of the car on the exit. But now we might be able to get a mega run on both McLaren drivers. Their gap opens up, as I think Russell and Norris too worried about each other there, as Norris around the outside will swoop past both of us as we went 3 wide into that corner. That was a very, very brave move by the McLaren to have the confidence to know that we were not going to be kind of out-braking ourselves on the way in. But now we are back into championship winning position. Well, of course, I'm not really too worried about Pierre Gasly's race tonight. Constructors' Championship is all but assured to us, so we are just going to pit whatever Oscar Piastri does. If he stays out, we will stay out. As soon as he opts to box, that is going to be when we make the call there. As trying to get a run around the outside of Lando Norris yet again. Problem is, though, we cannot outbrake him into this corner there, and you just see the AI. Oh, come on. Really just trip over each other there, as I think we both kind of did a bit of a you first, no you first, through the corner, and immediately Oscar Piastri will just get a few tenths of a second back in the pocket. Said it is just small margins, but they really do add up. This game, more than I think any other we've ever had in the F1 franchise, is all down to small margins. Ultimately, it has made it quite boring on occasion. It's definitely something I hope they've reworked for F1 25. Is kind of the DRS trains and kind of the complete over-dependence on kind of that mechanic. But are we going to see Oscar in? No, we're not. So we will stay out another lap. Oh, there we go, Oscar Piastri. Oscar Piastri is into the pit lane then here. So we will follow him in then, make sure we get the car slowed down, which we just about will. But yeah, you go, Russell behind us diving in as well. So Lando Norris is going to take the lead of the Grand Prix. As yeah, Oscar definitely going to get held up just a little bit here. Come on, team, we need a good stop. Our World Championship is on the line.
Okay, let's go now.
That wasn't bad. I thought it was going to be worse, honestly.
Faster than we were expecting. Pit strategy complete. See these tyres through to the end now.
What on earth was that? Just the front end refused to grip up. That is really bad. That is really, really bad for our championship hopes now. And we've picked up front wing damage. No. I mean, what can we do? We can't really stay out there with it. I mean, it's impossible. What's going on with the brakes? We've lost the entire wing. We've got a VSC. Well, I've worked out what it was. It was my throttle sticking as we went in towards, well, as we came out of the pit lane then. So I don't know whether that was a hardware issue or what was happening. But basically, it just meant there that even when I was fully on the brakes, we still had some throttle in the car. So as the VSC ends now, we've got to dive back into the pit lane here, and this might be a huge blow for our World Championship. But I think what it has also allowed is a load of other cars to pit and obviously claim a free stop. So very, very weird. Oscar Piastri down into 9th place here, as we got a load of other cars into the pit lane as well. I've got no idea what's happening inside this race right now. Things have got very, very peculiar very, very quickly, but I've got no idea what's kind of going on with your front runners and everything like that. But that VSC might have kind of won us this race in the weirdest way possible there, as Fred Vesti and his Sauber are getting out ahead of me.
Up to speed now. Let's get some heat into those tyres.
I mean, yeah, it's definitely not a braking issue. Like I said, it was just the throttle was like half open when I was on the brakes there. You can go back and watch it in the telemetry. But very, very weird then. And, well, now we're going to try and keep one eye on Oscar Piastri throughout the rest of this race. But a win is certainly gone. And we might end up potentially winning this World Championship with like a P14 finish How weird is this? I've never had that issue inside this game, but it might have just turned this championship right on its head. As around the outside of Fred Vesti will try and go pretty quickly. Will we be able to get the move done? We've definitely got... I think it's been doing it since the start of the race. Because suddenly that chicane is far easier to hit the brakes for. I think we've had that throttle problem since lap 1. It just has suddenly got worse. I'll do a quick double check. Like I said, I'm 99% certain it is going to be... No! It's Oscar leading. How on earth is Oscar out in front then? I have no idea how that's happened, but... we might lose this World Championship then. We need like a safety car or something late on. But a hardware issue might have cost us. All over the back then of Fernando Alonso and Zhou Guanyu. We are still the fastest car on circuit right now, as Zhou will really try and defend from us. We actually nudge the wall as we try and go 3 wide in towards the next corner there. So, yeah, Zhou really, you know, final race. Maybe wants to give it absolutely everything he can there. Remind everybody what he's capable of. But I was adamant it was Fittipaldi leading this race, but I think the team are adamant it's Oscar Piastri then. The front of the order there. Obviously, we don't get any kind of measurement on him because he's not technically a rival in this game or anything like that. So really, really stupid. But yeah, I mean, there's going to be no way we get back, you know, towards the top 3 here or anything like that. All I've got to hope for that it is Fittipaldi and that maybe we can get back to the points. Oh, I mean, what on earth is Lance Stroll doing, man? Completely braking in the wrong place there, and I got no idea how we kept that out of the wall. Don't even know if we claimed some DRS. Yes, we have, luckily.
We lost the position. Try to keep focus.
I mean, I'm honestly impressed we didn't crash there, to be completely honest with you all. But we need to try and get past Lewis and Lance then to make our way down the first of the back straights. But I cannot believe we're going to get screwed over by, you know, a hardware issue in this race, man. You guys know me though, what happens happens. This is what racing is all about. Sometimes it all goes away from you, but maybe, just maybe, we can try and recover it there. As around the outside of Lance as well. A bit of P14, it's still nowhere near good enough. Well, at this point of the race, I'm kind of there going, give me a mechanical failure F124, at least put me out of my misery before it's too late, but I just cannot get over that. This is going to be the way our World Championship run ends inside this title, and we are forever cursed in trying to win a World Championship with Haas inside this title as well there as we round our way through the final few corners, trying to close in on Esteban Ocon. I mean, we're not even going to score points here at the rate we're going right now. I mean, like I said, the only hope I had was that Russell could maybe close in on Oscar, and then we could try and recover up and finish in like P7, I believe we would need, wouldn't we, to get the points we need, or even P8, obviously, because we've got the fastest lap. But I genuinely don't understand how he's so far ahead, but he must be, because obviously there's no way Fittipaldi undercut both McLarens in this Grand Prix. I mean, we're just going to give it our all to the checkered flag. 4 more laps to go after this one. Finally in the DRS of Esteban Ocon here, but I think pretty much every tyre is overheating now on this car as Ocon wants to try and go defensive in towards the next chicane. Should be able to get the run on the exit there, and it's so much easier to get the power down when the throttle isn't sticking. Who knew that would ever be the case inside F124 as well? But round the outside of Esteban Ocon up into 12th, but it's still, yeah, nowhere near what we need. Oh my lord, what is going on?
I gotta end this. I'm telling you, this is all I can take. Somebody please put me out of my misery.
Esteban, stop driving into me, please, sir. Trying to just turn the thing around again. Oh, great. I mean, this just goes from 10-second penalty.
It's going to cost us a little bit of time, but we're nearly at the end of the race.
I'm so done with this, man. Honestly, we're going to get to the checkered flag. We've always got to, but that is such a disaster. I mean, what can we do? What can we do at this stage? There's just nothing left. Unless Oscar Piastri gets a mechanical failure in, well, basically, what, this lap or next lap? Which I don't think we're going to see happen because that Ferrari team has, you know, been more reliable than us down at Haas all season long up to this point. I mean, we're going to go a lap down, I think, at this rate. We'll bolt on a set of the soft compound tyres. Get the new wing onto the wagon as well. Yep, of course we did. Of course we did. At least the penalty's been wiped out as well. But there goes Oscar Piastri back in towards turn 1. We might be able to try and get back around him and try and claim a fastest lap of the day. Well, we've already got the fastest lap of the day, but 40 seconds behind anybody else, man. The rear tyres have been completely cooked. There was nothing we could do about those late on, but flawless reliability so far in this evening's race. I mean, how much grip there is on those soft compound tyres. I refuse to finish this race a lap down. As the only other thing I will say there, and unless by some miracle the game has got those Ferrari cars muddled up, which I don't think has happened. It looks like Gasly as well. He's going to have completely fallen apart late on in this race. Luckily, McLaren, it won't be enough for them in the Constructors' Championship, because of course they need a 1-2 here if they want to try and bag that one as well. But oh man, this is so painful. I can't believe the second game in a row where in the very last race, you know, the fairy tale ending is not going to go our way. I think it is going to go the way of Oscar Piastri here pretty much, unless he has a mechanical failure around about now. So I'll try and have a look past Russell as well. That's not happening for us. Can we have a look in towards the final corner? Yes, we can. There we go. So we'll go try and chase down Oscar Piastri as well then. With 2 more laps to go here from Abu Dhabi. Purple final sector. I guess that's a small solace at this stage of the season. Like I say, I'm just still in disbelief that he had such an advantage after the virtual safety car. That's the bit that's thrown me off so much from this race as well. And like I said, how did I not notice what was going on with it? But, you know, that's racing sometimes, and technical hiccups are absolutely going to cost us here. You know, I think that sums up this game, doesn't it? Had the potential to be so good, but fundamental problems ultimately limited it in a way that we never wanted to see. But Oscar Piastri, though, he is definitely leading this race with barely 1 lap to go. We are going to see a last lap battle between us, but it is completely in the wrong context, as we are a lap down still. I want to just get back to him. Like I said, I think, you know, we're certainly not going to see him get a mechanical failure now, are we? Imagine if he started slowing down now. If something went wrong in that Ferrari car that just gave us any kind of chance. But you got to say, you know, credit to him as well. He gets the job done. 2 World Championships to his name with Ferrari. The most successful Ferrari driver, therefore, inside this career mode as well. Obviously, Leclerc and I only managed 1 apiece when we were at the team. But 1 more lap to go then for Oscar, as he is about to claim his 2nd World Championship in a row. Around the outside, we'll still go back down to turn 1. But, yeah, Oscar, he doesn't need to risk it here, does he? He knows it is his, and that he has done everything he needed to this season. Did admittedly get a little bit lucky with some mechanical issues this year. We had, what, 5 mechanical failures to his 3, I want to say, and especially races like Brazil, where, you know, he had a mechanical failure quite early on. I thought we were good, and then we had a mechanical failure late on in the day. Cota as well. Obviously, we had another one there, but, you know, that is the way the cookie crumbles sometimes in Formula 1. Sometimes that RNG gives you a chance. Other times, it takes away any opportunity you thought you had inside F1 24. But, as I said, you know, this is what happens sometimes. It doesn't always run perfectly. There is no script in this game, or at least not on this channel anyway. You know, what happens is what happens, and ultimately this season, again, it is going to slip through Haas's fingers right at the bitter end there. At least on the one hand, we'll have the World Constructors Trophy as well, and all the prize money that comes with it. But through the final corner, Oscar Piastri, he is going to be a 2-time Formula 1 World Champion with Ferrari there. Back-to-back, 2 seasons in a row, he has come from behind here in Abu Dhabi to walk away victorious and with the crown there. George Russell will come through for P2, but of course, because of Oscar's win, it guarantees that we are Constructors Champions, like I said there. And, well, he will go out and celebrate, and I'm sure he will be partying tonight again, despite the odds. despite him coming in on the back foot. Just bad luck for others. Bad luck for other drivers. Has given Oscar Piastri a second world championship. But I think when you look up and down this grid, you had to pick someone to win a world championship because of others' bad luck. Probably would be him, wouldn't it? The Australian there. But through the final few corners then of the season, of course. If you still want a little bit more F124 content from me, Matt 2 and 2 gameplay, the Salvaging Sauber career mode has still got a few races to go as well. So go check that one out. But I just am so gutted with this, man. But that's racing. It doesn't always go your way, and so painful when it doesn't. Through the final corners here in Abu Dhabi. Last, P20. No mechanical failures tonight. That is our Haas dreams over.
Oh, mate, heartbreaking stuff. That was such a good effort. Look, we might have just about missed out on the championship, but it's been a brilliant season. You've done a fantastic job. I have loved the whole thing from start to finish. And next year, we've got the chance to go one better.
And with that, another year of Formula One draws to a close, and a new World Drivers' Champion is declared. Another entry added to that prestigious list of the sport's most incredible drivers. What a superb drive from Oscar Piastri, who takes the checkered flag. Here come our winners now. A thrilling race and a tremendous effort by Ferrari. Their history is well known, so it's no surprise to fans the world over to see them come out on top once again.
Well, there we are then. Oscar Piastri for the second year in a row. A must-win situation in the season finale. And he just doesn't crack under pressure, does he, that young man? George Russell in P2 ahead of Lando Norris there. A valiant effort by McLaren all year, but it is not quite enough when all is said and done. Charles Leclerc in 4th ahead of Enzo Fittipaldi. Sargent, Perez, Owasa, Pourchaire, and Gasly absolutely fell apart there. The whole team basically fell apart over those last few laps as well. Gasly was running like P5. But I don't know what happened to him, but seemed to slow down there. Oh man, it's so painful. So painful because, like I said, on the one hand, I refuse to script the races. I refuse to kind of try and manufacture results or races and things like that. On the other hand, it's so painful when it goes away from us. And like I said, if I'd made a mistake originally that had caused it, you're kind of there going fair enough. But the fact, like I said, it was just a throttle stuck issue, which I've never seen inside this game. A quick restart of my wheel and it was working absolutely fine yet again there, but the pain is real. Oscar Piastri, a 13-point deficit heading into this final race will turn into a 12-point lead as we leave Abu Dhabi. George Russell in 3rd ahead of Leclerc and Norris. Gasly does hang on for a 6th place finish overall ahead of Fernando Alonso. Fittipaldi, Hamilton and Teo Pourchaire, they're rounding out top 10. Teo just missed out on cracking 100 points this year. Sargent did get the better of Sergio Perez in what was a very weird Red Bull team this year. Ahead of both V-Cubs there. Behrman harrying Williams in P15 ahead of Yuki Tsunoda there. Esteban Ocon 6 points to his name. Fred Vesti with those two obviously in Vegas, and just Stroll and Zhou that failed to score. Luckily, we do claim the Constructors' Championship by just 9 points over McLaren in the end. Ferrari in P3 ahead of Mercedes. Aston Martin ahead of Red Bull. V-Carb, Alpine, Williams. And yeah, every team scored points this year, which I guess we can be happy with. There's probably going to be a little lack of content on the channel over the next few days, obviously on the run-up to F1 25. A massive thank you, though, to all of you for the continued support. F1 25, I hope, is going to be a really big game for us here. But yeah, hopefully we can put F1 24 behind once and for all. And we maybe on F1 25, we're going to win a World Championship with Haas.